Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callas here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Pittsburgh Pirates, they lost 3 of 4 to the Miami Marlins over the weekend, and the 3 losses were walk-off losses and walk-off wins for the Marlins. Pirates will stay in the state. They're going to play the Tampa Bay Rays next. That series, 3-game series, starts today at 7 o'clock. Also, the Pittsburgh Penguins, they played over the weekend. They won in overtime yesterday, 1-0 to the Ottawa Senators. Penguins don't play again until Thursday. They have a road game against the St. Louis Blues, and this is the final month of the season for the Penguins. Their last game is against the Washington Capitals on April 17th. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Callas, is coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's Nicholas Callas here from the Fan Morning Show. I remember last March pretty vividly. I dropped 40 pounds with weight loss medications. The weight loss was great. Definitely thought I could lose more, but I couldn't keep taking the pills and injections. I wasn't allowed to eat more than 1,000 calories all day, because if I did, I was going to have to use the closest trash can. So I stopped taking them, and sure enough, the weight all came right back. That was my experience, and I can only speak to that. As you know, I've since started Awaken 180, and I wanted to tell you that story to demonstrate just how different Awaken 180 is. Losing weight doesn't require feeling like I did, and doesn't have to include the short or long-term health risks. This isn't to scare you from weight loss meds. It's to tell you that there's another, better option. I feel great losing weight with Awaken 180. I'm happy, I'm energetic, I'm confident, and I'm back on the baseball field. If losing weight and enjoying the process sounds good to you, then do what I did and choose the medication-free solution for weight loss. Go online for your free consultation at awaken180weightloss.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Thank you, Pittsburgh, for your support of Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank during Odyssey's 6th annual Feed the Need Radiothon. Together as a community, you helped fund more than 250,000 meals. Each day, the food bank works to ensure all of our neighbors have enough food to thrive. Inflation and economic uncertainty is having an impact on many. Your support helps to provide a neighbor with groceries. You can also volunteer and advocate for the mission. To learn more or to donate, visit pittsburghfoodbank.org. That's pittsburghfoodbank.org.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Or it's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 6 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, Sutter Ridge Golf Course, and Shannapin Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as the pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Callas. And it's the Fan Early Morning Show. And it's Monday. Not entirely thrilled with the weekend in sports. Aaron Rodgers, still not the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Still rumors swirling about his situation. Still reports. Still no deadline. So the two sides keep meeting, keep talking. So there's that. Pirates, they lost to the Miami Marlins 3 times in the 4-game series. So the Pirates are 1-3 to start 2025. Penguins won, though, in overtime against the Ottawa Senators. Home game this weekend, so good for them. And then the NFL there was a proposal formally submitted. Green Bay Packers leading the charge on banning the tush push. So there's that. I'd rather talk about baseball this morning. You can give me a call, though, 412-928-9370. Address what you will as it relates to Pittsburgh sports. But we got baseball to react to, and I have opinions. So we're going to start with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Again, 412-928-9370. You can talk to me on the phone. You can talk to me on X at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. Just make sure you tag me in a post, and I usually do read those, and I respond. So if you feel like typing out something to me instead of talking to me on the phone, that is, again, an option at Callas_33. But then the phone line one more time, 412-928-9370. So I'd like to start with some optimism. I'd like to start with some reason for you to not automatically dismiss the Pittsburgh Pirates. Because I thought about this. The Pirates started the last couple seasons very hot. They came out early. They were winning a lot of games. And then, remember, they collapsed. Somewhere along the way, they collapsed. They had a very strong start to each of the 2023 and 2024 seasons. 2023, they collapsed immediately in May. 2024, it was like a struggle in May, but then they picked it back up and were staying in the race because other teams weren't very good. And then around August, they started to head south. So this is different in a way, because now they've lost 3 of the first 4 games that they played. So it's a little different. I'd also like to remind everybody too that in 2013 the Pirates lost on opening day to the Chicago Cubs, a team that ended up finishing in last place in the division in 2013, and the Pirates made the playoffs that season. And in 2015, the Pirates got swept by the Cincinnati Reds, who finished, well, they didn't make the playoffs. I think they were the last place team that year in 2015. Pirates made the playoffs. So the first series does not indicate necessarily a team's success, though I still contend in 2015 if they would have swept the Reds, they may have won the division. So not that these games don't matter, but they're not necessarily an indicator for the rest of the season. So I'll just put that out there. Not that I'm not frustrated with how they lost these games, but I'm trying to stay positive. I'm trying to stay optimistic. I'm trying to just remind you that the Pirates, when they've had successful seasons, they have started the season losing and have found a way to figure it out. And I also think that maybe this will provide them the opportunity that if they have players that are struggling, because David Bednar has not looked great, Colin Holderman has looked worse. Right, maybe this will provide them the opportunity to fix issues now for this team so that maybe they gain some momentum when games start to feel like they matter more. Because remember, before, they were keeping the roster the same over the last couple seasons because they were winning. And then when they weren't winning, they were like, oh, well, these guys will figure it out. And then they never really figured it out until it was too late. So keep that in mind. Them losing early on could be, there could be a lot of positives that come from this. And history shows that, again, you don't need to be successful in your opening series or even in your opening month all the time to be able to be successful. So it's not impossible. So don't lose faith right away. Now, I'm trying to stay a little bit optimistic, trying to stay a little positive. I'm still frustrated. Very much so. So we can dissect exactly what's going on with the Pirates this morning. So if you have feelings, you have thoughts, you have opinions, 412-928-9370. And before I give mine, I'll just get the conversation rolling. We got a caller on the line now that wants to talk, so let's do it. Hello, good morning. What's your name?
My name's Gregory. How you doing today?
Hey, I haven't heard from you in a little while. What's up?
Yes, sir. You're going to hear from me today.
Okay.
Let's be positive and let's be real, too. Now, you know you only got Paul Skeens as your best player. He's a pitcher. Mm-hmm. You might lose 150 games this year. It's a possibility.
150, okay.
And you know what else, too? Yeah. They're still giving out welfare checks and food stamps as a baseball team. They're still giving up public assistance. And the Pittsburgh Steelers, I think they're going to get on the same track. It seems like Mike Tomlin cannot put it together. This new guy that they got, the general manager, I think when he lost his hair, he lost his mind. He don't know nothing about football, man.
That's not very
And it's going to show on their record this year.
Okay.
They might lose about 15 games this year. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Gregory, I hear you, man.
The welfare team and the don't know nothing team.
All right. Hey, Gregory, thank you for the call. I appreciate hearing from you. Wow. This wasn't very kind. That's real. Could be real in a sense. Pirates are among the lowest spenders this season. It's a fact. They have been one of the lowest spenders for a little while. It's a fact. They paid Brian Reynolds and Mitch Keller, though, so they gave him healthy contracts, so there's that. And Mitch Keller was the starter in the win this past series, so, hey, something to look at. There's that. Pittsburgh Steelers are always going to finish over 500 for the remainder of Mike Tomlin's tenure, because that's just what they do, no matter who they have. And they're probably going to get Aaron Rodgers. I think that now. I don't have any factual evidence to back up that he's going to make a decision anytime soon. But they'll get him, and they'll find a way to win 9 games. Because that's just the reality of Mike Tomlin being the head coach of the Steelers. They'll win 9 games. May or may not make the playoffs. May not win in the playoffs. Probably not. Because that's Mike Tomlin's formula. That's just what he's doing. Be that as it may, setting the Steelers aside now, this is... there were things I wanted to dissect about this series against the Miami Marlins. And again, not saying that I'm being overly optimistic. I'm just saying that it's not an indicator that a team is going to do poorly throughout the whole season just because of how they perform during the opening series. And the last couple times the Pirates made the playoffs, they didn't start the season out very well. And they kind of picked it up moving forward. And that's the complete opposite of how they performed the last couple seasons where they were hot starters and then cooled off quick when the middle of the season rolled around. Those summer months rolled around. So just thoughts, just things to consider when you think about this team. So they got walked off 3 times. And Joe Buck made it a point. I listened to the end of the game recap. I caught it on the radio for the end of it. So Joe Block said that the last time the Pirates were walked off 3 times in a series, they eventually made the playoffs. That was 2015. They played the Reds that year. When that happened, they got walked off 3 times. Or no, it wasn't the Reds. I'm sorry. It was the Cardinals. They got walked off by the Cardinals 3 times. And they still made the playoffs. The Cardinals were their bugaboo that season, and they were getting in St. Louis at least. The Pirates had several pretty good series against the Cardinals, and the Cardinals came to Pittsburgh, and that was exciting. I missed that rivalry, but I don't want to digress, so I'll move on. So I mean, again, stats prove that again this isn't an indicator that the Pirates are going to be good or bad either way, but. Here's what I know. The Pirates' offense did good enough. They did their job throughout this series. They scored 4 in the first game, 4 in the second game, 4 in the third game, and 2 in the fourth. Yeah, 3 straight games where they scored 4 runs. 1 was good enough to win. The others were not because they were getting walked off because it seemed like the bullpen was not keeping these games together. Andrew Heaney pitched yesterday and pitched pretty solid baseball. I mean, 4 hits, pretty good. 2 strikeouts, not great, but 5 innings pitched. He did his job. Justin Lawrence came in. He did fine. And then Colin Holderman came in, gave up a run. And then David Bednar was not charged with an earned run. There were several errors that played into that run scoring, but also he ended up throwing a wild pitch that allowed that run to score. So, bummer there. So, he played a factor in that. The guy was fast that got on base, but, I mean, those are errors that you shouldn't really commit. Look at the starter from a couple days ago. Bailey Falter gave up 7 hits, 2 earned runs, and 6, struck out 4. That's a quality start. Justin Lawrence gave up a run. And Colin Holderman pitched a scoreless inning, so that's inspiring to see, I guess, in some regard. He figured it out one of these games, but Bailey Falter, I mean, I'd say did his job, and the Pirates scored more runs in that game than he gave up as a starter. So that's good. And then Mitch Keller during the win, 6 innings, 1 run given up, 4 strikeouts. You know, David Bednar, they gave up a couple runs in the 9th. Pirates were still able to win that, though, despite those 2 runs given up. So there's a problem with the bullpen. And I don't want to see this again, because this is a formula that the Pirates have had over the last couple seasons where one thing isn't working while the other things are working, and then throughout the season, those other aspects get weaker when the other ones get stronger. And I know that may sound confusing, but I'll simplify it. It's like right now, the Pirates' bullpen isn't working, but the starters and the offense, they're doing the right things. They're performing the right way. And if we're talking about formulas from last season or 2 seasons ago, it's like, I feel like when the Pirates' bullpen starts to get better, the offense isn't going to be able to score. And then the offense will start to score again, and then the starters will start to fail. Derek Shelton said that at the beginning of the season. The Pirates need to do the little things right. They've got to play small ball right. The Pirates played small ball right, I'd say. They performed well. The offense did its job. The starters went in there and gave the Pirates a chance to win every single one of those games. There was no starter that got ambushed right away. Again, Bailey Fulter giving up 2 runs in his start. That's the worst start of the series. I take that. I'll take him. The bullpen not being able to lock games down, though, is concerning. And it's been a concern for a little while, and it's starting this season. Now, again, this may allow the Pirates to assess that and look at that and go, okay, maybe we need to fix that. Maybe we need to move some things around. Maybe we need to make a trade. Maybe we need to call somebody else up from the minors, right? There's all these thoughts. There's all these options, these possibilities. But at least they're figuring that out now. You know what I mean? Like, at least they're figuring it out early instead of winning games early on and then trying to pretend like the players that they have are eventually going to figure it out after a slump. Like C. Rowdy Tellez from last season for what I mean about that. This team's got hope. These games weren't blowouts. But on the other side of that coin, these are also the Miami Marlins. So I do have to keep that in mind, too. They are the Marlins. Like, this was... When they play a better team, we'll see what happens. Because if they can't win a series against the Marlins, in a sense, when you think about it, if they can't win a series against the Marlins, what makes you think that they could do well against better teams? You know, the Pirates have proven in seasons past that despite losing to poor teams in the opening series of the season, they've still been able to make the playoffs and have solid seasons. History shows, again, it's not guaranteed that when they do poorly in the opening series that they're going to not do well during the season. Not guaranteed. But they do need to figure this out. They do need to figure these issues out at some point. Because they have had seasons where they started slow and then they didn't recover. So, they're so close, though. They're so darn close. It feels like they're close. And believe it or not, it was entertaining baseball. There was no climax because they didn't win more often than they lost. But there was some excitement. There's some investment here. I keep the fans invested, though. There's also a difference between being 1-3 and then being 1-10. We don't want that. So don't start that slow. Like, win games. I guess it's a simple thing, but like they got to figure it out. They got to do it relatively soon. We'll see how they do against the Tampa Bay Rays. A 3-game series that starts tonight, 7:05. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show is hosted by Dan Zangrilli. That'll be tonight around the end of the PM team show. They usually end at 6 o'clock. Let's see here. 6 o'clock is the exact start time, so it'll be right at the end. You'll get the end of the PM team on time, and then right at 6 o'clock, Dan Zangrilli will be hosting the North Shore Tavern leadoff show, and that is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. So you can listen to the game tonight right here on the Fan. Listen on the radio. Listen on the free Odyssey app. First game of a 3-game series against the Tampa Bay Rays on the road, and then the Pirates will be coming home. They'll play a series against the Yankees, and then a series against the St. Louis Cardinals for their first division game of the season. So a lot to look forward to in the coming week. I think the Fan Morning Show, we are going to PNC Park to watch Yankees Pirates on Friday. So you can look for us there. If that gives you any more motivation to go, you'll see us there. We'll be having a good time, and I mean that'll be a big test for the Pirates because the Yankees are really good. They don't have Garrett Cole. I was looking forward to seeing Garrett Cole pitch in Pittsburgh, and he's not going to pitch. He's hurt. But I would have loved to see him come back and pitch in Pittsburgh. I think that would have been cool if it were like Cole and Skeens, if that just lined up that way. That would have been cool, but not the case. But yet again, the Pirates are still a good team. They made a lot of the Yankees are still a good team. They made a lot of acquisitions in the offseason, and they're coming off American League Championship win, a loss in the World Series to the Dodgers last season. It'll be an interesting test to see those two teams play each other. So we'll see how they do. But that's coming up again on Friday. Yankees first. Get my teams mixed up. On Friday, the Pirates' first home game against the Yankees will be this season. The Pirates' first home game this season will be against the Yankees on Friday at 4:12 is the listed start time. So get ready for that. But again, one more series against the Rays coming up. We can break that down coming up next. 412-928-9370. You can talk to me. There's plenty to talk about this morning. That's why I love baseball. You got a game every day, at least one game every day to dissect. And then usually if you come back in on a Monday, you got a few games that were played over the weekend that we can dissect. So if you have any opinions on anything, Pirates, they lost 3 of 4 to the Marlins to start the 2025 season. How does that make you feel? What do you think? 412-928-9370. Love talking to you in the mornings, so give me a call. Don't be shy. 412-928-9370. You can talk to me about the Pirates. And again, other news. Aaron Rodgers, there's still no news on him. Just a lot of reports. The two sides apparently meeting, the Steelers and Rodgers apparently meeting. What does that mean? Is there a deadline? I'll let you know coming up next, 412-928-9370. I'll tell you what I know. And then also, Tush Push is apparently going to be, there's going to be a removal of it considered. The Green Bay Packers are leading the charge on this. They've submitted a formal proposal, so we'll see what the league says on that. But we can react to that news coming up next as well. 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Callas, and you're listening to the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lots of rain in the area, making the roadway slick and a bit dangerous in spots. So definitely be careful as you travel this morning. We already have one accident that has closed down the inbound Parkway East. This is between Edgewood Twistvale and the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Will be detoured off at that Edgewood Twistvale interchange, taking that down to Braddock Avenue. You can take that down to Penn and head into town that way. Parkway West, heavy but steady on the inbound side, approaching the Fort Pitt tunnels, and the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
The price of gold could surge in 2025. A large bank analyst is calling it the ultimate perceived safe haven asset. That's why thousands of hardworking Americans are getting help safeguarding their money and saving with precious metals like gold and silver. Call 855-838-GOLD to learn about the top-rated precious metals company, GoldCo. They're going to give you a free gold and silver kit. Plus, you can also get up to a 10% instant match in bonus silver on qualified orders. Call GoldCo at 855-838-GOLD. That's 855-838-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Do you know what time it is right now? I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About truck month that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, truck month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at SchultzFord.com because it is truck month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So, SchultzFord.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for truck month.
It's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, you! Yeah, you! Now's the perfect time to get even stronger at Planet Fitness. Save $28 or more when you join today for just $1 down, $15 a month. Mix up your routine or create a customized workout plan with free fitness training. That's right, certified trainers, unlimited sessions with best-in-class equipment. Plus, there's over 2,700 convenient locations to choose from, with most open 24 hours. Save $28 or more today when you join Planet Fitness for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends April 11th. See Home Club for details.
Get the award-winning news and analysis you crave with the Post-Gazette Sports Experience. Dulac, Fittipaldo, and Batko tackle the Steelers. Hiles and Destin cover the Pirates. Venzel has the Penguins. Carter and Thompson have all things Pitt. Plus columnists Mackey and Starkey in action from the Whitfield, Duquesne, and Penn State. Come for the behind-the-scenes exclusives. Stay for the NFL Draft and MLB coverage that's second to none. Visit postgazette.com/sports.
Are
you sports betting again?
No, I just got outbid on some sweet headphones on Mac.bid.
So how much money did you lose?
None. I'm just not winning.
So you can't lose money?
Nope. In fact, if I win, I could save up to 80% off retail prices.
So you don't lose money, but if you win, you save money?
Exactly.
Well, is it over?
No.
We'll get back in there and win those thingies.
Headphones.
Yeah, whatever.
Save up to 80% off retail at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Hey, I won.
Attaboy.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Talking sports into Berg. Early.
Good morning, sir.
Back now to more of the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. My name is Nicholas Callas. It's the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Not going to get into the NFL stuff. Don't have time, which is fine because I like talking about the Pirates and I like dissecting Pirates results. Unfortunately, not the best of results so far to start the season. But again, I maintain it's not the end of the world. It's not the it's not a total indicator of how they're going to perform throughout the season just because they lost the series against the Marlins. But I'm also frustrated at the same time. So let's talk about it. Got a caller on the line now that wants to chat. So we'll do it now. Good morning. What's your name?
Hi, my name is Rob. How you doing?
I'm all right this morning. What's on your mind?
Hey, I heard you talk about the Pirates. It was encouraging that they scored 4 runs in those first 3 games, but what was discouraging and seems to be same old was in the first 3 games they were 3 for 18 with runners in scoring position, and both of their runs yesterday were scored without a hit with runners in scoring position. One was scored on an error and Kutch's home run. That's still a little concerning to me is the hitting.
Yeah, I understand that. So you think they could have still scored more runs in that game?
I think I agree 100%. That's exactly it. I think they should be scoring a little more with getting the guys on base and with their new running routine that they're doing here and stealing bases. I think they should have scored a couple of more.
I hear you. Well, Rob, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. That's the phone number. If you want to get a line last minute, you can. I mean, that's not a bad point. Because in my head I'm thinking, the offense was the weak point coming into the season. The offense is what's going to have to work the hardest, I think, or have the most players develop or hit their peak, their breakout this season, because they don't have any big established names in that lineup at this point. So, maybe you should have a higher expectation of the offense. I kind of just looked at how many runs they were scoring, and I looked throughout the games, and I saw that they were scoring a healthy amount of runs when they did. And I thought, well, darn, that's pretty good. I didn't expect that, so I'll give that a pass. But yeah, I mean, with all the runners they left in scoring position, if you look at that the other way and say, hey, if they would have scored more runs, maybe the bullpen would have been in more comfortable positions. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I'm not necessarily going to say that, though, because it is Colin Holderman and David Bednar's respective jobs to lock down games, and they just haven't done that in these first 4 games when they've been in those positions to hold leads or pitch in close games where the Pirates are losing to keep the score where it is. That's still their job to do. So that's why I'm not as hard on the offense. But yeah, I mean, if you have that perspective that the team needs to score more because they left a bunch of runners on base, I mean, yeah, I won't discredit that. I mean, there's a lot that we want to expect from the Pirates this season. How about Andrew McCutchen, by the way? He's been putting good swings on the ball to start the season, and he had that home run yesterday, which was great. I've heard fans clamoring for him to go away, and I don't think so. I'm glad that he's doing as well as he's doing, because I always had faith in him that he would put good plate appearances together, good at bats together, and he was good at getting on base. So he still provides some value, and he was one of the better DHs last season in the league. So good on him for hitting a home run, and I'm happy about that. So, but again, aside from that, yeah, I mean, if you have higher expectations of the offense, that's fine. I don't have higher expectations of the offense, and that's why I give them a pass. Not even a pass. They did their job. I mean, you score 4 runs in a game, you should be winning that game. And the Pirates were in position to win all of those games. It's not like they were coming back late, like they weren't cheapy runs. They were getting those runs before the 9th, and they still couldn't win. So, again, you can criticize the offense. I'm not going to, because it is the job of the bullpen to lock the games down. And since they really didn't, that's more of a them problem, I say. All right, that'll do it. My name is Nicholas Callas. We got to move on. Doran Dickerson's got the Fan Morning Show pre-show coming up next. Adam Crowley, he's sick. Oh, so he won't be here today at the least. So we may see him down the line once he is healed. But Doran Dickerson, Fan Morning Show pre-show is coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Do you know someone in need of a full house heat? McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling is donating one full house gas heating system to a family in need. You can nominate a deserving family. Go to kdkaradio.com now through April 4th and tell us about the persons in need. Every day is Fish Fry Day at GetGo with the Captain back in town. Wild-caught beer-battered cod, melted cheese, and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't miss the Captain platter featuring crispy shrimp and hush puppies. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it. The Bucks are back, and 93.7 The Fan has all your coverage following every game. Tune in to the Mount Pleasant Windows and Remodeling Reaction Show 15 minutes after the final out. Brought to you by Pellman Electric, Smokestack Pittsburgh and Moon Township, Guardian Protection, and Hampton Beer Outlet. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Beat the spring cleaning rush with big savings and priority booking by calling our heroes at Zero Res. The sun's coming in, you've got longer days, you don't want the sun to reveal dirt, dander, and disgustingness. No, step into a fresher, cleaner home this spring with Zero Res. Zero Res removes winter's buildup and lingering odors, giving your home a fresh, spring-ready feel, preparing your home for the brighter days ahead. Don't forget about your air air ducts are like the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. And just check out the 10,000 plus raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms, 0 resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet and air duct cleaner, starting at just $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. You owe it to yourself and your family to breathe healthy, happy, and clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or online at ZeroResPGH.com, and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway East inbound currently closed between Edgewood-Swissvale and the Squirrel Hill Tunnels as crews work on an overnight accident. Traffic is being detoured off at Edgewood-Swissvale to Braddock Avenue. You can take that down to Penn Avenue and Point Breeze. You can also get off at Wilkinsburg, taking Ardmore Boulevard over to Penn Avenue and following into town that way. You also may want to consider, if you're coming in from parts east, heading onto the Turnpike in Monroeville, taking that west over to the Allegheny Valley interchange and hooking up with Route 28. You can head into town that way. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Fan Morning Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Doran Dickerson here with you. Adam Crowley, he is out sick today. I would expect him to be back tomorrow. Jason Mackey, he will join the show, 7:35. We'll break down the Pirate series against the Marlins with Jason Mackey. I have a lot of thoughts. A lot. To start the show, really within the first hour of the show, yeah, I'm going to be on one today. Just let you know. It's a big warning for you about the Pittsburgh Pirates and how they're starting their season. Jason Mackey, as I said, 7:35. Pat Bostic, we'll have him for an hour, 8 to 9. And then Mark Kabali, who is down in Palm Beach for the owners' meetings, he will join the show on the video at 9.
And we'll see if we could take him all the way through 10 and, do his usual hour on Mondays. Callas, good morning. How are you? How was your weekend?
It was good. It was good.
What'd you do?
Spent time with the lady.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. That's good to hear. I know that you're a little spry today. Something got fixed technically. That was supposed to get fixed back there, and you're excited. And also, Crowley isn't here. You're ultra excited.
It's a great day.
Yes.
It's a great day.
You know what? It is a great day. But you know what? It's a great day for me personally, Callas, and also it's a sad day for me personally. You know why?
I don't.
It's my birthday today. And it's a great day, but it's also sad because I don't like my birthday anymore. The older I get, I don't like it because I'm getting older, and I don't like that. Like, I think about all the good times and good birthdays and awesome birthdays that I had whenever I was younger. And, your birthdays they're almost like Christmas whenever you're younger, and they mean a whole lot more, whenever you're a kid. But, like, now it's just like I look at my kids, and I'm like, the older I get, the older they're getting, but it's, like, even faster now. And now I'm 37 years old, and I'm like, geez, like, where did the time go? I just felt like I was your age, 25 years old. I felt like I was just in high school. I felt like I was, in my 20s. And now, like, I'm pushing 40 years old, Callas.
Wow.
Yes, I'm happy and I'm sad today.
You don't look that old.
Thank you.
You look like you're 32.
Oh, appreciate that. That's
Still
nice.
Chiseled.
Yeah, try. Yeah, yep.
Tall and handsome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you like birthdays? Do you like celebrating your birthday? Did you like celebrating your birthday whenever you were younger?
I did, because, my birthday was always around Christmas, so, the presents I would get were usually the same theme. Like, all the trends from Christmas were also from my birthday. So, I mean, that was a little rough, but, I mean, it's fine. It was good. I always used to do a thing when I was younger. Big Nerf gun guy. So I would always have, a set of those, and I'd be getting those for Christmas and birthday presents. And then I had such a collection that when I was 13, we started doing Nerf wars in my house. I'd invite people to my house, and it was almost like laser tag, but it was we would just set up forts with furniture and stuff in 2 rooms in my house. Like, my laundry room is on one floor, and then you go down and there's my basement. So one team would camp on the laundry room, one team would camp in the basement. We would just shoot each other.
Yeah.
Strobe lights we had running around, music, and just. So that was great. And then I turned a certain age one day where that's kind of taboo to do that. So can't be doing that anymore. It's tough.
Yeah, I've had some really good birthdays when I was younger. I mean, I had a big basketball party. My parents got all kinds of trophies made, and I had a big basketball party. I actually have it on video that I watch time to time just to see how young we were. But I had a lot of great birthdays when I was younger. But like I say right now, just another day.
It's like when you hit 21, that's exciting, and then it's because you can drink, and then after that, it's okay. Then you turn 25 and you can rent a car. So, great. And that's kind of, I guess, exciting. It's cool. Now I'm an adult. Yeah, and then it's just okay. Now we're just getting older.
Yeah, it's no bueno. But also at the same time, I'm very grateful for my life and very grateful for everything. And I had some family over yesterday, had some dinner. So I'm very grateful. So I'm just being ridiculous right now. But
this is what we do on the pre-show.
Right, that's what we do exactly. Speaking of birthdays, my kids, they obviously go to a lot of birthdays with their friends and everything, and a lot of birthday parties that my kids have gone to. And this leads exactly what I wanted to talk about today on the pre-show. A lot of the birthday parties that my kids have been going to lately have been at the movie theater, but not watching movies. They've been at the movie theater. So the movie theater in Bridgeville by my house has a whole gaming area.
The arcade.
Well, it's not even arcade. They have TVs. They have PlayStations, Xboxes, and you can rent that space out and have tournaments. So they'll have Madden tournaments. They'll be playing Fortnite, all kinds of stuff. And there's a lot of kids that have their birthday parties at the movie theaters now, but don't go see the movies. And I saw a tweet this weekend saying that movie theaters right now across the country are so desperate to get people to come to the movie theaters. What is a process to help bring back going to the movies, because nobody wants to go to the movies anymore. And a lot of people are saying, obviously the prices, cut down on the prices. I mean, if you go to the movies, man, I don't know when the last time, have you and your girlfriend went to the movies lately?
No.
I mean, it is. I mean, you're spending like $50+ to go to the movies just for you and a partner. Like, it's expensive. It's very expensive. So that's like one way to do it. But like, my thing is, the thing that happened with the movie theater and why people don't want to go is because of streaming.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's as simple as it can get, right? Like,
well, it was even before that. I mean, you had on demand from cable providers.
That too,
where you could buy a movie because they would buy the rights to them. Bottom line is, people don't want to leave their couches.
Exactly.
You could buy microwave popcorn for a lot cheaper, probably get your candies and stuff, and not have to drive somewhere.
Right.
And not have to deal with other people.
Yes.
And I've dealt with some people. My best friend's a real movie buff, and we went to see, I think, a Star Wars movie together a few years back, and there was this dude who was just on his phone.
The whole time. Whole time.
Yeah, it was no good.
And then people were talking. Like that's what irks me the most is whenever people are just like talking through the movie. I'm like, come on. I'm here to watch the movie. I have 2 hours to sit here in silence to just kind of ignore everything else that's going on. I want to watch this movie, and people are just talking.
Well, I get embarrassed because my mom's one of those people, when I'd go with her when I was younger, she's one of those people that reacts out loud. Like, aggressively out loud. Yeah, and I'm like, oh, jeez, Mom, stop. I'm like, oh, it's no good.
It's funny because, like, you know, and that is the root of the issue, right? Like, it is the streaming and it's the convenience of it. Like, I you know, if I could sit at home and I could pay $20 to buy a movie on the streaming service and probably spend less doing that, eating my own snacks, like you're saying, than going to the movies, which is $50+ of taking a partner with me, like, I'm going to do that all day. And I don't know if that'll ever come back. I mean, if there's streaming out there and movies can, you know, go right from a day in the theater to right to the streaming service, like, there's no point of going to the movies. And that's going to happen with sports too. I mean, it is happening with sports, and especially football that is outside, and maybe even baseball whenever it's like right now. Like, baseball is fun to go to games whenever it's like June, right? Whenever you know you're going to get good weather. But like right now, like, we're going to go to the game on Friday, and it's probably going to be like 60 degrees, maybe raining. It's like, you know, we could just sit at home and watch these games, like in my convenience of my house.
See, it snowed last year, and I wasn't bothered by it. I don't know, you guys, Crowley was for sure. It was cold. I remember that. But I mean, it was.
Yeah, you had a T-shirt on.
Yeah, I wasn't bothered. I'm good. I'll tell you what. I did hear this theory that sports stadiums, when they start to get constructed, like we're looking at a future type design, that they're going to be, instead of outdoor seating, you're just going to have a bunch of rooms with balconies.
Yes.
Around the field.
Yep, it's just going to be all suites.
And so you can go inside and do your own thing inside. Like, everybody's going to get a box. And some boxes are going to be nicer, but for the most part, everybody's going to get a room, and they could go in and watch, or they can come outside and watch, but it's not going to be like traditional seating. Everybody's going to get a room.
See,
and I think that's interesting to think about.
It definitely is, but it's only gonna go direct to the people who have money, though. So you're going to cut out the people who, you know, don't have a lot of money, that just want to go watch a game with their grandfather or with their dad, that aren't going to be able to afford a ticket to have a room box seat. Like, it's going to cost a lot of money to do that, to be able to do that. You know, I mean, that's the point of having bleacher seats. It's like, okay, you could pay X amount for a ticket, or 2 tickets, or 3 tickets, or 4 tickets, bring your family, bring your brother, bring your sister, bring your mom, bring your dad, and have a good day of watching your favorite sports team. But now they are probably going to go to that. You're absolutely right. But it's going to be more directly towards corporations buying those box type seats out, and you're going to spend thousands and thousands of dollars a season that these corporations could just write off, and they're going to buy them all up. And the people that actually want to go to games aren't going to be able to go to games anymore, and they're going to be probably sitting on their couch in convenience. But there's still people who do want to go to games. Those people are going to be left out.
Yeah, I'm trying to create an argument for going to games. I don't know if I can. I mean, weather doesn't bother me, but again, like, if I want to talk about convenience, if I want to watch the game, it's just you don't have to get out of your house.
Right. I think the
world is leading us toward not getting out of our houses.
Yeah.
And I don't like that. I do like to go do stuff.
It's more about just, you know, the laziness, and I don't necessarily know if it's that extreme to laziness, but it's just like we're saying, like the convenience factor of it. Like,
I mean, this is a small thing, but like, camera angles don't always give you a full picture of what's going on because they always follow the ball. And there are certain instances where I like to watch in real time players, you know, executing the roles that they're in, because everybody should be moving on a certain play. You just don't always see those players because on TV you get the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Just the ball. So
you're absolutely right.
If you're trying to learn about the game, it's good to do that. Like I was taught when I was umpiring and when I was a player. I mean, there were two things. I was taught, watch where the umpires are going, just pick one throughout the game, or find your position on the field and just watch that player the entire game. And that taught me how to go look where I need to be backing up a play or where I need to be when a fly ball is hit if I'm in the outfield. So, but again, if you're not a player, you really need to go. Darn it, Dornan, this is sad.
I know, because like this is, I mean, but it's also getting into the you know, how younger people are exposed to sports too. So like, you know, we know going to games and we know that that's a different experience. Like going to a hockey game is such a different experience than watching it on TV. Going to a baseball game is a different experience. Going to a football game is a different experience than watching it on TV. But if you get away from that experience now, nobody's ever going to know that experience and nobody's going to care. Mm-hmm. Like nobody's going to care to go because all their experience and they know is sitting at home and watching it on their 85-inch TV that they bought. You know, like it's very, and it's very. It's getting to that point where I think that it's really going to take over. I really do. We're getting to that point where unless every team in baseball and in football have retractable roofs, because nobody wants to be cold, and if people have money to be able to go. Like, I really do believe that every single team in the NFL should go to retractable roofs, because I think it's a better business model. You invest up front for a retractable roof, and then you can have multiple things going on throughout the season outside of football season to create the revenue. You could have concerts, you could have all kinds of different things, and the convenience factor of like, okay, let's try to meet in the middle here. You know, if we aren't going to go to the suite model, but we want to create convenience, let's make sure that people are at least warm in cold weather cities. So I do think that is another factor as well. I do. But like the movies, you know, it is just it's a different experience whenever you're at the movies than watching it at home. Like, yeah, like sometimes it's fun to complain about other people. I don't know. It's just like, oh yeah, this guy was a jerk. And then you got a story to tell. You know, when you're at home, you got, you know, what stories you're going to tell? You're with each other, you know? Yeah. But it's like, okay, yeah, this guy sucked, right? This guy wasn't doing the right thing, so that's fine. And the popcorn at the movie theaters was pretty good. Like, they got those professional poppers, and the butter is addicting. It's a good thing. Yes.
It's good. So, I mean, I like going to the movie theater every once in a while. Again, I'm a guy that still likes to go out, but I understand why people don't. And, like, money's a factor. Convenience is a factor. Overall verdict, it's a shame.
It is a shame.
Dorn. It's tough.
It is a shame. I mean, I remember being able to go to the movies for like $10.
I mean, this is like a whole nother like point to a whole other tier of this. It's like people, like again, we're being guided to not be as social anymore. It's like there's just convenience will take precedence over togetherness in a sense.
Yeah.
I mean, at least with strangers.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I mean, you like think about every single thing that we do on a day-to-day basis. I mean, even like travel, even like on the airplane. Like now you can watch a movie and get the Wi-Fi on the airplane and watch a movie on your phone. Like before, it's like, okay, like I have a 3-hour flight. Like, what am I going to do?
People were reading back in the, that's what I'm saying.
People were reading or talking to the person next to them, like creating conversation. Like nobody knows how to do that anymore. Nobody knows how to create conversation. Nobody knows how to have that social skill of just being like, all right, like, who's this person? Let's figure it out. Let's talk to them.
You know what? When I went to the bar with Crowley, everybody thought this was amusing. Like, I'll try to interact with people and just, like, you know, like, introduce myself, but it's awkward to do that. So I started to develop the habit whenever people would walk by, I'd be like, hey, you made it. And they would either talk to me or completely ignore me because I didn't know who it was. And they were like, Callas, do you know that guy? And I'm like, no. Well, I'm trying something.
Right. Right.
That's to talk to people, you know.
That skill is just, it's diminished. It's being diminished. It's crazy. I mean, my kids, like, man, they sit on their iPads all day long, and I'm like, you guys, and they'll go outside. Like, don't get me wrong, they go and play. They were outside all day yesterday, but, you know, just the social aspect and the convenience of everything, it's crazy now. Crazy. And it's just going to get worse. It's going to get worse. It's a shame, Callas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that thing with the movies pop up, and I was like, man, like, there's no going back. I you know, as much as movie theaters want to try to bring it back, you could cut prices. You can cut, prices on food, prices on tickets. You can have a person in the movie theater that kind of monitors people who are talking. You can, have no phone requirements. Just, you can't be on your cell phone in a movie theater. You can do all that stuff, but as long as streaming is available, that's what it comes down to. It's just too convenient. Be able to sit on your couch. All right, I've been pushing it off too long. I've become very, very passionate about the Pirates since doing this job. Now, don't get me wrong. We all in the city have loved to go to baseball games and Three River Stadium in my day, going to watch baseball games, PNC Park, beautiful park, best park in Major League Baseball, and getting that experience. It kind of rolls all into what we're talking about. But, there's been 4 games played, Callas. 4 games. And people are upset, and they have a right to be. People are very, very upset right now, and they have an absolute right to be furious with how these first 4 games have gone for the Pittsburgh Pirates. We'll get into all that next in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Stuart Dickerson here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Nicholas Callas behind the glass. As I said earlier, Jason Mackey will join the show 7:35 to break down Pirates-Marlins series. Pat Bostic will be in for an hour from 8 to 9, and then we'll have Mark Kabali live from Florida, where she is at the owners' meetings. Mike Tomlin talked to the media yesterday. We'll get into all that, but we have to start with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Pittsburgh Pirates, they started the season down in Florida, as everybody knows, playing against the Marlins. Marlins, terrible baseball team. Were last year as well. Maybe not so terrible now because they won the series against the Pirates. Pirates go 1-3 against the Marlins. 3 of the losses were walk-off losses. Last team to do that was the 1924 Pittsburgh Pirates. And people are pissed right now. Somebody popped in this morning, I'm not going to name names, and we're like, I ended up flipping on, didn't get to watch every single game, but every time I flipped on the channel, it was the walk-off loss in the exact moment of the walk-off loss from the Pirates, and people are pissed right now. And I was like, you know what? They have a right to be. They absolutely have a right to be. I mean, you think about going all the way back to last year and how exciting things were whenever Paul Skeens got brought up, and you thought that there was hope. The Pirates figured some things out. They're, on the right trend. They were on the right trend at the appropriate time, and you're feeling it. You're like, oh my gosh, like, could they actually be good last year? Like, at one point, we all felt that. Could they be good this year? Could they do it? Could they get over the hump? Trade deadline comes around. They don't make the adequate moves. They had time. You didn't have to wait all the way up to the deadline to make the adequate moves to make that team better last year. They get De La Cruz and they get IKF. Very underwhelming acquirements at that time. Very underwhelming. Jazz Chisholm was on the table. A few other players were on the table. I know Ward's name was there. Rooker's name was there. These are guys that you could have gotten last year to enhance this roster. So you head into the offseason, right? You're like, what do the Pirates need to do to be competitive? Oh, they need to add a bat. They need a first baseman. They need a couple pieces. Just a couple. Just to be average, just to be good, just to be somewhat relevant in Major League Baseball. They barely made any moves in the offseason. Spencer Horwitz, a kind of unknown signing. He gets hurt right off the bat, of course. He gets hurt. Tommy Pham, very underwhelming move. People are saying, like, oh, they signed Tommy Pham because he's like a general in the locker room or general in the clubhouse. The guy that can, get into people's ass if he needs to. Oh, great. That's exactly what the Pirates need, right? They need that guy. No, they need somebody that can hit. They need somebody that can play. So you're like, this can't be true, right? After what happened last year, after how close you were at one point in time, the Pirates had to make a move, not just because the organization and the team was close, but you have a generational player on your team. You have legitimately and arguably the best pitcher in baseball on your team in his rookie season. Going into his second season, you have to surround him, right? You have to surround that guy with talent, at least a little bit, to give him a chance, to give yourself a chance. No, they didn't. They didn't. So we all like to do this every offseason, right? We like to grab onto some type of hope that the Pirates can prove us wrong. Oh, we're harping on internal improvement. We're relying on our internal guys to really come through. Oh, okay, that's great. There is a lot of pedigree. Andy Rodriguez is going to be back. Oh, that's great. That's awesome. Joey Bart, you get him last year, and I feel like you lucked into that, and he has a stellar year as a catcher last year. He's a younger player. He was a 1-2 guy coming out. Nick Gonzalez. He's what, the 7th pick, 8th pick of the draft whenever he came out? Top 10 pick? Yeah. O'Neal Cruz has a lot of talent. It's great. We're going to rely on internal improvement. But you know what? We're going to shuffle everybody around to make sure that they play in different positions and not their natural positions and try to go from there. We're going to ask guys to do different things that they're not accustomed to doing and expect to win with making those moves. Instead of going out and spending money and acquiring the adequate guys to play those positions. So you make those moves. We're still holding on to hope. We are. Because we want the Pirates to do well. And that's where it all starts, right? In the pit of our stomachs and in our heart. Like, we can gripe, and I'm going to gripe a lot in this hour. We can be upset. We can call for firings. We can say that, this team isn't ran well. But at the end of the day, I think that all of us just want to see the Pirates do good. Like, it's not spiteful in a way where like, we hate the Pirates. No, we want the Pirates to do well. And whenever we all see year in and year out, and especially in years that they are somewhat decent and okay, like they were last year at a point, you're like, okay, wow, you have a foundation here. Maybe make the correct moves, a couple moves, spend a little bit more money, and they can actually be legit. And you don't do that. So shame on us. At least myself. I'm not going to speak for everybody because there's a lot more smarter people and people who have been around a lot longer and have watched the Pirates a lot longer than I have. A lot longer than I have to understand how it works every year. And understand to not get too high on the Pirates every year because you are probably going to get set up to be disappointed. Most people that are older, that have gone through this for the many years, understand that. But I just come into every single season, and I'm like, maybe there is hope. Maybe Brian Hayes can pull through and be a decent player. Maybe, Jack Sawinski. Maybe O'Neal Cruz. Maybe IKF can play shortstop. Shame on me for thinking that. Because it's right in front of our face of what to expect. It was right in front of our face. How can I sit here and expect this team to change whenever there was no changes? How can you expect something to change whenever there's no changes? No changes. Well, I mean, expect, David Bednar. Oh, I hope David Bednar becomes his all-star self again. I hope Colin Holderman finds it again. It's all hope. It's all hope. It is to the point it's almost they're laughing in our face. And it's insulting. This past weekend, and I know that it's early, and I know that there are some people saying like, okay, you guys are being ridiculous. You're too hard on this team right now and this manager right now, which we will get into in the next segment. Too hard on Ben Cherington, the GM. There's only 4 games into the season, but it's not just 4 games into the season. It's the same season, and the same things that happened last year happened in the first 4 games of this season against the worst team in Major League Baseball. I could see if it was against the Dodgers. I could see if it was against the Yankees. I could see if it was against name club that went to the playoffs last year. I could see that. But the Marlins were basically a AAA team. People were happy whenever the Pirates won 1 game out of the series. Because you're like, wow, like they actually won a game. How can you expect change whenever there's no change? And the changes that were actually made internally were just shuffling the deck chairs, moving guys around. We didn't spend money here, so we're going to move this guy there because you know what? He's fast and he's quick and he has a good glove, and we're going to move him there. It is a shame. It is a shame. This is how the Pirates have started this season. Now they can turn it around to be decent. Nobody expects them to do really anything at this point right now, and I understand that. But they can actually, they probably will play some good baseball at some point. That's how these things go. We know that. That's how these things go. They'll play good baseball, and they'll lure us back in, and we'll be like, oh, my gosh, like why couldn't they do this against the Marlins? But the way that this started is just, it rubs everybody the wrong way. I know it's rubbed me the wrong way. It's to the point where it's like you're doing an absolute disservice, not to just certain players on the team, but you're doing an absolute disservice to the city at this point. And I told Callas that I was going to be hard today, and I just can't help it. I really can't. Because I'm actually pissed at myself because I believed that they were going to change. I believed that things were going to be different. And I'm mad at myself that I fell into that trap because they didn't make the right move. They didn't make any moves. Why would I think that? Because Paul Skeens is going to do a second year? That's one guy. That's one guy. Now, they also have bad luck every year. I understand that. You know, Andy Rodriguez last year, you're thinking that he could be the catcher, and maybe that actually was a decent thing because you did get Joey Bart. But this year, obviously, the pitching situation. It is a shame, man. Like, it's hard to think that the Pirates could figure something out by the way that they played. They played the exact way that it was carbon copy. It's exactly what they did last year, and you just paste it into this year against a bad team. That's a shame. That's really a shame. I mean, some individual players, they show up. Brian Reynolds, he's consistent. He's going to show up. Andrew McCutchen had a home run yesterday. He's older than I am. 37 years old today. He's older than I am. And he's the bright spot of this team? Give me a break. Come on. Oh, we got to win in the margins. How are you going to win in the margins whenever you aren't even, in the margins? How are you going to do that? Oh, they stole more bases than anybody in Major League Baseball for the first 3 games. Okay, great, but they're losing. But, Callas, I know that, and we'll talk about it next segment a little bit, but I know that you have some positives. You said some positives?
Not positives. I have some statistics.
Some statistics.
I have some statistics.
But you had like 2 positives. Fine, you just go ahead and say it right now. You said, oh, well.
You want me to say it now?
Yeah, go ahead and say it now.
So the Pirates lost to the Cubs on opening day in 2013. Cubs ended up finishing in last place that season. Pirates ended up making the playoffs. The Pirates got swept by the Cincinnati Reds in 2015, opening series of the season in Cincinnati. They ended up going on and making the playoffs in 2015. So, also, there was the third thing that is now slipping my mind. However, I don't think that the opening series that's it. They've started out hot the last couple seasons, and then they fell off. So at the very least, I would think that if they don't do well these first few games, maybe they'll make necessary changes that will allow them to get hot when the games feel like they matter more.
What's the necessary changes? You're at the trade deadline?
Not even at the deadline. Like, you can make trades before the trade deadline.
You think that this Pirates organization is going to do that?
I think they're latching on to David Bednar a lot because he's a local guy, and that sells, I think. But if they were doing what they've always done, they've always cycled through closers. I know we were all sad when Jason Grilli got traded to the Angels back in 2014, but it had to be done. He was kind of falling off. He wasn't closer material anymore, and that gave us Mark the Shark Melancon. So, but they had to figure that out because Grilli had some tough outings, and they realized that he couldn't be the closer anymore. There's some bullpen issues. It's a shame Colin Holderman's young, but still struggling the way he is, and Bednar may not be able to figure it out because last season was not inspiring either. So if they start losing early now, maybe that will incentivize some people in the organization, whether it's management, to start doing a little better, whether it's the front office to start making moves. But maybe not winning to start will force them to not pretend like this can work. And if they're not pretending like it can work, they might act. We can only hope, but they might.
Kaz, I see where you're coming from here, and I love the positive outlook and spin on this. I really do. I'm not joking right now. I love the outlook. But why didn't they do that before the season?
That's a question I can't answer, and I'm frustrated by it.
Why didn't you do that before the
too,
season?
The ironic part is, too, their pitching is structured. Their starting rotation is structured well. And we were all saying that the offense needed help. And during this series, the offense did its job for the most part. And the starting pitching did its job. It's a lot of the bullpen that started to struggle and caused the Pirates to fail in these games and not win.
Like last year.
So it's interesting because I think everybody was asking for more offense. In this series, they got offense. They scored 4 runs in 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, 4 runs each game of the 3 of 3 of them. That's not bad. The offense set the Pirates up to win these games. That's my argument there. So I can't necessarily be frustrated about the offseason because we would have wanted to see more offense, I'd say. But the offense wasn't the problem in this first series.
That's what you're right. You're right. I see where you're coming from. But let's understand who they're playing against, too.
Now, the defense was terrible. The defense is bad. They're playing a bunch of players out of position, and that's not good.
They can never get it in sync. They can never get in sync.
No, they can't.
Last year, they could never, one thing was going good and then something else was bad.
The bullpen will figure it out, and then the offense will stop hitting.
Right.
Then the offense will start hitting, and the starters will start to get fatigued.
Yes. It is mind-boggling at this point.
Yeah.
That for some of the things that they do, from last year to this year, it is almost literally copy-paste. I do like the outlook. I do like the positivity, but nothing tells me that they're going to be able to sustain that, the positive things that you're talking about, and not let something else go by the wayside. Coming up next, we're going to hear from Derek Shelton, and I have thoughts on his postgame. I said it on Twitter last night, and it just struck me. And you know what? Derek Shelton, great guy. So this isn't necessarily a personal thing for me, maybe for you, but something struck me when I was listening to his post-game press conference after yesterday's game, and we're going to hear that, and we're going to react to it next. But first, a Callas headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost 3 of the 4 games they played against the Marlins over the weekend, and those 3 losses were walk-off wins for the Marlins. Pirates next start a series against the Tampa Bay Rays. They're going to stay in the same state. 7:05 start time for the game tonight. Pirates, Rays. Penguins, they won 1-0 over the Ottawa Senators yesterday in overtime. Penguins don't play again until Thursday against the St. Louis Blues. And the tush-push is being lobbied to be illegal in the NFL moving forward, that proposal by the Green Bay Packers. And they submitted a formal request. So we'll see what goes on with that. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream, powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Science with an Odyssey Sportsman Edge. Start of the new baseball season means the end of spring training's experiment with the automated ball strike system. 52.2% of the challenge calls were overturned by the Hawkeye technology employed in 13 Florida and Arizona ballparks. What's more, the average delay caused by a challenge was only 13.8 seconds. I say, bring it on next season. Will be a good addition on Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook Born in Vegas. Plus, you can turn $10 into $150 if you win your first bet at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on any sport, including your favorite college basketball team in the big tournament. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets if you win. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Download the app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Pennsylvania only. New customer offer, subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, imagine you're just like me, looking at your house, looking at your chimney, looking at your retaining wall, and saying, I need to get that done, I need to get that done, I need to get that done. Well, year after year passes, and then finally, it could be too late, and then sometimes more costly. So get on it now. With the weather really starting to warm up, you got to call Precision Pointing. They do it all. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, free estimates, no money down, so you don't have to worry about them running away with your deposit. Precision Pointing, do what I did. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Eliminate your ED issues long term. Call NewFlow at 412-784-9000. Be that guy again.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Cloudy with showers today, the high 65.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Some good news on the Parkway East. This report brought to you by 2 men in a junk truck. All lanes back open on the inbound side between Edgewood, Twistvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels after crews cleared that earlier accident that occurred at about 1:30 this morning. Traffic is getting back to normal, but a little heavy as you head past the Edgewood-Twistvale interchange. Parkway West, you're heavy at the Banksville merge point. Route 28 is up to speed, so is the inbound Parkway North. And it's the first morning rush. You'll be traveling on the northbound side of McKnight Road, single lane each direction, as crews begin work on the bridge over Babcock Boulevard. In addition, the ramp from Babcock to southbound McKnight Road is closed. There's a posted detour. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by 2 Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at 2menandajunk junktruck.com.
Spring is here. Let two men in a junk truck help you clean out that garage. Use code FAN25 and save $25 off your clean out. Rock and roll. Same day or next day. Two men and a junktruck.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Dickerson Callas here with you on the Fan Morning Show. There, Shelton, he spoke to the media after yesterday's game. The Pirates, they will take on Tampa Bay, so they'll just drive. How far is that? About an hour and a half, I think, drive to Tampa Bay for the Pirates. They'll take on Tampa Bay tonight. I think Majinski is going to start on the mound for the Pirates, but Derek Shelton, he spoke to the media yesterday after yesterday's loss, and I have some thoughts on his tone and tenor.
Shelty, tough series to fall here with some preventable things, though, that could have been fixed.
Yeah, I mean, tough series. I mean, we have some things we really need to correct, and, we play 3 games. We get walked off in 2 of them, yeah, so it's challenging. We got some things to work on.
Andrew Heaney, though, a pretty nice start from him. It has to be encouraging to see that.
Yeah, I thought our starting pitching throughout the series was really good. I mean, we got, 5 2/3 out of Paul and 6 out of Mitch and 6 out of Bailey, and Heaney was good through 5. We got a really good stretch for Lawrence there with right-handed hitters. He came in and did what he does. He got a ground ball, that Frage made a nice play on. Fergie was good. I mean, Bednar got weak contact and then stolen base and a wild pitch. I mean, there was no hard contact there, but I thought our pitching was really good throughout the entire series.
Does it feel like this team is getting in its own head a little bit in the late innings? It seems like that's where the fundamentals tend to break down, is in the final third of the game.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some things that we need to make sure that we clean up. And, sometimes when you have young players, we got to make sure that we slow the game back down.
Just after how this first series has gone, what's the message to the team to kind of get a bounce back?
It's got to keep going. I mean, it's 4 games. Yeah, it's 4 games, and we've been in every game. So, that's the thing. I mean, that's the thing we need to keep going because we have been in games. It's not like, it's been a lopsided score one way or another. But I think we knew our pitching was going to be our strength. Offensively, we got some work to do still, and we got some guys that are trying to find their footing in the early going. And that's a challenging thing early on is guys get a couple loafers and then they press a little bit. So we just need some balls to fall. I mean, we had a situation yesterday where Conine goes over and robs a homer, and then Stowers makes a heck of a play today. We got to get those balls to fall.
What did G1 say the issue was today on the base? He obviously aborted 3 different times on a steal attempt and got a late jump there. What led to his hesitancy?
The hesitancy on which one?
On just all of it. It seemed like he just wasn't comfortable out there.
The 3-1 one, it looked like he just didn't get a good jump on, the one that didn't be in the walk. And then the ball in the dirt, I mean, from my vantage point, it looked like Forte's got a really good kick, and it kicked right up to him, and he made a good throw on it.
Is there commonality in Quarterman's outing so far this year?
Yeah, lack of execution. We got trying to go one place in the zone and didn't get it there.
What do you make of Envy behind the plate for the first time this season?
Yeah, I know he had a couple errant throws, but I thought he received the ball well. That was a tough block there at the end. But overall, I thought he received the ball well.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Now, Derek Shelton's a great guy. I enjoyed him last year with Joe Starkey. From everything that I've heard from players, from other people in the organization, just a fantastic guy. So this is not really a personal shot, but it is how I feel and how I'm taking this situation. Watching that video and listening to that video again of his post game just makes me think of somebody that is just happy to be where they're at. Happy to be where they're at. I know that it's early. I know that it's early in the season. There's only 4 baseball games to be played. So you can't really, lose your mind about the losses. You can't lose your mind about some of the things that happened during the games. But, at this point, man, it's the same stuff from last year. Every time that they show Shelton on the TV deal in the dugout, he has the same look on his face. He's either spaced off or he's spitting. Getting to somebody's ass. I know it's not. I know it's baseball. I know sports are different. But show that you actually want to win. Have some just gumption in your voice or something. It was just like, yeah, we lost. Like, we'll figure it out. We have a lot of work to do. It's early in the season. We have a long season. I thought some guys did things well. It's nice to see Indy behind the dish. I'm like, man, like, you just lost to the worst team in baseball. You lost a series. Like, show some fire.
The phrase lack of execution is becoming one of my least favorite phrases of all time.
Right.
If they're not executing, don't put them in.
Right.
Like, I didn't execute a pitch. Like, it seems like he says that a lot when they lose. Well, he just didn't execute. Okay, well, if that happens too many times, maybe he can't execute like you need him to.
I understand that it goes hand in hand. Like, all this goes hand in hand, and it's not just Shelton's fault. Like, I mean, it's Sherrington, it's ownership, it's players, too. Like, he's only dealt with the cards that he has. I understand that. I understand that part of it. But, like, you are what your coach is. You are what your manager is. You are what the head man whatever they walk out there every single day, that's what your team is. And it just seems like, I'm not saying that he doesn't care. He obviously cares, but it seems like he's just happy to be there. I'm happy to have this position in Major League Baseball. This is fun. This is awesome. This is great. I'm a manager in Major League Baseball. Awesome. Accomplishment tally for me. That's the vibe I get. And that's exactly the vibe that you see is out there and the product that is out there for the first 4 games. And the product that was out there last year. Almost, and I'm not saying he doesn't care. Trust me. He obviously cares. But almost some players are careless, and sometimes the games show that way from last year. It was a careless product. G1 Bay, careless. The guy I'm going to talk about next, careless. That's a reflection of the coach or the manager. Not saying that he doesn't care, but sometimes it is just too nonchalant for my liking. I get it. Baseball is different. It is not football. It is not even basketball where you have coaches running up and down the sideline screaming at guys. But, I mean, you tell me. You tell me, 412-928-9370. Call in. You tell me if I'm off base here. Feels like he's just happy to be here. Just happy to be the manager in Major League Baseball. Happy to be a manager. And you know what? I'm happy to have another year. When I thought that maybe it would go south after last season. But I have another year, and I'm here, so let's go. Every time I see Shelton, he's either spitting or he's dozing off. Not dozing off, but staring off somewhere. No emotion. Or he's walking out of the dugout. He slaps his hands together, and he points to the reliever to come in. That's it. Nothing else. So, that's what you get. You get losses from the Marlins whenever you have that going on at the top, in my opinion. I don't know how else to say it. Told you we're going to talk about a player next who needs to be talked about. We'll hit on that. But first, a Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost to the Miami Marlins 3 times. They got walked off 3 times over the weekend in 4 games. They did manage 1, so they've started the season with 1 win and 3 losses. They're going to start a series tonight with the Tampa Bay Rays at 7 o'clock. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. Coverage on the Fan begins at 6 o'clock. Dan Zangrilli hosts the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face.
The
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's.
Hi, I'm John Henney.
And I'm Dara Henney.
And we're here to invite you to the best event of the year at Henney Jewelers, Wedding Band Weekend on April 10, 11, and 12.
Shop hundreds of wedding bands and enjoy incredible event-only pricing.
We'll have an exclusive evening event on Thursday, April 10th from 5 to 7 p.m. with giveaways, music, food, and more.
We can't wait to see all of our Henney couples and add new customers to the Henney family. For information and appointments, visit HenneyJewelers.com.
See you soon for Wedding Band Weekend, April 10th through 12th. Henney Jewelers, your jewelers for life.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Shiloh Plate and Pour on Shiloh Street in Mount Washington. Mount Washington's favorite neighborhood spot is back. Catch the game, enjoy an ice-cold beer, and dig into some great food. Open till 2 a.m. every Friday and Saturday. And the kitchen's cooking a full menu until 1 a.m.
As you know, it's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich, & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Parmar store. See for yourself. Download the Parmar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Rockstar, get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door?
Or is it more than
Dr. Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. Their scholarship application process is officially open from February 1st until March 31st. Apply today at foldsofhonor.org/scholarships. Please consider a donation to help provide scholarships at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Nicholas Callas here with you this morning on the Fan Morning Show. Crowley is out today. He'll be back tomorrow, I think. But Callas, I've been around a lot of athletes in my time, and this is old washed up player talking right now. But I've been around a lot of athletes, and I've been around a lot of different types of athletes, different mindsets of athletes, really, really good athletes, really, really good skills for certain guys. I've been around a lot of guys that also are extremely athletic, but only rely on their athleticism. I've been around guys like in basketball. Oh, look, I could dunk, but I can't shoot, I can't pass, I can't dribble. But I can dunk. I've been around football players. Look how fast I am. Can't catch. Been around golfers where, hey, look how far I can hit it. Can't putt. Don't care to putt. Don't care to be able to catch a football. Don't care to be able to dribble or to pass or to play defense. Been around a lot of those athletes. Been around a lot of them. And you know what? You have to care to be – if you're a really good athlete with a lot of talent, you have to care to want to be a really good player, not just a really good athlete. It has to switch. The mindset has to switch. And that's what we're seeing with Oneil Cruz. Oneil Cruz is a really good athlete. He can hit the ball hard. He can throw far. He can throw hard. He can run. He's 6'7". He's imposing. He looks like an athlete. But he doesn't care to be a good baseball player. I don't think. I think he thinks that, and a lot of the athletes that I've been around, they think they can get away with being a really good athlete and not being a good player. And not having to become a good player and do the necessary things to be a good player. That's two different things. It's two different things, and that's what we're witnessing with Oneil Cruz. I don't know, like the whole baseball acumen thing. It kind of like I can't compute that really because like baseball doesn't really change from whenever you're younger to you're older. In my opinion, it's that one sport where the rules and things are somewhat the same, and it doesn't matter if you've only played like one position. You should know baseball. Like, I don't care if you've played shortstop your whole life. You should know what the duties of a center fielder or a right fielder or a left fielder or even a catcher has. Like, you don't have to frame pitches. I understand that. But, like, baseball things. Like, you have to care to want to know that stuff. You have to care to want to get better at that stuff and understand that stuff. I think that Oneil Cruz is in a position right now where he's like, I'm 6'7", I hit the ball hard, my exit velocity is this, I can throw hard, I can steal bases, I can run, but I don't really care to be a baseball player. I'm just a really good athlete, and sometimes, before I could get away with that stuff, but now it's coming to fruition where I can't get away with that stuff anymore. And like, I just don't know. Like, we do this every year with him. It feels like. I mean, at least last year, Callas, like. Is it coaching? Maybe. I tend to believe that it's not. I will actually give, I'll give a little leeway to the coaching in this aspect. Other things, I will crush them as I did before. But I think the whole thing with Oneil Cruz is want to. Like, whenever you know that you have all the skills, sometimes you don't think that you need to want to. And I think that that's what we're seeing with him. He doesn't want to. Because it's a trend. It's redundant. It happens every day. I know he's moved positions, but come on, man. Like, it's center field. We're not saying that he has to go out there and run an 8 route and be a receiver next to DK Metcalf. Like, that is totally different. Like, you're moving to center field. Like, you know how many times he's had to judge a ball this spring training?
Yeah, he should have been prepared. That's for sure.
Like, some of these things are like. The guy, it just is telling me that he does not care to be a really good baseball player. He just wants to be a really good athlete out there.
I think it's this culture of the Pirates where it's just – I talked about this in the offseason. There was no hype around this team. There was nothing that was like, ooh. Like, you had Paul Skeens, but that's it. Like, there was no general hype where it's like, oh, yeah, these are all the players we get to look forward to. And Oneil Cruz is one of the players we look forward to, but maybe he's a victim in a sense of like a culture that just is not established right now within the organization. Because everybody seems like right now
George Pickens?
Yeah. Oneil Cruz is a little less sassy, but yeah. Where it's just like the culture's not set, so he's like, yeah, I'm just going to try to do my best. I'm going to do whatever I can to maintain the best career I can have to make the most money. And I'm not really worried about how I contribute to this team. I'm just going to make sure that I individually do whatever I can.
Yeah, like, it's frustrating at times whenever you watch him, and it's like little routine things that you think that a Major League Baseball player would be able to do, and he can't grasp it. I don't care if he's moved positions or not, honestly. You're a professional. You're getting paid a lot of money to do it. You move positions, okay, so be it. But I just feel like he thinks that he can just rely on his athleticism and his talent over becoming a really good baseball player. And I don't think he cares to be that.
Well, I don't know what over talent there is that he's maybe referring to, because he wasn't good enough to play shortstop.
This is me. This is not him. He's not referring to this is me. This is just my assessment of it.
I know. But I'm saying, like, on top of that, like, you know, he wasn't good enough to be that. No, because I agree with you. He acts not great out there. Like, he acts like he doesn't know what's going on, you know, from a baseball IQ standpoint. So I'm with it. So I'm saying, like, still good.
No.
Good.
No. And you know what? You do want to rely on some people to help you, and I'm sure Brian Reynolds and even Tommy Pham is helping him in the outfield and, you know, some of the coaching, but he has to want to do it first. Like, you can only help people who want helped. And I don't think he does. I don't think he cares to be that good baseball player. Have the acumen of baseball. I think he just wants to show that he's a good athlete, he's strong, that he's fast, that he's big, that he can hit hard at times, that he can make a throw from the outfield to home plate. I think that's what he cares about, and that's a shame. That is a shame, and I don't know how to get it out of him. I don't know if the Pirates ever will get it out of him. And he's going to show some great flashes because he is talented. So he's going to show some great flashes where you're like, man, like, that is an all-star caliber player. But then he'll go revert back to just being the athlete and not the baseball player, and that's a shame. Coming up next, the Yankees are going to torpedo themselves in here on Friday. They are. They've been playing some good baseball. Talk about the Yankees next. This is Callas' favorite baseball team. Are they? We'll talk about them next. Never mind. I was going to say something. We'll talk about them next. But first, the Callas headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play against the Tampa Bay Rays tonight. They stay in Florida. They're going to start a 3-game series against the Rays. Tonight's game 7 o'clock. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage starts at 6, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, you go to 937thefan.com, and now it is Dorn.
The Mac Discount app has brought the competitor out in me. I log on to the app, I find an item that I want, I put a bid on it, and then the fun begins to see if I win my bid at a discounted price. Robinson, Washington, Monroeville, Pittsburgh Mills, Butler, Beaver Falls, Uniontown. That's 7 warehouses in western Pennsylvania. It's super easy to get started. Just register an account at mac.bid or download the free app. All items are graded like new. Open box or damaged. Pictures are provided as well, plus a link to learn more about the product so you know what to expect. Have you heard about Instant Win? If you got to have it now, you can instantly secure your savings with just a click. Bidding is easy. You could even set a max bid price and allow the app to bid for you. Once you win, you just go to the warehouse location, pick up your items. It's that simple. Come be a part of the Mac Discount family. Download the app or visit their website, mac.bid. Mac Discount. It's a game changer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush lining up in the usual spots, plus a few new wrinkles. This report brought to you by NJM Insurance. Parkway West, you are jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East lines up at Edgewood Twistvale to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 steady for the most part, gets heavier past the 31st Street Bridge into the north side. And, of course, today, the first morning rush, you'll have to deal with the crossover on McKnight Road. All 4 lanes have been crossed over into the northbound side, where it's single lane each direction on the bridge over Babcock Boulevard as work begins on that span today. In addition, the ramp from Babcock to the inbound side of McKnight Road is closed for the duration of the construction. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM Insurance offices lies a room of rejected mascot memorabilia. Is it real? No one knows. But we do know NJM is proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It's not if it's gonna happen, it's when it happens. What you gonna do? I'm talking about an accident. When it happens, what you gonna do? Do you have a plan? If you had to be out of work for the next 6 months right now, do you have a plan? What's your plan? If the doctor told you on bed rest right now, you can't wash yourself. You can't do nothing for yourself. Do you have a plan? This is real life. I have a plan. I'm calling Top Dog. He gotta go bite him. Whoever put me in this situation, he gotta go bite him. I want top dollar for this. The pain, top dollar. The loss, top dollar. Everything I lost, I want it back plus more. Top Dog Law.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hard hit ball to short, scooped up and tossed to second. Quick turnaround, it's going to be close. Throws it to first and he's out. Double play.
A Pirates double play is a well-oiled machine, just like Valvoline Instant Oil Change. We'll change your oil in about 15 minutes while you stay in your car. The only thing that'll be out here is your old oil. Drive into your neighborhood Pittsburgh location today. No appointment needed. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is a proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-298-7182. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-298-7182. 800-298-7182. 800-298-7182.
Do you know the difference between type 1 diabetes, T1D, and type 2 diabetes, T2D? Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease that is not preventable, and nearly 9 million people are living with T1D globally. If you or someone you love is living with T1D, your local Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF chapter, is here to support you. Visit breakthrought1d.org to find your local type 1 diabetes support network today.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Dickerson, Callas here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Listen to the Starkey Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contest run every Wednesday through Friday at 12 p.m. at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Callas, you love the Yankees, right? Like, is that your favorite sports team?
Yeah.
Like, hands down, favorite sports team?
Mm-hmm.
So you're really excited for Friday?
Yes.
Very, very excited.
Mm-hmm.
Are they cheating?
Why do you say that?
You know why I say it.
No.
Don't try to defend the Yankees. They're using bats that are like I've never seen a baseball bat like that in my life. I asked you this morning, I said, what are those bats called? You said they're torpedoes. They're the only team using them. Are they That's cheating. They're moving the area of where the barrel is, if I'm not mistaken, right? How are they not cheating? How are they the only team to be able to do this and to know about doing this?
I don't know the exact Major League Baseball rule. I know big barrel bats have been illegal in like Little League. In those leagues, like you have to, like the length of the bat and the ounce of the bat in like Pony League and in Colt and high school has to be like the difference of that has to be 3 or fewer. Like -3 is what it's called.
Okay.
I don't know what the regulations are in baseball because usually bats are just carved to meet that requirement because they just have been. Like, it's just something that I don't know. Like, I've never done research on this before. Like, it feels illegal, but I don't know if there's a rule against having big barrel wood bats in Major League Baseball.
Like, everybody always tries to find an edge in sports, and especially at the highest level. It's just very odd to me that now people, and especially the Yankees, are the one team that figured this out. Now, I could be wrong. There could be other teams that have done it in the past, and nobody really cared about it because they weren't the Yankees. And now people care about it because they are the Yankees. I could be wrong. But it's just very odd that the Yankees have odd-shaped bats compared to everybody else.
I wouldn't call it necessarily figuring something out. Like, the Yankees are a good enough team where they'll rely on hitting home runs to win games. But, like, that bat's probably top-heavy at that point, so, like, you're not going to have as much control with it as you would with a bat that was evenly spaced. So you're putting – again, I wouldn't – they figured out a strategy. They haven't figured out the answer to hitting – in general, like, because you're sacrificing contact for power, which is the game of baseball that's played now. You found a new way to hit for power, but again, you're gonna sacrifice contact. That bat's gonna be harder to stop because it's top heavy.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how it works. I mean, they've hit 15 home runs in their first 3 games.
Right. Well, I will say this: Aaron Judge does not use that type of bat, and he's hit 4 home runs.
Mm-hmm.
He does not.
It was Jazz Chisholm was actually the first. That was the one. I saw Dan Zangrilli tweet about it this weekend, and I was like, oh, wow.
Did you see it? I saw just Jazz Chisholm, and maybe somebody – was there somebody else that used it too?
I only saw Jazz online. Because I didn't go into too much research about it. I was just like, oh, that's interesting. And it feels illegal. I don't know that it is, though.
Well, I don't think it's going to matter this coming series on Friday. It's not going to matter. They could use the little knee baseball bats. Like, what are the little ones that you used to play with whenever you were younger?
I don't know what they're called, but they were tiny, yes.
Yeah, those little
bats.
The
souvenir bats. You ever see those?
Yes. The souvenir bats that we all used to collect a little bit when we were younger and then played knee baseball in your basement and kind of hit a tennis ball. They could use that against the Pirates and they'll beat them.
I don't know if I'd use that bat. Oh, yeah. I don't know if I'd use that bat against Skeens, though. I think Skeens.
You don't think with the way that he pitches and how fast, and if you just get some contact and you hit the right spot, like, that thing's going.
Right, but also if you don't, like, that's luck at that point because you'd be swinging to guess in that case. So I don't necessarily think it's a game of skill. It's a game of can you get lucky and guess where Paul Skeens is going to throw this next pitch.
Very interesting.
Yes.
I guess we'll see. That was very weird. I didn't dive into it. I was going to text Dan because he was up in arms about it. But it's just very odd that the Yankees are doing something different than everybody else.
Should they regulate it eventually? Maybe.
Yeah.
Because it might not be good for the game.
Right. We'll see. We'll see how many home runs are hit. I mean, Jazz Chisholm, the first time that, I saw him up to, well, actually it was in the second game of the series, and then he hits a home run with that bat. So, interesting. We'll find out. We'll see. We'll see if the Yankees are cheaters or not. Your Yankees, Callas. All right, coming up next, I just want to apologize and say that I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what I'm going to talk about next on the Fan Morning Show.
If few rain showers for your Monday morning with high temperatures into the upper 60s this afternoon. Rain showers continue on and off, then becoming mostly cloudy tonight with lows in the low 30s. Mostly sunny Tuesday with highs right around 50 degrees, and Tuesday night lows into the upper 30s and partly cloudy skies. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDKA First Alert Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Look, there's feelings and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. You know, there was a time if you handed me a bread basket at a restaurant, you better pull it away quick. Bread, pasta, pizza, carbs, they were my kryptonite. And boy, did they have a hold on me. But then came Awaken 180 weight loss. Now listen, I've tried a lot of different diets, but Awaken 180, it's different. It's not a diet. It's a new outlook on life. That craving for carbs, the one we've all somehow convinced ourselves is just normal, it's gone. We get used to certain foods being pushed our way. We don't know any different. Now listen, I still eat pizza, I'll eat bread, I'll eat carbs, but I don't need them. And that's the difference. So now, 7 out of 10 times, the waiter drops that bread basket, I'll just smile. I know that I can handle myself. Awaken 180 has been a game change, a life change, and it will be for you too. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com. It will change your life, enhance your life. Trust me.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira-joyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at Walmart.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush getting even more crowded. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Parkway West, your inbound delays are now near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East heavy at Edgewood Twistvale. Route 28 delays now heavy from the 40th Street Bridge in toward the north side. No problems on the Parkway North. And of course, you have that new traffic pattern on Route 65 and the McKees Rocks Bridge. No access to northbound Route 65 or Brighton Heights Boulevard as crews begin work on that intersection. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Free for life. Just by saying that, you already know I'm referring to Awaken 180. They're the only company providing it. Fast, proven weight loss, and then keep it off thanks to free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Time is 7:05. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Doran Dickerson here with you. Nicholas Harry Callas behind the glass. And I wanted to say I'm sorry. Callas, you know why I'm sorry for what I'm about to talk about?
I don't.
I really want to apologize to everybody right now. I want to apologize to everybody because, you just, every week you turn on the Fan Morning Show and you're like, all right, like I'm going to start off my week like this. I'm going to start off my week going into work. Mondays are hard. You just want to wake up and you're like, all right, I need an outlet to just start my week off right. So I have to apologize for sounding like a broken record and having to talk about Aaron Rodgers again right now. I'm sorry that I have to talk about Aaron Rodgers, but I have to talk about him. I don't want to. I know you don't want to hear about Aaron Rodgers right now, again and again, whenever nothing has changed with the Pittsburgh Steelers, but I have to talk about him. Mike Tomlin, the media, they're down in Palm Beach for the owners' meetings, and Mike Tomlin spoke to the media yesterday. And now, whenever some of these things, I'm going to read some quotes here throughout the show, and I apologize again that I don't really necessarily know who asked the question, so I apologize, and I'm just going to read them. And, that Brooke Pryor was there. Kabali, who's going to join us at 9, he was down there. Mike DeFable, I believe, was down there. Jerry Dulac was down there. So it was one of those Steelers media probably asked these questions. So there, I gave them their credit right there by just saying their name, and I'm just going to read these and then react to them. Also, Jason Mackey, we'll get right back into the Pirates at 7:35. Jason Mackey will come on and he'll break down what he saw throughout this series against the Marlins with the Pirates coming up in about, 20-some minutes. But, okay, here's topic one and question one, I believe, about Aaron Rodgers. What's plan B if you don't get Rodgers? This was asked to Mike Tomlin yesterday. Mike Tomlin does speak again today, I've been told, to the media. What's plan B if you don't get Aaron Rodgers? Mike Tomlin's answer: I don't know if we are identifying anything as plan A, plan B, or plan C. We're just simply looking at the field of available people, whether it's free agency or the draft, and making decisions and gathering information accordingly. So, what's plan B if you don't get Aaron Rodgers? Was asked to Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin's response was, don't know if we have a plan A, plan B, or plan C. Oof, man. So you're trying to tell me that Mike Tomlin's trying to tell me that the Pittsburgh Steelers don't have a plan at quarterback. Right now. It's March 31st. From my recollection, players will start to report mid-April, around there. Obviously, draft will go on end of April, and then draft picks will get there in the beginning of May. And you don't have a plan A, B, or C for quarterback. And you're going to look at the available people in free agency or the draft. Now, I will say this. The available people in free agency is nobody. I mean, who's available? Who's available right now in free agency? They got free agent quarterback. I mean, maybe I'm missing somebody other than Aaron Rodgers that you would think that could be a plan A or plan B. Now, I know that the draft is coming around, but are you really telling us that you could possibly reach for a plan A, plan B, or plan C on a quarterback in the draft this year? Jackson Dart? If Shedeur Sanders falls? I know that this is what Mike Tomlin wants to do. Let's keep everybody guessing, but to me, like, they're telling me that you don't have a plan at all. Like, Rodgers isn't even a plan A. Mason's not even a plan B. Mason's not a plan A. I mean, hell, for all we could take right now is Jalen Milroe could be plan A. That's what I'm taking from this. Like, you don't have a plan for quarterback? Like, should Rodgers, like, if you're asking that question and you're Mike Tomlin and you're fielding that question, shouldn't your answer be like, yes, Aaron Rodgers is our plan A right now? Full stop. Yes, that's our plan A. And if that doesn't work, we're going to have to go to a different plan A, which we have a plan B on our roster right now. So you don't have it, so you don't know what you're doing at quarterback again? This is like 3-4 years in a row. You know, I mean, Kenny Pickett going into last season, it still wasn't, I don't think it was like a full-time plan A. Like, it was going into a second year. You don't know what he was going to give you. And look how that ended. You're going into Kenny Pickett's rookie year with Mitch Trubisky. So you didn't have a plan there. You drafted Kenny. You thought you had a plan. Didn't work out. Go with Kenny, then go with Mitch, then go with Mason. That's not a plan. Last year, you get Russell Wilson for $1.2 million. You trade for Justin Fields. You know, one guy was in pole position. One guy, then he gets hurt, and then the other guy goes in. Then you bench him, and then put the other guy back in, and now they're both gone. So this is going on 3 seasons, 3 off seasons, basically, 3 or 4, that you don't have a plan at quarterback? Yikes. Yikes. We've talked about Mike Tomlin and how he handles quarterbacks in the past, and this is not. I don't think that this is. I could be totally off base right now, but I don't think that this should be heartwarming to anybody. Like, if it's Aaron Rodgers or not, shouldn't he be plan A? You would think if you're investing this much time in waiting for Aaron Rodgers, and there's some other quotes that we'll get into that kind of wrap this together. But you're clearly waiting for Aaron Rodgers. You're investing time of meeting with Aaron Rodgers, getting to know Aaron Rodgers. From all the reports that we've heard, it's not about financials at this point. That has been kind of sewn up. So how is he not the plan A? You're just telling us that you don't have a plan at quarterback. That is very, very interesting. I did not expect Mike Tomlin's answers to be that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I did not expect him to go out there and blatantly say that we don't have a plan at quarterback right now, and our plan at quarterback could come in the next month or so, or even 2 months. Not a good place to be. Yes, Callas.
I have a theory.
Yes.
Do you think maybe he's just saying that to not give Aaron Rodgers more leverage? Because the more desperate the Steelers become, the more money he can ask for.
I guess, but from what I've heard, like that it's not about the financials at this point.
No.
I think it's a 1-year deal around like 25 million. Like, I think
then what's he waiting for? Jeez.
It's I don't know. I don't know. But for Tomlin to say that, like, I'm confused because, like, he's clearly the plan A because you're waiting for him. If he wasn't the plan A, I mean, he's definitely not the plan B or C.
Yeah.
If he wasn't the plan A, then you wouldn't be investing this time. I don't know. Like,
maybe Rodgers is. I mean, I don't know. I think maybe Rodgers is trying to squeeze out a few more million, even if the reports say it's not the case.
Maybe he is.
And maybe I want 30 now.
And of course, Mike Tomlin. I probably, if you get into his brain, he understands why he said this because he wants to play the media and keep everybody guessing, and not really show his cards. So some way that he has an angle to this. But to me, it's like it's kind of blatant that Aaron Rodgers is your plan A, and if that does not go through, then you have to go to plan B, which is probably Mason Rudolph, and plan C would to be draft a quarterback. I don't see any other plans unless you have a trade up your sleeve. for a quarterback out there. Unless you have a trade that's up your sleeve that you're working on and you're negotiating a trade for like a Kyler Murray or something right now, okay, then I'm wrong. But I don't see that happening at this point right now. And to me, it's pretty cut and dry who plan A, B, and probably C is. I don't see the point in all that in saying that there's no plan a quarterback, because there clearly is a plan a quarterback. A, B, and C. Very, very odd. Very, very odd. He's also open to going with a quarterback other than Aaron Rodgers that we're all familiar with. So we'll clearly talk about him next and what that could look like for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And now, Callas headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they played yesterday and won in overtime, 1-0 over the Ottawa Senators. Penguins have another game coming up on Thursday. They're going to play the St. Louis Blues on the road, and the Penguins, including that game against the Blues, have 7 games left on the regular season schedule. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
From upsets to buzzer beaters, get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. The Final Four is set. Florida, Auburn, Duke, Houston. I like Florida giving 2.5 points to Auburn, and Duke giving 4.5 points to Houston in a parlay. You put those together, you get odds of plus 250 all tournament long. New customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It's an annual rite of spring. Athletic directors and men's basketball coaches move up to greener pastures. But it was not a good look at my alma mater, Maryland, when A.D. Damon Evans bolted for SMU and Coach Kevin Willard left for Villanova. The Maryland community feels like we were played by both of these men. I'm Boomer Esiason.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Being on the sidelines is one thing. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Check out BetMGM Originals for dozens of markets you won't find anywhere else. Take a shot at our exciting free-to-play games for your chance at scoring odds boost tokens, bonus bets, and many other prizes. Plus, new players can score up to $1,500 in bonus bets if their first bet loses. From the big dogs to the underdogs, March matchups at BetMGM is a player's best friend. Sign up to catch the excitement and experience college hoops like never before with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense reminds you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. Subject to eligibility requirements and rewards may vary. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life.
Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Eliminate your ED issues long term. Call NewFlow at 412-784-9000. Be that guy again.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning.
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound delays near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East is heavy at Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Some outbound heavy traffic as well as you head past 2nd Avenue. Inbound Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass, and then again past the 31st Street Bridge. And it's the first morning rush you're putting up with the changes on McKnight Road. It's a single lane each direction crossed over to the northbound lanes. Southbound is closed because they're starting work on the bridge over Babcock Boulevard. In addition, the ramp from Babcock to southbound or inbound McKnight Road is closed as that phase continues. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Jason Mackey will join us next. He'll break down the Pirates-Marlins series, which we took an hour in the first hour by just giving our thoughts of how the Pirates have started the season. Pirates take on Tampa Bay tonight. Majinski, Callas, he's starting pitching tonight, right? I think. Pretty sure.
Yes.
Yes. Majinski will be on the mound, and I think it's set up. I did read somewhere that I think it's set up that Mitch Keller will be on the mound on the home opener on Friday, and then the next game, I think Skeens will be the starting pitcher. So you'll get Skeens possibly, I believe, against the Yankees, which will be fun. Yankees are off to a fast start and to a hot start, but yes.
I don't know about that. Skeens looks like he's MLB.com right now says he's pitching on Wednesday against the Rays. So we might not see him against the Yankees.
Oh, so we might not see him.
That's a bummer.
That is a bummer.
Not against he'll pitch in the home stretch because they play another one against the Cardinals after that, but he probably won't pitch against the Yankees, it looks like.
Well, that's a bummer. That is a bummer. But, I mean, business-wise, I mean, you're not going to really need to sell tickets because, one, it's the Yankees. Two, it's the home opener. So You don't really need Skeens to start in that series. You would just love to see him go against Aaron Judge and the Yankees, but that is a bummer if that is to be true. Then I'm wrong. That stinks. But seems to be true right now is if you look at the Steelers roster, Mason Rudolph is the starting quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and Mike Tomlin, I believe, alluded to whenever he was at the owners' meetings yesterday that they'd feel comfortable with Mason Rudolph being the starting quarterback. I mean, I would too. Honestly, at this point, like if you don't get Aaron Rodgers, I feel like any quarterback that is serviceable can be the starter of the Steelers because of what the weapons are around him. And having DK Metcalf and having George Pickens, he also talked about those two and what they can do together as a receiving core this coming season. We'll talk about that later when Pat Bostic joins the show. But I think Mason Rudolph is definitely capable of holding the fort down, I guess, until next year. Like, this is all, to me, if we look at this in a vacuum, like, I do believe that Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers do have a plan. They just didn't want to say what the plan actually is to the media, even though that we all know what the plan actually is. Plan A, Plan B, Plan C. It is Aaron Rodgers. It is Mason Rudolph as a backup, and it's maybe a draft pick or Skylar Thompson as the third. But if they have to go with Mason Rudolph this year, I think that they'd be fine. I think that they would be right around exactly where they are every year, 10 wins, 9 wins, probably make the playoffs, probably lose in the first round of the playoffs. But I think Mason Rudolph would do fine if he is the starter this year. But this is all kind of pushed together into a pile to ignite a draft pick next year for a quarterback. Now, I asked a bunch of scouts. I was at Pitt Pro Day last week, and a bunch of scouts were there. And I know a bunch of scouts over the years, and talking with them, they all have a consensus that this draft coming up in 2026 isn't a great draft yet. It is a deep draft. There's a lot of quarterbacks. There's a lot of unknowns for the quarterbacks in the draft coming up. I mean, you don't really know about the Sellers kid out of South Carolina. You don't know how the kid out of Tennessee is going to pan out, and you definitely don't know what Arch Manning is going to do. So for us to just anoint that this is a really good, stellar, big-time pedigree quarterback draft, I think we should pump our brakes a little bit because we don't know exactly what these guys are going to do and how they're going to pan out this coming season. So I think it's more of a deep draft next year than a talented laden draft. But it seems to if you're following the Steelers and following all the moves that they've made and the guys that they let walk and the compensatory picks that they get from those guys, you could see the Steelers planning to put all those together to trade up to get one of those quarterbacks in next year's draft, unless that they're in love with somebody in this year's draft that they think would be really good in next year's draft too. As I've said for a long time, that's how I grade quarterbacks whenever they're draft picks. Like, where would they go in the following year or the previous year? Would they be in the same spot? That's how I can get a true evaluation. Like, this year's draft for quarterbacks it's not great. There's only 2-3 guys that, maybe even just 2 guys that you would consider first-round picks. But the Steelers could absolutely reach for somebody. They could absolutely reach, or they could actually have somebody fall into their lap that they didn't expect to, but they have high on their board, like a Shedeur Sanders. I could see them taking him. I know that people don't want that. I understand. I'm not necessarily saying that I want that, but if Shedeur Sanders somehow slips, like if you think Cam Ward, I can see the Giants still taking a quarterback, even though they signed Russell Wilson to, $10 million guaranteed? What if the Titans are like, we're going to take Abdul Carter, so that pushes everybody down? What if the Browns take Travis Hunter, and then the Giants, they take Cam Ward? I mean, if you go through the draft, not everybody else really needs quarterbacks, so if Shedeur Sanders slips, I could see the Steelers taking him, and that could be a part of the plan as well this year, and not taking a quarterback next year. But I do think that the ultimate plan is to take that quarterback next year unless somebody falls. But, man, if they reach for like a Jackson Dart, oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. I really hope that they don't make that decision again. I think Jackson Dart's going to be a really good NFL quarterback. I just don't think he's going to be a good NFL quarterback here. I think they'd be right in the same situation that they were in with Kenny if they do something like that. They could go so many ways in the first round, clearly. They can go defensive line. They can go running back. They can go receiver. They can go quarterback. They can really go anywhere. And I don't think anybody really has a beat on what they want to do in the first round at this point. And we're getting closer and closer. We're about, a month away until the NFL draft. So Next year, I do believe that that's what they're pushing their chips in for. But Mason Rudolph, getting back to him, I think that if it all doesn't go as planned and he is the guy, I think that they are okay with that. That's why I think that he is the plan B. Mike Tomlin said he doesn't have plan A, plan B, plan C. Mason Rudolph is definitely the plan B that could be the plan A. And they're okay with that. And they should be okay with that. Because Mason Rudolph can still play football. He was in a bad situation last year. I mean, the Titans were garbage. They were awful. And, he's starting a game, then he's sitting a game. Will Levis is hurt, then he's not hurt. It was a bad situation, I think, for Mason Rudolph last year. He could still play football. And if you have George Pickens and DK Metcalf, Pat Freiermuth, those weapons, you should be able to do pretty decent. And I think that the Steelers would be okay right there. But I like, full stop, Aaron Rodgers is the plan A still. And he always will be. He absolutely always will be. He always has been. Well, at least for the last month. I just don't know nobody knows what he's like dwelling over. It's something that doesn't have to do with financials. It's something that has to do with probably something very little that the Steelers aren't willing to sell right now. They aren't willing to sell to their team, to their franchise, or to Aaron Rodgers right now. That Aaron Rodgers is being held up. That is for sure. All right, Jason Mackey, he is going to join the Fan Morning Show next. We're going to break down Pirates-Marlins series, and the Pirates head to Tampa Bay, and they take on the Rays tonight. So we'll talk to Mackey and get his breakdown of what happened in these first 4 games of the Pirates season. Coming up next, but first, to Cal's headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they play tonight, and they start a new 3-game series with the Tampa Bay Rays, stay in the same state, just playing the American League team. 7 o'clock, again, that's the start time of the game. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage starts at 6 o'clock. Dan Zangrilli is hosting the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at that time. Listen on the radio, listen on the free Odyssey app. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Camlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you know what time it is right now? I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About truck month that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, truck month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com because it is truck month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So schultzford.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for truck month.
You're invited to the Dick's House of Sport 1-year anniversary celebration at Ross Park Mall from Saturday to Sunday, April 5th to the 6th. Have a chance to meet Pittsburgh cornerback Joey Porter Jr. on Saturday, April 5th from noon to 1:30 p.m. Plus, check out special giveaways and more. And while you're there, climb the rock wall, swing in our golf simulators, test your skills on the field, and score spring's hottest new arrivals. A weekend of fun awaits. Visit Dix.com/House of Sport for details.
Hey, you! Yeah, you! Now's the perfect time to get even stronger at Planet Fitness. Save $28 or more when you join today for just $1 down, $15 a month. Mix up your routine or create a customized workout plan with free fitness training. That's right, certified trainers, unlimited sessions with best-in-class equipment. Plus, there's over 2,700 convenient locations to choose from, with most open 24 hours. Save $28 or more today when you join Planet Fitness for just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends April 11th. See Home Club for details.
Look, there's feelings, and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is, you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Look at that smart Callas.
I usually don't like to let Country Roads join the rotation when Crowley's not here, but you
messed up?
I didn't see it.
No, he messed up. Nice. It's almost funny now because they're just going through so much turmoil. So I actually enjoy it.
Maybe I'll put this song to some circus music. I'll put the two together. Man.
Yes, that sounds good. Yeah, have a little surprise for Crowley tomorrow. Tomorrow's April Fool's Day too. Ooh.
Oh, I'm scared.
Oh. Yes.
I know you like April Fool's Day.
I do a little bit. I was supposed to be born on April Fool's Day, but I was born the day before. So, could have been an April Fool's baby. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. This guy's not a fool. Jason Mackey. Jason, how you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I love that transition. This guy's not a fool.
No, you're not. You're not a fool. You're very logical. You're honest. And, I texted you last night because we're gonna have you on Fridays now moving forward from 9 to 10 to close out the week and to head into the weekend and talk about Pirates, talk about all kinds of things, which will be great. I can't wait for it. But I texted you last night you were a part of the series with the Pirates. They went 1-3 against the Marlins. The Marlins aren't a great baseball team, and I want to get your perspective, so I'm going to give you the floor right now. And where you are at right now after those 4 games to start the season for the Pirates, what is your outlook? How are you feeling?
Oh, well, I was down in Miami on Thursday, Doran. Not feeling great. Not feeling great. I've tried to maintain perspective that it's just 4 of 162, and a part of that is true. That's also not a defense of how things have gone. They need to change. They need to change in a hurry. How the Pirates are losing is what's scary to me. Even the Marlins, if you just get beat for 4, whatever. It's a long season. It happens. Maybe the bats are sleepy. The fundamental miscues, the stuff that's preventable, the winning on the margins, all the stuff that we heard through spring that's going to be fixed. And especially after this off season, how frustrating it was, how much confidence needs to be restored with the fan base. You went out and obliterated it. And I understand they're not as bad as they played over the past 4. But this stuff needs to change and change in a hurry. I know it's a cliche. You can't win the division early on, but you can certainly lose it. If this doesn't change, I don't know where the ramifications go, what happens, but it was just that bad, man. Really bad.
Is it unfair to put too much pressure on O'Neal Cruz and some of the mistakes that he has gone through these first 4 games? Is it unfair or is it fair? Because I feel like it's fair. He's a professional athlete.
Yep.
I know that you're moving positions, but to me, he is an athlete that has a lot of talent that just doesn't care about being a good baseball player. He just cares about being a good athlete, hitting the ball hard, throwing the ball far, and running fast. That's just my perspective. Yeah. That's my outlook. But is that unfair?
So here's where I come down on that. I don't know enough to say if he cares or not. I think he cares. I'd like to think that he cares. I always get weird about judging a professional athlete's care factor. I mean, you know more than anybody how much goes into that, and it's not fair for some media idiot like myself to call that into question. I don't know everything. I do know what fundamental baseball looks like, and O'Neal Cruz is not playing it. I do know how simple it is to learn to hit the cutoff man and how detrimental it is when you don't do that. And he's not playing anywhere near good enough in center field right now. That's a pretty obvious statement to make. Why is that not happening? I don't know. I don't think it's lack of effort. What I saw in spring was a guy who was determined to make things better. I don't have a magic answer for why that hasn't clicked, but it's unacceptable. I don't know what you do. It's kind of a long-winded way of answering your question, Doran, but it's just a tough dynamic, man. Because, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Are you going to sit him? You're not going to sit him. You need his bat. You going to play him at short? Not really. I thought Isaiah Kiner-Falefa after the first game was pretty good. You have to get through to him. You have to teach him. And I don't know. I look at the way they're coaching, teaching, all of this stuff. 6 years in, they should have better results right now. Maybe it's 4 games. I hope it's just 4 games. I hope this is a flashpoint and a turnaround for their season. But there's a lot of, the thread that would go through all of this is just fundamental miscues and basic baseball stuff they should be doing better.
Jason Mackey of the Post-Gazette joining the Fan Morning Show right now. Every time that I look at your tweet or even Noah House tweet of saying that Holderman or Bednar is warming up and about to go in, I hold my breath. Can those guys ever figure it out? Are they going to figure it out this year? Because it seems like they're taking what they did last year, and it's the same. It's copy-paste this year.
Yeah, maybe they can, but it needs to be not in leverage roles right now. If you're Derek Shelton, I don't know how you can go back to those guys in the 8th and 9th right now. And they've had Dennis Santana pitch pretty well. Ryan Barucki looked good. Caleb Ferguson. I even like Justin Lawrence, some of his stuff over the past couple of days, a recent pickup. You just can't do it. You can't do it until they execute pitches more consistently. They're both kind of in the same boat, Doran. Colin Holderman's throwing that sweeper. The thing looks nasty. And then he leaves a pitch right out over the zone, and it just can't happen. Bednar is kind of the same way. He might throw 1 or 2 that are good and on location and then misses. And you bounce the splitter last night, the way that game ended. There's just the consistency is not there to trust them in a lead, a close game, a save situation. So I'd like to think they can figure it out. I like those guys. They're good people. They work their tails off. They have talent. I don't want to discount them, but I can't continue to give them leverage innings right now.
Jason, I feel like we rely on hope a lot for the Pirates seasons, over the years. You hope that they could have some internal improvement. You hope that they can figure it out. You hope that they can replicate what they did last year up until the All-Star break, and we just rely on that all the time. Give us some positives that we could rest our hope on. Is there any positives that you took from this series that it's like, okay, like that could unfold in being something positive?
Oh, goodness. That's a tough one right now, Doran. That it's only 4 games.
Wow.
It's about, what else can you say? What else can you say? Nobody looked particularly good. I don't know. Brian Reynolds had a good couple of games. O'Neal Cruz homer was solid. Jack Sawinski looked okay in a couple of at-bats. But I'm not going to sit here and explain that how they played in Miami was okay because a couple of small things. Like the starting pitching was good. I guess we could say that. But I don't know how much it matters if the starting pitching is good if the bullpen just obliterates a lead that it's handed. So I guess Noah and I were talking about this post-game yesterday. If there's a benefit to me, it's that you realize, look, this is what it's not supposed to look like. It's very early on. We need to kind of have a come to Jesus moment right now and just be honest with ourselves and say, what we're doing is not working. This has to change in a hurry.
It is very early right now, and that's kind of what I'm just, sitting back and I'm like, all right, just relax a little bit. It is early, but say that these issues and say that this does continue until the end of April. Is it realistic to think that Derek Shelton could be on the hot seat during the season and could potentially they could make a move at that spot at the end of April?
Yeah, potentially. Yeah. I think you're flirting with a smaller sample size than you maybe want at the end of April. I think they'd probably prefer to give the team more runway. But if I'm answering the question in the context of what we saw over the past 4 days, like if you're extrapolating that out over another month, I don't know how if you're Bob Nutting, you don't look at that and say, stuff's wrong, I got to fix it. And I realize people listening to that comment are going to be like, I can see that right now things are wrong. They need to I understand it. But if you're running the business and you're trying to take kind of a sober look at it, I would have no problem at the end of April, Doran, if all of this continues, you make the move. I mean, I think that's a perfectly logical look. I think you need to give more than 4 games just because baseball is the way it is. But yeah, anyway, if we're looking at this at the end of April and nothing has changed and they're playing poor fundamental baseball and they're losing a bunch, totally fair move to make.
Jason, are these torpedo bats that the Yankees are using, is that fair?
I think so.
Have you seen anybody else use these before, or was this the first time?
I have not. I knew that teams play around with that sort of stuff. That one of the things that's not really talked about in here are puck bats. You've seen puck bats, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the increased handle, and they're screwing around with the cup on the top and how much wood's taken out there. So, I mean, you're displacing wood to have a bat feel a certain way. It's within the confines of the rules, man. I know they look weird, but they're not violating any rules. I don't know if I could swing one personally.
Mm-hmm.
I was such a feel kind of guy, and I'd look down at it and be weird, but I don't think they're doing anything wrong. What about you?
Now that you explained it, no. I mean, if it's in the confines of the rules, then no, they're not. But I just like to come at the Yankees because they're the Yankees. And
sure.
I know that they're coming to Pittsburgh. Too. Yeah, and I know that they're going to throttle the Pirates. So, they're going to use these bats, and it's going to be a talking point, and a lot of content is going to be surrounding these bats, and that's going to be the excuse that the Pirates use whenever they lose to the Yankees this coming weekend. Jason, thank you so much. We will talk to you on Friday.
Always a pleasure, man. See you then. Thanks, Doran.
Talk to you. 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase presented by Sheets. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com, brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. I don't understand. I don't think that they're going to miraculously figure this out anytime soon. Like I said earlier, if you're listening in the 6 o'clock hour, they're going to go on their hot streaks. I don't know how long those hot streaks will be, but they'll get us bought back in. But I just don't know how you could sustain that and also sustain this, if that makes sense. It's just I think that this is the same team that you got last year. We're just going to get there in a different way. Same team you had last year, same organization you had last year, same wins, same losses as last year. Just going to get there a different way. That's what it's going to come down to. And I hate to be so doom and gloom, but that's just the reality of the situation. Coming up next, I have a big shout out to give. But first, a Callas headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Tampa Bay Rays play tonight at 7 o'clock, and that is a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 6 o'clock. Be hosted by Dan Zangrilli, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound delays solid at the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Seeing some heavier traffic coming off of the North Shore Expressway and across the lower deck at the Fort Duquesne Bridge toward town. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass, and then again approaching Millvale to the north side. And the Parkway North is heavy around the bend at Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Nicholas Callas here from the Fan Morning Show. I remember last March pretty vividly. I dropped 40 pounds with weight loss medications. The weight loss was great. Definitely thought I could lose more, but I couldn't keep taking the pills and injections. I wasn't allowed to eat more than 1,000 calories all day, because if I did, I was going to have to use the closest trash can. So I stopped taking them, and sure enough, the weight all came right back. That was my experience, and I can only speak to that. As you know, I've since started Awaken 180, and I wanted to tell you that story to demonstrate just how different Awaken 180 is. Losing weight doesn't require feeling like I did, and doesn't have to include the short or long-term health risks. This isn't to scare you from weight loss meds. It's to tell you that there's another better option. I feel great losing weight with Awaken 180. I'm happy, I'm energetic, I'm confident, and I'm back on the baseball field. If losing weight and enjoying the process sounds good to you, then do what I did and choose the medication-free solution for weight loss. Go online for your free consultation at awaken180weightloss.com.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com. Spelled backwards or forwards, it spells the same, Zero Res.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Wash off winter with the new unlimited package at WetGo. Introducing Ultimate, featuring graphene and ceramic wax for enhanced protection, durability, and shine. New members pay just $9.99 per month for the first 3 months of unlimited washes. Sign up now and save.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at Walmart.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Dickerson, Callas here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Callas, how you doing? Like to check in?
Feeling all right.
Feeling good?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's good.
I hate talking about the Steelers this time of year, though, so I'm glad Jason got on to add a little of that in the 7 o'clock hour.
Yeah, I mean, it is baseball season, but the
You gotta talk
Steelers
about it,
roll. Right.
I don't like it.
Yeah. You don't like talking about Aaron Rodgers?
No.
You don't like talking about Mason Rudolph?
I don't think Mason Rudolph's going to play. That's the thing. It'd be more exciting for me if he played.
Yeah.
He ain't going to play, though.
Yeah. Mike Tomlin's going to talk to the media in about 20 minutes again. And he's going to get asked about Aaron Rodgers again. So we're going to talk about that with Mark Kabali. We're going to talk about that with Pat Bostic, who's joining us next. So, I mean, football is year-round, man. Like, I mean, I get it. I like to mix it up a little bit, and especially how passionate we are about other sports here in the city. But, I mean, Aaron Rodgers is the guy. He's the guy that drives the content right now, so we got to talk about him. Quick shout-out. I want to shout out the South Fayette girls basketball team who won their first state championship this past weekend. First state championship ever for the South Fayette girls basketball team. They beat, I forget, Archbishop maybe, something like that. But it's Archbishop, I think, won like 5 in a row, so they knocked them off. Shout out to the South Fayette girls basketball team. That is fantastic. Obviously, I'm a resident of South Fayette. My kids go to South Fayette, fantastic school. I remember playing South Fayette when I was younger, and they were a single-A school, and it was, just right on. We bordered, West Allegheny bordered South Fayette back in the day, and now they've become this juggernaut of a school, education, athletics, everything. And this is fantastic. And it got me thinking, out of all the levels that I was fortunate to play at, the best memories that you'll ever have is with your high school pals, man. Like, it is with your high school friends, with your high school teammates. These girls, they will talk about this whenever they're 37 years old like me, saying, remember back whenever we were 18 years old and we went up to, and played in the state championship game and we knocked off the team that was the juggernaut and we won that state championship, and we get to go back to games now and watch the current girls play and look up into the rafters and see our banner be hung. I mean, that is just fantastic. All those memories, they will live on forever. They will be the best memories, some of the best memories you'll ever have. Obviously, that's outside of having children and things of that nature. But athletically, don't know where some of these girls are going to go play college. Don't know if any of them are going to go Division I, Division II, Division III. This will be your best basketball memory forever, as long as you live. And you'll be able to come together and say that we did that together. That is awesome. That is so, so cool. Good job on them. Good job on South Fayette. Of producing that. They produce a lot of good athletes and a lot of good young people. So that was fantastic to hear over the weekend. Pat Bostic will join us next. And I apologize again. We'll talk about Aaron Rodgers. I have to apologize. Pat Bostic next on the Fan Morning Show.
A few rain showers for your Monday morning with high temperatures into the upper 60s this afternoon. Rain showers continue on and off, then becoming mostly cloudy tonight with lows in the low 30s. Mostly sunny Tuesday with highs right around 50 degrees, and Tuesday night lows into the upper 30s and partly cloudy skies. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDKA First Alert Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Attorney Advertising. Local counsel, Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It's not if it's gonna happen, it's when it happens. What you gonna do? I'm talking about an accident. When it happens, what you gonna do? Do you have a plan? If you had to be out of work for the next 6 months right now, do you have a plan? What's your plan? If the doctor told you you on bed rest right now, you can't wash yourself. You can't do nothing for yourself. Do you have a plan? This is real life. I have a plan. I'm calling Top Dog. He gotta go bite him. Whoever put me in this situation, he gotta go bite him. I want top dollar for this. The pain, top dollar. The loss, top dollar. Everything I lost, I want it back plus more. Top Dog Law.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store. There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. Visit Giant Eagle to see how easy it is to save.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home.
And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you have roof problems? Well, call Weather Seal now and get your problems fixed fast during Weather Seal's roofing sale. Get a brand new Weather Seal roofing system with no money down and 100% financing available for 24 months. Plus, get a free gutter upgrade with your purchase. That's zilch, out of pocket for 24 months or until 2027. Plus, that free gutter upgrade. Call 877-351-SEAL today or go to weathersealhomeservices.com. That's weathersealhomeservices.com.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush continues to line up for you. This report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Parkway West inbound delays at the top of Green Tree Hill, jammed to the Fort Pitt tunnels, outbound heavy from Green Tree down toward Carnegie and all the way out toward Roslyn Farms, while the Parkway East at Stacks at Wilkinsburg, Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass, Parkway North heavy around the bend at Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Get quality and convenience at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Stay in your car while our experts change your oil in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed. Just drive into your neighborhood Pittsburgh location.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Dickerson Callas here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Pat Bostic will be here in probably about 5 minutes. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. How about Kabali? He's down in Florida hanging out. I was like, hey, Kabali, can you come in a little bit early? Crowley's going to be off. I'm going to come and talk some Steelers. You usually do 9 to 10. Can you come in about 8 a.m.? He's like, oh, I'm down in Florida. Having a good time. Schmoozing around with all the coaches in the NFL. Owners' meetings is going on right now. Mike Tomlin is actually speaking right now. Callas is going to put something together. We're going to hear from Mike Tomlin in just a little bit, but it's just funny that picture every single year, and even just it's so routine. Like you see Mike Tomlin, if you saw the picture in the video that Kabali just posted, Mike Tomlin always sweating that second day of the second interviews. And I think last year he said it was like, he's getting out of the shower, or just got out of the shower, just worked out or something. I don't know, but he's always sweating in one of the interviews down in Florida. It's hilarious. Mike Tomlin was asked, again, of course, about Aaron Rodgers. This is him about, 5 minutes ago.
He's a free agent. As you guys know, he came to visit last Friday. We had a really productive day. He's been in this thing a long time. I've been in this thing a long time. But there's no substitute for, intimacy and spending time together and getting to know one another in a non-competitive environment. And so that was really good. But I don't have any new updates in terms of where the process is. We'll see where it leads us.
How unsettling is it, or is it, to not have this situation?
I'm really comfortable with being unsettled this time of year, to be quite honest with you. It's about talent acquisition. We got two main means of acquiring talent: free agency and the draft. We multitask. We do both. Those needs that we fulfill in free agency, we do so there, and when we don't, we fulfill it in the draft. And so I just learned over the years that this time of year, although day to day it can be somewhat uncomfortable, it is a process.
That was Mike Tomlin just a little bit ago. He spoke to the media again. He spoke to the media yesterday. He spoke to the media this morning. And obviously he's going to get the questions of Aaron Rodgers because, he said yesterday that doesn't necessarily know, and I'm paraphrasing, that there's a point A or the plan A, plan B, plan C. We'll see how free agency shakes out and the draft shakes out. But I think that we all can understand and read through some of the greatness here that Aaron Rodgers is plan A. And it just comes down to the fact that neither sides would waste time if there wasn't mutual and big interest in joining sides. Like, you wouldn't waste your time of talking to Aaron Rodgers saying, like, hey, I want to fly to Pittsburgh to sit down and talk, and you actually adhering to that, and you actually bringing him in and taking the time to sit down for 6+ hours to talk to this guy. Now, I don't even know. Obviously, we don't know what was talked about. I know that the financials haven't been talked about whenever Aaron Rodgers was here. Was it last week in Pittsburgh? But just getting to know each other. What do you get to know each other for if he wasn't plan A? If he wasn't plan A, like, you wouldn't waste your time. Aaron Rodgers wouldn't waste his time. They know that this thing's going to come. I believe that the Aaron Rodgers will be a Pittsburgh Steelers. Don't know when, but I do believe that it's almost basically done at this point. At this point, it's basically done. I believe that Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to participate in OTAs, doesn't want to participate in mini camps, doesn't want to participate really in training camp. And it's hard for the Steelers and Mike Tomlin to tell guys like Cam Hayward, TJ Watt, Minka Fitzpatrick, some of the guys on offense, that the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers in 2025 is not going to show up and be with the team whenever you figure out what your identity is as a team. I don't think that they could jive with that. I think that's what the holdup actually is. So Mike Tomlin's obviously, and I think Jerry Dulac did tweet this, he's going to get peppered with Aaron Rodgers questions. That was one of them. Mark Kabali, he tweeted that video, so thank you to Mark for tweeting that out. We were able to use that. That's basically live. But Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers would not waste their time if there wasn't some serious mutual interest between the both of them. Aaron Rodgers wants to see if he can live in Pittsburgh, wants to check out the scene, wants to see how Mike Tomlin operates. Mike Tomlin wants to see how he operates, how he thinks of football. Do they think are they like-minded? You know how Mike Tomlin is. I think the biggest question for Aaron Rodgers, outside of him not wanting to participate in some of the activities, this is just my opinion, I think some of the questions are, and football players are smart, they understand, situations, they understand different teams, they understand different positions of those teams. They pay attention to other teams and other franchises. I think Aaron Rodgers' biggest question is, am I going to have full reign of the offense? Which is a legit question. Because it didn't seem like they gave Justin Fields, clearly, full reins of the offense. Didn't seem like they gave Russell Wilson full reins of the offense, and then Russell Wilson wanted to go rogue and be like, this is what I want to do. And I think that that's where the friction happened, and that's why they had that skid. Well, at least it was a part of why they had that skid last season. Nobody was on the same page. So if you're Aaron Rodgers, yeah, you want to know, like, am I gonna be allowed to audible? Am I going to be allowed to check into the things that I know that works? Am I going to be allowed to implement certain areas of the offense that I think could produce? Can I throw in the middle of the field? Those are some legit questions. Now, I know Mike Tomlin is the ultimate salesman, and he's done this to players before. He's going to say yes. But I wonder if Aaron Rodgers can read through that and be like, oh, is this a real yes? Or is this like, okay, we just want to get you in the building and signed on the dotted line type yes? Arthur Smith, is he willing to give up some of his control in the offense to Aaron Rodgers? I think everybody is on board with yes. I really truthfully do. I just don't know how they are going to actually execute it. It's nice to say that whenever you're face-to-face in a room without pads on and not in Acrisure Stadium and have to play a game. Yeah, that all sounds good. But whenever things and bullets start flying, will they actually let Aaron Rodgers be Aaron Rodgers? That's two of the question marks of why Aaron Rodgers hasn't signed yet and isn't here. Is the having to participate in the offseason activities and the full reins of the offense. But at the end of the day, I think Aaron Rodgers is definitely a Pittsburgh Steeler. I think Mike Tomlin knows that. I think Omar Khan knows that. I think Art II knows that. It's just a matter of time. And how to explain to the other players that they think matters. Maybe you don't think it matters. Maybe you think it does matter. I don't know. How do you explain to the other players that this guy isn't going to be here, but he's our quarterback? If I was Aaron Rodgers, I would kind of want to be there. It's not like the Steelers are going to make him practice every day. It's not like he's taking hits in practice every day. It's not like he's going to have to take every rep. But wanting to be here to learn the offense, it's very new. Aaron Rodgers was in the same offense last year that he was in Green Bay with Nate Hackett. So he knew the offense, didn't really have to be there. Only reason why he had to be there a little bit last year was to get on the same page with Garrett Wilson. But this is all new. This is a new offense. This is a new regime. This is a new team, new head coach, new receivers. I think that, as a player, if I wanted to go out on top, go out on a positive note, that I want to make sure every door or every T is crossed and every I is dotted. I would want to make sure that. But Aaron Rodgers, he's a different cat. He's a different cat. Maybe he thinks he could just roll in here at 41, 42 years old and just pick it up and get it rolling. But I do believe at the end of the day that, whenever it's all said and done, that Aaron Rodgers will be the quarterback. I think Mason Rudolph was signed and told that he was going to be the backup quarterback. He actually has a definitive role and probably was told that if we don't push this through with Aaron Rodgers, that you do have a chance of being the starter. You do have a
Stop what you're doing! Oh, hail to Pitt. It's Pat Bostic.
That scared the daylights out of me, Callas. I had no clue what was going on. I totally forgot about that the jingle, yes. The jingle of Pat Bostic. I thought that something blew up.
Well, he was on time the last couple times he was on the show, last couple weeks.
He was.
I know. This was this is new, a Monday impromptu.
Yes.
Dorm hit me up yesterday. Happy birthday, buddy.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
You wish him happy birthday?
I did.
Where's Crowley?
He's sick.
Is he?
Yeah, he's sick. Remember, wasn't he getting sick last week, too? And you were like, yeah, you're going to call off tomorrow. So I think that it kind of continued to the weekend.
Was he off Friday?
He was here Friday, but I think he kind of was like not feeling well. But yeah, we'll see.
He watched the games yesterday.
Right.
Got after it a little bit.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. How you doing? You doing all right?
I'm doing good, man.
Good.
I'm doing good.
Good. Did you watch some of the Pirate games? We'll get into Aaron Rodgers. I was just going on my spiel about Aaron Rodgers. We obviously have time to get into him, but did you watch any of the Pirate games this weekend?
I did. I watched unfortunately, I watched two of them. Both ended the same way. One went a little bit longer. I can't for the life of me understand why they sent Fam.
Yeah.
In what inning was it, Callas? It was like the 12th or 11th, and they had no out or one out, and they sent him. And it's like that's the game.
Yeah. I mean, do you want to win in the margins? And I mean, in your like you can't even win that way. Like, it is mind-boggling. And I know that it's early, Pat. I know it's early in the baseball season, but it just seems like it's copy and paste from last year. I mean, it just seems like it's the exact same team. And I said shame on me for thinking that and having the hope that they would actually be different, saying that there's going to be internal improvement, moving guys around to suffice the reasons why that they didn't spend money at certain positions. It's going to be the same team, or maybe even less.
It feels like that. I mean, when you find ways to lose like they have, I mean, I think I saw it. They're the first team since the 1924 Pirates to lose 3 consecutive games via walk-off.
Yep.
I mean, whoa.
Yeah.
And they they blew it. They blew it on in game 1 with Skeens. It's unfortunate because he's such a generational talent, but Bednar hasn't seemed to take a step. It seems to be the same, if not perhaps that's more in his head now. And this is the type of team when you're trying to dig out of something, how you start. I know they started great last year, but the way they ended last year and what you want to do to change the narrative, you've got to win games like this against, frankly, I mean, I don't think the Marlins are going to win the pennant.
No.
There's really no excuse, and they're not winning the way they need to win now.
Mm-hmm.
And imagine now when there's at-bats built up, tendencies built up, and they start playing the Yankees.
Yes.
Who have these new bats. Do you see these new bats?
Oh, yeah, we talked about them.
These new
They're
bats.
legal.
I know they're legal. They hit 9 home runs in a game with them, including like the first 3 at-bats. I mean, MIT, not only do they have a huge payroll, they now have nerds at MIT getting them juiced bats, or not juiced, but optimal bats. And you're playing them?
Yep. Yeah.
I mean,
everything's good. Everything's real good.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It's really not.
It's terrible. All right, whenever we come back, we'll get Pat's thoughts on, the skilled positions of the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll give Aaron Rodgers a rest. We'll talk about that in probably about 25 minutes again. But Tomlin did speak yesterday about the 2 wide receivers that they have and what they could possibly be. We'll get Pat's thoughts on that coming up next. But first, the Callas headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
More NCAA men's basketball tournament over the weekend. Florida beat Texas Tech in an exciting one, 84-79. Duke beat Alabama by a large margin. Then yesterday, Houston beat Tennessee. Auburn beat Michigan State. So games today, Utah and Butler at 3. GW Boise State at 5:30. Nebraska, Arizona State 8:30. Georgetown, Washington State 11. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now it is Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about something that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Amy recently worked with Gina to sell her home in Dormont and said that she had an incredible experience from start to finish. Amy said that Gina is one of the best agents that she had worked with nationwide, and said that Gina was always responsive, professional, and offered great feedback and did everything she could to get her home the most money possible. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she'll have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell yourhome.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Moni and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. The Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Boomer Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The big buzz in baseball these days is about the new torpedo bats that 5 Yankees have adopted to great effect. It's the brainchild of MIT physicist turned baseball analyst Aaron Lienhart, who is now with Miami. He worked with manufacturers to reshape the bats so more of the thick sweet spot would be where hitters typically make contact. I'm Boomer Esiason.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Being on the sidelines is one thing. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Check out BetMGM Originals for dozens of markets you won't find anywhere else. Take a shot at our exciting free-to-play games for your chance at scoring odds boost tokens, bonus bets, and many other prizes. Plus, new players can score up to $1,500 in bonus bets if their first bet loses. From the big dogs to the underdogs, March matchups at BetMGM is a player's best friend. Sign up to catch the excitement and experience college hoops like never before with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. Subject to eligibility requirements and rewards may vary. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. At Giant Eagle, we combine exceptional customer service and quality foods, all at great value to make the most of your shopping trip. Visit Giant Eagle or Market District today to see how easy it is to save.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I need new rotors.
When you buy 2 Duralast rotors during our spring sale, you get Duralast brake pads free.
Free?
With the rotors.
Well, that's great. What if I need extra stopping power?
You can upgrade to Duralast Gold pads for just $10.
So Duralast pads are free?
Yep.
And an upgrade is just $10?
That's right. Part of the spring sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
winning.
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
that's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Things getting tied up points east. This report brought to you by 2 men and a junk truck. We have an accident reported, 1900 block of Lincoln Way in White Oak near the intersection with Long Run Road. Meanwhile, the Parkway West jammed inbound near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound delays from Parkway Center to Carnegie. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy from Millvale to the north side. Parkway North just a little bit heavy at the bend at Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
It's your backyard shed, but let's be honest, it's really a giant garbage box for things you'll never use again. Use code FAN25 and save $25 with Two Men and a JunkTruck.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Thank you, Pittsburgh, for your amazing generosity during our 2025 Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon. With your help, we are able to provide 258,375 meals to our neighbors in need through the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. And a special thanks to our partners, Rome Monument, Hampton Beer Outlet, Memorial Highway, Chevy, Greater Pittsburgh Area, Greater Pittsburgh Auto Dealers, Aetna, Isley's, and Beano's. Dickerson, Bostic, Callas behind the glass here on the Fan Morning Show. Callas is in a good mood today. You want to guess why?
He seems, because Crowley's not here?
Yes. That is correct.
Are you serious, Callas? You're
There's so much positivity, and Doran's actually asking for my opinion, and I have an opportunity to speak, and we have good conversation. So, yeah.
Wow. I didn't realize it was – I thought it was just playful at times, but I guess it's real.
No, that's a little bit real. 50-50.
There's beef.
Yeah.
So, yeah, somewhat.
Yeah, okay.
Crowley's a nice man, but not when he's here. You know what I mean? Like, does that make sense?
Ah. So it's like Big Brother, nice to you at home, but in front of his friends.
Mm.
Right, like we went to the bar the other weekend, right? It was great.
Yeah, total jerk to you at work.
No, he was being very nice. He was being very kind, sentimental. When we're on the job, could be the 4 a.m. wake-up call too, right? Like that messes with people's heads, but yeah.
Yeah, but then you think he'd hate me more than he hates you. But like when I show up, he's all giddy, happy. It's Thursday, Bostic's here.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Pat, Mike Tomlin spoke yesterday, as you know, at the owners' meetings down in Palm Beach, Florida. He did mention, and I'm paraphrasing a little bit here, that DK Metcalf and George Pickens are going to be a problem this year as a receiving core, and I totally agree. But he also mentioned that they have two different skill sets, which I totally agree as well. A lot of people think that they have the same skill sets, like they're the same wide receiver, but they're two totally different guys, correct? Like, I mean, that's what Mike Tomlin's saying. I agree. I wonder if you see it the same way with your quarterback outlook.
Yeah, I mean, they're both big receivers, but I think what Tomlin said, one's a freak and the other one's tall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
about Pickens. I think Pickens is – I mean, DK's a more complete receiver, and, you know, what you see him do, even blocking, obviously with his strength and physique, I think he's a more complete player and a more dependable one. But I think I'd have a hard time not throwing the jump ball to George. That's kind of, you know, I think everyone clamored for a Cooper Kupp or a, you know, that type of receiver, Brandon Ayuk. I think there's some of that in DK Metcalf that he doesn't get as much credit for because his highlight reel is so crazy. I mean, he is a great route runner. He is a tactician. He is detailed. He is physical. He's got all those things. And I think in that way, I'm not saying anyone could be DK Metcalf in terms of physically, but George could stand to learn a lot from him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, does it matter? Do you think – so Tomlin also said that there's not necessarily a plan A, plan B, or plan C whenever it comes to quarterback. He basically said that we have to see how free agency plays out. We have to see how the draft plays out. Do you think that's true? Do you think that they don't have a plan right now? That's very odd to me that he said that. And maybe he's putting a spin on it to the media that he doesn't want anybody to know what he's talking about. But honestly, at the end of the day, I think that there'll be a better football team with Aaron Rodgers. And I think that he is plan A. I think plan B is Mason Rudolph. I think we can just see that right now. But I also think that if Mason's back there, I think that it's not going to look that bad. I don't think it's going to look that bad because you have these two weapons on the outside.
Yeah, I think Mason's a good player. He's not Aaron Rodgers. And I think that is plan A, is Aaron Rodgers. I think where it gets a little bit murky is plan B, C, and what that looks like. I think Mason Rudolph's a part of all of them. Obviously, he's here. So is Skylar Thompson. But Mason, obviously more familiar with and has more recent playing experience in Tennessee. I think Mason's a factor in all of them, less so with option A, which is Aaron Rodgers, and I agree. That should be option A right now. He's without question the most proven, most viable option at the moment that's going to make you competitive, and you feel like you can plug him right in, and Metcalf and Pickens are going to get theirs, and he's going to give them opportunities. And I think obviously the question about his mobility and age and so forth is, and longevity, there's no long-term option with Aaron. I mean, it's a one-year deal being reported. I don't think it goes beyond that, but I think where it gets interesting is if that doesn't happen. If that doesn't happen, I don't think they're rolling in with Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson. I think that it probably involves either the draft or, what's going on with Kirk Cousins, what's going on with some of the other options that are out there that aren't maybe as mainstream right now, but you bring in and have a competition.
If that doesn't happen, let's say Aaron Rodgers, it doesn't happen, which we believe that it's going to, like at least I believe it's going to, could they be forced to draft in the first round quarterback? Do you think that they would actually tell themselves that they've fallen in love with a player that could be on the board in the first round and draft? Do you think that could happen this year? Really?
I think they could convince themselves of that.
Yeah.
Now, I haven't done as deep of a dive or interviewed these guys. I mean, I've seen plenty of tape on all of them, and I've been on the record as saying, and I could be completely wrong, and I have been wrong before, that I don't think this draft class at quarterback is that bad. I think there are some guys in there that just might not have the pedigree or the name that you get with an Arch Manning next year. I'll be curious to see how good next year's draft class is. I'd love to see them be smart about it.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I don't know if they're going to be in that position because hopefully the Aaron Rodgers stuff's done by then. But I could see them having to make or thinking they have to make a decision there that they may not actually have to make. But again, this is the nature of when you roll the deck and cycle at quarterback. This is the position you're in, and unfortunately, a lot of the teams that are kind of in that middling state, they live like this, and it makes you grateful for the decades you had with Ben Roethlisberger of high-level play and contending, because once you get into this spin cycle, it can be really hard to get out of it. It's centrifugal force. You're just like rolling around, and you got to make a move to get out of there, and you got to be right, because if not, you fall right back into it, and then the bottom can fall out, and that's how important the quarterback position is. That's just the way it is in football.
Coming up next, Mike Tomlin got intimate. He got intimate.
Oh,
yep. With a certain player. I think we know who, but it wasn't what you think in many ways. But he got intimate. That's what he said to the media yesterday.
Great tease.
That's what he said yesterday. He got intimate. We'll talk about that next, but first, the Callas headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they won yesterday against the Ottawa Senators, 1-0 final in overtime. Penguins don't play again until Thursday when they play the St. Louis Blues on the road. And including that game, the Penguins have 7 games left on the regular season schedule. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran!
Look, I need to get this off my chest. The Mac Discount app has brought the competitor out in me. I log on to the app, I find an item that I want, put a bid on it, then the fun begins to see if I win my bid at a discounted price. Robinson, Washington, Monroeville, Pittsburgh Mills, Butler, Beaver Falls, Uniontown. That's 7 warehouses in western Pennsylvania. It's super easy to get started. Just register an account at mac.bid or download the free app. All items are graded like new, open boxed or damaged. Pictures are provided as well to learn more about the product so you know what to expect. Have you heard about Instant Win? If you got to have it now, you can instantly secure your savings with just a click. Bidding is easy. You can even set a max bid price and allow the app to bid for you. Once you win, you just go to the warehouse location, pick up your items. It's that simple. Come be a part of the Mac Discount family. Download the app, visit their website, mac.bid. Mac Discount. It's a game changer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 6 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, Sutter Ridge Golf Course, and Shannabin Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Hard hit ball to short, scooped up and tossed to second. Quick turnaround, it's going to be close. Throws it to first and he's out. Double play.
A Pirates double play is a well-oiled machine, just like Valvoline Instant Oil Change. We'll change your oil in about 15 minutes while you stay in your car. The only thing that'll be out here is your old oil. Drive into your neighborhood Pittsburgh location today. No appointment needed. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is a proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filippone. It's that crazy time of year when you need heat in the morning, air conditioning in the afternoon, and then back to the heat at night. Ain't that the truth? No matter what the temperature swings, McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and Electric keeps your home comfortable and worry-free all year long. From repairs and maintenance to new installations, trust the honest local heating and cooling experts at McVeigh to get the job done fast and right. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store. I've got my freedom and I'm standing tall. Nothing's gonna stop me, nothing at all. I feel relief standing on my own 2 feet. Nothing's gonna stop me, nothing at all. I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store. Do what you want to do. Be who you want to be. Go where you want to go. Now I can live free. Today I'm free, free to be me. Nothing's gonna stop me, nothing at all. I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Dickerson, Bostic, Callas here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Pat, let me read this to you real quick, please.
Let's hear it.
Mike Tomlin yesterday, he spoke to the media. He spoke to the media today. I think he just got done speaking to the media. There's a picture that DeFabo put out there. I don't know if you saw it, that it's Mike Tomlin looking and talking to the media, and right behind him is Kabali looking like he's sleeping. He looks like he's literally sleeping. We'll tag you in this right now. But Mike Tomlin, he spoke to the media yesterday about Aaron Rodgers. Clearly, that's what we've been talking about. And he said this about the visit of Aaron Rodgers. It was really good to spend time together, man, and get to know each other more intimately. But it is free agency. It is a process. I have nothing of any more significance to add other than that. Whenever he says intimately, what do you think went on during that, 6+ maybe hour visit that Aaron Rodgers, he flew to Pittsburgh from his little palatial beach house that we saw him walking on. Gets a ride down to the south side, goes up to Mike Tomlin's office, probably has a couple snacks, a couple bags of Fritos, and is sitting there. What is the intimate discussions you think that they had?
I'm not sure. I mean, intimate's probably just a play on words, I would think. Probably a little bit of offensive philosophy with Arthur Smith. Probably a little bit of this is how we do things here. We'd love to have you. We have this room for you that we can turn the lights off if you need it. I mean that for his darkness retreats, not for anything else.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was, as free agent visits go, the exact same as probably any other player, except you're putting the full court press on him to get him to be here because he's your plan A. I've rested on this. I think that it comes down to two things with Aaron Rodgers and why he hasn't signed on the dotted line yet. I think that, and Mike Tomlin alluded to this yesterday when he was speaking to the media, that basically, paraphrasing again, basically it doesn't matter. What matters is having the quarterback in training camp, I believe, and not off-season activities. So I think he was alluding to, maybe this is the reason why. So I truly believe that Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to come and do OTAs. He doesn't want to do minicamp. He probably doesn't want to do training camp. And I think it's too hard for Mike Tomlin to say that to guys like Cam Hayward, who will show up, guys like TJ Watt, who will show up, and explain that, the quarterback of our team in 2025 is Aaron Rodgers, but, he's just not going to be here until the season starts. That's hard to explain to other players on the team that have been there and have sacrificed and done all the things that they have tried to do to try to win these how many years. I think that's number one, what's holding this up. And I think, what's number two is, do I have full autonomy of the offense? Which is a very valid question. And I think Mike Tomlin, obviously, he's the ultimate salesman. I think that he could sell that he would have autonomy of the offense whenever they're sitting down in their intimate meeting. But I think Aaron Rodgers might be able to read through that. I think he might be able to read through that. It's all good, to say that in a room whenever, you're not in Acrisure Stadium and it's third down and 6 and you got to have it. Right.
I think that those are two valid questions that I think is holding up on the Steelers' end and holding up on Aaron Rodgers' end, because I think that Aaron Rodgers can see through maybe the quote-unquote lies that he would have autonomy of the offense. He would be able to check in and out of things. He would be able to, implement certain things that he wants and thinks that could work within the offense, and also having to report whenever he doesn't want to report. I think those are two things that are holding this contract up.
I think that's totally logical. I think probably a part of it. I think the issue with that from a Pittsburgh Steelers standpoint is that the longer this draws out, Minnesota still holds the cards here. If they decide to go another direction and JJ doesn't look 100%, or they can work out a situation with him where he believes that he'll sit behind Aaron for 1 year and then be the guy, and that'll help him from a career standpoint, which is a tough ask of the McCarthy camp after having gone through an injury last year and watching what Sam Darnold was able to do. But then you go into a situation where Minnesota's still in play because it's obviously fair game. They could sign him, and you're butting up against the draft. And every other quarterback that you could make a move for is probably being courted, if not acquired by somebody else. So you could find yourself at the altar in June with Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson, and maybe a quarterback that you take in the 5th round or the 4th round because you didn't want to you didn't want to spend the capital in the 1st or 2nd round. You're not in the 2nd round right now. You didn't want to make the move, spend the capital to get into the 2nd round to take a quarterback because you thought you were going to get Aaron, and then you're left empty-handed, and you got egg on your face, and you're at the altar, and Mason Rudolph's your guy because he has to be. Maybe you got Tyler Shuck in the 4th round, which wouldn't be terrible if you admitted that was going to be your philosophy going into it because you felt like next year's class was going to be. I just feel like it's hard to follow their train of thought.
Yes.
And I think they've put themselves in a situation where they're beholden to Aaron Rodgers. He's got multiple options. I think if you gave him this pick, he'd take Minnesota. And so you're 2nd, and you've got to wait for him to make the decision on his terms, which could totally impact the course of how you do business over the next 3 or 4 months. So it's not a great spot to be in. You're going to give Aaron everything he wants because you want to get him because it's what you need.
It's what you need, right? Or unless, I don't know how true for this, this could be, but like unless they have something. I mean, if you're going into any situation, you want to have plans. Like even though Mike Tomlin said, I don't necessarily know if there's a plan A, B, or C, but you really do have to have plans, like in case something doesn't happen or does happen. Like, could they have it up their sleeve where they have something in place for a trade? They trade for somebody. They trade for a Kyler Murray. Do you think that could be even possible right now?
I mean, it could be anything's possible. It's just you're going to do that before we hosted Aaron Rodgers for 6 hours. It went well. You did whatever you needed to do for that to be undetectable until Jerry Dulac got it, and you basically by not shutting down anything regarding him being your number one option, you've admitted that he's your number one option. And you're letting him make the decision on his terms. So to completely just go veer off the parkway and take another option and make a trade, I think would be really random at this point. It'd be really random. Or it would just signal that Aaron told him he's out.
Yeah.
Which we'll never know that. We'll never know that until he signs somewhere else or says, I'm done and I'm retiring. But you go and you offer Justin Fields a competitive wage. He chooses to go somewhere else. So you made him priority one. Ownership said it. I think Omar said it. Mike Tomlin just as well said it. I mean, familiarity was important to them. Both those guys are now off the table. One very quickly. I think Russ wanted to be here, but it wasn't made it out. So Aaron's your guy. That to make a trade would be, and then you're in a situation with a younger player where you're tied in.
Yes.
For a while.
Yep.
So
has to be the guy.
It has to be the guy. So again, it is. You don't know what's behind the door. At least with Aaron, it's a short walkway, and you can make a decision next year on who your quarterback is, or even draft one this year if you feel really strongly about it. But again, they're not in an ideal scenario. But I think the best outcome is Aaron Rodgers being their quarterback. But he's got the cards,
and I think he will be their quarterback when it's all said and done. Coming up next, there's something that's been very underwhelming, in my opinion. I wonder if Pat agrees or disagrees. We'll talk about that next, but first, a Callas headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The NCAA men's basketball tournament continued over the weekend with 8 teams in it. Now only 4 teams are left in the tournament, and those games are going to be played later this week, and all the teams are 1 seeds in this one. So games on Saturday this week, Florida and Auburn are going to play, and then Houston and Duke are going to play. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush, still a bit crowded. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East, just heavy at Edgewood Twistvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. While Route 28, that is heavy from the 40th Street Bridge in toward the north side. Taking a look at McKnight Road in the new construction zone, we do see some heavy traffic in both directions on the bridge over Babcock Boulevard as construction work has begun. All traffic moving one lane in each direction in the northbound lanes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Free for life. Just by saying that, you already know I'm referring to Awaken 180. They're the only company providing it. Fast, proven weight loss, and then keep it off thanks to free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. You know, there was a time if you handed me a bread basket at a restaurant, you better pull it away quick. Bread, pasta, pizza, carbs, they were my kryptonite. And boy, did they have a hold on me. But then came Awaken 180 weight loss. Now listen, I've tried a lot of different diets, but Awaken 180, it's different. It's not a diet. It's a new outlook on life. That craving for carbs, the one we've all somehow convinced ourselves is just normal, it's gone. We get used to certain foods being pushed our way. We don't know any different. Now listen, I still eat pizza. I'll eat bread. I'll eat carbs, but I don't need them. And that's the difference. So now, 7 out of 10 times, the waiter drops that bread basket, I'll just smile. I know that I can handle myself. Awaken 180 has been a game change, a life change, and it will be for you too. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com. It will change your life, enhance your life. Trust me.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you have roof problems? Well, call Weather Seal now and get your problems fixed fast during Weather Seal's roofing sale. Get a brand new Weather Seal roofing system with no money down and 100% financing available for 24 months. Plus, get a free gutter upgrade with your purchase. That's zero, zip, zilch, out of pocket for 24 months or until 2027. Plus, that free gutter upgrade. Call 877-351-SEAL today or go to WeatherSealHomeservices.com. That's WeatherSealHomeservices.com.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com. Spelled backwards or forwards. It spells the same, Zero Res.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-man mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Dickerson, Bostic, Callas here with you. Bostic here with us for about 3 more minutes. Pat, I felt that the March Madness tournament has been very underwhelming. I mean, you have all number ones in the Final Four. Florida, Auburn, Houston, and Duke. There's no upsets. Not one. Now, was there even a little upset? throughout this March Madness, I feel like it's been very underwhelming.
Arkansas was a 10 seed and made it to the Sweet 16.
Yeah, they got Calipari, though. I figured they were going to make it decent.
They're a 10 seed. They started off 0-5 in SEC play.
Yeah.
I mean, you had some. Yeah, there weren't any like McNeese State beating Clemson was a big win.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I think though, we should expect this with the transfer portal and NIL.
True.
I mean, now bigger programs. Not only do they have better facilities, they have better history, they have better gear, they have better food, they have better everything. Now they have more money, and they can use that money to get players. And we've seen it. Look at Robert Morris's roster right now.
Yeah, gone.
It's gone.
Jeez.
And I bet you if you sat down and had a cup of coffee with Andy Toole, he'd tell you that he fully expected it.
Uh-huh.
And they may salvage one or two of them. That's the way it works. They can go into the portal and come back, which I would never want that person on my team, but that's fine. That's within your rights. But yeah, I mean, now the bigger programs have the means to acquire talent. March Madness delivered, though, in terms of, in my opinion, drama. And most of it was like Will Wade going to NC State. And then this whole Kevin Willard thing,
yes,
the Maryland coach.
Yes.
I mean, openly just like,
I'm leaving, but I'm going to coach.
And I'm also going to tell you everything that's wrong with the Maryland job right now. We can't stay an extra night in New York, charter flights, this, that, the other thing. My AD just left. I kind of want to stay. Give me your best offer. But I'm probably going to go to Villanova.
Man.
And it's like, yeah, I mean, it would have been even crazier if they would have made it to the Final Four. But, yeah, all number one seeds. My bracket's doing great now. I was struggling for a while, but I have Houston.
Winning it all?
I do.
Really?
I do.
They look good.
They look really good. But I tell you what, they let Tennessee creep back into that game. They were up, what, like 24-6?
Yes.
I think
more than that.
Tennessee had 15 points at halftime.
Yep, they play great defense.
So does Auburn.
Yes.
I mean, it's Duke is. I just don't know. Florida can fill it up, man. Duke can fill it up too. I don't know who beats Duke, man. I just don't. Like, look at these three freshmen. I'm going off on a tangent, but I love college basketball. Yep. Concanepple is a marksman, 6'7" wing, just totally in the shadow of Cooper Flagg, Cooper Flagg's maybe the best freshman college basketball player, one of the best ever. And then they got this big guy, Luke.
Yeah.
7'2".
Yep.
And he can switch and guard point guards. I mean, he's guarding Sears for Alabama. And they're staying with him. Now, part of the problem is you got like a 2-car garage to get past him.
Yeah, right.
Because his arms are could touch the sidelines. But they're freshmen. All three of them, man. So, in terms of I think you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't with March Madness. If you get upsets early, it makes for kind of some big lopsided games in Final Fours where you get better teams. When you got all one seeds, man, it's good on good.
Yes.
And I bet you this Final Four is going to be epic.
Yeah.
And people's tune may change here in a week.
I hope you're right. I really do. And the thing that's crazy is where are these guys that are on these young freshmen that are on these Final Four teams that are number one seeds that have all the money? They're not going to go anywhere unless they go to the NBA. They're going to stay. Those guys will be back. Are you going to take, more money and go to – so say you're on Florida. Are you going to take more money and go to Alabama or Auburn? No, you're going to stay on Florida because you just got to the Final Four, right?
Yeah, I mean, unless you're a lottery pick.
Unless you go to the NBA.
Yeah, but it's the guys behind them that might be just as good.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
But don't get the opportunity that may go somewhere. And that's where, there is going to be some parity, but when it comes to if Cooper Flagg leaves – which is an if. We'll see if he leaves. Duke can be just fine.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It'd be just fine. But it's it's been pretty chalk to this point. But I think folks will be pretty pleased when they watch probably the four best possible teams play in the Final Four. And you don't always get that. So again, you got to take your good with the bad.
Yeah. I hope you're right. I really do.
Me too.
Pat, thank you so much.
That's great to be here. Great to see a happy Callas this morning.
Yes. We'll see you Thursday.
I'll see you Thursday morning. Hopefully Mr. Crowley will be back here, and maybe his time off will provide him a renewed appreciation for Nicholas Harry Callas.
I sure hope so. I hope so.
All right,
Thank you,
guys.
Pat. See ya. Coming up next, Mark Kabali will join the Fan Morning Show if he's awake. I don't know. Looked like he was asleep in this picture that is floating around the internet at the owners' meetings down in Florida. But I hope he's awake, and we'll talk to him next on the Fan Morning Show.
few rain showers for your Monday morning with high temperatures into the upper 60s this afternoon. Rain showers continue on and off, then becoming mostly cloudy tonight with lows in the low 30s. Mostly sunny Tuesday with highs right around 50 degrees, and Tuesday night lows into the upper 30s and partly cloudy skies. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDKA First Alert Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I need new rotors.
When you buy 2 Duralast rotors during our spring sale, you get Duralast brake pads free.
Free?
With the rotors.
Well, that's great. What if I need extra stopping power?
You can upgrade to Duralast Gold pads for just $10.
So Duralast pads are free?
Yep.
And an upgrade is just $10?
That's right. Part of the spring sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Easy Cater is the smarter, simpler way to order food for your workplace. With easy online ordering, search filters for budget, dietary needs, and more. Save your favorite restaurants and favorite orders for easy reordering. Save time with group ordering. You send a link, your team orders what they want. Plus, Easy Cater makes expense reporting a snap with all your receipts in one place. Easy Cater, more than just a way to order catering for work, it's your business tool for food. Order now at easycater.com.
Discover unbeatable value at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Every day is Fish Fry Day with the Captain back in town. Savor wild-caught beer-battered cod, melted cheese, and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't miss the Captain Platter featuring crispy shrimp and hush puppies. Wash off winter with our new Wet-Go Unlimited package featuring graphene and ceramic wax. New members pay just $9.99 per month for the first 3 months. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF, announces the 33rd Annual Promise Gala in support of the local Type 1 Diabetes T1D community. The annual event is happening Saturday, April 26th at the Westin downtown. The Promise Gala will offer an exciting night of entertainment and fundraising supporting T1D research. This year's gala will honor Jim Rooney on behalf of the Rooney family. For tickets and more, visit the event page at 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound delays near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Ford Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East lining up at Edgewood Twist now. Route 28 pretty well cleared out, just a little heavy now approaching the 31st Street Bridge. No delays on the Parkway North and on McKnight Road. You do have those lane restrictions in place on the northbound side of the roadway at the bridge over Babcock Boulevard. Watch for slowdowns there. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Doran Dickerson here with you. Nicholas Callas behind the glass. Mark Kabali. He's with us on the Fan Morning Show. He's got some shrubs or whatever in the background. He's holding the phone up. I can't really see his face. I can see his chin. Mark, are you awake? Do you know that there's a picture and a video that is surfacing X, Twitter, of you that is basically sleeping while Mike Tomlin is speaking to the media.
Absolutely. That's that doggone Mike DeFabo giving me the dart. I mean, I'm there for a half hour already. It's 7:30 in the morning, and he's just droning on and on the stuff you've already heard. So you close your eyes for like 1 second, and they take a video, then it looks like you're sleeping.
I mean, Mark, you're literally right next to Tomlin. How did you not think that anybody was going to get a video of you or a picture?
You let your guard down, Doran.
Yeah.
Let your guard down.
Yeah. Where you got palm trees in the background. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. So you got palm trees in the background.
I think I hear some birds, too.
There's birds.
Nice.
Look at that.
Oh, look at it. Look at it. Oh, it's beautiful.
How long are you there for? Are you leaving today?
No. I'll be leaving Wednesday morning.
Man, that's nice.
Tomlin talked yesterday. Tomlin talked today. Omar will talk later today. We'll talk on Tuesday when the meetings wrap up and hit the plane early Wednesday morning.
All right, Mark. Well, let's get your biggest takeaway from yesterday when Tomlin talked, and then maybe later on in the show we'll get your takeaways from what he talked about today during the AFC, I guess, addressing the AFC meetings with the media. What was your biggest takeaway from yesterday that Mike Tomlin was talking about to the media?
Well, it was pretty much everything.
And
Aaron Rodgers. Of course, that was going to be the number one topic of the day. Maybe you could have a little.
I'm going to call him back.
All right, just have him call in. I'm calling. He keeps freezing. I mean, it does look beautiful in the background, and I'm sure that Mark knows that there's this picture going around, as he said, and he got caught off guard. But I don't understand how he could get caught off guard because he's literally sitting next to Mike Tomlin. Like, did he think that nobody was going to get a picture of him or a video of him sleeping? He dozed off. How do you doze off next to Mike Tomlin? Is he back? What are we doing, Callas?
Oh.
Hey, Mark.
Callas, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're on the air.
What?
All right, Mark.
I wasn't there for a little bit.
Mark, after this segment, we'll have you just call in regularly and not on the video. We understand that it is beautiful in the background and that is awesome. But biggest takeaway, let's redo this again. Biggest takeaway from yesterday in Mike Tomlin speaking to the media.
Oh, wow. I went on for like 10 minutes. I guess you didn't hear me.
Nope.
There's not really much to take away that we weren't expecting, Doran. I wasn't expecting to come out and say there's a deadline of April 10th. We're talking to him. We really want him. He played it pretty close to the vest. I guess there was a portion of it where he mentioned he'd like to have everything wrapped up, so to speak, by training camp. But I'm not 100% sure, Doran, if he was talking about the Aaron Rodgers situation or not there. I think that was something that was interpreted a different couple of ways. I think he might have just been talking about team building at that point. I don't know if he was talking about Rodgers specifically right there. But today, when he brought up the fact he'd speak again since last Friday, but of course he wasn't going into any detail, let you know that it wasn't just a one-time, hey, how you doing? Let's figure this out. At least there was some sort of interaction since then. I still think it gets done. It's just a matter of when and at this point. I honestly got the sense it mattered to Tomlin. It could be now. It could be after the draft. It could be sometime in May. I wouldn't anticipate something like training camp, but I think that's probably the biggest takeaway you got off that.
Mark, do you think the biggest holdup
We talked for about an hour.
Do you think the biggest holdup with Aaron Rodgers is the fact that he doesn't want to report to OTAs in minicamp and training camp? Do you think that might be like what is holding the contract up, and the Steelers can't get on board with that at this point?
I don't think so. I think at this point, if Aaron Rodgers says, hey, I don't want to show up to these things, I think the Steelers would be pretty much fine with that. They've been, in the past, I know it's a different position with quarterback, but there's a lot of times, majority of the times, these OTAs and mini camps in the spring are not even participated by a lot of people. I mean, Cam Hayward barely showed up last year at all. He had some kind of contract dispute as well. I know quarterback's different. You'd like to get them on the same page, but I think there would be plenty of time with that. So I really don't believe that would be the case. Where I don't think that's what you walk into the Southside facility, say, "Hey, Mike, I'm Aaron Rodgers. By the way, if I sign here, I'm not coming until July." I don't think that's the case at all. I think they'll just take him. They're just giving him some time to go through Aaron Rodgers type of stuff.
Mike Tomlin did say yesterday that they don't necessarily have a plan A, B, or C. They have to see how things shake out, basically, in free agency and the draft. Do you think he meant that? Do you think they really don't have a plan right now?
Yeah, that's just him talking right there. There has to be multiple plans in place right now. Put it this way, if it turns out to be no plans, and you talk about a lack of organizational control right here of not having a plan. You can't, even though you might feel very, very good that Aaron Rodgers is coming here, until he signs on that dotted line, you just don't know. So maybe plan A is, I would imagine plan A is Aaron Rodgers, plan B is Mason Rudolph, and plan C would be, okay, let's get another guy in here and maybe draft a guy, but I don't anticipate them not having a plan. That would just be a lack of awareness at this point right now. I think it was kind of telling that Tomlin did say that he wasn't necessarily going to bring in another veteran quarterback, which pretty much says to me that they would be interested in somebody in the draft. I still do not believe it's a first rounder, but if you're looking third, fourth, fifth, I think that's more in the ballpark right here. So him just saying that off the cuff makes me believe that they are truly interested in the second/third day quarterback rather than somebody else like a Joe Flacco, so to speak.
Do you think that they are comfortable with Mason Rudolph, or would it be just a situation where they have no choice but to go with Mason Rudolph? Do you think that they feel like he could be a serviceable quarterback this year in 2025 if Plan B ends up being the plan?
Yeah, I think so. I think I don't think they view him as a long-term solution here, and they would like to have something more stable in place right there, but I think they're fully on board with Mason being able to pick up where he left off a couple of years ago, even if it was under a different coordinator, and be able to lead them to that 8, 9, 10 win season. And I mean, Tomlin said it again, time and time again today, that all he's worried about is 2025. So we're sitting here opining over what they're going to do in 26, 27 in the future here, and all they're worried about is what's going to happen here in September and October. That's their mindset right now, right, wrong, or indifferent. They think they can win this year, and I think they have an opportunity to be what they were last year. They look like
Callas, we're going to have him call back. Just have him call in. He's still talking. Just going to have him call in? All right. Yeah, Mark Kabali, he'll join us again coming up in the next segment. But, that's kind of on the line exactly what I was thinking. I mean, you have to have a plan. You can't just have you can't go into a season without a plan A, plan B, plan C at quarterback. Now, I know that Mike Tomlin's Mike Tomlin, and he's going to try to, work his way through the media and lead everybody down a different direction, a different path than what you think that is going to happen. But there's no chance in this lifetime that a head coach of a professional football team is going to tell you that there's no plan set in stone right now whenever you're heading into April tomorrow for the quarterback position. It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So they have a plan. Aaron Rodgers is plan A. Mason Rudolph is plan B. Plan C is probably going to be a middle to late round draft pick. Like that's what the situation is going to be. I did want to ask Mark if Mike Tomlin addressed why he was sweating again, because this happened last year. Maybe he was working out. Maybe sometimes you get in the shower whenever you're hot, and then you get out of the shower and you're still sweating. So he just seems to be sweating every single time he does an interview whenever he's down at these owners meetings. But yeah, Mark is he's awake now. So we got him. We'll have him next segment. But first, a Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they played over the weekend and lost 3 of 4 games to the Miami Marlins. All those games were walk-offs, so the Pirates now 1-3 to start the season. Series 2 of the year against the Tampa Bay Rays. They're staying in the same state. They're going to start a 3-game series tonight at 7 o'clock. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7. The Fan. Coverage begins at 6 o'clock with Dan Zangrilli hosting the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Earlier, I explained the reasoning behind the new torpedo-shaped bats that help power the Yankees' record-tying 15-home-run spree. In the name of balance, note that Aaron Judge clubbed 4 of those homers using his old-school bat, and Giancarlo Stanton seemed to blame new bats for his elbow injuries. Some bombers seem willing to aim torpedoes. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home. Like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
You have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Heading into the midday right now, things getting a little bit lighter except for the Parkway West, where you're still jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East and Route 28 pretty much have cleared out. Don't forget that construction zone on McKnight Road, single lane each direction on the northbound side of the bridge over Babcock Boulevard, while crews are beginning rehab work on the southbound lanes of that span. Also, don't forget around the McKees Rocks Bridge, no access to northbound Route 65 or Brighton Heights Boulevard coming off the span. The only one open is the ramp to the southbound side of 65. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Doran Dickerson, Nicholas Callas behind the glass. Mark Kabali, he's down at Palm Beach. He's on the fan hotline right now. Join us Friday on Federal Street for opening day. Nova Place is just steps from PNC Park and a short walk to Acrisure Stadium, located along South Commons. Prepay and reserve your parking at Nova Place Garage on Spot Hero. The best part is an easy exit in any direction after your event without getting stuck in traffic near the stadiums. Nova Place offers parking for all events on the North Shore, sports events, concerts, and more. Mark, Mike Garafolo, I always get his name mixed up. Mike Garafolo, he just was talking on Good Morning Football on NFL Network, saying that Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf had a throwing session this weekend. Did you see that, Mark? How about that?
I was just informed of that about a couple minutes ago. How about that? I wonder how that happened. I wonder if that was just by coincidence, huh?
Right, exactly. I mean, this leads to furthermore proof that it's probably going to be Aaron Rodgers. I mean, usually whenever quarterbacks get together with receivers and, they get a workout session in and, if it was Aaron Rodgers who sparked the conversation or DK Metcalf, you would assume that this is probably going to go through, that this is probably going to be the situation for the Steelers moving forward in this season, don't you think?
Yeah, honestly, I do believe that DK probably was told this, what was it, a month now, 4 weeks ago, that was the plan number one. I mean, you don't sign up to come to Pittsburgh, even though he did get 150, so that might have something to do with it, without knowing who's going to throw you the ball. And he had to at least get an inkling of who it was. I think it's always been Aaron, but I think they've really been guarding themselves because of the craziness that could surround him at any point, where if he just backs out. Okay, imagine them saying, yeah, Aaron's coming. Then Aaron doesn't come. Then it makes the organization look weak, feeble, like they don't know what they're talking about. So I think that's why they're playing it close to the vest. And I think they probably have known for some time right now. It's just a matter of, if I keep saying pen to paper, man, it could happen now. It could happen. I just was floated an idea of this. How about him signing on the morning of April 9th, then he does make his first public appearance at the big night out?
I mean, that's probably what's going to happen. I mean, you would know better than anybody.
No, what I'm saying is that would make sense, so he wouldn't go above the Steelers' head, but he would still be a part of that situation. I mean, I was floated that idea by, a colleague of mine. I'm thinking, maybe that's not a bad idea. So
that seems like what's going to happen. I mean, at this point, Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Mark Kabali's on that Fan Hotline right now. Mark, so say this does go through, which we all think it's going to at some point, just don't know when. How much autonomy do you think Aaron Rodgers will have within the offense? Like, I believe that was a part of the discussion, the intimate discussion of Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers whenever he was here last week. How much reign do you think he'll have in the offense of doing the things that he wants to do whenever it's all said and done? It's easy to sit there and say, like, yeah, we'll give you everything you want, Aaron. We just got to get you signed on the dotted line, and then we'll take over from here. But how much truth do you think that he could have full reign of the offense?
I think if it's not full reign, it's going to be darn close near it. I mean, honestly, you got a 4-time MVP. I mean, forget about his health and his arm right now, Doran. You don't lose that knowledge, right? You don't lose what you've learned over 20 years. You don't lose of what you know how to do best. So am I going to take full autonomy over what he wants to do? No, that's not going to happen. But he's going to have a huge, huge say-so in how this offense runs. And Arthur Smith is smart enough. You know him, Doran. He'll be able to create an offense that highlights Aaron Rodgers' needs, wants, and what makes him look the best. I still have full faith in Arthur Smith. I mean, I think he did a heck of a job for 3/4 of the season, but the last 4 or 5 weeks, I mean, nobody could have been successful there. I don't think nobody was successful there. So I think he'll have a lot of say-so in it. And I know people are really, really hesitant about his age and his health. I was told yesterday that guy, Aaron Rodgers, dealt with a whole bunch of injuries last year during the season, from ankles to knees to Achilles. I think there might have been a wrist or something involved there. Finally, he started to get healthy near the end of the season, and all of a sudden you saw him pick up his play right then. So I still think he has a lot left in him. Is it enough to win a division, win a playoff game, win a Super Bowl? Maybe not, but I think he's by far their best choice right now.
How dangerous do you think DK Metcalf and George Pickens can be? Mike Tomlin said yesterday that they have different skill sets, and I totally agree. There's some people who think that they're the same receiver. They're not. They're totally two different guys. How dangerous can they be together?
Very dangerous. If you get a quarterback and get him the ball, that makes him extremely dangerous. And I love how Tomlin put it. Metcalf is big. George is tall. There's a difference. Mm-hmm. And there is a big difference between those two. That doesn't mean they can't play off each other and play off each other's strengths. The only thing you have to worry about, and I did ask Tomlin today if he was able to talk to George about the acquisition of DK to George, and he said he's talked to George, but not about that specifically. You always have to think in the back of your mind if George, how he takes this. So that might be the biggest issue. But if you put those two out there, you get a capable quarterback throwing them the ball, and Freiermuth should help him out as well. I'm not saying this team's going to win 12, 14 games. No, but they should be a lot more competitive, especially against some of the elites that they saw they weren't nowhere near close to near the end of the season. A lot has to happen, but I think they at least would be on the right path with Aaron Rodgers. If it's a year, it's a year. I don't really care, man. Let's see if you can win next year, and let's deal with next year. And that's their plan forever now, and that's their plan now. Okay, you can worry about 2028 all you want. It does you no good for 2025. You have an opportunity to win now. It's great.
Mark, what are some other rumblings that you're hearing down there that have to do with the NFL? Like, I mean, I know that the tush-push rule is being talked about, and also the 18-game season. Is there any other areas in the NFL that you're hearing from being down there?
Some of the kickoff rules are going to be tweaked. This has actually been one of the least amount of rules being up for voting on. I think there's only like 5 different ones. So there's not really a ton to talk about other than the tush push, and that's going to be always polarizing. Some people like it, some people don't. Tomlin at least comes down on the fact that, you got to be careful of really doing away with that, because you got an organization like the Eagles that came up with something innovative. Why are we harming them for doing something different? Mm-hmm. So there's not a lot to go on. We're talking about placement of the 30-yard line for 35-yard line for kicks, maybe different placement of kickoffs, the tush push. I don't think that 20-game, 18-game season is really on the board if you're in the NFLPA until, the new CBA come. Why would they give that away now?
Right.
You might as well negotiate for that type of stuff. So, yeah, it's been pretty lame in the fact of rule changes and stuff like that. So I wouldn't expect much coming out of that. That's why I expect this meeting to be done probably at some point early tomorrow. It's not going to be long.
So, Mark, you're leaving Wednesday. Like, what is the rest of your schedule? Like, what else do you have to do? Like, while you're down there, do you get to enjoy the weather? Do you get to enjoy the food and just hang out?
Well, Omar talks here at some point. So basically, you sit in a tent. It's like a construction building off-site because they don't want us nowhere near the rich and famous. And waiting for a text saying, okay, Omar's talking. So he'll talk at some point. The old NFL parties tonight, which is free booze, free food, rubbing elbows with the rich and the famous there, too. So I'll fit in perfectly there. And Art will talk at some point after the meeting briefly, Art Rooney. And I think there will be some sort of dinners Tuesday night, then 6 a.m. flight, Doran. Palm Beach to Atlanta to Pittsburgh. I should be back by noon. I might run into you on the Parkway on Wednesday.
That's not bad. That's not bad, Mark. Well, I hope you have a great time, and we're going to let you go. And we'll talk to you next week, but appreciate your time, man.
All right. Thanks, brother.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark. Yeah. Make sure you stay awake. Have a Celsius or an energy drink. Did you see the picture, Callas? You did? Like, he's trying to make excuses. Like, you're sitting right next to Tomlin. Like, people are going to have their phones out. People are going to have their cameras out, and you're sleeping.
Yeah, it just can't happen.
Just can't happen.
Just can't happen.
The video's even funnier. The video's even funnier of him. Like, he's just kind of just like laying in his hand. He's laying there, and then all of a sudden, I think I didn't get to hear it, but I just saw his reaction. I guess Tomlin said something. He just kind of looked up and was like, "Oh man, I kind of dozed off for a second. Let me wake up real quick." Oh man, that's just hilarious, but good stuff by Kabali. All right, coming up next, we'll get back into the Pirates and we'll hear Derek Shelton's post game press conference, and it's tough. It's rough right now. We'll hear Derek Shelton coming up next, but first, Callas headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight at 7 o'clock. They're starting a 3-game series with the Tampa Bay Rays, so they're staying in the same state. That's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. We got coverage starting at 6 o'clock. Dan Zangrilli is going to host the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, and that coverage, it's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran!
Is your team or organization looking to raise money this upcoming season? Look no further than Keystone Custom Apparel with their 24/7, 365 online spirit wear fundraisers. Keystone Custom Apparel offers the best and most convenient way to help your team raise money all season long. It's not just the athletes who are looking great. Families and friends can look their best on the field and in the stands as well. My sons are involved in so many sports. They're dripped out. That's what the kids say these days. And looking sharp in their uniforms and jerseys provided by the premier sports apparel company in our area, Keystone Custom Apparel. Check them out at KeystoneCustomApparel.com or give them a call, 724-206 0285. Get swagged out, that's what the old people like me say, with Keystone Custom Apparel.
7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1 yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Christmas is around the corner, a.k.a. NFL Draft Day, and we have to lock in our bets. Jags GM James Gladstone recently said that they will use multiple picks on the defensive line. Currently, you can find the Jags at plus odds to draft the defensive lineman, and I love a plus money bet. I'm Ryan Horvath, bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
When their world isn't safe, they need someone to notice, to wonder and worry, to be their voice. If you suspect child abuse in any way, report it. You can be their hero. Your call can change their world.
Report suspected abuse by calling 1-800-932-0313 or visit keepkidssafe.pa.gov for more information. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
I'm Keith. Being a letter carrier and walking 20,000 steps, which equals up to about 10 miles a day, it's tough. I had back problems. That was scary. I've been delivering letters to the Good Feet store for over 6 years. The people at the Good Feet store really educated me and finally convinced me to try their arch supports. And lo and behold, I have no more back problems. Where I would be without them, I have no clue.
I bet you've heard of Good Feet too, and might also be thinking there's no way something as simple as Good Feet could help you. Well, the Good Feet store has helped thousands of people just like Keith live a better life. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Come to the Good Feet store today and take a free test walk. You have nothing to lose except your pain.
LGKG, your home team. Western PA injury attorneys, born and raised in business over 90 years. Hi, I'm Dan Zangrilli with Larry Kelly and Joe George. So what exactly is the home team advantage, Larry?
You got to know Western Pennsylvania people. You have to know what makes them tick. I like to believe we have credibility with the judges. I've been doing this 40 years. Joe's been doing this 25, 30 years. And you got to earn your bones. It doesn't happen overnight. We have the benefit of our past reputation, our past credibility with the court staff, and the people of Western Pennsylvania.
Let's be honest. There's a lot of other firms. This is not where they lay their head at night. So how could they be as effective in a place that they otherwise don't know?
When you have that reputation, as we do in this area in Western Pennsylvania, that's a competitive advantage. To have that advantage on your side, it's huge. And being from Western PA, knowing the players in Western PA, believe me, is an advantage to having folks that are right here in Western PA.
Accidents MedMal Workers Comp is at lgkg.com today.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Saraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Saraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Dickerson, Callas here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Social media's biggest loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them today at awaken180weightloss.com. That is Mark Kabali. Those of you that haven't seen the video or the picture yet, you can probably find it from somewhere that you follow. If you're listening to the show, you follow somebody that has the video or has retweeted the video or picture of Kabali. He looks to be sleeping. He's sitting literally right next to Mike Tomlin down at the owners' meetings whenever Mike Tomlin is addressing the media, and I'm watching the video right now, and Mike Tomlin looks over at Kabali, and then Kabali just wakes up out of nowhere, and Mike Tomlin kind of gives him the side eye, and then looks at him again, and then Kabali's oh man, just kind of okay, I'm awake now. But
Mark posted it himself, so you can look at Mark's.
Oh, he posted it himself, that. Unbelievable, Callas, it's unbelievable. How could you? The way Tomlin's looking at him. Watch it again. The way Tomlin looks at him, he looks at him 3 times. Is this guy for real right now? Is he really sleeping? Just side-eyed him. Oh, my gosh, that's so funny. That's hilarious. Callas, today is my birthday, and I want to be positive today. It's very gloomy out. It's probably a little chilly. I haven't been outside in a while, but I do want to be positive today, and it's hard because of what transpired this weekend with the Pirates, man. I'm trying to look glass half full here. I really want to tell myself, Callas, that it's only 4 games. It's only 4 games. This will turn around. This will get better. It will look better. But it's so hard for me to get there, man. I know that even this morning before the show started, you were like, I do have some stats that could be a little bit positive. You also said that, hey, the starting pitching was decent. The hitting that we've been asking for from last season to this season was better. They scored some runs. So you are somewhat half full, but I feel like you're in the realm too where it's it's hard to be positive, but it is very hard for me to be positive right now. I know it's early for the Pirates, but it's hard.
I get it. And it's positive-ish. It's it's looking at the glass half full. It's like I said, just because you lose the first series of the season doesn't indicate you're going to be a good team or a bad team. And if the Pirates struggle in April, which they haven't struggled in April for a little while, even going back to 2022, they were doing pretty well early on in the season. Maybe if they don't do so well in the early months here, maybe the Pirates can stop pretending like everything's fine and that things will just turn around. If they go into a slump in the middle of the season, if they start now, they might actually be forced to fix some things so that they don't fall into a bigger hole as the season goes on.
Yeah, I hear you, and I'm glad that you have that outlook. Not many people do, but I just don't see it happening. Derek Shelton, he had his post-game press conference yesterday, and he addressed the media, and it didn't sound too promising. At least to me, it didn't. It didn't sound like there was a huge vote of confidence of what's to be moving forward from manager Derek Shelton.
It's a tough series. I mean, we have some things we really need to correct, and we play 3 games, we get walked off, and in 2 of them, so it's challenging. We got some things to work on.
Andrew Heaney, though, a pretty nice start from him. It has to be encouraging to see that.
Yeah, I thought our starting pitching throughout the series was really good. I mean, we got, 5 2/3 out of Paul and 6 out of Mitch and 6 out of Bailey, and Heaney was good through 5. We got a really good stretch for Lawrence there with right-handed hitters. He came in, did what he does. He got a ground ball, that Frage made a nice play on. Fergie was good. I mean, Bednar got weak contact and then stolen base and a wild pitch. I mean, there was no hard contact there, but I thought our pitching was really good throughout the entire series.
Does it feel like this team is getting in its own head a little bit in the late innings? It seems like that's where the fundamentals tend to break down, is in the final third of the game.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some things that we need to make sure that we clean up. And, sometimes when you have young players, we got to make sure that we slow the game back down.
Just after how this first series has gone, what's the message to the team to kind of get a bounce back?
It's got to keep going. I mean, it's 4 games. It's 4 games, and we've been in every game. So, that's the thing. I mean, that's the thing we need to keep going, because we have been in games. It's not like, it's been a lopsided score one way or another. But I think we knew our pitching was going to be our strength. Offensively, we got some work to do still, and we got some guys that are trying to find their footing in the early going. And that's a challenging thing early on, is guys get a couple loafers and then they press a little bit. So we just need some balls to fall. I mean, we had a situation yesterday where Conine goes over and robs a homer, and then Stowers makes a heck of a play today. We got to get those balls to fall.
What did G1 say the issue was today on the base? He obviously aborted 3 different times on a steal attempt and got a late jump there. What led to his hesitancy?
The hesitancy on which one?
On just all of it.
Yeah,
just wasn't comfortable.
The 3-1 one, it looked like he just didn't get a good jump on, the one that ended up being the walk. And then the ball in the dirt, I mean, from my vantage point, it looked like Forte's got a really good kick, and it kicked right up to him, and he made a good throw on it.
Is there commonality in Holderman's outings so far this year?
Yeah, lack of execution. We got to, trying to go one place in the zone and didn't get it there.
What do you make of Endy behind the plate for the first time this season?
Yeah, I mean, I know he had a couple errant throws, but I thought he received the ball well. That was a tough block there at the end, but overall, I thought he received the ball well.
Well, like I said, I'm going to try to glass half full this, Callas, and they take on the Tampa Bay Rays tonight. Majinski is going to start on the mound, and they're going to have many opportunities moving forward to really make this right. Now, I know it's early, so that's kind of what's holding me back a little bit right now. I kind of went after them in the beginning of the show around 6 a.m. today, and I had to get it off my chest because I'm feeling the frustration that everybody else is feeling because it's almost copy and paste of what transpired last year to this year. They didn't make the adequate moves in the offseason to surround Paul Skeens with the talent that he probably needs because he is one of the best, if not the best pitchers in baseball. And it's very frustrating. It's very, very frustrating. So glass half full, they have a lot of games to be played. I'm trying hard right now.
You're doing great.
I'm trying hard.
You're doing great. It's okay to be frustrated, though, too. I'm just trying to use some history to be like, hey, maybe this could be a good thing.
I hope
I'm not
you're right.
Starting out hot could be a good thing. It also might not be a good thing, and they could actually just struggle through May and then be 25 and 40 something, 50 something. So it's not guaranteed they're going to do better. It's just something good might come out of early struggles.
I hope you're right. I really do, because after this series, you take on the Juggernaut. So
the torpedo batted.
The torpedoes. The pinstripe torpedoes. And you're excited. We're going to talk about that next to wrap up the show. Callas is very excited. We all get excited whenever we have that one team that we latch to, and especially whenever you're a kid and you carry that through until you're an adult, and you're like, I love this team. I love watching this team. I love the colors. I love the players. I love the history. That's you. And you get to experience that in person. We're going to talk about that to wrap up the show coming up next, but first, the Callas headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play against the Tampa Bay Rays tonight at 7. Coverage on the fan begins at 6 o'clock with Dan Zangrilli, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Penguins also won yesterday, 1-0 in overtime against the Ottawa Senators. Penguins will play on Thursday next. They've got a game against the St. Louis Blues, and that is one of the final 7 games the Penguins have on the regular season schedule. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
much of the morning delays out of the way, but time for those midday ones. This report brought to you by Corrigan Moving and Storage. We have a disabled vehicle on the inbound side of the Parkway East approaching the Bates Street off-ramp, so watch for slowdowns there. Suburban side of the tunnels, though, you are seeing delays between Edgewood, Twistvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West, you're jammed approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to corriganmoving.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Beat the spring cleaning rush with big savings and priority booking by calling our heroes at Zero Res. The sun's coming in, you've got longer days, you don't want the sun to reveal dirt, dander, and disgustingness. No, step into a fresher, cleaner home this spring with Zero Res. Zero Res removes winter's buildup and lingering odors, giving your home a fresh, spring-ready feel, preparing your home for the brighter days ahead. Don't forget about your air ducts. Your air ducts are like the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. And just check out the 10,000-plus raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet and air duct cleaner, starting at just $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. You owe it to yourself and your family to breathe healthy, happy, and clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or online at ZeroResPGH.com, and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Fighting pinstripe torpedoes, Callas. They're coming to Tan on Friday. We're going to do our yearly visit to PNC Park as the Fan Morning Show. Me, you, Crowley. We're going to go check out the home opener. And how excited are you on a scale 1 to... Wait, you went to a Yankees game last year, didn't you? Or was it 2 years ago?
I was a couple years ago when they were in Pittsburgh.
That's right. That's right. How excited are you for this game?
I'm like an 11 out of 10. Let's go. It's very exciting.
When did you first start liking the Yankees? How old were you?
So I was like 8.
Okay.
So I was playing video games, right? Big video game guy. I was not winning against my friends and family with the Pirates. It's a shame. So then I was like looking at other teams. I'm like, okay, there's other teams. You know, like let me explore. Right, I'm 8. I'm getting old. And yeah, Derek Jeter just like popped out to me. I'm like, oh, this guy looks interesting. Turns out he was a really good shortstop, so I kind of mimicked a lot of what I did as a player through him because I learned about him after that, and I'm like, okay, look at all these guys, and then I learned about A-Rod steroid stuff, and it was, and I was just drawn to them, and I started winning more when I'd play with them, and I'm like, cool. Didn't have a clue at first though. Like I just picked them because Derek Jeter was cool. They looked like interesting, looked like an interesting guy. I'm like, okay. And then I found out that they're great, and they've got the most World Series championships, and Derek Jeter is, great at shortstop. And yeah, but it was an innocent way to go into as a fan.
Have you been to a game in Yankee Stadium?
Yeah.
Oh, you have?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
I went to Cleveland once, too, when they were there. It was after a travel ball tournament. They just happened to be there that weekend, so my mom was nice enough to give me tickets. I was like 17.
So you were probably, let me do my math here. This was 2006, whenever you were 8?
No, 2007.
2007. Could you name every single starter on the Yankees 2007 team? The year that you fell in love with
Jorge
the Yankees?
Posada was catcher. Jason Giambi was a DH at that time. I think they had Doug Minkiewicz at first base, on and off. Robinson Cano at second. Derek Jeter at short. A-Rod at third. Matsui in left. Johnny Damon was in center. Bobby Abreu was in right. They traded for him. Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Who was the starting pitcher?
They had Mike Mussina.
Okay.
Chen Ming Wong. Those are my two favorites, but they were the top 2 starters that year.
Nice. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Aaron Judge is a freak.
Yeah, he's very big.
Yeah, we talked about this. When was this? Maybe last year. Maybe in like September. They posted all his high school stats of like every sport, like basketball, football, baseball. It was insane.
Yeah.
Insane.
That's what happens when you're tall.
Yeah.
You have a little bit of an advantage there, yeah.
That's awesome that he picked baseball too, because I'm sure that he could have went Division I or professional in every other sport.
I want to know what like a stadium looks like from his vantage point, because I'm short. And I remember playing at fields, they always seemed very imposing, very big. And so I was never really a home run hitter because I'm also tiny-ish, you know. So I wonder like what it's like to see a field from like 6'7", where you're like as tall as some of the outfield walls that exist, like the standard outfield walls.
That's a good point. Like especially for baseball, you don't really get the 6'7" player. Like you have Ellie De La Cruz, O'Neal Cruz, and Judge, I think, are like
Giancarlo Stanton's pretty tall too. He's
position
like
players.
6'5",
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. That is interesting. I wonder what that would look like. It's probably hard. It's probably hard to as a pitcher if you are shorter than the batter.
Well, that's Jared Jones. That's what he's dealing with. So,
Right.
I mean, I think that's why some of these arm issues are coming up because you got to.
But like Jared Jones is taller than like Kutch, right? So you're more likely to have somebody that your size than you being shorter, I guess.
Yeah, that could be. That is terrifying.
Right.
And it's the other way around too. Is the pitchers too when they're taller than the batter.
Right.
Especially because they're standing on the mound, so they're up even higher.
Like think about that. Like having to throw down to somebody that's like 5'9".
It can be intimidating for sure.
That's crazy. All right, Callas. Good show today. We'll have Crowley back tomorrow. Omar Khan, he speaks later on today, I think around maybe noon. So I'm sure that Joe and Pomp, if he's in, we'll have that for you. Crowley back tomorrow, as I said. Pomp and Joe up next. Good job, Callas. We'll see you tomorrow. Fan Morning Show. Dor Dickerson. I'm out, and I'm 37 years old. Yay.
Happy birthday.
A few rain showers for your Monday morning with high temperatures into the upper 60s this afternoon. Rain showers continue on and off, then becoming mostly cloudy tonight with lows in the low 30s. Mostly sunny Tuesday with highs right around 50 degrees, and Tuesday night lows into the upper 30s and partly cloudy skies. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDKA First Alert Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you have roof problems? Well, call Weather Seal now and get your problems fixed fast during Weather Seal's roofing sale. Get a brand new Weather Seal roofing system with no money down and 100% financing available for 24 months. Plus, get a free gutter upgrade with your purchase. That's zero, zip, zilch, out of pocket for 24 months or until 2027. Plus, that free gutter upgrade. Call 877-351-SEAL today or go to WeatherSealHomeservices.com. That's WeatherSealHomeservices.com.
Thank you, Pittsburgh, for your support of Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank during Odyssey's 6th annual Feed the Need Radiothon. Together as a community, you helped fund more than 250,000 meals. Each day, the food bank works to ensure all of our neighbors have enough food to thrive. Inflation and economic uncertainty is having an impact on many. Your support helps to provide a neighbor with groceries. You can also volunteer and advocate for the mission. To learn more or to donate, visit pittsburghfoodbank.org. That's pittsburghfoodbank.org.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation. Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Barbecue season is back. Hey, it's Ellen.
And this is Sarah Beth.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that zesty barbecue sauce. I love that it was a little sweet, a little tangy, and with the mac and cheese,
I feel like I tasted the brown sugar bacon first. It was the absolute best combination. Pro tip, 3 sandwiches are always better than 1.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and our Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound lanes approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Ford Pit tunnels, while the Parkway East lines up at Edgewood Swissvale toward the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Midday crews working on Route 28. Watch for a lane restriction on the outbound side approaching the 31st Street Bridge, causing slowdowns back toward Chestnut Street. And the Parkway North's HOV lanes now closed until the afternoon rush. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tough start for the Pirates in Miami. 4-game series. Buccos lose 3 out of 4 and get walked off 3 times in the series. Only able to win 1 game, and it started off with a loss on Thursday with Paul Skeens going strong. But the Buccos, with an ERA sub 2.5 for their starting pitchers, not being able to win more than 1 game in the series. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pomp and Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com. Empowering, innovative, and provocative. Like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
And a very pleasant Monday morning to you. Bob Pompiani here without Joe Starkey, but with Austin Bechtold. Joe is still engaged in his golf weekend. I know he played a lot of golf down in Florida, so hopefully we'll get a good report when he comes back. In the meantime, maybe that was the best diversion of all after watching some of the stuff that happened over the weekend, especially with the Pirates. Not to watch, you probably have lower blood pressure than you do if you did watch because, man, it was a tough 4 games for the Pittsburgh Pirates. We'll start there. And want to say good morning. Austin, how you doing today? Behind the glass, working the 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, and how many else you do?
Oh, lots of numbers, Bob. Always good to be with you.
Yeah, we have a lot to get into today. We want to hear from you at 412-928-9370. I should tell you that Off the Top is presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Here's a rundown of what we're happening on today's show. We're going to talk a lot about the Pirates. We're going to talk about Penn State hockey, which for the first time is going to the Frozen Four. They've had a real successful athletic season at Penn State with the wrestling team and so many others. But when you talk about hockey, 15 years ago, this was a club sport, and now here they are in a position where they can actually go to the Frozen Four and potentially win a national championship. And one thing about them, they were not the team expected to win yesterday, Austin, but boy, they got things done on the ice. And they have some Western Pennsylvania products who came through big when they had to.
Yeah, they had a couple. DeMarsico, kid from Wexford, that ended up winning it for them in overtime. I'm not going to act like I'm a huge Penn State hockey savant, even though I am a Penn State guy, but that was thrilling. That was exciting, entertaining. And it was in Allentown, too. Penn State was hosting the regional. So I think them having a home crowd pretty much
absolutely
throughout the entirety of it definitely helped them to be able to beat Maine and also be able to move past UConn.
Yeah, and UConn was a good team. Many people had them in that, and Penn State took advantage of that home crowd. And whatever it was, they jacked up their level of play, and they won, and so they're headed to the Frozen Four. I want to remind you that the Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And our hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. So 412-928-9370, that is the number to call. While the Pirates were playing, the Steeler management and head coach Mike Tomlin down in Florida as well, but for a different reason. It's the owners' meetings. And yesterday, Mike Tomlin spoke to select media members. Today, he spoke to just about anyone down there as they have a breakfast opportunity for everyone who wants to be there, for all coaches in the NFL, all required to be there. And they spoke for an hour. Not much revealed, actually, about the quarterback situation. Sort of remains the same. And Mike Tomlin seems to think that's not a problem. So whether or not it is, we'll find out as the season rolls on and who's here. But he made it sound like there's no timetable here for Aaron Rodgers, and that would include going into the draft. And I don't know about you, Austin, but I am not thinking that that's the right move. If you go into the draft and you're not getting any assurances from Aaron Rodgers, your draft may change. Your plans may change. I think if you're a management team, you want to get everything settled before then for sure. I thought it would have been settled by now, one way or the other.
I really did too. I kind of have a different approach and a different take on this, Bob. Based on, and we have the comments of what Mike Tomlin said, based on what Tomlin said, I think he knows what Rodgers is going to do, and it's just not finalized yet. And there was also a report that Mike Garafolo at the NFL Network put out there, I think it was yesterday or that or this morning, that Rodgers was at UCLA throwing with DK Metcalf this weekend. So he's throwing with Metcalf. He's at the Steelers facility for 6 hours. He's DMing with Pat Freiermuth. It's all quiet on the Western Front with the Vikings. The Giants are going with Russell Wilson. This is going to happen. I think maybe it's a handshake agreement at this point, but I'm pretty confident that Mike Tomlin thinks it's going to happen. He just is talking about it as basically a formality and not something that's already signed in the done deal.
That may be true, but in dealing with Aaron Rodgers, I'm not sure if that's the best way to go.
No, probably not.
You know, I mean, at some point you have to make it official, and then I would ask you, why is it not official? What are they waiting for? Why isn't he able to come to the table and say, yeah, I signed a deal. I'm going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. Why not?
I honestly think it's because he's going to announce it on McAfee. And I think that for whatever reason it might be, the Steelers and Tomlin are okay with that. Maybe it's because it's in their home city. They can also prop it up a little bit and have their own social people there and make a big deal out of this thing. I don't know. If it was tomorrow instead of next week, I'd have a better confidence level in that. But it just feels like that's the spectacle that it's going to become.
Well, a lot of people make that determination. They think it's going to be on the McAfee show. I wouldn't be so fast to think that, though. I understand why people do think it. I understand Aaron Rodgers is a paid collaborator on that show, so he wants to be on it if he can be. But it seems to me that that goes against everything the Steelers like to do. Keep it themselves in control of the situation. And maybe because it is in Pittsburgh, that will change that. But we'll see. But I know this. If nothing is done before the draft and the McAfee show comes and goes, you're asking questions about what they should do in the first round, especially if they have no second-round pick.
I still, and I don't know where you stand on this now, Bob, but I'm still of the belief that you don't reach for a quarterback at this point, especially
after the first time they did it.
Yeah.
With Kenny Pickett. Didn't work out.
You don't have a second. I feel like if you just draft Jalen Milroe to take a flyer in the third, somebody who you need like a really good offensive coach, and I don't think they have that, to be able to develop, I don't think it's worth it, to take a flyer on a guy like that, or Will Howard in the fourth round. And look, they haven't been great at developing fourth-round picks. It's just kind of a fact. How many fourth-round picks can you name that they've done a really good job of developing? Just off the top of your head. There's not many.
Yeah, not many, but that's true of most teams. When you get beyond the third round, it's kind of hit or miss.
Right.
In terms of guys who are going to come in and make a sustained run for your team. So, yeah, without a second-round pick, they have so many things they need to take care of. That's why I would like this quarterback situation to be resolved with Aaron Rodgers one way or the other. And if he does make an announcement before then, fine. They have him. They have Rudolph. They can also pick up guys late round, free agency, whatever you got to do, undrafted guys to fill out that room until next year when they'll probably redraft the same position.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I don't want to reach and take somebody who,
nor do I.
If I don't think that if I don't value them as who I think is the guy. Like, if I'm just taking them and saying, yeah, especially at 21, yeah, I mean, there's some talent. There's some traits. We like him. It's kind of like the Mason Rudolph thing. Yeah, we had a first-round grade on him, but we picked him in the third round. But since there are no quarterbacks in this class that are a surefire thing, I mean, there really isn't. And you decide to take, let's say it's Dart at 21 or Tyler Shuck in the third round. And you're just like, yeah, I mean, because quarterback's the one position where if you're not, like, very in love with the guy, I don't think you should take him, especially because you need 2 defensive linemen. You still need a wide receiver. You still need a running back, and you need another corner. And that's why I wouldn't take a quarterback.
Right, and you don't have that many picks to satisfy those things because in free agency it didn't reveal itself to be, other than Metcalf, really, a lot of those situations have been taken care of. So going to be very intriguing, but we'll see how they go on this thing. Mike Tomlin also talked about the fact that Mason Rudolph is there. They like him. They feel confident. If it comes to that, he believes he can play. But then my question would be, why didn't they take him last year when they had a chance he was here? They didn't sign him. He went to Tennessee with no guarantee that this situation would. But again, this is the problem when you start really searching for your next franchise quarterback. And it's not a situation that people want to be in, for sure. Teams have been in that. You see what happens. It takes a while. You've got to get that guy. And when you do, look at Washington. They went from 5 wins, 12 losses to 12-5 or whatever it was. It turned it completely around, and Jaden Daniels had a lot to do with it. So you're going to have to be in a position to get one, and when you do, make sure you hit on that. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. We'll talk more about that. The Pirates and the Penguins, and I'm going to get to the Pirates right now because very disappointing to watch, and I know it's 4 games, so I want to preface it all by saying it's only 4 games. However, the starting pitcher gave you everything you needed, which was 4 solid starts. Now, again, I'm going to frame this with a it's only 4 games theme here. Normally, you'd want your starters to go into the 7th inning. At least I would. So the bottom line for me is they didn't. And because they didn't, they overused their bullpen here. The other thing is, and if I were Derek Shelton, I would consider this more. Instead of running out one pitcher for 1 inning and another pitcher for another inning and going through that whole thing, if you have a guy who's doing pretty well, there's no shame in putting him out there for 2 innings. Let him go a little bit to stop taxing your bullpen as much. Now, in the middle of that, you didn't expect a 13-inning game, but it happened, and they went through a whole bunch of pitchers. Now, is that responsible? Is that the reason why we saw inconsistent performances from Colin Holderman and David Bednar? Maybe, maybe not. They've struggled. Last year, it's almost a continuation, especially for David Bednar. He needs to be better. It's a confident issue. Even in the game he got a save, he gave up a 2-run home run. It was 4-1. They won 4-3. He got credit for a save in that game. So the bullpen is a little bit overused. I would like to see starters go longer. There's no reason as the season goes on that they can't do that. They should do that. And then relievers go more than 1 inning if a guy's having a pretty good day at the office. The other problem, and we knew this was going to be a problem here, Austin, was the runners in scoring position. And when they get those opportunities, they simply do not cash in. They stole a ton of bases, a record amount of bases in those 4 games. I believe it was 15 or 16. And when you steal that many bases, that means you're on base. That means you're in scoring position. Yet, in this series, starting with the opener, in which they won 1 for 9, combined, they're 8 for 40. Obviously, that's not good enough. That's a 200 batting average. They got to do better than that. So, hopefully they're in a situation they go to Tampa and get this straightened out. But those are 3 games they could have won. That's a Miami team, as you know. That's a rebuilding team and a young team. They were playing with a lot of emotion over the weekend because they were in these games. Very rare that you get 3 walk-offs in the first series against you. And the last time it happened, ironically, was against the Pirates in 1924.
Yeah, very rarely, considering it was 100 years ago, and it was your own club. Let's call a spade here, Bob. That was an absolute disaster in Miami against a team with a payroll that is half the size of yours. If you look at their lineup, you could be the greatest baseball savant out there. I couldn't tell you half their lineup, and I follow baseball as closely as a lot of people. Other than Xavier Edwards and Gillespie, or Gillespie's their pitcher. I mean, other than Conine, because his dad was Mr. Right. Marlin, you can't name many guys in that lineup. And for them to do what they did, I felt like I was watching a replay of game 163, 164, 165 at times when the bullpen was blowing leads that the starters gave them and they weren't coming up with timely hits and the defense was not being able to help them at all. It's frustrating, and I think that's what a lot of people are feeling today.
There's no question, because you expect it now. Again, I'm going to be realistic about this and say it's 4 games, and what we saw last year was them sweep the Marlins in 4 games. Then they went off to a 9-2 start, and everything changed. 2 years ago, 20-8. And I remember what people were saying back then at 20-8. And it was, oh, my goodness, this is a team that finally has it together, playoff bound, 20 wins, 8 losses. It's a long season. That's my message there. So the good news is they got some pretty good starting pitching, a 2.42 ERA. And that's the one thing that I think will sustain them as this season rolls on. But they got to let them go deeper into counts. Or deeper in the game. To me, you can't just automatically, because the guys in the 5th and 6th inning think, oh, it's time for my bullpen pitcher in the 6th inning, the 7th inning, 8th inning, 9th inning. Let somebody go more than 1 inning. There's no crime in that.
Right. I was surprised by how well Heaney pitched, too. And the starting rotation.
He had like 70-some pitches.
Yeah.
He could have gone another inning.
I expect it from Skeens. I know that there's been some shakiness in Keller, but I expect it from Keller. And Falter has shown at times that, he could be that type of pitcher. I would be completely okay seeing Dennis Santana go maybe 2 innings. Because the starting rotation, no doubt, can be one of the best in baseball. And then when Jared Jones gets back and Bubba Chandler is here and Thomas Harrington is here, I think will be legitimately a top 5 rotation in all of baseball. But this confidence level and trust that they have in Colin Holderman and David Bednar when their springs were not very good, and the year before they fell apart in the second half of the season. what are we doing here? Like, that's what's just so concerning to me. Caleb Ferguson's been good. Why not use him in the 8th inning or instead of calling
this point,
in the 9th even?
I think David Bednar needs a little bit of a break anyway. He's gone through 3 games out of these 4. Switch things up a little bit. Maybe he needs a refresher. Sometimes it's good just to sit guys down, skip them a couple of days, and see what happens with their confidence, because he still has good stuff. I think Holderman does too, but yesterday Holderman on a 1-2 pitch to Conine put it up in the strike zone when Andy Rodriguez was calling for a down in the strike zone. He missed his spot. The guy hit it out and tied the game. 412-928-9370. One other thing we will talk about, and that's the Penguins and Sidney Crosby. I thought yesterday's game was very, very significant in the way that Sidney Crosby plays, because he created turnovers. He got feisty. Artem Zub wanted to mix it up. He said, fine, I'll swing too. He goes and draws the penalty that led to the power play in overtime, and, of course, he wins it in overtime. 20 years into this game, breaking Wayne Gretzky's record, and that guy can still deliver like he was in 2009, 10, 11. So it's incredible, and hopefully that'll continue, and they'll build around him. They still have time to do that, and we'll see how it goes in the next couple of years. They have some young guys they're trying to implement in this roster right now. Whether or not that's good enough, they're goaltending, and there's a frustrating part also. City limits. That's the first time I've referred to you as city limits.
It is.
What do you prefer? What do you prefer? You're so used to being called limits. When I say Austin, it's almost like,
Well, I always prefer my name.
Okay, good. That's what I said.
Yeah.
So Austin. But, Jari, in, out, good, bad. That's the whole thing with him. When he's on, like he was yesterday, it's a good offensive team in Ottawa. He's pretty good.
Yeah.
But then he can't do it on a consistent level, and that's the frustrating part. And it'll make their analysis of him very difficult, I think, moving forward.
And that's why when he had, like, those 4 games in a row that he won and that winning streak, it was like, good for Tristan Jarry. Like, he's been through a lot. We've been pretty hard on him. I think rightfully so in some cases. I was excited to see the success that he had, but I also at the same time didn't think like, oh, we're turning the page to a completely new Tristan Jarry, and that's what we're kind of starting to see. It's like when the backup goalie comes in or the backup quarterback comes in for a little bit of a stretch. That's kind of where we are with Jarry, where he puts together about 4 or 5 games of like really good play.
Teases you, makes you think he's got it back. And then
it's similar to what I feel with Mason Rudolph. And then you give him a more extended look. It's kind of like a utility player in baseball. Then you give them everyday at-bats, and they start to get exposed for what they are. Good in a utility role, good in a pinch, but not good every day or every game.
Well, they have potential answers in their system. We'll see how that works out. Murashov won 11 straight games. Is he capable at a very young age, 19, 20 years old, to come up and be that guy? We'll find out. The whole offseason will be fascinating from that point of view. All right, we got a lot of callers on the line here, Austin. Let's get right to it. Who's first?
Well, let's start with Steve in the car.
Hello, Steve. How are you?
All right, Bob. How are you?
Doing great. It's a beautiful day, I think. It's supposed to be sunny tomorrow. At least the rest of the week doesn't look so good. But, yeah, every day's a good day.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, listen, the reason I'm calling is this is the first time in my 58 years, I haven't watched the Pirates in their first 4 games, and I'm glad I didn't. It's too much torture, to be honest with you. We're not – it's everything you guys said, but really it starts at the top. And I know Shelton signed to, later on, but we need to make big changes. We really do. We're not going to do anything, except get high draft picks again and finish in the top 5, worst. It's just awful.
Well, this is year 6, Steve. So it's late in the proceedings here for Ben Cherington and company, because honestly, I think, and Jeff Athorn told me something yesterday which I didn't know. We did the showdown last night at KDK TV studios, and he said that Ben Cherington on his radio show, I didn't hear it, said that he thought this was his best roster since he's been here. And I was a little shocked by that, because I didn't expect to hear that.
No, me either. Holy smokes. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Yeah, they're not seeing the same baseball team we are. That's for sure. And Shelton, you know what? When you have runners in scoring position and you're 2 for 14, I read the one game. He's got to try, something different. Try bunting the ball with a guy on third. Try to squeeze play. He's got to make things happen, and you're exactly right about the pitching. Someone's pitching one good inning. Let him go a second inning. And Bednar, give him a break. He's done. That's my opinion. He wouldn't even have made the roster. He had a bad spring training. He shouldn't have been on the roster. There's a young kid down there. Bring him up.
All right, Steve.
Thanks for listening.
Appreciate it. Thank you for calling at 412-928-9370. Yeah, hitting with runners in scoring position is going to be a challenge all year. And I think we knew that. The offseason did not show much in terms of their commitment to offense, and they had a chance to do it with Skeens in year number 2. You need to – it's just like, as I said this many times before, Austin, when you have a young quarterback who's a franchise quarterback in football, you know as a rookie he's making things happen. You have 4 years to add around him until he cashes in on that big $400 million payroll that he's going to get. You got to do something. And he's the same way. Skeens is one of those guys you need help around him, and they haven't really done it.
Well, and the other thing about that is, too, like, let's say you're Washington with Jaden Daniels right now, and you have that guy as your quarterback. The way that the NFL just works, and quarterbacks in general, that guy's going to be around with you for about 15 years. There's more of a sense of urgency now because Paul Skeens is going to get probably a $600 million contract once he gets the free agency, you know? And your window is a lot shorter with Skeens. And I think that's what is also pretty frustrating for people listening and watching, and just knowing that if they don't supplement this roster soon, as the more expensive Skeens is going to get, the tougher and tougher it's going to be to win.
Yeah, it is. So I would have expected that in this offseason. It did not happen. It better happen in the following off seasons, and we'll see what they do because the time will be running out from that point of view. 412-928-9370. Who's next?
Here is Chris. Wants to talk about the Pirates.
Chris, what's going on? How are you today?
Hey, Bob. No one's talking about this. I don't know why Andrew McCutchen's on the team. You can have Henry Davis batting DH. Get McCutchen. Tell him, listen, you want to be a coach. You can't play no more.
But Chris,
you get a home run.
You're picking a bad time to bring this up only because he had one of the more lively bats of the weekend of those offensive players. I mean, he turned on a 96-mile. You know, I agree with you. Davis should be up here at some point. I want to see it. They seem to be encouraged with his defensive progress, but at this point, McCutchen's not their biggest problem. Although I get your premise of your call.
You might as well play the younger guys. Let all the young guys come up because they're not going nowhere. And I don't know what's going on. And Jackson Dart, move on up and draft him.
Well, we shift right from Pirates into Jackson Dart. Well, I don't know. They better be 100% sure that, because you can never be 100%, but they got to be absolutely sold on whomever it is because they've interviewed other quarterbacks as well. If the Steelers, as we dart back to them, pun intended, if the Steelers, draft a quarterback in the first round, it's going to be very difficult for them to satisfy some of their other needs. So, Chris, thank you for the call, but that's, I don't know where he's going to fall. He's moving up the draft boards. I don't know if the Steelers are in a position to make a move for him anyway, and if they don't, they will not take a quarterback in the first round. They'll take what they need as a defensive lineman or wide receiver.
Dart looking downfield. He is going to take a shot towards the end zone. No one there but Gators. And it's a pick.
No one there but Gators on ESPN. Just the Gators, Bob. The Gators.
That was one of his worst games.
Oh, yeah, he threw 3 picks in that game.
And he looked confused in it. And this is the thing I say about young quarterbacks. Some of them are ready-made. They come in, they understand it, they delve into it, they're mature enough to go through it. Some aren't. He seems to hit all the things I would want in a quarterback. But he has those moments where he makes poor decisions and bad throws. But who doesn't as a quarterback? Is he good enough to be your first-round pick? Is he your franchise quarterback? Because if you do draft him, he has to fit that bill. He has to be that franchise quarterback. This is going to be 4 years now without Ben Roethlisberger. We've gone through a number of different people who have been under center. And so far, no answers. So they have to come up with it. One more call, Austin, before we go to break. Who would it be?
All right, let's go to Mike in the car.
Hey, Mike, what's going on?
Hey, Bob. Hey, just want to talk about the weekend of the Pirates. I just, we hear the announcers on the game talking about how great these stolen bases are and they can't get anybody in. I just want to look back and see how many runners they leave in scoring position. And when they get to extra innings, they never win. Why wouldn't they try the guy at second with nobody out? To lay down a bunt, get him to third, and see if they can get him in. I don't remember them winning too many extra inning games at all since they put this guy on second base with this coach. What are your thoughts?
You're right. They haven't won as many as they've lost. With runners in scoring position, the 4 games produced 8 hits and 40 at-bats with runners in scoring position. So that's a bigger issue to me. Whether or not they're going to bunt in the 10th inning is a point, I'm sure, trying to get a run in. But at the same time, I got to figure out, if I'm them, what I do about some clutch hitting. They got a new hitting coach. They got 2 people in there trying to help these guys out. Whatever the case. But more than anything else, they have to develop players better than they've developed. You can have all the high-end picks you want, but if you don't develop them, if they're not up here contributing, what are you doing? They've had prime opportunities with top 5 picks over the last 10 years, and we haven't seen much in terms of production in the major league level. We haven't. So in order for you not to spend money, if you're adverse to that in free agency, you better develop the guys you have. And they've had some, but not enough, and certainly none of them have been starter kind of players, and they need that. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. We are on until 2 o'clock today. Joe Starkey is still playing golf. He'll be back tomorrow. So we'll see how he did when I talked to him on Wednesday. But I got some videos which suggest he had an up and down kind of round, up and down week. But that's the way it goes. When we come back, we're going to talk about the Yankees coming into town this week. The home opener is Friday. And torpedo bats. Who would have thought that Monday's conversation would be torpedo bats? We'll get on with that as we come back. We have David, Bob, Jay, Buzz on the line. We'll get to your calls as we continue. It's the Pomp and Joe Show on a Monday right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates lose 3 out of 4 in Miami to start off the season. Buccos will play against the Tampa Bay Rays today. It's a 7:05 first pitch, first of a 3-game series against the Rays. Carmen Majinski will get the ball for the first time this season. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will begin at 6 o'clock right here on The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Pirate season is off and running.
There it goes! Grand slam for Brian Reynolds!
Our Pirates are here.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out! 100 miles an hour! 11 strikeouts for Skeets!
Catch our Pirates live all season long here. Our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Tonight's main event is the Women's Elite 8 matchup between number 1 USC and number 2 UConn. The Trojans beat the Huskies 72-70 back in December, but superstar Juju Watkins is out with a torn ACL. UConn coach Gino Auriemma predicts Watkins will return better than ever, as evidence he cited his own rehabbed mega talent Paige Beckers. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit Target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
As a bank, PNC prides itself on being boring, but the truth is they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic Pittsburgh community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. They have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Get off the couch and get moving. 2 Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.2men.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob.
All right, welcome back to the program.
I say bring it.
Here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the Pomp and Joe Show. Joe is on his way back on a plane right now around a bunch of people who have coughs. And he's been, I think he's worrying too much about this right now. Stressing.
Well, he hasn't filled me in on it. Bob? Bob?
Okay, for some reason I can't hear anything right now, Austin, and that includes you.
Well, Bob, you talk, and I'll try to fix the problem.
Okay. I'll keep talking because I'm not sure what's happening here. The earphones have gone dead or something out here has gone dead. Anyway, we want to continue this baseball topic with the Pirates, but also I want to get into this torpedo bat situation with the New York Yankees. Because if you didn't know any better, you would say, "Man, the Bronx Bombers are really doing it. They're doing all these great things, and yeah, they're known for that." But of course, Yankee Stadium's a smaller complex. You can hit more home runs there. But at the same time, this was an unusual total. In fact, it was one of the most in the history of the game. For 3 games, they hit 15 home runs in that 3-game sweep of the Milwaukee Brewers. 9 of them were hit by players using the torpedo bat. That's what people have come to the conclusion watching these games. It's hard to know exactly how many, I would imagine, are using this bat. But in case you didn't know, torpedo bat was first put together by some MIT physicist who worked for the Yankees from 2018, I think, until last year, and right now, ironically, is with the Miami Marlins. So this guy came up with this. What it is increase a sweet spot on a barrel of the bat, and apparently you can cater the bat to where that mechanics of each swing is, each player. It's not like, I guess, a golf simulator, where you're getting your club fitted by someone professionally who does that. I think that's what we're looking at here. So anyway, I was looking at the rule book last night, trying to find out exactly what they say about, the rules for bats. Cork bats, of course, not allowed. You remember pine tar incidents, but they don't really have anything with regard to this. So the Yankees utilized this guy. He ended up being on their coaching staff for 6 years from MIT, a physicist, came up with this idea that, hey, I can figure out these bats, where you hit the ball. Let's go through some work on it. We'll see where your sweet spot is. We'll design the sweet spot to be bigger wherever you typically hit the ball. So good for them, I suppose. If there are no illegal ramifications to this, then they're ahead of the curve. They're doing something that probably a lot of teams should do. Probably a team like the Pirates, as heavily as they're involved in metrics, would probably utilize this. And maybe this guy is going to take off now, and it'll change the game. It certainly increases the offense when you got these kind of power. You got to have a good hitting team to begin with. But, man, 15 home runs in 3 games, I think that's crazy. And I don't know about you, Austin, but when you have something that you can view as circumventing the rules or just doing something that someone has not thought of, I would then choose to applaud the New York Yankees because they're taking advantage of something that they can take advantage of.
Yeah, and it is fascinating because one of the relievers from Milwaukee basically said, look, it's the Yankees. Of course they're going to be able to get away with this. If it was like somebody else, maybe it wouldn't be that big of a problem, or maybe it would just be automatically banned. Who knows what would ultimately happen. But what I do think is it's interesting that the Yankees have created this type of innovation. And look, from everything that I've learned and everything that I've heard and what has been reported, it seems like that, yes, this is indeed legal. This is something that the Yankees can get away with. I find it fascinating that they hit 8 home runs in a game and I think tied their own franchise mark. And they had 6 or 7 through the first 4 or 5 innings of a game against Milwaukee. 9
total, right? In that second game. It was unbelievable.
So altogether now, eventually I'm sure a lot of teams are going to adopt this. I hope that the Pirates adopt this because it seems like, and it's also player specific. Like, it's not like every single player for the Yankees is doing it. Aaron Judge said, look, I'm good. I think what I'm doing with my own swing and with my bat is working well enough, and I would tend to agree with him. But other players like Jazz Chisholm, it seems like, at least in the early going, small sample size, is working the way that it was intended.
Yeah, exactly. And again, if those of you who play golf think of a club fitting, they look at your swing, they analyze where you hit the ball on the club, and they'll cater the, whether or not you need to have more degrees, less degrees. So it's about that. It's about what this guy can do for your swing, specific to your swing, and your bat is catered to those metrics. But I agree with Aaron Judge. If you're going well, why would you need to tinker with it? It strikes me as something Sidney Crosby would refuse if he felt that he was good enough without it, but to each his own. And if there's nothing to stop it from happening, then so be it. They're going to continue to do it. And Major League Baseball did have a response saying that there's nothing in the rule book that suggests they've done anything illegal.
It's going to eventually get banned.
Well, just like the shift. Remember the shift?
Yeah, it will get banned.
When people were first onto it, everything was fine. And then finally, Major League Baseball had to step in and do something. So maybe we're heading in that direction. But it's a crazy situation for, of all teams, the New York Yankees, which hit a lot of home runs to begin with, and now they have 15 in 3 games, and they're coming here on Friday. All right, 412-928-9370. It's the Pomp and Joe Show. We are headed out to where, Austin?
Let's go to David. He's in McKees Rocks.
Hello, Dave. What's up?
Hello, Bob. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. I have a couple of views on the Pirates. I remember I've been a Pirates supporter for 30 years, and I remember when the Pirates had Jose Pagan, and way later they had Josh Harrison. Now, with this team, Shelton seems to like to have 6 guys that can catch 12 second basemen. What happened to the days when the lineup was the same? Robertson was on first, Hebner was on third, Stennett was on short. It was the same lineup day in and day out. Those guys learned their position, and they were good at it. Do you think there's something there?
Well, I think what that equates to, David, is they don't have enough consistent talent to do that. If you were good enough to be a second baseman and that was your craft and you did it well and you won the job, no reason to change it. I think times do change with everything else, though, and platooning became a big thing. You know, what you do against lefties versus righties became a big thing, and so managers always change.
You need utility players. You maybe need 1 or 2 guys.
Well, the problem with the Pirates of this day and age, and thank you for the call, David, is that they have too many platoon players, right? I mean, when you look at their roster, it's a bunch of platoon players. You can't have that. You do need, to what he said, more consistency with your lineup. When you switch the lineup daily, as Derek Shelton has done, that leads to problems. Tommy Pham hit third yesterday. He hit first earlier. You don't have a designated hitter who's maybe even capable of being a cleanup hitter. So I don't know. You know, the bottom line is they don't have enough talent. I can stretch this any way you want to talk about it, Austin, but they don't have enough consistent talent and players who play position every single day. I would love to see them get back to that, because that's what they need. They need, like Hayes playing third. If he get hit, you know, that's solidified. You don't have to worry about that. Reynolds is solidified in the outfield, one of only 3 that are really solidified. Catcher's not solidified. Shortstop, maybe, maybe not. Second base, with Gonzalez's injury, not now. They don't have a lot of everyday steady players in your lineup.
No, and there's really, outside of just a couple of guys, no one considerably proven. And when it comes down to, and look, I don't think that the lineup did not lose them this series in Miami. It didn't. Like, it's going to have to be.
In the sense that nobody came up with a clutch hit.
Right. I would put the bullpen and defense 1 and 2 on those reasons, though, ahead of the lineup. But, I mean, again, the lineup is a big problem. I'm not trying to excuse the lineup at all. But what I would say is, I mean, kind of to that point, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, is he an everyday guy that's playing at shortstop?
I don't think he is.
No, he's not. Tommy Pham, at this point in his career, everyday guy. No. Jack Sawinski, other than hitting 26 home runs in 1 year, what we saw from him last year, is he a consistent everyday guy? No. Key Brian Hayes, on an everyday basis, you're worried about, is he going to stay healthy? Great defender, Gold Glove player, one of the best defenders in all of baseball. Can you consistently count on him with his bat every single day?
No. More answers are going to be no than yes here, and that's the problem.
That's the problem. Like, half your lineup right there is a bunch of, well, we'll see. And Nick Gonzalez gets hurt, who was my breakout player, him and Andy Rodriguez. And then there's this Emmanuel Valdez guy that comes in and plays first base. Like, where's Nick York? Where's Billy Cook? Why aren't they here? Like, those are your young prospects, not Emmanuel Valdez. Well, I don't get that, Bob. I have to admit
to you, when I saw him come into the game, I was wondering, who is this?
Who is this guy? Yes. Like,
now, Andy Rodriguez, as well as he played, I thought at first base, he made an error, but I mean, overall, I thought his footwork was good at first. He goes behind the plate, a couple of really bad throws, especially in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Well, I'm sure that it just kind of messes with your psyche, Bob, and I'm not a major league athlete, but I feel like your all spring training, Andy, your job is to catch. Learn how to catch. You're a better defensive catcher than Henry Davis. It's proven that he's on the roster and Davis is not. And then, let's throw you at first base because you have some versatility and you're very athletic. So he commits an error there. Well, let's move you back to catcher. And then he makes 2 really bad throws. So their catcher that they've tried to make a first baseman, that they've put a lot of pressure on early, who's a former organization player of the year because of how well he hit with like 90 RBIs and a 300 average and 20-plus home runs, there just seems like a lot of pressure on Endy and a lot of just stress that they are building on some of these guys that just kind of seems unnecessary to me, if that makes sense. You know, like there's no defined roles for these guys. They're trying to bounce a lot of young players around. And also at the same time, like, and I know it's kind of going off of my point and kind of contradicting it, but Derek Shelton for the last 6 years, how many times have we heard we have a lot of young players? How many young players do you really have? Like, Hayes is older. O'Neal Cruz is not a young player anymore. Brian Reynolds is not a young player anymore. Joey Bart, he's not a young player anymore. IKF, where are all these young players that we're talking about?
And that precisely is the problem. The ones they've drafted, they haven't been able to get them to a point, especially offensively. Now, they've had some pitching success there. We'll see how much of it as time goes on, but they haven't had enough of the development from a hitter's point of view, and that's what they need more than anything. They need bats, and if you don't get bats, it doesn't matter really how good that pitching can be. They'll keep you in games, but when you need clutch hits, you're just simply not going to get them, and that's what we've seen so far in this series. All right, next.
Here is Jay. He's in Youngstown. He wants to talk about the Pirates.
Hello, Jay. What's up?
Hi, Bob. Hey, I was watching Florida, right, and they had all young guys, right? They were all producing, you know. What's wrong with our minor leagues, our development? Miami seems to get rid of veterans every year, and they seem to bring up a lot of good prospects.
Well, that remains to be seen because they were 62 and 100 last year. They do have some blue chip guys in their organization. And, yeah, they played, and you saw some of them yesterday. I don't know how they're going to do over the course of 162 because they're still searching. They've been in a rebuild motion now for how many years? And that's the problem when you do this kind of stuff. It takes a long time. So the Pirates seem to want to avoid that. They've gotten high-end picks, many of them, but really only Skeens is the guy who has immediately jumped up here and made an impact, and that's what they're missing. They need guys who are younger to be immediate impact players. And there's no reason why there shouldn't be more than just Skeens.
But, Bob, I will make a prediction, and I will call you guys up in 3 months. Florida will be fighting for a wild card spot, and we won't be. I will predict this.
I will disagree with that, and I'll take that wager.
I will predict this. You watch it. They do this every other year. They fight for wild card spots. Just watch it.
Okay. I think there are, they have some talent in their organization, but for me to think that they're going to be a team that's going to compete for anything would be a stretch.
They have one really solid pitcher in Sandy Alcantara. Other than that,
he's 29.
Right, and he's probably going to get traded.
Right, that's the deadline. And there's already talk about that. So
eventually, it's kind of like we were just talking about with like the utility players and the backup goalie and the backup quarterback. Like nice little stretch of games for the Marlins, but I think that's all it is.
I think over 162, guys who can play and guys who can't, and you also have roles that are defined. Okay, this guy could be a utility guy. The problem is they have too many utility guys. They don't have enough starters, everyday starters, who could play 150 games.
Not at all. And that's just what I think makes it so much more frustrating for Pirates fans that were watching these games over the weekend, knowing, look, our team is better than them. Our roster is better than them. We are not coming up clutch in key moments. It just seemed like two teams that had higher expectations, obviously the Pirates did, than the Marlins coming into this year. Like, I was talking to a couple of Marlins people I know that are down in Miami that either cover the team or observers of the team, and they expected the Pirates to win 3 out of 4 in this series. And what happened? The complete and utter opposite.
Yeah, I expected that too. I just think Miami's a team that's not going to be competitive all year when you go there. And honestly, they should have won those games. They were there for the taking, all of them, and they didn't. One more call before we go to a break.
Here is Bob. Bob is in Brackenridge. He wants to talk about the Pirates.
What's up, Bob?
Hey, guys. If I could just say this, I'm a baseball guy. I worked for the Pirates for many years for fun. I defended them till I was blue in the face. And when you stand there for 81 games, you hear it all the time when you're there. And then in the public here, people want the Pirates to win so bad. And so I always hear, well, when they pitch, they don't hit. When they hit, they don't pitch. When they do this, they don't run. They don't make mistakes. They this. The bullpen blows it. Do you know why that is? It's as simple as this, guys. When a guy gets, say, it used to be 75, it's probably 80, 85 million in revenue sharing from MLB, and his payroll is usually in the $40 million range, and now it's like 60 or 70. The guy's making millions before he sells a ticket. The reason why the talent and the depth is not there, I heard you guys say this over the last hour 100 times, they just don't have the talent. They don't have the depth. They don't have this. It doesn't matter who you hire as a manager. You have no commitment or clue from the owner. Then when you do hire a guy, pardon my French, a minimum wage yes man in Shelton, you're going to have nothing but a train wreck until the people hold this organization accountable by literally not providing the resources needed for a competitive baseball team. The diehards are literally hanging on a string trying to analyze every move. Guess what? I made myself better years ago by saying, when Bob Nutting's the owner, it's not going anywhere. Stop trying to window dress it. Stop trying to make excuses. Stop trying to find a needle in a haystack. They're not going to win with him as the owner.
All right, Bob. Thank you. A lot of people feel the same, but I will tell you the payroll has to be higher. Again, and I say this, if you're not going to develop, if you develop guys great and you have them in your system, then the need to go out and spend a whole bunch of money is mitigated. You don't really need to do it. If, however, you don't do that, that's the time to spend. And whatever people want to say, my belief is they're making money, they're profitable every year. And that's the way I view it. Not to mention the valuation of the franchise is at the end of the day, whenever he cashes that in, he's going to be making over $1 billion in profit. So it's time to do something for the betterment of the organization and the city, a city which gave you a taxpayer-funded stadium. There are a lot of things that need to change. But for now, it would be spending a little bit more money than you do, and that's not asking a lot. Most teams spend over $100 million. Most of the average teams are $120 to $20 million, $130 million a year. That's where you should be, and that would take two good players to add onto your roster.
Yeah, that works as a small market team. Like, you could be right around that area, right around that mark. Like 80, they were right around 80 10 years ago.
Right. It's not really gone up or down all that drastically.
No, you got to grow with the game, grow with the league. I mean, look at just the finances and economics of baseball right now. Like, sure, you can say that it's an unfair system, but at the same time, you have to do everything that in your power to try to beat that system and break that system. Where, no, you're not going to pay $300 million, $250 million like the Dodgers and the Mets. But, I mean, 120 should be within your bounds as a small market crew. I mean, that's what you're talking about. Teams like St. Louis, Cleveland, Milwaukee being the same stretch as those teams. Minnesota's paid a decent amount of money over the last couple of years.
And you have a better chance. If you're not developing your own, then go out and get some guys who have been developed, give them some money, and see how it goes. So you don't have to do 8 years, $400 million, but you may have to go 2 years, $40 million. And that's hasn't been done here since 2016. So multi-year contracts, if that's what you have to do to get some of the guys in here, to provide bandage coverage until your picks develop, then so be it. Anyway, 412-928-9370 is the number to call. So that was a six-pack brought to you by Bet365. And we have more of that coming on because we'll extend it into a 12-pack. Jeff Hathorn will stop in here a little bit and join us for the conversation. Also, listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Joe Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at 12 p.m., 937thefan.com on the contesting page. And the 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. A lot of callers on the line. We'll get to you as we go into the second hour. Jeff Hathorn will stop in, too, with some of his observations over the weekend. All coming up on the Pomp and Joe Show right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Penguins winners in overtime yesterday against the Ottawa Senators at PPG Paints Arena. Yeah, guess what? Who else? Sidney Crosby on the power play, 27th goal of the season. Crosby is now up to 81 points. And for the 20th consecutive season, Crosby will record a point per game. That's the most in NHL history, breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time mark, which was 19 seasons. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Joe?
The Good Feet store, they can do a lot for you. I had a lot of pain in the joints of my big toes. Ouch, they would say, and they would yell at me. Help me, help me. And finally I did. I tried a lot of things like a lot of you who have foot problems. And there's nothing, by the way, like bad feet to stop a new exercise regimen, anything. I want to start playing pickleball, and I'm ready because my feet feel pretty good these days. But a lot of people must be like, I don't want to do that. I don't even want to walk around the block because I might have burning in the balls of my feet. I might have plantar fasciitis, might have needles in the heel, whatever it is. It's like, forget it. That hurts. I used to be that guy The Good Feet store came along with a pain relief solution, and that is pretty much their Good Feet arch supports, designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort. So easy, and they design it around, it's customized. You don't have to get new shoes, anything like that. It's designed around the shoes and the feet that you already have. Worked for me, could work for you. They have a store at Robinson Center across from IKEA, one in Cranberry Township, on Route 19 North next to Walgreens. You can find this all at goodfeet.com. Oh, there's one out in Morgantown. That is the Suncrest Town Center. They call that Crowley Town these days. So the Good Feet system, the Good Feet store. Pain relief, feel better. Take a trip to the Good Feet store or head on over to goodfeet.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, DJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you have roof problems? Well, call Weather Seal now and get your problems fixed fast during Weather Seal's roofing sale. Get a brand new Weather Seal roofing system with no money down and 100% financing available for 24 months. Plus, get a free gutter upgrade with your purchase. That's zero, zip, zilch, out of pocket for 24 months or until 2027. Plus, that free gutter upgrade. Call 877-351-SEAL today or go to weathersealhomeservices.com. That's weathersealhomeservices.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or place stopped, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps all tournament long. New customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
It's Nicholas Callas here from the Fan Morning Show. I remember last March pretty vividly. I dropped 40 pounds with weight loss medications. The weight loss was great. Definitely thought I could lose more, but I couldn't keep taking the pills and injections. I wasn't allowed to eat more than 1,000 calories all day, because if I did, I was going to have to use the closest trash can. So I stopped taking them, and sure enough, the weight all came right back. That was my experience, and I can only speak to that. As you know, I've since started Awaken 180, and I wanted to tell you that story to demonstrate just how different Awaken 180 is. Losing weight doesn't require feeling like I did, and doesn't have to include the short or long-term health risks. This isn't to scare you from weight loss meds. It's to tell you that there's another, better option. I feel great losing weight with Awaken 180. I'm happy, I'm energetic, I'm confident, and I'm back on the baseball field. If losing weight and enjoying the process sounds good to you, then do what I did and choose the medication-free solution for weight loss. Go online for your free consultation at awaken180weightloss.com.
It's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Do you know the difference between type 1 diabetes, T1D, and type 2 diabetes, T2D? Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease that is not preventable, and nearly 9 million people are living with T1D globally. If you or someone you love is living with T1D, your local Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF chapter, is here to support you. Visit breakthrough-t1d.org to find your local Type 1 diabetes support network today.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 Look, there's feelings, and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is, you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Buccos and Rays tonight, 7:10 first pitch. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 6 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Carmen Majinski will make his first start for the Pirates. More headlines at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pomp and Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com.
That's TopDogLaw.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back to Pomp and Joe. Austin Bechtel behind the glass, and Jeff Athorn, sports director of this very radio station, joins me here in studio. And Jeff, we talked a lot about the Pirates, but what else is going on in Florida is that the Steelers are down there, and it's the owners' meetings, which always lead to opportunities to talk. And Mike Tomlin did some of that today around a whole bunch of people, various topics, but the one that keeps coming up is Aaron Rodgers, and he made it sound like he has no problem waiting. The question is, how long do you wait?
I can't imagine them waiting beyond the draft. Could they? Sure. If they do, maybe that. Then why are you spending the money on Rodgers to begin with? Because he's really not. Why not front load some of that money into a TJ contract or restructure Metcalf's contract and burn some of that money so you have some over the next couple of years or more than you would have had? I get it. Right now, there's nothing going on. Them waiting right now does nothing to them. But you got to know going into the draft, I would think, because the worst scenario that you see from that is then you stretch for a quarterback. You reach because, oh, my goodness, we don't know if we have Aaron. We got to spend a first-round pick on somebody, or instead of taking that running back or defensive lineman or wide receiver in the third round, we take a shot on Milroe. Why?
Well, that's my take on the whole thing, too. The longer you wait, the closer you get to not addressing your needs in this draft. You only have so many picks. And unless they trade Pickens, and I don't even know if they'll get a second-round pick. Do you think if you trade him, I would think more of a third-round variety. But whatever the case, they don't have a second-round pick. So you have limited opportunities to really address the needs that are right now very prevalent.
I mean, you're going to have 4 compensatory picks.
Next year.
Right. So if you package a 6th rounder and Pickens, 6th rounder from next year and Pickens, maybe you get a second round pick, maybe that, or whatever you can do to sweeten the pot a little bit. I agree with that thought process because they have other needs. Listen, right now it's not about reaching for a quarterback. It's about, instead of reaching for that, build that base, find that right player at the right time, which is now, and not saying, yeah, I don't know if Jackson Dart's really the guy, but you know what? We got to go get a quarterback. That almost never works.
Right, and that's now the situation they may be in.
And, Bob, if you believe he's the guy, then absolutely.
That's different, yeah.
Then absolutely
you may have to trade up. If you really believe he's the guy, you may have to trade up to get him.
But there should be some consequences if he's not, right?
Absolutely. All right, with that in mind, Jeff, we're going to get over a whole bunch of topics with you, but we have Tony in Butler who's been waiting on, and I know Tony wants to talk about this very subject, so we'll go to him right now. Hey, Tony, what's your take?
Hey, Bob and Austin, how you doing?
Good. Welcome in, Jeff Athorn. He's here, too.
Hey.
Oh, what's up, Jeff?
How are you?
Good. I just wanted to say I can't believe how long the Steelers are letting this go on. I mean, if you look at how much drama Aaron Rodgers has cost us already, it's going to just get worse if you sign him. I don't think Arthur Smith wants him, and it's going to handcuff him to running the offense that he really wants to run.
Or will he defer to a 4-time MVP and maybe compromise his own tactics?
I wouldn't do that because look what happened with the Jets. You can't just let Aaron Rodgers run the show, and that's my fear of him coming here because he wants to audible. He wants to do this. He's going to.
Well, he should be able to audible, Tony. I mean, that's what veteran quarterbacks or any good quarterback should have the ability to do. So
sure, but I think didn't they handcuff Ben Roethlisberger with the same thing?
For a little bit, and then Ben just did it.
And Rodgers may do the same.
Tony, let me ask you this.
Oh, go ahead.
Would it be so bad if someone came in and shook up the offense a little bit and said, no, we're not going to do that. We should do this. Is that a bad thing necessarily?
No, I agree with you. The offensive philosophy has to change. I just don't think Rodgers is the guy to do it. I would go with Mason Rudolph this year. And like you guys were saying, if you're not sure about Jackson Dart, don't take him. You did that with Kenny Pickett, and look what happened. I would definitely wait till next year. There's more quarterbacks coming out in the draft. but you got to get in the top 10 to pick a quarterback. If we have to trade up to do it, do it. You know, I would rather see them go 5-12 this year and know we're going to get in the top 10 instead of, you know, waiting. You know, I just think Jackson Dart would be taking that quarterback in this draft is a mistake.
Thanks,
we
Tony.
have so many holes.
Yeah, we do. There's a lot of holes in that, and that's the problem that you face here. And you know, he mentioned next year, Jeff. I don't know about you, but I think there's a quantity upgrade in terms of quarterback. I'm not so sure about quality yet because I want to see these guys play this year.
Right.
You have a better gauge about who's jumping ahead. Just like we've watched Shadur Sanders rise up the boards when there was a point of this season, a lot of people didn't think he'd be this high.
Yeah, I don't – to try to project what the quarterback class is going to be, you can to an extent. There's some bloodlines with a Manning. I mean, and there are some guys that have had good starts to their career. Drew Aller has done a lot of nice things at Penn State, but it's their senior year. Cam Ward became the first overall pick because of what he did his senior year. Jackson Dart, what he did his senior year allowed him this opportunity. You mentioned Shedeur rising. You know, Will Howard was not on anybody's draft boards. He wins a national championship. Now there's intrigue about him because of what he did his last year. So let's see what some of these guys do in their senior season. But again, it's about a reach. And I would go think of it this way. Think of 2003. Steelers were 2 years removed from an AFC championship game. They went with Tommy Maddox at quarterback. Even though they had all that talent, they drafted in different areas. They went with Tommy Maddox. Who's like Tommy Maddox's identical physical comparison? Mason Rudolph. You go with Mason. If it goes 6-10 like it did that year, or 6-11, you get in the top 10, you get your quarterback, and all of a sudden you're built for a run of 3 Super Bowls in 6 years because you address the other areas.
But their pursuit of Aaron Rodgers indicates that they're not willing to maybe do that. They don't want to maybe sacrifice the season, bridge year, whatever. They don't believe in that over there.
They don't, which is kind of dangerous because not that you go into any year expecting to lose. But in that year, they realize that they may have to eat it. I would rather the Steelers go into this year and feel like they have to eat it. And if Mason surprises and does all these incredible things, then great.
Yeah. Sometimes
if not,
you may be surprised, which is why I wanted Justin Fields. I thought there was considerable upside to him at a young age where he may all of a sudden develop right before your eyes here. So what's the harm in doing that and drafting a quarterback next 2 years?
And I get people saying that, well, they were a playoff team last year. Like a quarterback could make the whole difference. Yeah, but they haven't been competitive in playoff games. It's like a 15 seed. Oh, yeah, you made the NCAA tournament, but were you competitive in it?
Yeah, that's got to be the one thing that changes. The other thing that Mike Tomlin talked about, a couple of things were interesting. One would be reseeding. The Lions have put together a proposal that says they don't want this division format anymore. They want the top 8, whatever the records are, to dictate, regardless of what division you come from. Tomlin doesn't like that at all. He prefers divisions. He likes the division rivalries, and he thinks if you win a division, you should get a home playoff game, potentially.
I agree with Tomlin.
Me too.
You win a division. I know there's some lousy divisions. Like the NFC South has been lousy for a couple of years. AFC South at times has been lousy where teams barely winning, but you won your division. And if you I'm with him on these division rivalries. I think football needs more of that. I don't want to see it jumbled into, just the top 7 teams. Yeah, I'm with him on that.
We'll see what happens here with this quarterback search, but the next thing they have to do is figure out George Pickens. That's a topic that a lot of people want to talk about because it's still in play. They're going to go to this draft needing a second-round pick. I know they want one. How do you get one unless you do something creatively? And because you have Metcalf and because you still have the ability, if you get an extra pick to draft a wide receiver to be the next guy, what would be your preference there, Jeff? Would you want to keep Pickens and see what it looks like with these two guys running side by side, knowing that you're not going to sign him? I assume they're not going to sign him after Metcalf's dollars. So he'll be here for 1 year and then whatever happens.
Yeah, I'd prefer to trade George. You're not going to re-sign him, period.
Because he's going to want the kind of money that you just can't put that much into the wide receiver.
You pick someone in the second round, like Zach Frazier's an impact player in the second round. You pick an impact player in the second round that you're going to have for 4 years at a rookie deal, then it allows you to fill in free agency. So if you can make that move, if you go forward with George, whatever, I mean, it's going to make your offense a hell of a lot better this year. But running back, receiver, defensive line, all these areas of need, I don't have an issue with the Metcalf trade. Don't think that I'm against that or wanting a second-round pick, but just find a way to get back into that second round.
Yeah, and I think they're going to do that. They're going to try to do it. All right, let's go to KJ Austin on the road. He's been waiting long, and he wants to talk about Steelers too. KJ, you're on. What's going on?
Hello, guys. I've been waiting a long time. I talked to you guys. I hope you give me a couple of minutes. First, I'd like to talk about the Steelers. It seems like they just keep making blunder after blunder after blunder. I used to think it was Tomlin, but I think now it's Rooney, too. The first one, if they could have traded Tomlin last year to Washington, you got Jaden Daniels, and there's your quarterback for the next 15 years. And then they let King Henry go to Baltimore. That just about locked up the title for him there. And Aaron Rodgers is a joke. I mean, why would you want to pay that guy all that money for 1 year? He's so brittle. He got hurt with the first game with the Green Bay Packers. And didn't he get hurt in the exhibition game with the Steelers and he was out for a year?
I don't remember that. I do remember what he did in New York the first time he got on the play. Thanks, KJ, for the call. But, you know, the thing about this, which is strange, is that it's a lot of money for essentially 1 year. And Aaron Rodgers, although I will say this, Austin had a point. Who reported that he was throwing with Metcalf already somewhere?
Yeah, the NFL Network reported that him and Metcalf were throwing at UCLA. Garofalo did.
Okay. Do you read anything into that? Do you read that that's the deal done, that he's already – and are they waiting for Pat McAfee's show? Because if that's the case, it's turning into more of a show than it is anything else.
Well, at least it tells you he's still interested. Or
but he
or
could
wants
choose
the
any
opportunity.
receiver to throw
That's
to.
What I mean. That he's interested in not only playing, but interested in seeing what it'd be like to throw to DK Metcalf and what he has. Obviously, is it strategic? Are we reading so much into it that he's now playing the game of like, hey, look, I'm throwing with Metcalf. Maybe you give me a little more control, or there's a little more. I don't know. I don't pretend to know what Aaron Rodgers is thinking, but he wouldn't do that unless he's trying to prove some kind of point, whether that's leverage or just that he still loves the game, or that he's going to end up with the Steelers and wanted a little time with one of his receivers.
Many people believe there's already a handshake deal agreed upon. Do you?
Oh, I think the financial terms are agreed upon. I do. I think it comes down.
But there's no yes or no yet.
Right.
From him.
But is he trying to negotiate a little bit more? Is he? I would think the thing for him and limits. I'm interested in your thoughts too. Is the thing for him is what's the offense going to look like? What's my control? What are my abilities to option? Can I walk into the room and say, all right, this is what I think we should do this week, and have my opinion matter and not be just in a cookie cutter system?
Right. I mean, I fully agree with that. Like, think about with the Russell Wilson situation, with the reports that were out there, didn't get along with Arthur Smith, wasn't allowed to audible. I'm sure in that 6-hour meeting, and maybe those are also like some of the other ancillary things that they're talking about, Aaron's probably like, I'm not coming here unless I have the freedom and the power to be able to do those things. Now, it's not going to be entirely Aaron Rodgers' offense. They'll obviously run some things that work very well for him. But I think those are more so the conversations that are taking place now. And Rodgers, unless he's 100% sure, just doesn't want to sign on the dotted line yet. Maybe at like a 95% of the way there, though, I think.
I mean, is he trying to play the Vikings back into consideration?
Sure. Maybe.
See, I wouldn't be surprised by that. And the Vikings seem to still be keeping a door open a little bit for him if he decides.
Since he's mirroring Brett Favre, which in some odd way with what he's doing. I mean, I would want that control. And if I'm the Steelers, I don't care what Mike Tomlin said. I would want, hey, we need you in here for some of these voluntary workouts.
Yeah. He didn't do that with the Jets.
I understand that you're going to that you know every offensive system and you'll pick that up, but we need you to be around the guys for a little bit. More than just 3 days of mandatory minicamp. Like you don't have to come to every one, but come to the first week, come to the last week, do something where you're interacting with these guys so they get to know you and we can help the overall offense. I would think that's a Steeler concern back at him if based on his recent history of not going to those type of things.
Dale Lawley down there with the Steelers has this tweet. He says, Steelers GM Omar Khan, like Mike Tomlin, said the team will have 4 quarterbacks in camp. Right now they have 2. So all avenues remain open to add 2 more quarterbacks. Khan also mentioned a trade being a possibility in addition to free agency and the draft. If they make a trade, is it Kirk Cousins who they would be looking at? Who would they trade for this late date?
Yeah.
Yeah, great answer. Who?
I mean, I can't think of another like backup quarterback that would be of interest.
Well, free agency makes sense. If let's say, for example, that somehow this doesn't work with Rodgers, you go Flacco if he's still out there. There are going to be guys out there that you can bring in behind Mason Rudolph, still bring in an undrafted. You could have 4 arms if that's their goal. But then the question is, what do you really have in that quarterback room?
Well, so you're saying you're going to bring in a rookie. It's just where's the rookie coming from? Is it an undrafted rookie? Is it a first-round rookie? Is it a third or fourth-round rookie? I think that's what you're signaling. But I would rather them, I guess, from a chance of thought of moving forward, take a chance on some younger guy than bring in Joe Flacco.
So like Joe Milton of the Patriots? I don't even think that's worth it.
That would be a trade.
Yeah, that would be a trade, but...
Why do people think that Joe Milton is like the next great backup quarterback? He's played 1 game.
Listen, broadsides of Barnes would be safe in Pittsburgh if he came to Pittsburgh.
Very fair.
That's one way of looking at it, yes. You mentioned Will Howard. I know you're an Ohio State guy. Did you see advancement in his game to the point where he can come in and be legitimately a guy down the road who can start for a team like the Steelers? No?
I mean, he played with unbelievable players. An insane receiving core, a really good offensive line, 2 running backs that are probably going to go in the first 2 rounds of the draft. I mean, I'm not saying that anybody could have done that because he made some clutch throws. He made some big throws, used his feet a couple of times. But I don't look at him as being the guy you're going to put 10 years into.
I don't either.
So why even take the chance if he's not a guy you're not looking for a backup right now.
What are the chances, let's say that Mason Rudolph does play and they don't get Rodgers and they have whatever they have. What are the chances of him actually moving to an area that you maybe thought would not be possible? That is, becoming a legitimate quarterback on a team that has some offensive weapons, doing the job to the point where you may think to yourself, this guy is a possibility here. Would it change your thoughts about what they do in the future?
Well, if he comes in and all of a sudden is Geno Smith, then yeah, it's going to change my thoughts about
because
him
that's a good analogy.
Future.
I thought Seattle had the same reservations about Geno Smith until they saw that he could do it.
Or Baker Mayfield or whoever you want to put. I mean, quarterbacks do have second lives. It's not common, but it's happened. And if they fall into something with Mason, again, it kind of talks you out of Aaron. Like, why are you going to spend whatever kind of money that is that you could use to shore up some of these guys to longer-term deals if Mason is – I don't think he's as good as Aaron, but at least he's got a future ahead of him where Aaron doesn't.
Yeah, but if Mason is Geno Smith, I pass. No thanks on being the future option. Like, why do you think Seattle eventually moved off of Geno Smith?
But they also signed him to a big deal because they saw something that they didn't think was there originally, and they did give him a big 3-year contract at one point.
But, Bob, I mean, you got to admit, did you ever think that Seattle was a realistic Super Bowl contender with Geno Smith?
Me personally, no.
Exactly.
But he did enough to make them think he could start for them on a regular basis.
Sure, starting's great, but, I mean, what's the goal here? To win and win
you
championships.
could say that about whoever you draft, too. You could draft Jackson Dart, and in 2 years you're saying to yourself, what am I doing here? Why did we take him? That's the problem with this whole scenario. That's why it's so difficult to chase these quarterbacks year after year. If you keep doing it, if they're doing it again next year, then, you're really hurting everything.
You know what really stinks for the Steelers? Mahomes, Burrow, Jackson. If you believe in the Chargers quarterback and that system, they're not going anywhere. They're all signed to long-term deals, and they've all got a lot left in their careers.
That's why you need to get one somehow, some way. You got to get one.
No, the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL are all in the AFC. Jalen Hurts, you can sneak into that top 5, too.
Roadblocks everywhere right now if you're any team in the AFC trying to get to where you need to go. So it's important.
And I didn't even mention Stroud or when Tua's healthy. Or Josh Allen, the MVP of the league, I somehow didn't mention in that. I mean, that's as much as anything, that's what the Steelers are up against, is that it's like prime time for quarterbacks in the AFC right now.
Yeah, it really is. And they need to find it as best they can. How long do you got here, Jeff?
Whatever you need.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, there's another topic that we were talking about. I'm just anxious to get your thoughts on these Yankee bats. Torpedo bats, they're calling them. Good for the Yankees because they've done nothing wrong. Bad for the rest of everyone? Or do you think this will become a thing where this guy who's done this is going to be embraced by a lot of people in baseball who want torpedo bats?
Well, there's nothing illegal about it.
Right, that's what I saw, but it seems kind of fishy, though, isn't it?
I mean, here's the thing. Now you took a team that already could hit home runs and have given them some type of engineering advantage.
You should applaud that if it's not legal. I mean, if it is, if it's legal.
So Frank Caliendo years ago, the comedian, did a set, and he was talking about the Pirates, and he said, and he's a Milwaukee fan. He says, you know what they ought to do is steroids ought to be legal for the small market teams, so they can have some type of competitive edge, so they can have something where this torpedo bat should be available if your payroll's under whatever, because it doesn't seem fair that you have that type of payroll and then you come up with an innovation like that.
Why couldn't the Pirates have thought of this?
Well, they have
a lot of metric
they
people
have
in there.
staff like that. And I heard Charrington yesterday, and that's one of the stories I was working on, is that he applauds them for coming up with that. Not only coming up with that, but then you have to go to the bat manufacturer and say, here's our idea. Keep it quiet, but we want you to make that. Then you have to go into a room with a bunch of guys that have had success in their career and say, listen, Judge, I know you've been pretty good. This bat will make you better, and get them to buy into it. I think that's as much a trick as anything, is they've been able to convince those guys. Well, for now. But they've been able to convince the other guys, is my point. Even when Judge has those type of numbers with a regular bat, that this is what's going to take you to another level. And how much of this could be just mental with these guys, that they believe that this is going to make me a better hitter, and the pressure's off, and what do you know? They're better hitters.
Well, listen, over the years, baseball has tried to do everything for pitchers, too, and so there are advantages both ways. And now this could be a response to increase offense in baseball, because we have seen a reduction in runs over the last 5 years, generally. Some ups and downs, but so maybe they're trying to figure out a way to do that.
What do you think, Limits? Should they outlaw them?
I think eventually it probably will be. It's just like the ban for the tush push right now that a lot of people are pushing.
I like that.
Yeah, I know Bob is a fan of it. I like the tush push.
I don't like the tush push. I want to get rid of it.
I like it, but I don't know what to make of these torpedo bats. I think it's strange. It's definitely a strange-looking bat. I would personally keep it the same. I feel like it's getting too wiffle ball-y, where you tape up the barrel of the bat to give it more, which is outlawed in Baldwin wiffle ball, by the way. We don't tape up our bats. But it's innovative from the Yankees. I applaud them for thinking of it. I mean, right where the label of the bat is, yeah, that's where the most contact is for a lot of hitters. For Jazz Chisholm, it's already working, 3 home runs. So eventually, I think either everyone will adopt it, or everyone will try to maybe not have the same level of success and push to ban it.
I think it'll get back to the fact that other teams will have them, and they'll realize that the Yankees hitters are just better than most other hitters.
I think it starts there. Just you can say what you want about Barry Bonds. It still you have to be really good at that. Now, sure, can something help you? Yes. But you still have to be very good in the first place. These guys who can't hit, doesn't matter what they have. They have a broom. They got to have whatever in their hands. It's not going to make a difference. With that in mind, let's squeeze in Austin Jerry in Ross Township, because he wants to talk about Yankee bats. Jerry, hey.
Yeah, hi, guys. Yeah, hi. I was just sitting here thinking, okay, if we can assume that this whole bat situation does take off throughout the league, or take a scenario this weekend where the Yankees come in, and you have Paul Skeens on the mound, and the Yankees hit 5 home runs in 3 innings. You go out and pull them because you've had a bad game, or you just throw your hands up and say, hey, this is what we have to come to expect. Managing pitchers, I think, would be a real issue.
Well, first of all, if Skeens is locating, I don't care what someone has in their hands. I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference.
Yeah, unless it's corked or something illegal, and this is not illegal. I don't worry about Skeens. I worry about maybe other pitchers having an issue. But again, to your point, kudos to the Yankees. They figured out something, and even with their talent, now they've added an extra edge, which is just It seems unfair because
it's the Yankees.
Because baseball's already unfair because there's a group of teams that can spend unlimited money, and then there's the rest of the league.
All right, Jerry, thanks. Appreciate that. We'll see what the Yankees come into town. I want to see the over and under in home runs in that series. There are 3 games here.
Well, and we won't see Skeens for that series.
Right. Skeens is going to pitch Wednesday, it looks like, right?
Wednesday. His regular day would be, what, Tuesday?
According to Noah Hiles, they're actually going to have Majinski today, TBD tomorrow, and then it's going to be Skeens. So
he won't pitch then. He'll be opening up the St. Louis series after the Yankees.
And it's lining up for Mitch Keller to start on opening day, the home opener as well.
So who's the 2BD?
TBD. Maybe it ends up being Mike Burrows. They call him up from the minors. Maybe it's a bullpen game.
4 games into the season, we're already talking about bullpen games.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Jeff, it's 4 games into the season. They have a day off on Thursday. What are we doing?
Well, I think
See, this is my point about these starting pitchers going deep into games, too. I know it's 4 games. I'm going to discount this, but as the season goes on, I want to see guys who are pitching well not to be tinkered with. I don't care what the pitch count is, unless it's 200. You know, if you're at 82 pitches and you're pitching well and your name is Andrew Heaney, you go out for the next inning. And if you do it again, you go out for the next inning. You can't tax this bullpen this way. It's not good enough to be taxed.
So normally in these early series, there's a day off in between. This is rare that you play 6 in a row or 7.
7 in a row.
7 in a row.
But they do have a day off after that.
I know, but what I'm saying, normally because you figure in rain, which you didn't have to worry about in Miami because of the roof, but it would have been an issue yesterday if they wouldn't have had a roof. Normally you plan a day because spring weather can be so unpredictable. This is a rare circumstance. I don't know why you wouldn't throw I mean, you're trying to sneak him, 12 hours or so, past where he normally would start. I don't know that we'll ever get back to the point of like Nolan Ryan where you're throwing 155 pitches for a complete game no-hitter.
Not in this day and age, no.
I mean, I just don't think you'll see that.
But I'm not even talking about
Nolan Ryan pitched until he was 48.
Yeah. I wasn't talking about in your 70s, 80s. I mean, what if you show no signs of anything but command of your pitches, why should you be taken out just because you have a designated pitcher in the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th innings?
I think they should worry more about the dynamics of the motion, like work on the mechanics more so than the pitch counts. Like if guys have good mechanics, they should be able to go 120, 130 innings. If they have bad mechanics, then it shouldn't. That's a good
point. Yeah.
I mean, the pitch count it won't matter because at some point you're going to have some kind of arm issue.
Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. You can visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And the Fan Hotline, which a lot of people are on, we'll get to those calls momentarily. That's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing HVAC provider for over 50 years. Jeff Hathorn in the studio, Austin Bechtel behind the glass. I'm Bob Pompiani. Pomp and Joe Show continues after this short timeout.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penn State men's hockey has clinched a spot in its first ever Frozen Four, and it's been a really successful year for Penn State overall, as the game-winning goal for Penn State was scored by Matt DeMarsico, a sophomore from Wexford, who also played 3 seasons for Penn's Elite in a 3-2 overtime victory against UConn. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis, Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 6 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and powered by Samuel Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, Sutter Ridge Golf Course, and Shannabin Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Final Four is set, and 4 #1 seeds have advanced for the first time since 2008. But for those who want to make sweeping generalizations like Cinderellas are dead and the sport has gotten too top-heavy, let's relax. Just last season, NC State made an improbable run as an 11th seed, and the year before it was FAU and San Diego State in the Final Four. It's chalk this year, but as always with the tournament, the drama isn't far off. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, They turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call Invent Help today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
Attorney Advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Pay after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It's not if it's gonna happen. It's when it happens. What you gonna do? I'm talking about an accident. When it happens, what you gonna do? Do you have a plan? If you had to be out of work for the next 6 months right now, do you have a plan? What's your plan? If the doctor told you on bed rest right now, you can't wash yourself. You can't do nothing for yourself. Do you have a plan? This is real life. I have a plan. I'm calling Top Dog. He gotta go bite him. Whoever put me in this situation, he gotta go bite him. I want top dollar for this. The pain, top dollar. The loss, top dollar. Everything I lost, I want it back plus more. Top Dog Law.
Hey everybody, it's Ron Cook. I want to take a minute and talk to you about my Geico insurance man, Tim Hester, and tell you why he should be your Geico insurance man. I've known Tim for 2 decades now. His wife, Rebecca, was my daughter's 3rd grade teacher, the best teacher she ever had. And I found out back then what a quality person Tim Hester was. And that's why it was easy for me to take my insurance needs to Geico and Tim Hester. I have my automobile insurance with Tim. My daughter has her automobile insurance with him, and we can't be happier with the service we've received. He's a people person and a problem solver. It doesn't matter if you need homeowners, renters, bicycle, boaters, or car insurance. The only person to call, Tim Hester of Geico, 412-364-7170. That number again, 412-364-7170. I can't recommend him enough. Tim Hester of Geico.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Winters are long here in the area, and if that winter weather is coming through your windows, you need Window Nation. Their energy-efficient windows will keep your home comfortable, and right now, get 2 windows free for every 2 you buy, plus 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Hurry, offer ends soon, so schedule your fast free estimate right now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with a purchase of a House of Windows.
Hi, I'm John Henney.
And I'm Dara Henney.
And we're here to invite you to the best event of the year at Henney Jewelers, Wedding Band Weekend on April 10, 11, and 12.
Shop hundreds of wedding bands and enjoy incredible event-only pricing.
We'll have an exclusive evening event on Thursday, April 10th from 5 to 7 p.m. with giveaways, music, food, and more.
We can't wait to see all of our Henney couples and add new customers to the Henney family. For information and appointments, visit HenneyJewelers.com.
See you soon for Wedding Band Weekend, April 10th through 12th, Henney Jewelers. your jewelers for life.
Are you looking for a light beer with fewer calories that actually tastes like beer? Look no further than the all-new Sam Adams American Light. Fewer calories, yet full flavored. Ask for Sam Adams American Light wherever you buy beer.
Calling all college hoops fans. Make your next bet during March matchups at BetMGM go even further with an odds boost token. Simply add any tournament bet to your bet slip and activate your odds boost token. If that bet hits, you'll walk away with a higher payout. For a tournament full of unforgettable moments, BetMGM is your sports book for all of it. Enjoy same-game parlays, original bets you won't find anywhere else, player props, and so much more during March matchups. And when there's a break in the tournament action, or you're looking to switch things up, check out daily promotions and offers for all your favorite sports. Don't miss your chance at a bigger March matchup score with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are issued as tokens. Expiry varies per round. Please read full terms for full details. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Since the dawn of Major League Baseball, every player has honed their unique skills.
Judge, drill deep to left.
Ohtani connects and it's gone. Skeen strikes out the side. Bobby Witt Jr. throws in time. Harper does it again.
Witness the hills of the game in ballparks nationwide. Get your tickets today at MLB.com/tickets. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long-distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Find everyday savings and bargains on produce, meat, and more. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting long-term lower prices. With our weekly sales, deals for days promotions, and My Perks loyalty program, Giant Eagle helps make the most out of every shopping trip. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle and Market District today to see how easy it is to save.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Cloudy with showers this afternoon, the high 63.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Sports. Back to Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. 412-928-9370. Pomp and no Joe today. Joe's flying back from a nice weekend of golf. Jeff Hathorn is sitting here with me. And
you
Jeff
think he got around in before the flight?
Probably. He likes to get up at like 6 a.m. to go golf. So I wouldn't be surprised if he did that, then made it to the plane. Austin City Limits Bechtel behind the glass. I think I've created a situation here with him that, you know, maybe it's gone a little too far. Because he's, like, this weekend, he's texted me 3 different times. The first time, Everything was great. Man, I'm having a blast. Next time, I'm going to quit golf. I hate it. The next time, I mean, it's like back and forth, back and forth. I think I'm playing with the guy's emotions here, or at least his psyche, Jeff. But that's what golf will do to you.
Well, Austin knows that. He sees that every day.
Every day. I'm glad you've heard from him, Bob. I have not heard from Joe once. I sent him a text on Friday, and I saw Joe Starkey reacted to your message, and that was it. That's it. I haven't heard it from Joe at all.
He reacted with an emoji or what?
He reacted with like a little thumbs up.
Oh.
So he's enjoying his time away from Limits, I see.
Aren't you enjoying your time away from Joe?
No comment. No, I mean, I'm going to be excited to have Joe back tomorrow. I have a gift for Joe.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not from me, but somebody gave it to me to give to Joe.
It's a golf-related gift, I bet?
No.
No? Okay. All right, 412-928-9370 is the number. We're talking a lot about both the Pirates and Steelers, but also the Penguins. And, Jeff, I don't know about you, but I was so watching Penguins yesterday. I know they're not going to get into the playoffs third straight year, but Sidney Crosby still reminds you of just how good he is in year number 20. He did so many little things in that game yesterday, not the least of which were draw a penalty that led to his own game-winning goal, but just the little things that he does, which makes me – I hate to use the word grinder describing him, but he's a grinder. He is a Hall of Fame – a generational star/grinder. He grinds when most stars don't.
He grinds when it doesn't matter.
Right.
He's not grinding for a playoff push. He's grinding for the last handful of games of the season that don't matter. With young guys that who knows if he'll play with in the future. Like that's the mentality you love. And that's why you keep a Sid. When people are like, "Oh, get rid of everybody." You want to keep some guys that the young guys can look at and watch. And that's why like a guy like Rust, I like because you can watch how hard the guy works and what he's accomplished because of all that hard work. But to your point about Sid, it's, you know, it's hard to do it when you're in the middle of it. Maybe it's a little easier now because you start to realize age-wise, I mean, what you're seeing every game. It's different than Mario. Mario is just physically gifted. Not that Sid doesn't have physical tools, but I mean, Mario, and he was 6'4", and like you noticed him. Sid does things that maybe, to your point, you don't notice, but we should appreciate.
Yeah, all the little things that he has to do. He even got into it with Artem Zeb yesterday.
Yeah, a couple lefts.
There got a couple lefts in there, but again, nobody really came to his aid. You know, and that's been a theme throughout the last few years. I would have liked to have seen someone come in there and go after that guy a little bit just to say, hey, you don't mess with our captain. But he can handle himself. He's shown that before.
Yeah, he and Malkin have fought way too much or been involved
That's what I mean.
in way
You
too
don't
much
want
of that
that
stuff.
to happen. All right, we have a lot of these bats. People want to talk about these torpedo bats, Austin. Who do we go to next?
All righty, let's start it with CJ, who's in Denora. He wants to talk about the bats.
All right, CJ, go ahead. Jeff Hathorn's here to analyze it.
Hey, gentlemen.
What's up?
Look, I got to tell you, I love it. I think it's great, but I haven't heard anybody just looking at it as what it is, and that is it's a change of equipment, which happens in sports all the time. It falls within the rules. It's an equipment change. That's all it is.
Yeah, and the question is, does it fall? And I guess it does. So they're doing something that hasn't been. But we've seen this before, CJ, in baseball, where they see something that seems to be innovative, and then they clamp down and change it. I think we saw that with the shift.
I agree with that.
You know, and they decided, maybe it's gone too far. I don't know, Jeff, if there are going to be any kind of later changes to this. It's good for now.
Bob,
but
I don't mean to interrupt. But you're talking about plays, and this is an issue of equipment.
But my point is, Major League Baseball can always look at it.
Over the course of our lifetime, of just you and me, look at the evolution of the glove over the course of the last 60 years. Should the bat not ever evolve?
No, I'm not suggesting that. What I'm saying is, I looked. It's very fascinating to look in the rule books, guys, and you go and look where it talks about bats. You know, there are a lot of things in there, specifics, but a lot of them not specific.
Length and weight.
Yeah.
That's basically the specifics for the bat.
But they go into things with corking and other things that you cannot do. And, I think people probably think of that when they see bat alterations.
To CJ's point, I get what he's saying. I mean, you see innovations in equipment all the time. Most of it is for safety reasons. Mm-hmm. You see different padding. You see, look at goaltenders now and all this stuff they wear. EJ could tell you stories about him going out there without a helmet and very minimal padding. And now these guys are all layered up. I mean, look at the elbow guard. How much has the elbow guard changed to where you can stand over the plate and know if you get hit there, basically on the inside corner, you're going to get to first base and not be hurt.
Right. Barry Bonds made that a big issue.
I'm surprised something like that is still legal, but it's safety. And that's where it's different from what we're talking about with the bat.
All right, Austin, how about Daryl in Houston? I know he has something to say about the bats. What's up, Daryl?
Hey, good morning, guys. I agree with the previous caller, and I was going to chime on that. It's not, if bat is not being compromised with some sort of material or some sort of corking, it's just an equipment change. It's a bat. And what's fascinating to me, we try to penalize the creativity of sports. We're penalizing the bat because the Yankees came up with a way to make the sweet spot larger. We penalize the push because we can't stop it, but it's never a change of 11 on 11. It's good on good, 11 on 11. We penalize the shift because the old adage was hit them where they ain't. But now we don't coach it, we don't teach it, and they can't execute. We got to change the game. When there's no modifications of the actual game itself, it's just strategic, it's innovative, it's creativity, but we can't adjust. And I'm saying we collectively, because the people who's not creating it, we get upset that we didn't figure it out first, or we didn't think about it first, and we can't stop it. So now we cry and say, "Oh, you know what? We can't stop it. So we got to take it out of the game." It shouldn't be like that. It's competition.
I love
creativity is the engine of this country. It's the engine of almost everything. I mean, if we didn't care about flying, we'd still be on trains. Let's move on.
Daryl, you always bring great points. I love his call.
Great stuff. I feel like we should have had some patriotic music going underneath that.
I appreciate it, guys.
I love you. I love you.
Uh-oh. That's when you know you've really impressed Austin.
But no, I mean,
that.
That's what Dan said to Daryl when he was complaining about the Pirates one day.
Oh, jeez.
He makes some really good points.
Yeah.
And listen, we should not underestimate the fact that the Yankees still have to hit it. Like, you've got new technology with the bat, but you still have to make the solid contact with it for it to be able to do what they're doing. But he makes some really good points.
No, and again, that's being creative, using someone who has smarts to do it and do it. It's just the way it happened was kind of surprising. Out of the blue, all of a sudden, 15 home runs in 3 games. That's what raises your eyebrows a little bit. Like, okay, what's happening here? And then all of a sudden it comes out that it's a torpedo bat.
It's one of the things that annoys me about regulating the shift. If they're going to put all their guys on one side, why can't a hitter learn how to, like, line one down the left field line and take advantage of it, or just bunt one for a hit? Not that you want to do it all the time. I realize you're taking a guy who's a power hitter out of his comfort level, but you do that a couple of times. I don't know. Why not adapt to it instead of punish guys that come up with a way through their research of figuring out where guys hit it and being able to stop it?
Yeah, I like that. I like the forward thinking of it. When I first heard it, I just wondered if they were doing anything that wasn't supposed to happen, but apparently not. So, Dave and Chalk Hill, let's get to you. I know you want to talk about the bats, or maybe the Pirate bats. Maybe they could use a little torpedoing.
That's hey, thanks for taking the call. That's my thing. I mean, what's the Pirates waiting for? How many teams? I bet the Dodgers and the Red Sox are out cutting, turning, have wood blades turning now, making torpedo bats. What are the Pirates waiting for? I mean, with that, the way they hit the ball, they should get the torpedo bats. I mean, what are we waiting for?
I think Jeff made a good point
Get
earlier.
on the torpedo train.
Thanks, Dave. But you made a good point. I mean, regardless of what the bat is, you still have to have the hand-eye coordination to put the barrel of the bat on that ball. You have to understand plate awareness and all this stuff. It's not just an automatic thing. Okay, here's the bat. You're going to hit 25 home runs in a month.
Yeah, you wouldn't be, in this example, giving the Pirates aluminum bats where it's going to travel. I mean, it's the same thing. It's just a different technology. And, yes, you still have to hit it. And that's the thing that people that defend Barry Bonds all the time said. He still had to hit it. Even if he was, helping himself, he still had to hit it. That's where maybe the annoyance and listening to Cherington yesterday is just like, man, that was a great idea. And I'm thinking, why didn't the Pirates have that great idea?
This guy has been with the Yankees for a while now. He was with them in 2018, an MIT physicist, and now he's with the Marlins of all things.
But there's so much that has to go into it. You know, I mean, imagine going to Louisville Slugger and saying, listen, we've got this idea. We want you to make a whole bunch of these type of bats. So they're going to have to buy, and you're going to have to invest the capital to be able to do that. And then, like I said, you're going to have to convince the players that, listen, I know this looks goofy, but we figured it out. And imagine if you're a Red Sox fan and some guy from MIT is helping your rival.
That's what I mean. That would be crazy. It's in Boston. And here he is helping the Yankees. But if you're paid enough, and maybe he's going to be one of these guys who's just an innovator who's going to be paid to change the game altogether with bat construction.
I mean, let's see what would happen if every team ended up with torpedo bats. Are we going to see a crazy jump in homers, or is it going to be more the fact that the Yankees are very good at hitting home runs?
Yeah, I think it's both. But, I mean, if you're good at hitting home runs, it'll help you hit more home runs. 412-928-9370. 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. And once again, though, we want to also say thank you, Pittsburgh, for your amazing generosity during the 2025 Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon. Jeff, you're a big part of that. That was great what happened with all the help out there provided. The meals total $258,375 to neighbors in need through the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. They do a great job, so special thanks to our partners, Rome Monument, Hampton Beer Outlet, Memorial Highway Chevy, Greater Pittsburgh Auto Dealers, Aetna, Isley's, and Beano's.
And quick shout out to Amanda King, who puts all of that together. And she has like a 6-month-old, and she organizes all of that. All of that had to go into making that happen. It's an awesome day. I love it every year.
It is, and we thank all those people who contribute. It makes a big difference to people who need the help. Jeff, are you okay?
Yeah, let's go.
I don't know what you're doing today. I know you're busy all the time, so I figure you're here. Everyone wants to hear from you anyway, so we bring you in. All right, Austin's behind the glass. We're going to take a break here. We have Greg, John, and Bulldog on the line. Get to those calls next as we continue here, Pomp and Joe Show on a Monday in Pittsburgh.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
After losing 3 out of 4 to start the season in Miami, the Pirates will remain in Florida, but this time play in Tampa Bay. 7:05 first pitch. Carmen Mlodzinski will be on the mound for the Pirates. And the Buccos against Tampa Bay. Our coverage on the Fan will begin at 6 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, experience, you could become a hop, skip, drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop, skip, drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop, Skip, Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. You know, there was a time if you handed me a bread basket at a restaurant, you better pull it away quick. Bread, pasta, pizza, carbs, they were my kryptonite. And boy, did they have a hold on me. But then came Awaken 180 weight loss. Now listen, I've tried a lot of different diets, but Awaken 180, it's different. It's not a diet. It's a new outlook on life. That craving for carbs, the one we've all somehow convinced ourselves is just normal, it's gone. We get used to certain foods being pushed our way. We don't know any different. Now listen, I still eat pizza. I'll eat bread. I'll eat carbs, but I don't need them. And that's the difference. So now, 7 out of 10 times, the waiter drops that bread basket, I'll just smile. I know that I can handle myself. Awaken 180 has been a game change, a life change, and it will be for you too. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com. It will change your life, enhance your life. Trust me.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Every day is Fish Fry Day at Get-Go with the Captain back in town. Wild-caught beer-battered cod, melted cheese, and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't miss the Captain platter featuring crispy shrimp and hush puppies. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow the Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Carmen Majinski will get the ball for the first time this season for the Pirates going up against the Tampa Bay Rays. Drew Rasmussen will start for Tampa Bay. Rays 2-1 to start the year. Pirates went 1-3 in Miami. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will begin at 6 o'clock. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pomp and Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog
get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Good Talk Radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
With Austin City Limits Bechtel behind the glass and Jeff Hathorn joining me here in studio. I'm Bob Pompiani. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And we talk about money and betting, and Final Four is all chalk, all number one seeds here, Jeff, as we get into that a little bit. And Greg and John, hang on, we'll get to you in a second. I know you've waited a while on the line. But what do you make of that? 4 number one seeds. It doesn't happen all that often. I think last night Mike DeCourcy told us on the show that it was 2008 the last time that happened. Does it signify anything to you?
That those teams are really good, first off. That NIL is impacting the tournament, I think, is another thing that it's only going to probably make it more that these stronger teams advance. But, yeah, I mean, I think it's still a bit of an outlier. But, damn, these teams can play. And 3 of those – and remember, I think every one of those teams were in games they could have lost.
Yes,
but
at least one of them in the series.
They just made a play at the right moment or have a player that's a difference maker, like that dude from Florida who just – I mean,
Clayton, yeah.
Game on the line, give him the ball, and it's over.
Duke seems to be the team that I still think is the best of the 4. They're playing that way. They're playing all these things. You made a point last night on the showdown, which was a good one. They all know how to play defense. We talk about offense all the time. People score. You know, Alabama had over 100. Duke had over 100. They met, and Duke silenced Alabama. They had 25 three-pointers in the previous game. They made that many. So they were aware of that, and they clamped down.
Well, their length on the perimeter is insane. It's hard to get those shots off. Or, you know, if you remember the Pitt game against Duke, and you got so frustrated because Jalen Lowe just couldn't get into the paint, like he couldn't do anything because their defense is so good. Well, it turns out it wasn't just a Pitt problem. It's an NCAA problem because of that length. And then, you know, they have enough offensively, and they have role players. I mean, they've got a little bit of everything, which makes Duke an outlier. I use that word again, but it was a bad year for the ACC, but Duke is a hell of a basketball team.
They really are. One team that has been victimized, and there are a lot of them. I saw that Indiana lost all of their team. Every one of them transferred. Robert Morris now, after that very good season for Andy Toole, is going to have to retool a bit because their 2 top players. Is it more than that? I heard as many as 5 would be transferring.
I think it's 6.
6.
So guys that played significant roles, the 5 starters and then another guy.
I mean, I know you got to go out and replenish it and go after it again, but boy, that's hard. As a coach, you've instilled something in a team that you think can be good. All those guys have at least another year left, and they choose to go to greener pastures, which is fine, but sooner or later there's going to have to be something that changes in this.
You would hope so, but as a coach, you just have to say, okay, I just need to pretend that era didn't exist. Like all of that history didn't exist, and this is the world we're living in. And Andy Toole did a good – listen, 2 of the guys that played key minutes for him, including the Horizon League Defensive Player of the Year, was in D2 last year.
Right.
So now you're going to go poach from those programs that have tried to build what they're doing, but it's great opportunities for the players. I mean, I don't begrudge the players.
Nor do I.
Amari Dickerson for getting an opportunity to go from D2, from Omo Jaffo from going to Gannon to playing in the NCAA tournament. Like, that's awesome. They didn't have those chances to do that. It's just what sucks for us as fans is, at least in college, you felt like when a guy was a freshman, oh, I can't wait. At least I get a couple more years with this guy.
Right.
You know,
you develop an interest, and you invest in what they have because you know these guys. You see what progress they've made. And now if they have a lot of progress, chances are they're not going to be around.
And if you're a coach and you think, okay, I'm going to take this freshman, I'm going to work with him, and by his junior year, he's going to be a really good player. Well, you may not get that opportunity. I mean, think about all the years where Jamie just wouldn't play freshman because he wanted to work with him. Well, that just doesn't work anymore.
No, and he only got 1 year with Steven Adams. He should have played him a lot more.
It sucks for coaches because you recruit all the time.
But I don't feel
every
bad
day.
for coaches because they're being paid an awful lot of money.
I feel bad.
Unfortunately, this is the system now.
But not every coach is making crazy money.
No.
Like coaches say in the Horizon League that aren't making crazy money, but they have to recruit their players every single day. Because even though when you're not outside recruiting, you're trying to keep those guys internally. Then you have to go to the donors and ask for money. I mean, it's just it's a different job from the one, which is why you've seen so much turnover from the guys that instead of being a teacher and a coach, now it's almost like you're a salesman and a coach.
Right. And Jeff Capel's facing that again this year. He's had some guys, and he may have more leave. And so he's going to have to go. And you know Jeff very well. That's one of the problems with being the coach today. But, again, I still think, Jeff, there has to be some sort of change in how this is being handled. You just can't let it be floodgates left and right every year.
At some point, I think you have to make them employees so they have a contract.
Sign a contract, right.
And they can get out of that contract, but there are stipulations. Like if the coach leaves or whatever, like you can't just – I mean, when you go to work somewhere, do you have the ability to leave whenever you want? Sure, technically. But there's got to be some type of no-compete or something to just make it more to make it more watchable as a fan. So I think it's really going to backfire to where fans just won't be as interested because they don't know who the players are.
All right, of the 4 teams, who do you like? I still ride Duke. I think Duke is the best team of the 4, although I can make a case for every single one of them.
I picked Houston, so I'll stick with Houston. I love their defense.
Austin, who do you like?
I picked Duke at the start of the year, and they just look like they're on a different level compared to everyone else. They look dominant in their games. I got Duke winning it all.
Florida's intriguing. I worry about Houston if they get behind in a game.
Yes, because they're a very good defensive team, but their offense just seemingly always lags behind in the key moments.
Yeah. So if you're I saw this, and I brought this up on Saturday because I read an article where Cooper Flagg may be considering returning to Duke, even though he's at this point looked at as the number 1 pick in the NBA draft. Some kids, and I'm trying to think of examples because I know there are, who really like the college experience and want to come back for one more year. It may not be 4, but they say, you know what? Even if you don't win a championship, I'll come back for that reason. I want to get it done. I like these guys. I like the campus life. I'm still going to be paid $5 million. What's not to like? Would you consider that if you were him, or what would you do?
I would consider, I mean, there is something about that college brotherhood, you know, where you're part of a community that's not just the basketball program. But if it's me, I don't want to go to class. I don't want to take those finals. I don't want to deal with papers and midterms. Like, if I could just play the sport and still get paid handsomely, I would rather do that. And I get all that, and I love my college experience, but it's like, man, it just
that's different.
Get me into my career to where I don't have to deal with all that other stuff, and I'll hang around my college friends at the same time.
You could do both, right? And the other thing is, you're 1 year closer to getting one of those super max contracts if you're as good as, you know, all of a sudden there's $400 million staring at you. So, all right, we've been talking about this. We go back to the Pirates. We're talking about the Steelers. It's sort of a smorgasbord here today. We have some callers who've been patient. John and Robinson, Austin. He seems to be next up, and I know you've waited, John. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, thanks, Bob. Good to talk to you and Jeff.
Hey, John.
Good to talk to you, Jeff. Listen, I have a question about strategy with the Pirates. Nobody's talked about this, but an opening day when the Marlins had the winning run on third base with no outs, okay, they decided to walk the batter, and then Stowers comes up, and you got a right-handed pitcher and a left-handed batter. So what do? They pitch to him, and they lose the game. He should have been walked, and then you had bases loaded. You pull the infield in, and then you have a chance for home to first double play, or you just a force out at home, whatever. But everybody talks about they need more players. I think that the field management needs some help. And the second question I had was, how long are we going to continue the experiment with O'Neal Cruz in center field? The guy is just I think of the 4 games, he cost them 2 with his fielding. They're putting every Tom, Dick, and Harry at first base now. Why not?
To your point, John, thanks for the call, too. Good points. They got a lot of platoon guys. That's what it seems like to me. They don't have really an everyday left fielder. O'Neal Cruz, I'm going to let that play out. I can't. They made that change. You can't just abandon it now. But they have, platoon situations in one of the three outfields. They got platoon at first. They probably have a platoon at catcher. They have platoon at second. Too many platoons.
Limits had the best line about it. It's like volleyball. Like they've got a team that could go to all the different stations and go all the way around the diamond.
But unfortunately, they take a spike into the face.
I mean, O'Neal Cruz is going to be the center fielder, period.
Right.
I mean,
you got to give him time. I mean, people
I
are
don't know.
reacting to 4 games. I get it. They're 1-3 against a bad team, but you can't just give up on everything after 4 games.
If they had a stud minor leaguer at center field, maybe I would think that there is no. I mean, you're probably having Sawinski play there, or Ji-Wan Bae, who's obviously horrible on the bases, or Matt Gorski would be your center fielder if not for him. I mean, I get first base. I don't think he's interested in first base. They're trying to make this move palatable for him, so he's gonna stick out there for a while.
I heard Ben Cherington spoke glowingly about Henry Davis's defensive progress yesterday. So you did hear that? Someone told me that. So if that's the case, what does that mean for him, short term and long term?
I think that means that they want to get him some games down in the minors, and then, I mean, there's no guarantee. Endy didn't have a good game yesterday. I mean, that the wild pitch was a wild pitch. It would have been an extraordinary block for him, but he made a bad throw, made a couple bad throws, even had a pitch that popped out of his hand. I mean, just like little things that have happened with him back there. So maybe Davis has a week and a half, 2 weeks where the bat's really going, and they swap him, and Endy goes back down. But the problem is Endy can play first base, and for whatever reason, they won't work Hank Davis anywhere but behind the plate right now.
Which is strange considering they had doubts about him at defensive catcher when he first came out.
Yeah, if he can improve that much behind the plate, why couldn't he improve that much in right field or at first base?
But his bat has to play. If his bat plays, they'll find a place for him because they have plenty of opportunity to do it.
And I think the word he used, not to quote the Avengers, is that his bat is inevitable.
Yeah.
That it's going to happen at the major
league. They need to have it happen. Austin, who's next?
Let's go to Greg in Youngstown. Wants to talk about the bats.
What's up, Greg?
Hey, have these bats been approved yet?
By Major League Baseball?
Apparently, yes.
They have been approved?
Yes.
I don't know how they were approved. I have no clue. These are softball bats. Big barrels, skinny handles. I mean, I don't get it. I've never seen this bat in my life. So how were they approved?
Because by the regulations of the game, which obviously measure the contents of the bat, the length of the bat, and the width of the weight of the bat, that doesn't break any rules.
So they're just being innovative.
They just moved the barrel.
They are breaking rules. This bat is not. They've never used this bat ever. Doesn't it? Okay, all sports. I don't care what sport it is. Anytime you bring something new into the sport, they have to test the bat. They have to make sure everybody can get the bat or get whatever they're using. They just can't let one team use
maybe
a bat.
They did it because they've done it over the years with the kind of wood they use to make bats, and it's changed over the years. And so I don't.
And this whole thing's ridiculous. You know, why don't they just play with softball bats now? Let's have composite bats with aluminum and wood, and let's just go down that road. Because right now, guys can't hit to begin with, so now we have to find a way to cheat so guys can hit the ball farther because they don't know how to hit a baseball. The whole thing's becoming – baseball's a gimmick game anymore. A clock, bigger bases, these goofy bats. What's next? I'm just being honest with you.
You want the Savannah Bananas. That's what you want. You want something different. There you go. They're coming to town.
That's what's coming up. Instead of like having a garbage team like the Pirates are without having any talent, they're going to come up with these stupid bats. I mean, it's just a bad sport that doesn't have a clue what they're doing, and it's just a mess. And this is just another mess for MLB.
Would you be opposed to it if the Pirates endorsed it and their hitting got better?
I just don't want to see it. Use what you have. Learn how to hit a baseball. Learn how to be a hitter. Stop taking third strikes like Andy Rodriguez does. I mean, you know what? I see things as hitters that they don't have a clue at the plate, and so you're going to give them a bat because they just don't know how to hit, period. And that's my whole point about it.
Thanks, Greg. Always gets right to the point.
And to Greg's point, I mean, you still have to hit it. I don't care what bat you have.
Right.
I don't care if you have a softball bat, aluminum bat, titanium bat, whatever it is. You still got to be able to hit it, and that comes down to talent and discipline and all of those things that go along with it. Bob, I think, in a way, it reminds me of when square grooves came in golf.
Mm-hmm.
That all of a sudden these courses became so much easier for these guys, and they had to. This technology changed it. I'm not going to. It was a weekend series. Milwaukee's pitching may be horrible, and the Yankees are a very good power hitting team, so it may not be that revolutionary, but they found a technology, and I don't believe that the Yankees didn't go to somebody in MLB say, keep this under wraps. Let's make sure this is legal because we don't want everybody else to know about it.
And I agree with that. They obviously did because Major League Baseball came out and said there were no problems.
Right.
So they must have known about it. And if you have somebody working that way and they use metrics for just about everything, why not figure out ways to improve your own equipment? And you remember the Callaway driver in golf was called the E2. It was deemed illegal, and they made some adjustments to it. But everyone's trying to change with technology and the advancements they've made to make things better. So if they're doing it and they went through the league and the league says it's okay, then other teams should do it also. Simple as that. All right, Austin, who's next?
Here is Susan in the car. She wants to change the topic a little bit to an NFL rule change.
Susan, go right ahead.
Hi, Bob.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? We're driving back from North Carolina, spending the weekend with the grandkids, and I know how much you love the grandkids.
Absolutely. Those are precious times that you can't get enough of, so I'm glad you did it. What's on your mind?
So my 9-year-old grandson who lives and dies sports, we were talking this morning and last night. What is the problem with the tush push? Like, why do they want to ban it?
I just don't like it because I think it's you can line up if you want and have the entire team push one guy forward. It just doesn't seem like the right play to me. I know it was innovative at the time. I remember Mike Tomlin talked about this when it first came out. He did not like it. Now he likes it. And he said he had to take some time to understand that it was an innovative thing that didn't do anything against the rules. I just think, and give Philly credit, they did it, and they've done it to and not only them, but Buffalo does it too. They do it, and Baltimore with Mark Andrews. Everyone has a different take on this, Jeff. I just don't like the play itself. I'd rather see if there's going to be a quarterback sneak, do it the way you're supposed to do it. Use your offensive line, find a hole, and then, get it on your own, as opposed to having 400-pound men behind you pushing you all the way for a yard.
Yeah, wouldn't USC have liked to have had the tush push when it was ruled illegal that there was a push into the end zone?
That's a good call. I remember that. Yeah.
I get what you're saying. The thing is, Philly manipulated the rules to come up with a way to get a first down every time. And much to the chagrin of Pirates fans, there should be chagrin with Steeler fans. Why haven't they figured out how to use this?
Yeah.
Why isn't Pat Freiermuth under center or whomever you want and, Keanu Benton pushing him forward?
Darnell Washington. Have him there and just fall forward. Yeah.
I cannot understand it. If it gets something that gets you to win, then I don't know.
Well, there are opponents. There are a lot of teams in the NFL who don't like it, and that's going to be discussed, as is the seeding process in playoffs. So all these things are on the table this week. So there is some pushback on the tush push. Thank you, Susan.
All right.
We appreciate
Have a good day.
By the way, Bob, quick aside. Congrats to Grandpa Colony.
Yes, I saw that the other day. I was remiss. Jim Colony's a grandfather now. He had a big smile on his face, and I said, you'll get a lot more of those smiles over the years.
Phoebe Colony is the girl's name.
Oh, congrats to Jim.
Phoebe. So you're going to see, I asked him about diaper changing. I said, if you haven't done it in a while, you need to get, it's like everything else. Technology has changed it.
There's not an automatic one yet?
Well, there's a better one that used to be.
Yeah.
I remember some of those cloth ones. And geez, if you didn't get those things there. 412-928-9370. Do you like Joe Madden's classes he's on? We're talking about the torpedo bats. That's exactly what they're talking about over there now on the MLB Network.
I dislike Joe Madden for what he said about Jung Ho Gung.
Jung Ho Gung, yeah.
And I will
Plantar
always dislike
fasciitis.
him.
Yeah.
So when he's on, I turn it off.
I don't dislike him. I think he's a colorful guy. I think he knows a lot about baseball. But I thought that day he stepped way out of bounds on that.
You don't
comment.
make fun of a guy's injury.
No.
And that's what he did. And I will. That will always be with. And I seriously, every time he's on, I will turn it off.
Well, I think he's a little bit better than that. I don't know if he's ever apologized for that comment. I wish he would have if he hadn't. But honestly, I think he's a pretty, you talk about innovative manager. He's been innovative in his time there, too.
I'm sure he is.
All right, what do we got next, Austin?
let's go to Eric in Clearfield. He wants to transfer over to basketball.
Yes.
About transfers, and we're transferring from that sport to this sport. What's up, Eric?
Hi, guys. Yeah, I was a lot of topics there this morning. Great show. But when you hit on Nil and the transfer rule, it really hits home because I'm a Villanova grad. And watched the best coach in college basketball walk away from the sport as a result of not wanting to deal with this type of basketball. And I walked away with him. I have not watched a second of college basketball, including the disaster that was my own alma mater the last 3 years. And now they steal a college basketball coach from a fine school like Maryland. I get a call from one of my closest friends on Friday. Hey, did you know your guys just took our coach away? And I read the backstory on it. And the way it was all done, it wasn't so much Villanova's fault the way it was done, but the way it was done by Kevin Willard. Just, I said to my friend, I need to go take a shower now. 'Cause I'm tired of it. And, fans, if we continue to watch it on television, we continue to show up at these events, nothing's going to change because it's about the almighty dollar. And I said, I'm done with it. I don't need it anymore. There are other things in my life that will fill that void. And that's the way I feel about it now. So, anyway, you touched a nerve. Thanks for letting me share my opinion.
Glad we could be of some help.
And I don't blame necessarily the coaches or the players for this situation. It's the NCAA. Those guys for years would have the most ridiculous rules about not giving these players any money, not allowing them to go home for a funeral, not allowing them right, not allowing them to whatever it is, a situation that could be life-changing for them or something that impacts their life, but they weren't able to do it because no. We can't give them anything. If they would have given them something, I bet you we wouldn't be in this situation. They would have given them each a little bit of something. And now it's not even NIL anymore. These guys don't have name, image, or likeness. They're just getting paid.
Right. Well, I asked a couple of people who've actually spent money as NIL investors. What do you get for it? The answer is not much. You're essentially giving money to your university. The way they used to is go to the athletic fund, and they helped out. Now it goes to a player. That player may just leave, and there's no obligation for him to do anything. That's why you need a contract. If you're one of these people who pay money into it, you can't afford to just give money for your own well-being. It's all my alma mater. I'm going to give this for this guy. What do I get? You're a business.
So, Bob, let's say whomever gets a deal to go to X school, and they get offered $2.8 million to go to that school to be a player. But they don't sign anything, but, hey, we're going to give you this money. They get into the school, they start playing, and they realize, I'm not getting anywhere close to that money. So what do? Do they quit? I mean, and what do the coaches do when this player comes complaining and say, well, I didn't make this deal, you did?
Right.
Or there's this outside initiative that gave money, but we don't have a contract on it, so I can't prove that they told me they didn't offer you that much. I mean, Pitt tries to do the best job it can to have contracts with these guys so they know what the deal was and they can talk to both sides and understand. But the way it is now, I mean, either side, I mean, and there's not – who said a player couldn't get 2.5 up front and then the next day leave?
Well, wasn't that one of the problems with the Pitt receivers now with the Vikings?
Jordan Addison. It absolutely
he
was
left.
at USC.
Yeah. So
he didn't get everything he promised, and there were a lot of questions that he missed a couple of games, not because of anything other than he didn't get all of his money.
Right. Well, we've seen that with other guys. Guy in UNLV this year, I think their quarterback, too. He got tired. He said, I'm not getting what I –
And he was having a great year.
He was having a great year. So I don't know. 412-928-9370 is that number to call. We also will take calls here from Tom and Bill. When we come back, we need to take a break. I want to remind you the Fan Hotline is presented to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Austin Bechtel behind the glass. He'll be taking your calls as we roll along here on the Pomp and Joe Show on a Monday, a dreary Monday at that, in Pittsburgh.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sidney Crosby, overtime winner, got it done for the Penguins. 1-0 against the Ottawa Senators yesterday as the Penguins pick up 2 points. And a shutout for Tristan Jarry, made 31 saves in the victory. Sidney Crosby, his 27th goal overall in the season, and ended up being on the power play from Carter Kelt and Erik Karlsson. Penguins next up will play in St. Louis on Thursday, 8 o'clock against the Blues. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Hi, Joe.
Why, thank you, Limits. It's been a wonderful show today, mostly because of you. Kelly and Kevin recently worked with Gina because they'd found a new home and they wanted to buy and needed to sell their home in Murraysville. They said Gina was excellent to work with, and her experience was evident every step of the way. She was able to get some great results for Kelly and Kevin. Within 4 days, Gina had sold their home for over the asking price and helped Kelly and Kevin buy their new home for under the asking price. If you're looking for great results, be sure to call Gina. You can't lose. She sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. So if you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to sell or buy, call my friend Gina of RE/MAX Select Realty. 724-602-9752. Google Gian Petro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Drive your dreams. Beyond the Lincoln. Beyond the Lincoln, Monroeville. BeyondTheLincoln.com.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Cleveland Browns are keeping their options open. Their general manager, Andrew Barry, spoke to reporters Sunday saying the Browns are unlikely to make an offer to the Titans to move up to number 1, but anything is possible with the second pick, including moving back. My question, shouldn't the Browns be laser focused on quarterback above all else? Deshaun Watson is hurt. They basically have sat out free agency. How else can they get a quarterback if not the draft? I'm Maggie Gray.
Springfest savings start now at Lowe's, so don't miss out. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on every $1,000 you spend on select major appliances. And save up to $10 on select lawn care products. Shop these can't-miss spring deals now. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 4/2. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Do you know what time it is right now? I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin. Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About Truck Month that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, Truck Month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com. Because it is Truck Month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So, SchultzFord.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for Truck Month.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
It's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich and Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Are you sports betting again?
No, I just got outbid on some sweet headphones on Mac.bid.
So how much money did you lose?
None. I'm just not winning.
So you can't lose money?
Nope. In fact, if I win, I could save up to 80% off retail prices.
So you don't lose money, but if you win, you save money?
Exactly.
Well, is it over?
No.
We'll get back in there and win those thingies.
Headphones.
Yeah, whatever.
Save up to 80% off retail at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Hey, I won.
Attaboy.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. It's time to jump out of your seat and into a new ride with slam dunk savings from #1 Cochran Buick GMC. Lease a new 25 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation from $234 a month, or buy a 25 Buick and Vista Preferred for only $23,499. That's just $355 per month when you break it down. With offers like these and more than 300 new models available, score your slam dunk savings now at #1 Cochran Buick GMC, Monroeville and Robinson. 24-month lease includes all qualifying incentives, 10,000 miles per year for 20,000 miles total. Mileage overage fee may be applied. $3,999 due at signing with zero security deposit, subject to Tier 1 credit approval through GMC Financial. MSRP $24,795. Payment depends on finance term and down payment. Excludes acquisition, tax, title, plates, and fees. May not stack with other offers. Ends 3/31/25.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I need new rotors.
When you buy 2 Duralast rotors during our spring sale, you get Duralast brake pads free.
Free?
With the rotors.
Well, that's great. What if I need extra stopping power?
You can upgrade to Duralast Gold pads for just $10.
So Duralast pads are free?
Yep.
And an upgrade is just $10?
That's right. Part of the spring sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Easy Cater is the smarter, simpler way to order food for your workplace. With easy online ordering, search filters for budget, dietary needs, and more. Save your favorite restaurants and favorite orders for easy reordering. Save time with group ordering. You send a link, your team orders what they want. Plus, Easy Cater makes expense reporting a snap with all your receipts in one place. Easy Cater, more than just a way to order catering for work, it's your business tool for food. Order now at easycater.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Setting. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
So are you ready for your show?
When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bob Pompiani back with Jeff Hathorn here in the main studio. Joe Starkey's on a flight home. He'll be here tomorrow. Austin Bechtold is behind the glass. We're talking about a whole bunch of stuff. The Steelers down in the Breakers as they have the winter owners meetings where they get together, all the coaches and GMs, and they go over rule changes, and that's been something we've talked about today. And we've seen a lot of people talk about torpedo bats, which is a topic. The tush push, we've been doing all sorts of things, Jeff. So let's keep that rolling. And Austin, you decide where we go next because there's a lot of people on the line who want to talk.
All right, let's wrap up with the tush push for a little bit and go to Bill in Springdale.
You really go to that tush push a lot.
You know, Bob, you don't like the tush push, and I'm trying to find out why.
That tush push. All right, Bill.
Bob, Jeff, how are you guys this afternoon?
What's up, Bill?
Hey, Bob, I agree with you 100%. They need to outlaw the push. You know, at one time, defenses used to do that to block field goals and extra points. When they knew that that's what the play you were going to run, they used to stack defensive linemen up and just push them and blast them through the line of scrimmage to block the extra point. And the NFL started screaming and yelling that we can't do that for player safety. So you're not allowed to do that anymore on the defensive side of the ball. But now all of a sudden you're allowed to do that on the offensive side of the ball. So it's a real advantage for the offense if you can't let the defensive guys stack up to stop it. You basically have 3-4 guys blocking one. You know, and it'd be such a simple rule to fix. All you would have to say is you are not allowed to push somebody in the back unless they are past the line of scrimmage, and make it a penalty if you push before the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
I just think it's a dumb play.
Well, I would agree, Bill. I know a lot of people disagree with that, but it's innovative in that they did it and they got away with it, and now they still are. But there are people around the league, and that's why they're discussing it this week, Jeff, that think it's an unfair play to make.
I'm surprised we haven't seen more like scrum action in something like that where everybody's together and they're pushing forward and the ball doesn't get handed off to somebody who then ends around and ends up
sequencing off of that play.
Right.
Absolutely.
I'm surprised we haven't seen something like that. I get it because no other place are you – I mean, if a receiver is running a route, can you go up behind them and like push that? Like if you took an offensive tackle, could they push George Pickens through a defensive back?
I mean, we've seen it at the goal line where guys are trying to get in and people push from. I don't know.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You know, if you made that all legal after the line of scrimmage, so be it. If you're behind the line of scrimmage, that should be an automatic flag. I mean, you know, if the guy's running down the field, he's 10 yards down the field, and some receiver comes up and wants to help push him, you know, so be it. But to engage and push, you can't even touch a guy on his back to try to block a field goal. They call that leverage, and they throw a flag.
And they change things because of it.
Huge rule.
Good point, Bill. Thank you for the call. Appreciate that. 412-928-9370. Next, Austin.
Here is Tom in Monroeville. Back to the Buccos.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, Bob. How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, Bob. I met you a while ago at Hannistown Italian Day. You're a nice guy.
Oh, yeah. Jeff Hathorn's an avid golfer. He's here. Jeff, you would love that. They have an Italian Open over at Hannistown.
Italian Open, yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. And all these wonderful ladies cook all this Italian food. It's
like marrying two of my favorite things, Italian food and golf.
Exactly. And believe me, golf loses out at the end. You're so interested in eating, you don't really care how your golf game goes that day.
I I do. I just have a couple quick comments. Number one, I'm 78. I'm an avid Steeler Pirate fan. I am tired of the ownership of both teams being stuck in some sort of quagmire of alternate reality. Neither one seems to grasp the fact that you're supposed to own a team to win championships.
Well, the Steelers have done that over the years. You know, I mean, the Pirates have too, but it's been so long ago. But, you know, I will say this. The Steelers find themselves, even without a reliable quarterback in the last 4 years, they've gotten to the playoffs twice. Yeah, they got lambasted in both of those games, but the point is they've gotten there. The Pirates, it's been how many years? If you take the 3 years, that 13, 14, 15, how many years before that and after that have we gone with
20, yeah.
You'd have to go back to 1992 or one.
It's 91.
1992.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's
Barry Bonds couldn't throw out the one-legged.
here we go with that. You don't want to blame Chico Lean. Blame Chico Lean for that inning.
I'm still bitter about that too. I'm still bitter about that one too.
Wait a minute. Nobody blames Chico Lean. Jose Lean let the whole floodgates open while having a ball go right between him. He's a Gold Glove second baseman.
Chico Lean didn't claim to be the best player in baseball.
It has nothing to do with that. That inning went south because of his error.
I agree. I just have one quick question. Because they have no offensive talent on the Pirates. What's the problem with Matt Gorski? Why doesn't he ever get a chance?
He had a good start to spring training. It got a little bit rougher for him. Listen, Gorski, I saw him play in Altoona a couple of years ago, Bob, and he was playing out of his mind. I think he had 23 homers. It was August. And it just so happened at the game I was at, he rounded second base and really messed up his hamstring, and that set him back. He's an interesting guy. He's a player that fans would love. He's kind of got the Jared Jones where the shirt's unbuttoned about halfway down. He's a free swinger.
You got chest hair, too.
I guess. He's a free swinger. He does have power. He can play some defense. But with, Reynolds, Swinsky, and Cruz, I mean, his best option would be a fourth, and they decided to go with the Tommy Pham and go in other directions.
But he also can play first base too, right?
He can play a little
they
first
have
base.
Nobody
he hasn't
there.
played a lot, but he has played a little.
Does Andy Rodriguez played a lot? No. I mean, if that bat is lively to me, I would have given him a shot. Why not? Thanks, Tom, for the call.
Yeah, and I trust that, a lot of the first week of spring training can really get people's thoughts about a player skewed because pitchers are just getting on the mound. They're getting stuff over. They're maybe working on something, and sometimes guys take advantage of it. In the first week of spring training, everybody's jonesing for baseball, and somebody's hitting 450, and you're like, oh, my goodness, this guy's going to be great all year. And then curveballs and sliders and, and other things start happening, and their spring goes south.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Mark Johnson, remember him? He was one of those guys who did that. Had great numbers, home runs every which way, but I mean, it never did trend right once you got to the majors.
But we could, if there's an injury, we could see. I think Gorski's an option. I mean, I wouldn't mind taking a chance on him.
27 years old, why wouldn't you? All right, Austin, who's next?
All right, next up is Jake. He's in Mount Lebanon. He wants to talk about the bats.
All right, Jake, you're up.
Bob,
in the batter's box.
Jeff.
Hey, Jake.
It's regarding those torpedo bats, but I honestly can't understand how anybody takes this sport seriously anymore. They had to ban the shift because these guys are incapable of hitting the ball to the opposite field, something we knew how to do before we got the Pony League. It's just ridiculous how diluted the talent has become in this sport.
Well, I mean, that's why they did it, because it was having success.
Well, they want offense, right?
Yeah. It didn't help. You still have guys in Major League starting lineups every day that are struggling to hit 200. 200 used to get you a bus ride back to single A ball.
Yeah, Mendoza line was a line you never want to get near. And a lot of them were living below it.
That was 220.
Right, that's what I mean. You don't want to be near that line. So
no, I don't know. Once he's banned the shift, I didn't think nobody would take the sport seriously anymore. I know I don't.
Well, I do. I like baseball. Thank you, Jake, for the call. And I'm not opposed to anybody trying something new if it's an advantage. That's the way it goes. And if you're within the rules and regulations, why shouldn't you try something like that? Bats have changed a lot over the years. As I said before, there's so many different kinds of woods that have been used. And some people think some are more advantageous than others. I don't know. I don't analyze that stuff. But they've gone through the proper channels, apparently, and here they are.
I get his frustration. I like to see a little bit more contact, not the complete swinging of the fences that we've seen recently and the approaches that people have at the plate. I get it because analytics tell you it's, do this and don't worry about on-base percentage or any of that stuff. I get that. But I do like or someone being able to hit one the opposite way for a hit and take advantage of the shift. But it's just not.
We've had that same conversation about bunting, how it's a lost art. People don't know how to bunt. They don't spend any time bunting. Bunting can be effective in a lot of different ways. When that shift was in play, that's a play that you can get their attention by laying down a good bunt.
And I think, Bob, a lot of us grew up with those intangibles, and we like to see those intangibles. You like to see Brett Butler have a drag bunt down the first base line and get on base and take advantage of what was there or use his speed. The small ball. The one thing we have seen that's a little bit more old school from the Pirates is stealing bases. I'll give them credit for that.
Yeah, when you steal bases like that, you should have more runs than they've gotten, too. You're putting yourself in position to be, a runner in scoring position, and yet they can't get the clutch hits. That's where the other thing comes into play. All right, Mr. Limits, where are we off to next?
Here is Dom in Greensburg, a first-time caller. Wants to talk about the bats.
Dom, I wish we had Jeff. Do we have something to give Dom for a first-time caller?
You don't have to give me anything but a little time.
All right, that's easy. We had some Dom Perignon for you, but okay, we'll take it here.
How many times have you heard that?
I'm Italian, and I like that Italian Open. I'm from Greensburg.
There you go. Jeff's got to play. Jeff, you got to play in it.
All right.
You got to play there. It's a good course. Hey, long-time baseball fan, long-time Yankee fan, so much so I named my son Mickey. I just want to go back to these bats. Look, back in the old days, didn't they hone their bats with a bone? Then you come up and you got pine tar. Then you come up and they hollowed the ends of the bats out. I haven't heard anybody complaining. Now it's the Yankees. They're cheating. It's all the rules are passed. I don't understand it.
I don't know if it's that they're cheating. It's just that they've already got all this talent. They have a major payroll. They've got maybe the best power hitter in the game, probably the best power hitter in the game.
What bat did he use?
He used his own bat.
He did.
He used his. Nobody said, well, he hit 4 home runs with a regular bat.
But I think the reason is it's the spotlight's on the Yankees, and this is because they feel like the Yankees already have all these advantages, and now they have this too.
Well, I look at it this way. Per capita, and I love watching. I don't love watching the Pirates, but I watch them, and it makes me a little upset, just like the last callers. Can't hit behind a runner. I played baseball till I was 30 and softball till I was close to 50. I see that these guys can't do this, but, the game changed. It's changed. They're faster. They're stronger, and I just don't get the complaints with the bat. I don't get it. They've changed. Look at college games. To save money? I don't think so. Look at when I played, in high school, you got 3 bats. Now, you picked your own bat. You could get a 42-inch, a 40-inch, a bigger barrel, a smaller handle. So, those were all different, too. Nobody complained about that. Should we all have the same bat?
Yeah, I hear you, Tom. I think those are good points. And, again, I like to make golf analogies. There are a lot of different – thanks for the call. There are a lot of different things you can do with club fitting, and shafts included. You can get better shafts. They have to regulate – balls, too. Balls are spun differently, the inside of those balls. And the PGA Tour has a serious problem on their hand with some of the lengths of these drives that we've seen and what to do about the ball and the compression.
I think it's crazy. Like, when you played Little League, like, the manager, whoever's dad was the manager of the team, carried the bats around in a bag, and there were like 5 or 6 of them, and then everybody used one of those. Now everybody – did you have your own limits, or did you pull from the bat bag?
So I played when I was pretty young. I didn't play for a while, but I had like my own custom bat, but I wasn't afraid to use other people's. No.
Whatever works. Keep trying.
Yeah, that's something that's just it's become, what do you invest in the bat or technology, and it's just a change.
It's the way it's going. We'll see what happens, and maybe it's going to be all over the place before you know it. The 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. And join us Friday. It's opening day on Federal Street for Pittsburgh Pirates opening day against those Yankees. Nova Place is just steps from PNC Park and a short walk to Acrisure Stadium. Located along the South Commons, prepay and reserve your parking at Nova Place Garage on Spot Hero. The best part, it's easy exit in any direction after the event is over. You won't get stuck in traffic near that stadium. Nova Place offers parking for all events on the North Shore, sporting events, concerts, and so much more. Friday opening day, we'll have that fully covered for you. We're due for a break. We'll take it right now. Jeff Hathorn in studio, Joe Starkey on the way home, Austin behind the glass. I'm Bob Pompiani. Thanks for tuning in to 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
First of a three-game series for the Pirates against the Tampa Bay Rays today, as Carmen Majinski will take the mound for his first start. Buccos went 1-3 in Miami and were walked off 3 times. So tonight against Tampa is the first of 3. And our coverage right here on 93.7 The Fan is beginning at 6 o'clock, brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. Now's the perfect time to get even stronger at Planet Fitness. Save $28 or more when you join today for just $1 down, $15 a month. Mix up your routine or create a customized workout plan with free fitness training. That's right. Certified trainers, unlimited sessions with best-in-class equipment. Plus, there's over 2,700 convenient locations to choose from, with most open 24 hours. Save $28 or more today when you join Planet Fitness for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends April 11th. See Home Club for details.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380. Again, 1-800-217-4380.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample Rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-285-8939. 800-285-8939. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-285-8939.
Men lacking confidence in the bedroom because of ED, NuFlow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. NuFlow is serious about helping your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Be that guy again. Call NuFlow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you have roof problems? Well, call Weather Seal now and get your problems fixed fast during Weather Seal's roofing sale. Get a brand new Weather Seal roofing system with no money down and 100% financing available for 24 months. Plus, get a free gutter upgrade with your purchase. That's zero, zip, Zilch, out of pocket for 24 months or until 2027. Plus, that free gutter upgrade. Call 877-351-SEAL today or go to WeatherSealHomeservices.com. That's WeatherSealHomeservices.com.
Look, there's feelings, and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is, you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio. Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Replace stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The NFL owners' meetings are currently going on in Florida. Mike Tomlin, as all 32 NFL coaches are, currently down in Florida. Met with the media earlier today and didn't provide much of an update on Aaron Rodgers, just basically continuing to wait it out. But there was a report from the NFL Network that said that Rodgers and DK Metcalf were throwing and Metcalf catching at UCLA this weekend. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pomp and Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Bob Pompiani, Jeff Hathorn, Austin Bechtel with you as we roll along. Final hour of the program before the PM team takes over here. We've been covering a lot of ground. We have a lot more ground to cover. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. And they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. We've been talking about bats, not just Joey Bats. Remember Joey Bats? I used to love Joey Bats. And he was here once as a Pittsburgh Pirate. Never had a chance. They traded him away.
There's a new Joey Bats. Right?
Okay.
Bart.
Or do they call him Joey Bats?
No, I'm just saying.
They hope he's Joey Bats.
I think Joey Bats did okay once he left the Pirates.
He certainly did. But anyway, these torpedo bats have caught the imagination of a lot of people, and a lot of people do not like this whole innovation, but they've done it according to the rules per Major League Baseball, so we'll see what happens as this thing plays out, whether or not the Pirates invest in some torpedo batting. 412-928-9370 is the number. Austin, where are we headed to next? We have a lot of callers today, so we want to get them on as best we can.
Let's go to Matt in Lancaster.
What's up, Matt?
Hey, guys. Just a couple of quick points on the Pirates. So I can't believe that we're, already doing the whole who is this guy thing, kind of with Valdez in the first series of the year. Didn't we have, 6 or 7 guys trying out to do first base, and it's some guy we've never heard of is the first call-up? We're already there. It's an August thing. It's the first series.
I was shocked when he came into the game. I was thinking, where did he come from?
In limits, I thought it would be Cook or York.
Yes, me too.
I just looked him up. It said he's it said second base, on the Pirates website for his position. So I couldn't believe that either.
Yeah. Well, I thought York, both those guys, they sounded great. I know Andrew and Chris had them on in the afternoon. They were very, very articulate, very happy to be there, looking to make an impact.
Decently regarded prospects.
Yes. Where are they on the prospect list, by the way? Are they in the top? I don't think they're in the top 10 for the Pirates, are they?
I think they're in the 10 through 20 range.
Yeah, York's top 10. Cook is not, but York is in the top 10. And somebody asked me on Twitter, is it just service time? I don't know. I don't think it's a service time thing at all with those guys.
I think we would all default to saying yes, right?
Default to saying yes, but I don't know. Those don't seem like the guys that you would be mainly concerned with because they're not big-time prospects where you'd be that worried about an extra year of control, at least for me.
Well, here's the thing. Gonzalez is going to be out a while. So
yeah.
When you call someone up who's probably going to be more of a long-term option, this would seem to be, okay, guy's going to be out 3, 4, 5 days. Let's bring this guy up instead of burning time with one of the other ones.
Especially because Nick York is a second baseman by trade, too.
Yeah.
So it makes sense.
All right. We're going out to Tiki in the car, I understand, next.
Yes.
Tiki.
Hi. I enjoyed that tiny conversation about the shift because I think you should be able to stand on anywhere you want on the field. But the shift, of course, dates back to the 1930s, and that's a whole nother conversation. But the reason for my call is this. I listened to the series, the Bucco series, from a Miami feed, and it was incredibly insightful, enlightening. I'll just give you one example. When they speak about O'Neal Cruz, they say that he has this very strong arm, lots of velocity. They can back it up with data from StatCast. But his accuracy is so miserable, and runners know that, so they run on him. Whoa. I mean, when your players, I don't know, when their weaknesses start to inform the prep for the series, it's really a problem, right?
Sure.
Okay, so that's it. It was just watching the game and not hearing Bob Walk worship, your team. It's if you're a bettor like me, wow. It was very
Tiki's engaged. She's
well,
into this.
It was very. That's all. Thank you, guys. I always enjoy you when I'm in the car.
Thank you.
Thanks,
and I would say this to you, listen, all the broadcasters are paid for by the teams. So
Right.
they're going to be, and you're broadcasting for one team for 162 games. You're going to have some favoritism towards the city you're broadcasting in. I don't know that it's a surprise that O'Neal Cruz has accuracy issues. The other thing he just has out there is lack of experience issues of not just throwing it home, of hitting the cutoff man, like nuances of making sure you call off Jack Sawinski so he's not in your line of sight when you're trying to make a catch late in a game. Like, they're just things that he has to learn, and unfortunately, he's learning all of it at the major league level, which is not ideal.
No, but some of that stuff should already be ingrained. Knowing to hit the cutoff man instead of overthrowing him to the plate on a play that had no chance.
When you can throw it that hard and you're that skilled, there's so many times you believe you can do what other people can't. So while while Brian Reynolds should hit the cutoff man, I've got an arm much bigger than his, so why don't I just throw it through? Because I might be able to get the guy.
But the point is, he's out there, and I'm not going to change it. He needs to. That's a commitment they made to him, so he has to keep playing. They can't just, knee-jerk reaction every time there's a bad play, replace him and get, and that's not how it works. So
or rip him publicly.
I don't
think that does them any good either.
And it is a work in progress with him. Unfortunately, though, that's the case with a lot of guys in a lot of positions now. They're all trying to figure this out. Meantime, shifting back to the owners' meetings, Jerry Dulac of the Post-Gazette says GM Omar Khan acknowledged the compensatory picks the Steelers will receive for losing a host of free agents is something that has influenced the team's decision during the offseason. So what do you make of that statement? And I understand during the offseason, which is to say not much has happened in this offseason, short of Metcalf. That's a big trade. But does that mean they're planning for not just this season but next, knowing they have a bunch of these picks, or they could package some of them this year knowing they're going to get them, package their own picks that they have?
My initial thing would mean to say that, all right, we're going to be what we're going to be this year, but next year we've got all these picks, and we're going to find whatever, we can use them to trade up. Let's say they have a bad year finally, and they use one or two of them to move up in the first round to get the quarterback that they need or whatever. That's what it says to me, but it's always important to be there to see the context. Like, how exactly did he say it? Because, as you pointed out earlier, Bob, the Steelers never punt on a season.
They don't. And that's why they're interested in a veteran quarterback like Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, if you thought it was hard to get, Dubas or Charrington to use the rebuild word, I mean, that's just not even in the Steelers' vocabulary. They don't believe in it.
No. Sometimes you got to do those things. They believe, and, again, they've made the playoffs each of the last 2 years. They haven't done well in them. It's a whole different story, but they're not going to sacrifice the season, and they think that this could be good. I've never really had the chance to talk to you specifically about your thoughts of Aaron Rodgers. If it turns out to be him, and it seems like the betting money is on him, he worked out with DK Metcalf this past week. Omar Khan said, that's a nice sign. He said, I didn't know it, but that's a nice sign. So if he is the guy, pros and cons, I think we know what they are.
Okay.
But create a scenario how this can be really good for them.
Well, that he finds more of what we saw in some of those Jets. I mean, he was good in some of those Jets games. You go back, and I went back series by series last year and looked at some of the plays. There were a few bad games. Arizona and Buffalo were ones that immediately come to mind. But he had some good games. They missed 8 field goals last year. Some of them could have changed the course of some of those games. He also had a couple of drives where he engineered a drive at the end of the game, but his defense and gave one back the other way. Or they lost in overtime where he never even got a possession. So that is positive. He'd be working. I still think he can throw the football. Can the offensive line give him enough time? But let's say the offensive line does. I still think he can throw it. I think there's value in him coming in with an attitude that maybe shakes some things up with that offense. Maybe leads to a little bit more accountability. One of the things the offense hasn't had the last few years is a true leader.
Correct.
Haven't had one. I mean, Najee complained about it. He wasn't it. I mean, Mason Cole was a guy 2 years ago who was like calling things up and trying to be a leader of this team. They didn't necessarily buy into Russ or Justin. Probably knew they weren't going to be there. That not that they disliked them, but they weren't guys that could go in and have tough conversations. I don't think Aaron Rodgers would have a hard time calling anybody out if Broderick Jones is loafing on a play or isn't mentally into the game. I don't think that's just going to be okay, or that's not going to. I think Aaron's going to do something about it. That would be the positive.
His success could very well lie with the success of the 2 tackles. Now that Jones is moving to left and Troy Fautanu is going to be at right. He hasn't played, but the upside on him potentially is really good. So if they have good seasons, I can see where this could have success. I can see where he has enough time to make the kind of decisions and sling the ball the way he can accurately enough to put them in good situations. My question would be, how does he coexist with Arthur Smith if Arthur Smith has a run-first mentality like Mike Tomlin does? And that's fine, except there's going to be times where you have to do something different.
No, it'd be rocky at times because I don't think Aaron's going to change his ways. I mean, remember how at the end of Dan Marino with Jimmy Johnson, he would do those like extended handoffs and just how awkward that looked? I don't think, and I'm not saying this is in Arthur's playbook, but I don't think Aaron's going to put up with that. Like he'll just change the play, or it's just not going to happen. I don't know necessarily that some of that is a bad thing. I think maybe to have a little conflict in there in the offense, or to bring a different idea or a different mindset from a Hall of Fame quarterback. And there were times Ben had issues with his coordinator and probably did some things on his own. Remember, there were times he'd say, draw it in the dirt.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Steelers need someone to draw it in the dirt. And that would be, all that would be the positive. And the other positive would be that you're buying time that hopefully your next quarterback, either you draft and they have a year and get ready, or you're able to find that quarterback while Aaron provides you an opportunity to do something you haven't done in 8 years.
But make no mistake, this is a one-year proposition. And after that, they still have the same issue. Who's the next guy? So Aaron Rodgers could come in here for now and do well or not, but next year is the key year.
So, Bob, then there's the negative side of it, that he doesn't have any game left, or not to an elite level, and you're punting a year where you could have used that to have a young quarterback to see if they could do it, which is why so many of us, I know you and I are on the same page with Justin Fields. He's 26. Give him a chance. He might be a franchise quarterback. I mean, if you just go all out and play to his skill set, maybe that works. And maybe it doesn't, but at least either way, it's a 1 or 2 year thing, because Aaron Rodgers isn't going to play beyond 1, maybe 2 if he were to have a spectacular year. So you're just pushing that problem down the road. And even at least with Mason at 29, like maybe there's a few good years in him. Maybe I mean, stranger things have happened. Not that I think that he's a guy that's going to win you a game over Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, or any of those.
No, but Fields certainly could. He could develop. He has the upside. That's what
the closest playoff game they had is when Mason was quarterback.
Right. No question about that. And that was in Buffalo. Not an easy place to play. So that's the reason I wanted Justin, just like you. I even if he didn't turn out to be the guy you thought a year or two from now, how about if he is? How about if he shows you something because he is that guy? He feels like he's, ingrained in that offense. And listen, you bring in big-time receivers who take people with them down the field. You create openings around so he could utilize his legs even more. And I thought last year they should have used his legs more than they did.
And Austin will tell you, Rich Cimini, who's the ESPN reporter with the Jets, Brandon Eccles, who was with the Jets last year. I think people have this assumption that Aaron goes into a locker room and that he spews the stuff he spews on McAfee with the guys in the room. I don't think that's the case. I think he's a bit of a smart ass. I think he's playful. I think he can be probably a jerk at times, but I don't think he's in there talking politics or physics or any of the stuff that he discusses on a talk show.
No, and I mean, there's definitely an edginess to Aaron Rodgers that not everyone is just going to frankly agree with. But as Cimini said, and as you mentioned, as Eccles said, and many others, like once Rodgers gets into the room, he's a pretty good teammate. Like a lot of guys like him. And it was a similar sentiment in Green Bay too. So it seems like, when it comes to being like in the room, kind of leave that type of stuff out of it. And guys like him, especially seeing a little bit of enigma, too, and the way that he rallied some of the guys with the Jets, even when he was injured for a full season. Pretty apparent that he's a well-liked guy.
And I think it would be okay if he got in that huddle and told someone to shut up.
Yes.
Or you better start playing, or I'm not going to throw you the football. Or, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
And he can do that because
I don't know
at this point he's
necessarily
playing
that's
for
a
house
bad
money.
thing.
Yeah, I don't either. You need to have people who are going to be able to do that. Especially with young guys who think they're all that, and they need to be reeled in a little bit. Go out and make plays. Stop jogging. Do this, do that. If it comes from him, I think it takes on more of an impact.
It is interesting, though, that he brought in his guys, and who had the biggest problem with them is their most talented receiver was Garrett Wilson. So why was that? Was it that it wasn't Aaron's guy? Was it that he told Wilson things he didn't want to hear? I mean, he still had a good year, but yet Garrett didn't want to play with him anymore.
Yeah. No, it's going to be very interesting to see. And the draft's coming here in 2026. I'll be very anxious to see how that plays out, especially if the quarterback is going to be drafted in the first round. That would be fun.
I've had people say to me, they probably have had too, that the Steelers are doing all this because they want to have a monster draft at home. Like they're playing this up to have the highest pick, to have the biggest number of picks. I don't see that at all, but I
don't either. But I think it could work out to benefit them if that's the case, but I don't see that. I also don't see them drafting a quarterback in the first round this year. I know how much Joe wants Jackson Dart, but I just don't see that happening unless they get very aggressive and do something that I didn't expect them to do. But going back to that comment Omar Khan made, it has changed their thinking about this offseason. What does that really mean? Change all these, picks they're going to get next year. It would have to mean that there's going to be something happening in this draft this year that could give them an advantage to either move up, do something else. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, again, my first reaction to that is, okay, they're going to add a couple of pieces, but they're really going to make the push next year. And that's when they're really going to add the key players that they need because they've got that extra draft capital. And a reminder of this, too, because I think people look at comp picks and think it's like you get one for everyone. You only get 4.
No, only 4 total. But 4's a lot. If you get 4, that means you've lost a lot
and
of
you
players.
can get high ones, and it looks like they're going to get higher ones. But that's another thing that people have come up to me and said, well, they can get 7, 8 comp picks. I'm like, no. There's a misconception. I think you only get a total of 4.
And it has everything to do with how much money those teams spend on your players. All right, we got a caller.
Tennessee.
Yeah, Tennessee, $82 million for 10 more. Thank you. That's the 3rd round pick. What's up, Austin?
Thank you, Tennessee. We have Greg in Mars who would like to chime in on Aaron Rodgers.
Greg, what's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, I've been listening to Aaron Rodgers talk for months now, and I think we're kidding ourselves to think this is going to be anything but a disaster. Tomlin has shown he doesn't know what he's doing with quarterbacks. We're bringing a 40-year-old guy who can't move, who is probably past his prime. If he was so great, the Jets would have kept him. He's prone to injury. I don't see him getting past game 3 without being hurt. And the Steelers fans already think he's a jag-off to begin with. I mean, I don't see it where this is going anywhere.
That's such a great word, isn't it? It's a Pittsburgh
one of my
word.
favorite. I love it when it gets snuck into a movie.
Yeah.
And I think it was We're the Millers. I think they used Jagoff was thrown in there, and I think it was also in what was other Sudeikis likes to use that a couple of times. But anyhow, if he wins, like all
people
this
will
stuff
forget
now,
about everything.
People will be swept. Now, if he loses, then all this stuff now just adds. You're just like putting more stuff in the wagon of why you would hate this guy.
Yeah, winning always is the cure-all. If you win, people forget about everything. And that would be indiscretions off the field that you may have or things you've done that you're not proud of. They won't care if you help your team win. Speaking of, thanks for the call, Greg. We appreciate that. Mary Kay Cabot has this now just on Twitter. Browns owner Jimmy Haslam, spoken really in depth for the first time since the Deshaun Watson disaster. Quote, "We took a big swing and missed with Deshaun. We thought we had the quarterback. We didn't. We gave up a lot of draft picks to get him. So we've dug ourselves a hole, trying to get out of it. An entire organization decision, but it ends with D and me." D's his wife. Now, his wife must have some say into this, but so they're digging out. They brought in Kenny Pickett. Kevin Stefanski says he believes Kenny Pickett can be a really good quarterback in the NFL. That. Of course, just like you would say that about anyone, but do you believe it? And is he guaranteed to start there?
As of right now.
Yeah, but a lot can change.
As of right
now.
They
can pick somebody that changes that.
Yeah, as of right now. I mean, listen, there's the Pitt fan, if you are a Pitt fan, that like you saw some magic in Kenny Pickett that just didn't happen here. I don't want to see that with the Browns. I think he's a good quarterback. I don't look at him as a guy that's going to elevate the Browns into some other level. Let me put it that way.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he can be fine for a little bit of time, but they're going to have to draft somebody else, and they're going to keep going down that.
He's a guy who's probably a backup in the NFL that maybe for a year or two, or a span of time has some really good games that he puts together. But I don't know if he's going to be consistently one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the league.
So what about Russell Wilson? Is he guaranteed to be the starter there? You know, they brought in Jameis Winston. They also have the 3rd overall pick. Do you think he went there thinking he is the, quote, pole position leader?
Oh, absolutely. He said so. I mean,
What
he
if
said
they-
that I'm the starting quarterback.
Okay.
He got that kind of assurance here that he was going to be the starting quarterback. There was no competition last year. He was the starting quarterback. Now will he have competition? I don't know their staff well enough to know if he's going to compete with Jameis Winston. But the interesting one is if they draft a guy, because within their own division, they saw Jaden Daniels transform a team.
Correct.
So they're going to get so much heat if they draft Shedeur Sanders or if Cam Ward falls to them or whatever route if they pick or they trade back into the end of the first round and pick Jackson Dart or whatever it might be. They're going to get a lot of heat that they're going to want to play their quarterback. But I would think that Russ is there with handshake or not, that he is the starting quarterback.
It's only a 1-year deal, so I would agree with that. And I think they'll use that pick, whatever it is, to come in and learn for a year. One more call before break here, Austin. Who we got?
Here is Jay in the north side. Wants to talk about the state of Pittsburgh sports.
Oh, I think we know that, Jay. What's going on?
Hi, Bob. Hi, Jeff. Enjoying the show quite a bit. I've been a lifelong Pittsburgh sports fan, and my son lives in Maryland. His one neighbor is a Baltimore fan, and we have a kind of a good relationship to harass one another all the time. Late last year into this year, we were down there, and the first time he said something that really upset me. He said, I really feel sorry for you and your Pittsburgh fan. He did. He was serious. He says, I just feel sorry for you, the state of all the sports in Pittsburgh. And the more I thought about it, the more embarrassed I've become with management, with players, with selections. Pick a team in Pittsburgh, and it's all the same. We are all going down that path of less than mediocrity, I think. So now I'm embarrassed to say that.
I mean, first of all, I should tell you this, though, realistic looking at sports, everything is cyclical. There's going to be a time, like, for example, the Penguins, you knew that the way Jim Rutherford was operating, there would be a time when their minor league system would be bereft of talent. And here we are in that system. They gave up a ton of picks. They're trying to rekindle some of that back and invest more in their system. So they haven't had an influx of people. But you knew that the cost was trying to win, and they won. So I wouldn't be, that's part of it, right, Jeff?
Well, and you knew after Ben Roethlisberger it would be tough. Rough,
right?
Because few teams go from a franchise quarterback to a franchise quarterback. That rarely happens. But what's happened to us, and I don't know if you agree, it's like we've been teased. You've been on that edge. Like it just didn't fall far enough to where you could find that next guy. Now we just sit in that mediocre purgatory that the Steelers are in, of being right around 500, which isn't good enough to get you a really good draft choice. And it kind of keeps you in this, what are you? You're like a middling team that just
right in the middle where
escape.
You can't really go forward or backwards.
Yeah, I'm really trying to be as positive as I can, but it's just the state of the teams, particularly the Steelers right now. It's hurtful to have somebody from Baltimore feel sorry for me.
Yeah, or even the Orioles people, because we had one that used to work here as a big Orioles fan, and he used to just jab over the last year because, of course, they didn't have anything before that.
All right, man. Thanks.
Well, thanks for taking my call.
You'll get through it. It's just sports. It'll come back at some point.
We
hopefully
never
sooner rather
appreciate
than later.
the great times enough.
No, but
this should be the lesson right here.
Look around. I mean, all you have to do is look at a lot of these teams and franchises who've gone way down, a situation where they can't recover at all. They're still trying. I mean, look at the two New York Jets and the Giants. Those teams, year after year after year, with everything they have, all the speculation, all the things that you would think would attract people to New York, being New York, and yet they can't get it done. They misallocate their draft picks, their equity of picks, everything. And they're struggling.
If you took out the one league that doesn't have a salary cap, New York teams stink.
That's true. That's absolutely true. I still wish they had a salary cap in baseball, and I hope one day we do, but I don't think we're ever going to see it.
No, I don't think we're ever going to see it either. Well, I mean, what's the incentive? Because even the owners that don't win make money.
Well, that's the thing. If you're making money, then you're going to be silent, and you won't step up against
and you think like
else.
4 small market teams are going to impact like what these big markets do and all the money that they make?
No, if you're willing to take the money, then you're just pretty much playing the game. That's all it is. All right, 412-928-9370 is the number to call. I want to remind you that the Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Coming up, we got more calls on the way. Jeff Hathorn here until the PM team shows up at 2 o'clock. Austin Bechtel behind the glass. We're back with more of the Pomp and Joe Show right after this.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Carmen Mlodzinski gets the ball for the Pirates. It's the first of a 3-game series, the last series before the Pirates will return home for the home opener against the Yankees on Friday. Our coverage against Tampa Bay tonight on 93.7 The Fan begins at 6 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Kemlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Moni and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikwala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. The Sports Minute presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Houston-Duke Final Four matchup is a story in contrast. Houston is old, Duke is young. Houston has one of the nation's top defenses. Duke has the best offense. Duke from the ACC and Houston just became part of a big conference. But forget the storylines and making any kind of conclusions. This game is going to be incredibly physical and competitive, and therefore wildly entertaining. I'm Andrew Perloff.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. It's time to jump out of your seat and into a new ride with Slam Dunk Savings from #1 Cochran Buick GMC. Lease a new 25 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation from $234 a month, or buy a 25 Buick and Vista Preferred for only $23,499. That's just $355 per month when you break it down. With offers like these and more than 300 new models available, score your Slam Dunk Savings now at #1 Cochran Buick GMC, Monroeville and Robinson. 24-month lease includes all qualifying incentives, 10,000 miles per year for 20,000 miles total. Mileage overage fee may be applied. $3,999 due at signing with zero security deposit, subject to Tier 1 credit approval through GMC Financial. MSRP $24,795. Payment depends on finance term and down payment. Excludes acquisition, tax, title, plates, and fees. May not stack with other offers. Ends 3/31/25.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
And now here's a message from Joe.
The Good Feet store,
They can do a lot for you. I had a lot of pain in the joints of my big toes. Ouch, they would say, and they would yell at me. Help me. Help me. And finally I did. I tried a lot of things like a lot of you who have foot problems. And there's nothing, by the way, like bad feet to stop a new exercise regimen, anything. I want to start playing pickleball, and I'm ready because my feet feel pretty good these days. But a lot of people must be like, I don't want to do that. I don't even want to walk around the block because I might have burning in the balls of my feet. I might have plantar fasciitis, might have needles in the heel, whatever it is. It's like, forget it. That hurts. I used to be that guy. The Good Feet store came along with a pain relief solution, and that is pretty much their Good Feet arch supports, designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort. So easy, and they design it around, it's customized. You don't have to get new shoes, anything like that. It's designed around the shoes and the feet that you already have. Worked for me, could work for you. They have a store at Robinson Center across from IKEA, one in Cranberry Township, on Route 19 North next to Walgreens. You can find this all at goodfeet.com. Oh, there's one out in Morgantown. That is the Suncrest Town Center. They call that Crowley Town these days. So the Good Feet system, the Good Feet store. Pain relief, feel better. Take a trip to the Good Feet store or head on over to goodfeet.com.
And Doug. Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
It's Nicholas Callas here from the Fan Morning Show. I remember last March pretty vividly. I dropped 40 pounds with weight loss medications. The weight loss was great. Definitely thought I could lose more, but I couldn't keep taking the pills and injections. I wasn't allowed to eat more than 1,000 calories all day, because if I did, I was going to have to use the closest trash can. So I stopped taking them, and sure enough, the weight all came right back. That was my experience, and I can only speak to that. As you know, I've since started Awaken 180, and I wanted to tell you that story to demonstrate just how different Awaken 180 is. Losing weight doesn't require feeling like I did, and doesn't have to include the short or long-term health risks. This isn't to scare you from weight loss meds. It's to tell you that there's another, better option. I feel great losing weight with Awaken 180. I'm happy, I'm energetic, I'm confident, and I'm back on the baseball field. If losing weight and enjoying the process sounds good to you, then do what I did and choose the medication-free solution for weight loss. Go online for your free consultation at awaken180weightloss.com.
Spring is here. Let two men in a junk truck help you clean out that garage. Use code FAN25 and save $25 off your clean out. Same day or next day. Two men and a junk truck.com.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org. Beat the spring cleaning rush with big savings and priority booking by calling our heroes at Zero Res. The sun's coming in, you've got longer days. You don't want the sun to reveal dirt, dander, and disgustingness. No, step into a fresher, cleaner home this spring with Zero Res. Zero Res removes winter's buildup and lingering odors, giving your home a fresh, spring-ready feel, preparing your home for the brighter days ahead. Don't forget about your air ducts. Your air ducts are like the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. And just check out the 10,000 plus raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet and air duct cleaner, starting at just $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. You owe it to yourself and your family to breathe healthy, happy, and clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or online at ZeroResPGH.com, and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Where's what we came for?
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Back with the final 8 minutes of the show. Bob Pompiani joined today, and thank you, Jeff Hathmore, for coming in and filling in for Joe, who's on his way back. A lot of good conversation today, and we thank those of you who called. And we still have someone on the line who's called, don't we, Austin?
We have Tom in Franklin. He wants to talk about the potential for a salary cap.
I think Jeff and I would endorse that. Tom?
Hi, it's Mike. I think you got it wrong.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mike.
That's okay. Hey, when, on opening day, DK, they did that article about DK Sports, Dean Kovacic, I think, if I pronounce it correctly, but talked about after all the expenses, the Pirates lost $2 million last year. But, he failed to mention that Nutting bought that team for $98 million or $200 million, whatever the final thing was. But now Forbes reports they're worth $1.6 billion. $1.6 billion. So I don't, Bob mentioned that every team in baseball makes money since there's no salary cap. So I just kind of get your thoughts on that. If you read the article and why they didn't report the value of the team.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. When you own something and when you sell it, you make the difference, and it's a big difference, Jeff. Maybe day to day, but I still don't believe that. I still think they make a lot of money. If they had a $150 million payroll, I may have some doubts about that, but they don't. I see the money that's coming in. Again, I don't know how much access Deion had to the books or how anyone has to the books. Until you see that, you really don't know for sure, but I got to believe they're making money.
I was going to say either way. I mean, I would like to hear the owner address that and just give an idea of like where they sit. I realize it's private in one aspect, but it's public in the fact of it's a public ballpark with public funding, and they still have tax revenue that goes into maintaining. I would like to know that. It's hard for me to believe if you have a payroll under $100 million that you're losing money because there's so much money up front. Plus, they had to have gotten a boost from Skeen's hats, jerseys, T-shirts.
Just imagine what winning would do.
But just that jump itself, the attendance jump for his games. I mean, I just don't. No matter what any of that says, I'm still annoyed that they didn't spend more on a
Right.
bigger time bat in the offseason.
And they can always do that. Just because even if you do go in the red for a year or two, again, the valuation of the franchise will tell you you're going to be very rich at some point if you want to sell it. And sometimes you have to do that in order to make things. It's business risk. Every business does it once in a while. Not everything works out, but you can also write things off too if you're doing taxes for a club like this. I would rather have someone who's really pushing this forward in terms of trying to do more to enhance the major league roster.
All that being said, the system sucks.
It does.
Because
I've
it's
said
just
that for
not
years.
fair.
It's not fair, but they're all willing to take it. If you're Bob Nutting or any other smaller team and you want to make a stink, you should. You should say, this is not fair. It's not working for us. I'm saying this on behalf of the Pittsburgh Pirates community. Watch this. I need help because it's not working for us on a winning-losing percent. Yeah, I have responsibility to it, but I need help.
But I don't. Even if he were to be a huge advocate for a salary cap, who's going to stand with him?
That's the problem. When you make money, you're okay.
Even if he were to go on this high horse, and most people would love him here for it. Like, get up on that horse, say this is unfair, this is a bunch of garbage. Why are we not? How many other owners would stand with him?
Not many.
Any?
Not many.
Any?
Probably none.
And there are a few small market owners that have figured out a formula to be, somewhat competitive, and then they find room in their salaries to get an impact player here or there. I mean, the Clevelands, Milwaukee's, they have had runs in the postseason, but they've also done it because they've added some players that are, you would think would be out of their range. And then, once that player is too expensive, whatever, they trade them off or whatever it is they need to do.
Sometimes when you're least expensive, when Snell won the Cy Young down there.
Look at the Orioles, or the Royals. They spent a bunch of money, won a World Series, and then kind of sold it off. And the Marlins did that a couple of times where they spent a whole bunch of money and then ripped it down to the studs. So I think we were all under the belief that they were ripping it down to the studs for the last couple of years. And then you get Skeens, you add some of these guys. Reynolds is under control. Like, okay, let's go get that player. And to this point, we haven't seen them go out and get that player.
But spending or not spending, that's one issue. The biggest issue is developing players, drafting the right people, having them move up in your system so that you don't have to worry about that. And we haven't seen that. And if you don't do that, then you're obligated, I think, to spend some, and they haven't spent enough. So develop better, bring those guys up, and especially bats. Do they have bats in their system, to your knowledge, that are ready?
They really love Connor Griffin, but he was a first-round pick last year.
Old. Yeah, he's not going to be.
Tamar Johnson's probably their most recognized bat. I know, like Nunez, and we talked about Gorski, like Palacios. Those are names that are, I guess, the closest.
But no one's on a fast track for being here and being a star.
There's no like Skeens offensively. Like the 18-year-old's probably the closest thing to getting excited about a bat coming through their system. They've had pitchers, but they just haven't had.
Right.
They've had guys that have gotten up to AAA, a bunch of second basemen and shortstops, but they haven't taken that next step.
No,
Henry Davis included.
Exactly, and that's why it's important for him by the end of this year to be a fixture up here somewhere, somehow. Jeff, thank you very much. I appreciate you coming in. Always good to chat with Jeff Hathorn, the man among town. He goes out and does everything. Austin, always a pleasure to work with you. Joe
always good to be with you
tomorrow, and make sure you tell me how he's feeling.
I will. I will be very excited to do that.
Because I know he's right now on a plane where people are coughing all over the place, and I'm sure he could use those towels, those wipes you have in front of you that he always uses here, because he's probably feeling it. If he gets sick tomorrow, I don't know why, because he's on that.
I can't wait. Limits. I don't feel well. Limits.
Oh, wait
this is not
wait
good.
Till he
Limits.
finds out that Crowley was out sick today.
Oh boy, that's not going to be
ideal.
Well,
you were sitting at.
But he wasn't here. There's a limit. There's a time that you become safe. But I think for Joe, even though he hasn't been here since Friday, it's still going to be. Or if he's back tomorrow, he'll still have remnants of that illness.
Oh, he hasn't been here since Wednesday. He's had a nice little extended stay.
So by then, it's been multiple people sitting in, including me. I sat in there on Saturday, so I'm not sick. He doesn't need to wipe that stuff down. What's he doing? He's doing it. That's because he's Joe Starkey. He'll be back tomorrow. Jeff, thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Social media's biggest loser, Mulsey. is brought to you by Awaken 180. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. And What's Cooking is brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
And Ron Cook thanks you from afar as well. That's going to do it for us.
Great for talk radio, my man.
There you go. I wonder if Joe had a chance to meet with Ron.
I hope he did. I asked him, and he didn't respond to me. So we'll find out tomorrow at 10.
He probably has a picture. I'll be anxious to see it. Jeff Hathorn, thanks as always. Austin, we'll see you later in the week. I'm Bob Pompiani. Get ready for the PM team with Donnie Football. They're coming up next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Rays tonight at 7:10. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will begin at 6 o'clock here on the Fan. Also listen on your Odyssey app. Carmen Majinski will get the start for the Pirates. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Baseball is back, and I have my eyes set on an interleague matchup between Texas and Cincinnati. With Kumar Rocker fresh off a rough spring training, the Reds' money line at plus 100 in the first 5 is a worthy bet. Coming from the American League, Red starter Brady Singer is familiar with this Rangers lineup. Last year, in 11 innings pitched against the Rangers, he had an ERA under 2. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
If you're looking to take your golf game to the next level, or if you just want to join a community of nearly 40,000 other players in the region, be sure to check out the WPGA. Hey friends, Josh Roundtree here to tell you about the Western Pennsylvania Golf Association. For the last 125 years, the WPGA has been the resource for local golfers of all skill levels in Western PA. To learn more about all of the resources that the WPGA has to offer, including an affordable membership program and competitions, check out WPGA.org or find the WPGA on Twitter and Instagram at the WPGA.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hard hit ball to short, scooped up and tossed to second. Quick turnaround, it's going to be close. Throws it to first, and he's out. Double play.
A Pirates double play is a well-oiled machine, just like Valvoline Instant Oil Change. We'll change your oil in about 15 minutes while you stay in your car. The only thing that'll be out here is your old oil. Drive into your neighborhood Pittsburgh location today. No appointment needed. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is a proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Look, there's feelings, and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is, you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. Their scholarship application process is officially open from February 1st until March 31st. Apply today at foldsofhonor.org/scholarships. Please consider a donation to help provide scholarships at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Do you know someone in need of a full house heat? McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling is donating one full house gas heating system to a family in need. You can nominate a deserving family. Go to kdkaradio.com now through April 4th and tell us about the persons in need. Every day is Fish Fry Day at GetGo with the captain back in town. Wild-caught beer-battered cod, melted cheese, and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't miss the captain platter featuring crispy shrimp and hush puppies. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it. The Bucks are back, and 93.7 The Fan has all your coverage following every game. Tune in to the Mount Pleasant Windows and Remodeling Reaction Show, 15 minutes after the final out. Brought to you by Pellman Electric, Smokestack Pittsburgh and Moon Township, Guardian Protection, and Hampton Beer Outlet. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line Gold Unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, let's see if the west coast of Florida is better than down in Miami for the Pirates, who start a series with the Rays at the Yankees spring training complex tonight. 7:05, I believe, first pitch there. Carmen Mlodzinski will make his 2025 debut. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Monday edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Bouncer gets away from Endy Rodriguez. Hill will come in to score, and the wild pitch wins it for the Marlins. The Marlins walk off the Pirates for a third time in this series. The Marlins are 3-1 for the first time since 2014. And again, Bednar walks off. Oh, a single, a stolen base, an error, a wild pitch. Marlins win 3-2 in another tight ball game, all decided by a single run here in Miami.
Can already hear it in Joe Block's voice. The melancholy as the Pirates lose 3 out of 4 to a team with a $41 million payroll. Good afternoon, everybody. We're all back together. Mulsey's healthy. Donnie is here, planning his wedding next year already. The family was in town, getting things fired up for that. That's a long process, a fun process, though. You try a lot of cake. People tell you, oh, you like this seat cushion or not?
Donnie, one piece of advice. I gave Pony the same advice because I think he got married barely after I did.
Do you like these Chargers that we're going to put on the table?
Oh, wait, you got married like a year after me.
I said Chargers? Or what are we doing here? Inviting Antonio Gates?
Superchargers.
Amanda goes, what Charger do you want to have? I go, what are you talking about?
Certainly
Chargers?
not able to invite Junior.
Do you know what Chargers are?
Do you know? Yeah. Do you know what a Charger is? It's the colorful plate underneath the actual dinner plate.
Yes, it's the decorative plate.
Go Chargers, go!
It's not even the real plate.
No, it's the plate under the plate. It's the plate holder that looks like a plate.
So you'll
Donnie,
get into all that stuff.
One piece of advice. I believe I gave it to Pony because I was already a year married when he got married, so it was in the planning process of his. I think I probably told it to him offhandedly. Even though you probably don't care about several of the little things, when you are asked, make sure you have an opinion. It could be an opinion Sarah disagrees with and she says, well, I like this one. And then you say, well, I want you to be happy. Just have an opinion. Don't say whatever you want. Don't say, oh, whatever you want, honey. Just have an opinion. That's
and
my
she
only
can
advice.
disagree with it, but at least it seems like you're engaged and you care.
You have an opinion. You're engaged in the process. I swear to you, even if she's hearing me say this, she might be fooled by it.
Well, it didn't look like the Pirates cared about the details and the fundamentals this weekend, and that's a carryover from 2024. And that goes back to when their season fell apart in August. And more of the same from them this weekend against a bad Marlins team. I would defy anybody, and I don't think we'll find a lot of them, but just I'll throw this out there for the few who are already trumpeting. Boop, 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 boop. The trumpeters out there, the Pirates apologists who say, it's only 4 games, it's only 4 games, it's only 4 games. To which I would react and respond to any of them, all right, fine, you're right, it is only 4 games. So do you think Derek Shelton's good at his job? Riddle me that, Pirates apologists. Do you think Derek Shelton's good at his job? Do you think David Bednar should still be closing games? Do you think Colin Holderman knows where the hell he's throwing the baseball? Do you think O'Neal Cruz looks like he's got his head screwed on straight? Do they look like a well-coached team?
Who would win in the battle of movable object versus resistible force? If Ji Hwan Bae tried to steal a base on the Pirates, what would happen?
I don't think we're going to hear a lot of this. I'm already opening up the phone lines now at 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. The thing that struck me overall about this unbelievably bad way, short of like what they did on Friday and winning and Cruz hitting a home run and Bednar actually got the save then, and for
It wasn't exactly like he did it comfortably, Pony.
A brief respite on what was otherwise the most forgettable opening series maybe in Pirates history. The thing that I keep coming back to from watching them this weekend is this. It's what Skeen said before the season started. We owe something to this city. We owe something to Pirates fans. Look at what they're giving them. Look at what they're giving us.
They owe them even more after that series then. The price just went up. It's embarrassing baseball, man. I can deal with a lot. That's what my dad used to say growing up when I was playing Little League. He'd be like, I don't care if your team loses. I don't care if you strike out. I want you to play like good fundamental baseball. Have your head in the game. Like make the plays that are there to be made. Like the basic stuff. As a viewer, I have carried over that basic same principle. Like I can deal with if you're playing a team, if you play the Rays or you play the Yankees and they're just better than you because the Yankees have those torpedo bats that everyone's going to start copying now soon and all that stuff, and they just bludgeon you because they're better than you, fine. What is very hard for me to deal with as a viewer, if not impossible, like I don't know how many times other people do this. I'll throw the remote down and I'll just walk away. I will. I still get pissed off enough when I watch badly played baseball that I'll just walk out of the room for a minute. I did that multiple times this weekend. I just can't tolerate this
I
stuff.
agree with you, actually. And you know how much I love baseball? But they, this weekend after Thursday, occupied very little of it. I got caught up on the games. I watched the games. I know what happened. But right now, with the way they're managed, I'm not going to let them ruin a weekend for me. There were other things to watch. I was more interested in the NCAA tournament, even though I have the worst bracket in the history of mankind. I got swept up in the Penn State stuff. I find myself, because the Penguins aren't a very good team either, I'm looking for alternative viewing options. The best hockey I've watched all year has been the Four Nations and then what Penn State did to get to the Frozen Four. So I cared about that more.
North Catholic student who scored that.
There you go. Is he in the North Catholic Hall of Fame?
I think he was NA. I think he was NA and North Catholic.
Put the two of you in the next class, and I'll be there, and I'll give the speech. I'll give the induction speech.
I would like Kevin Colbert personally to give the speech. You could give the pre-speech.
Yeah, I have a funny feeling Kevin Colbert would decline that opportunity. You know I'm available, and you know that I'm up for it. That's the difference there.
Fine, you can give the speech. You can give the speech.
Chris, it's hard for me right now on days that Paul Skeens doesn't pitch to care about this team on a level where I want to commit I get it. They're my job, and I'm not gonna ignore them, or I'm not going to completely pretend like they don't exist, because I can't do that to communicate with our listeners every day.
But what you're saying, to make it very clear, though, I think, so people don't think, oh, you guys are bitching about doing sports talk for a living. No, they frustrate us to a degree that it feels sometimes like a chore to watch a team slog through losses the way that they do.
If they're not going to care, why am I going to care?
Right. There's an indifference to what they did those 4 games.
And that's like Derek Shelton, you would think, needs to manage with some urgency here.
For his own sake, not for they're not urgent in the season yet.
For
they're
his self-preservation.
Derek, if they start 10-25,
for his survival.
You're gone.
Right.
You're gone, dude. You got maybe 35, 40 games to show you've taught them something.
Every person we talk to around the team thinks that way about him. He's not guaranteed 162 games. He might not even be guaranteed 80. He's on a very, very short leash. His team doesn't play with that urgency. He doesn't manage with that urgency.
Nope.
I mean, they're already playing the long game. Skeens isn't starting tomorrow night. They're already going with spot starters because they want to give the guy extra rest. They're already doing this. It's a marathon, not a sprint business.
They put a Sunday lineup out there on the first Sunday of the year.
Oh, my God. Did you see that lineup yesterday,
I just
Donnie?
kept having Keith Osick flash before my eyes.
That was another reason why I'm like, I'm going to sit down at 1 o'clock and score this game?
You had to check the calendar. They had Adam Frazier batting leadoff. They had Tommy Pham batting third, and I know that Kutch is by far the best of the three, and he's going to be their cleanup guy most of the year. but think of some of these names and the important spots they're at in their lineup. Frazier leading off, Adam Frazier, Tommy Pham batting third.
They're just the antithesis of what this town likes in a team. Do you play hard? Do you play smart? Like
do you make the other team earn every inch? If they're gonna beat you, they're gonna have to like give a pound of flesh.
You bring up the '97 team sometimes. They had a payroll that was $13 million or whatever it was. They played their asses off. They were not even close to a playoff caliber team in terms of roster configuration, and they were there with the Astros to the very end.
Yep.
And I honestly believe this. I'm actually happy that popped into my head, because I do think we see managers, we see coaches that aren't as bad as their record indicates because of the players they were given. Like, I don't think Gene Lamont is a horrible manager. I don't think he's a bad baseball guy. I just think he was handed some especially bad Pirates teams. I happen to think with Shelton, it's actually the worst of both worlds. I think he's been given bad teams for the most part, and I think he's actually found a way to make them worse. He is not manager material.
Here's one,
and it shows up in like every game.
Pony, it showed up on opening day. What did we hear about? Why is Tommy Pham starting righty on righty? Day one.
Veteran tip of the cap.
Veteran tip of the cap when you have Sawinski. What did Tom, I don't know if you were thinking about this. I know this is like a minute thing, but that's kind of what we're trafficking in right now. He's 0 for 2, I think, with 2 strikeouts when they're trying to mount a rally. And he ended up managing to take a walk in that at-bat where they finally got to Alcantara. But, you have the guy and he hasn't even put the ball in play in his first 2 at-bats. And your justification, and he was bad all spring, not that really matters. Your justification is tip of the cap, righty on righty, when you usually are going to go more or less straight platoon out there? On day one?
It's more sloppy baseball. It's more excuse-making for it by the organization.
Done to earn that?
Nothing.
What has he done? He's new here. He's not Andrew McCutchen. I don't care if you think he's your big locker room leader.
How is G1 Bay still on the team? Again, after yesterday.
You know what? Can we put a moratorium on this? I never again, if he somehow lasts this whole year as a member of the organization and then comes back for next spring and hits like 660 with 82 stolen bases and he looks like the best player in spring because no one else is trying. I want a moratorium on ever hearing again, this Ji-Hwan Bae could be exciting. His baseball IQ is like a pile of acorns.
That's what I mean. If there were an SAT test for baseball players
around up there.
If they did have that, the Pirates would have the lowest score among. If there was a Wonderlic test for baseball, they've got more baseball brain-dead players.
Hold on, Pony.
At the major league level.
Just started and stopped again while trying to steal a base. He just stopped and went back.
I mean, Donnie, you got to talk about this team every Saturday on Bucko Talk. I mean, this is kind of your beat.
I'm going to need hazard pay by the middle of summer.
What's your
maybe earlier?
Your poor dad was in town, and
you're basically hearing compared to you, 2 old guys getting very mad about this team because it's just so. If you're going to be bad or you're going to lose, fine.
What was that like? Having the old man up to rekindle his Pirates love?
I mean, I thought it was a little bit telling. You know, when they first moved to Delaware, he got the MLB TV package because the Pirates were they were coming off the 15 season, so there was reason to be excited about them going forward. He got it for the next couple of seasons. I don't think he's had it since 2018. He'll periodically check in, see how they're doing, but he's not going to go out of his way to watch a game. He's up here. I fire up the app. We're watching all weekend. And this morning, they're leaving to go home. And he says, well, that was the first series of Pirates baseball, first full series I've watched in, the better part of a decade. I think I'm good for the year.
Odd.
I think that speaks for a lot of people.
Well, I was getting texts all day yesterday that their season was over before the home opener even got here.
Right, we get so excited. It's the whole hope springs eternal thing.
I didn't let myself do that this year.
Neither did I.
I actually don't think any of the three of us did.
None
of us have them at 500.
Donnie, neither did I. But even without letting yourself get excited, I didn't. It didn't stop me from getting mad about what I saw. You know how bad it is? You know how pissed off I was coming out of that? I did it semi-tongue-in-cheek. I said to a buddy, I just texted him, will they see 500 again? You go 1-1, and they lose 2 games in such stupefying fashion. That's the kind of, intrusive thought that happens.
I just can't stress this enough. I understand it's the Pirates, and they don't always set the bar very high. I cannot believe how awful Shelton is at his job. He is by orders of magnitude We get on Sullivan and we get on Tomlin, and I get it. They play in salary-capped sports.
They've got something he'll never sniff. Both of them have one, and Sullivan has two.
But even take the championships out. How do their teams look?
Well, yeah, that's broadly speaking, like Mike still gets his teams to play some really surprisingly good games, even if we're frustrated by like in-game decisions. The effort's there. Sullivan, for a long time,
Sullivan turned around a team that was dead and won a Stanley Cup with them that first year.
The general level of malaise that the team displays might be worse than any individual decision Shelton makes, and those are bad.
He'd screw up a one-car funeral, this guy. 412-928-9370. I know that we've got this is why, hey, we've got big Aaron Rodgers news. Tomlin talked twice about it already. Omar Khan's talking. There's reports from NFL Network on what Aaron Rodgers did this weekend. We'll get to all of it, but I sense that there's an appetite for people to sound off on the Pirates, so we'll see if I'm right. We've got 8 phone lines. Are there people that want to give their 2 cents and get their opinions heard on what the heck is happening with this baseball team to start the year? 412-928-9370. Edgar Steiner and Associates fan text line. There's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sidney Crosby, the hero for the Penguins yesterday, a 1-0 win against the Ottawa Senators. Tristan Jarry, the shutout, 31 saves in the win. Pens visit the Blues on Thursday. Puck drop set for 8 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about Weather Seal Home Services. Your roof. Some rain whipped through, some winds. I heard the winds howling, waking me up at like 2 o'clock in the morning last night. You ever have roof damage or you just have an old-ass roof? It's time to get in touch with Weather Seal Home Services, a local company I've been boasting about and bragging about and dotting on for years because I love these people. They've done work for me multiple times. I trust them, and you should trust them too. They can replace a roof with no money down, and 100% financing is available for 2 years with approved credit. 2 years, that means until 2027. You won't pay any interest. Plus, get on-site financing so you can get your loan approved immediately. You don't need all the cash in hand to make it happen. Also, they're offering up a free gutter upgrade with your purchase, so call by the end of the month. You've got all of March and April to make it happen with Weather Seal. Stop procrastinating. That's usually my domain, 877-351-SEAL. Or go to WeatherSealHomeservices.com. It's Weather Seal Home Services. Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The March Beer of the Month is Hey Honey from Two Phrase Brewing, and the Charity of the Month is Yasu, Young Adult Survivors United.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NFL Competition Committee will reportedly vote on banning the tush push Tuesday morning. No surprise, the Eagles are fighting hard to keep it. It's not just any play for them. It's almost a superpower that no one can stop them in short yardage. This is a rare situation. Other teams trying to stop a play that's perfectly legal basically because it's ugly to watch. If they do outlaw it, that will hurt the Eagles strategically, but we all know the team will use it as a rallying cry. I'm Andrew Perloff.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly. Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. And we know FanDuel is the place to bet on sports, people, and it has been for so long, America's #1 sportsbook. Sports calendar is chock full of big-time things going on right now. Check out FanDuel and some of the great promotions they have going on. When you open an account, you are going to find things that make you say, oh, wow, that is... Ooh, I got to jump on that. Can't wait for this weekend. The Yankees coming to town to take on the Pirates. Great betting options there. Going to be a lot of home runs. Their nickname isn't the Bombers for nothing. And you got that short right field porch for some of the great power hitters in baseball. A chance to put in some home run prop bets. New customers can get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. But you got to get on to FanDuel right now to make every moment more. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. For online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is knowledgeable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You know, there's definitely some things that we need to make sure that we clean up. And, you know, sometimes when you have young players, we got to make sure that we slow the game back down. It's got to keep going. I mean, it's 4 games. It's 4 games, and we've been in every game. So, like, that's the thing. I mean, you know, that's the thing we need to keep going because we have been in games. It's not like, you know, it's been a lopsided score one way or another. But I think we knew our pitching was going to be our strength. Offensively, we got some work to do still, and we got some guys that are trying to find their footing in the early going. And that's a challenging thing early on is, like, you know, guys get a couple offers and then they press a little bit. So we just need some balls to fall. I mean, we had a situation yesterday where Conine goes over and robs a homer, and then Stowers makes a heck of a play today. You know, we got to get those balls to fall.
Silver lining Shelty there on the Pirates starting 1-3 in Miami. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Dan Zangrilli had a heck of a weekend navigating through your frustrations and disappointments in the opening series. He's going to join us in about 10 minutes to talk about that. He had the Pirates winning 84 games before the season started. Let's see if he wants to stand firm and stand strong on that prediction. Let's hear from you because a lot of people have thoughts on what they saw to begin the season. 412-928-9370. Here is Ron in Bethel Park, where my wife went to high school. Hello, Ron.
Hello, how you guys doing?
We're good, thanks.
Good. Hey, listen, I could go through a laundry list of things. The only 2 things I want to point out. Number one, O'Neal Cruz has 0 baseball IQ. Okay? Now, I coached recreational baseball from T-ball all the way up to American Legion.
Congratulations on all your success. Do you think you're better at your job than Derek Shelton?
Well, let me say this. I love to teach the game to the kids. If my center fielder in Little League would not hit the cutoff man like Cruz did and allow that runner move up to second base, I'm going to put him on the bench.
Yeah, I'm not asking him to go out there Billy Martin style, Chris, like he did with Reggie Jackson, show the guy up. But there's also seems to be very little accountability when routine mistakes and errors get made, mental errors by players.
You didn't do that right? No big deal. Like they
fluff it off. They're young. They're not that young anymore.
I want to defend O'Neal Cruz more often than not because he's so talented. I try to give those guys like extra leeway, but it was introduction to baseball. I said, is it baseball 101? It's baseball 001, or maybe intro to baseball, like a remedial class to hit the cutoff man. You got Jack Sawinski having one go right through the wickets. You have Endy. Like, part of it, though, like when Endy botches the ball at first base, it's not a mental error, it's a physical error, Pony. He's, like, rushing. How much can you blame a guy because he got one start there?
That's my thing. They harp on process and how important process is, and it's all about process, and their process usually isn't very sound. They're not young. They've got one player in their everyday lineup who's under 25 years old, and that's Rodriguez. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys that are over 30. 5. And a couple of them are almost 40. So I don't want to hear from Shelton that they're dealing with a team that's too green to have success. Here's Dave in North Huntington. He's usually pretty reasoned and
yeah, guys. Thanks for talking to me. You know, as you know, I'm older, so I've been playing baseball for a long time. One of my best memories is being at Clementi's last game, sitting on the first base side with my father and seeing him tip his hat. I was 8
Do you remember the name of the Mets pitcher he got the hit off of?
No, I'm sorry, I don't. I'm
Isn't
not
it Matlack?
John Matlack. Yep. John Matlack.
There weren't a lot of fans there, Dave. I think there were under 20,000 for that game, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, there weren't. So, you know, we didn't have a lot of money back then growing up, you know, so, but whatever. I mean, I'll never forget that. I love baseball. That's my dream. You know, whenever I was younger, I dreamt of it, blew my arm out, actually, and ended my career. So, this drives me so nuts. I'm a huge baseball fan, love the Pirates forever. I can't tell you, I haven't been to a game in probably 7 years. I wanted to go see Skeens because, you know, I was a pitcher. I love him. I love his attitude, everything about him. I was going to go. I just couldn't get myself to do it because of how poorly run and managed this team is. My luck, I'd have went, he'd have been pitching a no-hitter into the 8th inning, and Shelton would have freaking pulled him out and thrown in, like, Haldeman or whatever, you know, to set up for the close.
That's the thing, thanks, Dave, about – I'm happy he got to Holderman
literally just happened against the Brewers.
I'm happy that he got to Holderman in Bednar because they're basing decisions off of the past and not what guys are right now. Like, that's another part of their process as an organization. Like, you're supposed to be bloodless. You're not supposed to take into account, like, what a guy's high school is, where he's from,
what
and how much you like his dad.
2 or 3 years ago.
Right. And I get
Weren't they all coy about who was going to close in game one of the season?
They were. They wouldn't say.
Because tacitly they knew, maybe, that Bednar just isn't that dude.
Here's Mark next. Well, they're still treating him like he's the 9th inning guy. Hello, Mark.
Guys, what are we even doing here? I mean, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. Well, I just, went to Merriam-Webster and submitted Pirates baseball for the new definition of insanity, because that's all this is, guys.
Did you have to move it above or below Steelers football, because we could probably play that game too?
How about incrinculant? Did you find that word in that dictionary yet, Mark?
That is a Ron Cook submission through and through, and this makes me go back to the strip club analogy I made on Friday. I'm doubling down.
You brought up Alexis,
only
Texas.
Going to see Paul Skeens, guys, because we will saw it opening day. We want to see Paul. We want to see the Yankees. I want to see the torpedo bat. After that, tell me when the next sellout's going to be. Probably on the 35th of February, because we are horrible.
Thank you, Mark.
February? February?
Oh, man. All right, we got Zangrilli here. We'll get his thoughts on what he was paid to watch over the weekend. The Pirates lose 3-4 to the Marlins. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Donnie has a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
3-2 loss for the Pirates yesterday, one of the 3 walk-off losses in the weekend series. Pirates and Rays tonight, 7:05 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 6. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. So the weather is going to start getting warmer here very soon, which means a lot of cookouts, barbecues. Maybe you'll be doing a lot of hosting. I know my wife and I like to do that, have people in the neighborhood come over. And you might associate the warmer weather in the summer and the spring with unhealthy foods, and you're just eating greasy stuff, right? Like burgers, dogs all the time. Not that those aren't fine once in a while, but you think about Awaken 180, you want to maybe take some of those healthier habits that you've learned if you've been on the program and keep them going during these warmer months. Well, I've got good news for you. One of the awesome parts about Awaken 180, besides the fact that the program, simply put, just works, like 35 pounds in 6 weeks and off for over 2.5 years works for me, is that they've got on their website and in their app a recipe portal of delicious stuff. I've made a bunch of these recipes. A lot of them are like warm weather, summery recipes, flavors you might have never tried before. One of the many resources Awaken 180 gives you to help you succeed in the first place and then stay successful for years and years to come. What are you waiting for? Check it out right now, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. This is a local company that offers dedicated solutions to help your business succeed. PGT Dedicated is a customized transportation solution, whether you need one truck or 100 trucks. With PGT Dedicated Solutions, you have guaranteed capacity without the stress of running your own trucking operation. PGT Dedicated Solutions. Service, safety, success. 1-800-TEAM-PGT. That's 1-800-TEAM PGT.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpracticed your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF, announces the 33rd Annual Promise Gala in support of the local Type 1 Diabetes T1D community. The annual event is happening Saturday, April 26th at the Westin downtown. The Promise Gala will offer an exciting night of entertainment and fundraising supporting T1D research. This year's gala will honor Jim Rooney on behalf of the Rooney family. For tickets and more, visit the event page at 937thefan.com.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, You can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-222-9599. 800-222-9599. Again, that's 800-222-9599.
Attention parents, get your kids in the game with Pittsburgh NFL League, the #1 flag football league in Western PA. Fast-paced, non-contact football for boys and girls 4 to 17. Get NFL-style jerseys and top-notch coaching. Register now at PittsburghNFLLeague.com. Season starts in April.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Winters, well, they're long here in the area. Are you tired of seeing and feeling that winter weather coming past your old windows? I know I was. Well, their high-quality, energy-efficient windows will get rid of those drafts and moisture, and they're affordable too. Right now, you get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. You buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. You buy 8 windows, you get 8 free. I'm going to stop with the math. How about this? Over 20,000 5-star reviews. Schedule a fast free estimate now with the pros at Window Nation. 866-90Nation, windownation.com.
You're invited to the Dick's House of Sport 1-year anniversary celebration at Ross Park Mall from Saturday to Sunday, April 5th to the 6th. Have a chance to meet Pittsburgh cornerback Joey Porter Jr. on Saturday, April 5th from noon to 1:30 p.m. Plus, check out special giveaways and more. And while you're there, climb the rock wall, swing in our golf simulators, test your skills on the field, and score spring's hottest new arrivals. A weekend of fun awaits. Visit Dix.com/House of Sport for details.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Okay, let's go. Come on.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
I do think there's news on Aaron Rodgers coming to the Steelers, and it has nothing to do with what Mike Tomlin said today about the current quarterback situation. We'll get to that in about 15 minutes. Dan Zangrilli had to put his hard hat on for Pirates postgame the last few days. People have been pissed, and you were right in the soup of that. You also predicted 84 wins. Are you going to stick with that, Dan?
I'm not going to give up on it, and I know that sounds crazy to say after what we watched over the weekend.
Going to be honest, Dan, you don't sound exactly full of valor and courage and steel in your voice when you say that.
So, I've had an opportunity to step back.
Oh, here we go.
To take a little bit of a deep breath. No.
Is this like a fireside chat here?
No, it's
Franklin Delano Zangrilli.
So it's the starting pitching. That's what does it for me. It's the hardest thing to do, and if they're doing that well, which they did, right?
And the margins have been great, and the fundamentals have just been out of this world.
The bad. No doubt.
Basically like the Shark Tank 2.0.
But the most important thing is there. So that's the reason for optimism. I'm not glossing over the other stuff at all.
Could I submit to you, if I were going to be this kind of, pugnacious, argumentative guy, that they were pitching against what should be one of the worst offenses in the entire sport?
9 guys named Joe. I mean, that's it was bad, man. Like, it was bad in every way, shape, and form. It was very much reminiscent of what we saw the last 2 months of last year, which is the point of the frustration. And I think most of the frustration, sure, year 6, it's that, but it's also because the starting pitching has been so good.
They wasted it.
Correct. Continuing to do the same things that they've done month after month after month. So, I don't know. How far away are they? That, I think, is the question that I have to ask myself. So when you ask me, is the 84-win thing something that you're willing to abandon 4 games in? No, not yet, because they should they should be 4-0. They should be 4-0. So if we're going to be frustrated about the fact that they should be 4-0, that also means that
they should have been better than 76 and 86 last year because
100%.
of blown games by the bullpen and bad fundamentals. And it's just a carryover from last year, which, I mean, honestly, what did people expect? When you bring back the same people, why would you think they're going to do anything differently in 2025 than they did in 2023 and 2024? That's why I agree with what you said. I listened to the postgame yesterday. Like, I think Derek Shelton's on a very short leash. And that's why, I'm surprised he's not managing these games with more urgency and demanding more out of his players with that kind of urgent potential action, because he knows if he doesn't get results, he's gone.
How much do the players even want to save his job? If to whatever degree the players are aware of the fact that, our manager is probably on a pretty bit of thin ice here, you would feel like if they were all collectively aware of that, Dan, it would stand to reason they'd be playing like if they wanted him to keep his job, they'd be showing it. They're not exactly doing that.
I mean,
early on here,
it's fair, man. It's all fair. It's all on the table. It's all bad right now. But what do I hang my hat on? At the end of the day, the hardest thing to do, they have that part down.
Okay. Are they going to get any better? Is there a reason other than it's hard to be a major league team and be this bad fundamentally for an entire year? Other than that, though, why would they get better? O'Neal Cruz is in a new position and misjudged a ball badly and made a little league error throwing over the cutoff man's head. Ji-Hwan Bae has never been a smart, good base runner despite Billy Hamilton level speed.
Yeah, why is he still on the team right now?
I mean, what's going on here?
Yes.
I have no idea.
Jack Sawinski.
Seriously.
I almost can forgive Sawinski. You kind of know he's probably bringing a semi-shovel into the field, and you hope he's just swinging a decent bat. But these are not new things that we are bringing up, and those are also indictments of coaching and player development. Other teams move players to outfield spots, and the player looks ready to take on the position. Other teams also don't take their best defensive catcher and say, you're getting one start at first base, and we're going to throw you out there, by the way, on opening day. Good luck. Just seems like the process, as Pony has already said, is not good.
They got a lot of players out of position. I mean, how I would arrange the deck chairs defensively, Chris, I'm with you. I would go much differently. Cherington doubled down on Henry Davis as a catcher. I don't know if you heard his show. He's blown away by him. In fact, the fact of him maybe even moving positions and from catcher, that door has been slammed shut. It was so yesterday. But, yeah, I would have Endy catching. I'd have Joey Bart, would have tried to transition him to first base. Davis would be an outfielder. I think everybody knows my thoughts on O'Neal Cruz. I would have kept him and ran him back at shortstop for another year because I don't think that, even though he's been okay through the first 4 games this year, I don't think IKF is somebody that you can roll with as an everyday shortstop. So, yeah, the fundamentals have been bad. I think you have guys playing out of position. Offensively, you still aren't getting the big hit. It was 8 for 40 with runners in scoring position. But, okay, if I really want to squint hard, I do see the potential for O'Neal Cruz to really break out. I do. I think that he was pretty dynamic with the bat. The fact that he's running like crazy. When he locks in, okay, asterisk next to that, when he does.
I think he'd rather be cool than good. I've heard people in that organization say it, and I've seen nothing to the contrary on it.
And I don't think you're wrong there. But if and when that light switch goes on, Andrew, and I know we're getting long in the tooth here with the sample size of that not happening, he was embarrassed opening day. Next day, he looked as dynamic as anybody in the league.
He's a good player. I'd rather have him than not, but I don't think he's ever going to get to superstar status. Who are actually, let me ask it this way. What do they like about Derek Shelton? What are the qualities they see in him?
Do you mean the team or his players?
No, the team.
Okay.
What are the things that make him, in their minds, manager material? What qualities? What would they be?
I mean, this is me just trying to, again, squint pretty hard here. I would say the consistency in which he comes to the ballpark every day, and listen, this is me grasping at straws here. Let me contextualize this properly. That he comes to the ballpark every day and that he protects his guys. Where he had yesterday an opportunity to throw plenty of people under the bus with his job on the line, right? Is he a guy that's going to save his own?
Do these guys deserve to be protected? To go back to what we said about how they're not a young team.
Why wouldn't the organization want to demand more accountability from guys?
I would say we've invested and we've sort of game planned it for the organization that O'Neal Cruz is supposed to be our standard bearer right now. At this point, I would say it's time for some more accountability. Hey, you're going to – I mean, they did it with McCutchen very famously. Clint Hurdle, hey, I'm gonna sit you down. You didn't run out a pop-up or whatever.
Different time, different era, different generation. But to the question of what
Cherington and all those, but Ben Cherington has been around since that era. Like I'm
understood
talking about him and it filtering down to his manager.
I don't disagree, but I would love to hear harsher rhetoric from Derek Shelton. Let me put my stamp on that. It's time to not coddle. It's time to absolutely come with a heavier hand. But to the question, what do the players like about him? Probably that he lays
friendly.
down on the train tracks for them.
Yeah.
Check out Dan on the pregame show. His visits with us brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel at 244, brought to you by Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty. A breakthrough on the Aaron Rodgers to the Steelers front, and it has nothing to do with what Tomlin said today at the owners' meetings. We'll tell you what it is next. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them, too, on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program in New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps. All tournament long. New customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It's not if it's going to happen. It's when it happens. What you going to do? I'm talking about an accident. When it happens, what you going to do? Do you have a plan? If you had to be out of work for the next 6 months right now, do you have a plan? What's your plan? If the doctor told you you on bed rest right now, you can't wash yourself. You can't do nothing for yourself. Do you have a plan? This is real life. I have a plan. I'm calling Top Dog. He gotta go He gotta go bite him. I want top dollar for this. The pain, top dollar. The loss, top dollar. Everything I lost, I want it back plus more. Top dog law.
Look, there's feelings, and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane, manual tasks, the fact is, you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Discover unbeatable value at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Every day is Fish Fry Day with the Captain back in town. Savor wild-caught beer-battered cod, melted cheese, and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't miss the Captain Platter featuring crispy shrimp and hush puppies. Wash off winter with our new Wet Go Unlimited package featuring graphene and ceramic wax. New members pay just $9.99 per month for the first 3 months. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Chargers sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates' second series of the year before the home opener on Friday starts with the Rays. 7:05 first pitch. Carmen Majinski will make his 2025 debut. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's time for the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
My understanding is the latest step in the process, was over the weekend at UCLA. He threw to DK Metcalf. They did have a throwing session. The two of them together, according to sources informed of that workout. So Rodgers going through the process and checking all the boxes, and I assume it was a good throwing session there with him and Metcalf. So we'll see if that leads to him saying, you know what, yeah, I'm fully in. I like that guy. I like that target right there.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Thanks for finding us on this Monday. Obviously, it was a rough weekend for the Pirates. We covered that at the start of the show. Now we'll get into all the big Steelers news. And Tomlin talked to Steelers media. I'm not sure if Kabali fell asleep at that session. He did today during the AFC breakfast.
He's got his own awful announcing headline already. Steelers reporter Mark Kabali debates whether or not he was asleep at press conference. That's one you want to be connected to, right?
I'd say terrible look by him, but I don't believe that it really happened. I don't think that Mark camped out.
He's engagement
He
hunting.
picked out the seat right next to Tomlin on purpose, and he wants all of this.
Completely agree. He knew.
That's what I mean. He's engagement
He knew
forming.
that
if it wasn't DeFabo, it would be somebody else that would get him.
Donnie, he loves pro wrestling, and he writes about it now for
to work, brother.
No, not even that. The best wrestlers always know where the hard camera is. And Kabali
I have no idea what that means, but that's okay. Anyways, so that was yesterday, and then today there was the Tomlin conversation for about a half hour. But there's some stuff there that we'll get into on a number of different topics. The biggest story by far, though, is what Garofalo said there. It's another move by Aaron Rodgers where he's doing reconnaissance work on the Steelers. First, it was picking to come here. He invited himself to meet with the Steelers, and now it's connecting with DK Metcalf, his number one target, and having a throwing session in Los Angeles. My read on this soap opera right now, as things stand, is that Rodgers is going to end up here, and I'm now trying to figure out what is in it for him or why he does not want to sign the deal right now. Like, what is beneficial for him to not put his name on a piece of paper yet? Like, is it because he does think he wants to sign here, but there's always the off chance the Vikings circle back or something else happens, and so he wants to keep that alive for as long as he can? Or is it he doesn't want to go through some of the off-season minutia, and even though it's quote-unquote voluntary, if he's not technically under contract, he can avoid all of that and then get involved later? Because there's some clips from Tomlin that I'll play in a little bit where not only what he said, but the way he answered the questions made me think that he is at least under the impression Tomlin is acting like Aaron Rodgers is going to be his quarterback.
I don't think that it's the second thing where he doesn't want to go through stuff. I think if he was sufficiently enthusiastic about a team, he would do all that. I think it's the first one. I think it's something that probably happens in like dating situations where if you're dating somebody but it's casual, both sides might be like saying, we don't need to make this serious because they're both quietly holding out hope that something better comes along.
So he's in the friends with benefits stage with the Steelers right now?
Yeah, and he's just saying, I don't know, maybe we could be, maybe we could be together. But in the back of his mind, he's wondering maybe if there's somebody more desirable who suddenly becomes available.
So, hey, I probably will play football this year. Not 100%, but it's more probable than doubtful.
Exactly.
And so if I'm going to pick a wide receiver to throw with, I know DK Metcalf lives in California. There's a chance I end up playing with him, so why not get the band together?
But the longer he drags this out, the greater the chance is that like somebody people can get hurt working out all the time. He would then jump on with that team if he thought it was a better landing spot.
It's such a tease. It is the ultimate tease. And
is it? Wait a minute. Is it, though? Because it would be a tease if he was like an elite-level quarterback dragging this out.
Let me finish my point. I was going to say this is the ultimate tease, and the chick is just not that hot. She's just not that, dime or 10 or whatever that you're like, yeah, I know she's playing mind games with me. Yeah, I know she's screwing around with me. Yeah, I know she's probably talking to somebody else on the side, but it's worth it because I've never been with the girl who looks like her or acts like her or does the things she does, so I'm just going to deal with it. He's 41 years old. This is not Pam Anderson from Baywatch. This is Pam Anderson from that movie she was just in a few months ago. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but she's now gone the route. I respect this, actually, where she's like, yeah, I'm not going to play like the plastic surgery arms race anymore.
Yeah, I do respect that.
And I'm not going to color my hair. I'm not going to put makeup on it. I'm just going to be me. And so
you're saying instead of Pam Anderson from Baywatch, they're getting that Nick Nolte mugshot where his hair's going all over the place?
It's just not worth it, man. He's toying with them.
It is to them, though, and that's the problem. That's like the whole story here, Pony. It's not worth it. I think even his supporters would say, yeah, he's not that guy anymore. But if you're the Steelers, you've made it so where he kind of is for you. And you're going along with this whole situation.
But if people, and I know it's different because I think even though you said Ayuk wasn't worth the money, you did think that if you put Ayuk on the Steelers, he was eons better than Van Jefferson and the other schmoes that they had vying for those snaps on the depth chart.
Yes.
In this case, it's not an open shut case. It's not universally thought that Aaron Rodgers makes the Steelers better. It's very much a lightning rod debatable conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think people, like, everyone was pissed at Ayuk and mad at me as part of that.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think, because of the way this has gone down, if he does choose to retire or not play, I actually think people are going to be more pissed at the Steelers than they are Aaron Rodgers.
Because they let themselves be dealt with.
And they let it happen twice in a row. It's like this whole thing about, when you have a job and you've done it for a considerable amount of time, the experiences that don't work out, you're supposed to twist those into positives, thinking, all right, well, how do I make sure I don't look like a complete imbecile again here? How do I make sure that what just happened doesn't happen again? And if it with a player who had, like, Ayuk at least is a little bit of an unknown because he's not a public figure like Aaron Rodgers is. So he leaves you at the altar. He's a runaway bride. Well,
but you had no track record of his to make you think he was a flake like that.
Yes, with Aaron Rodgers, you absolutely know that.
The track record is in big flashing marquee lights. It's like, this is what this guy does.
Yeah, there's like a warning. There's like a siren going off. This is boo, boo, beware.
That's nice siren.
And you're still doing it.
This is what he likes to do. Like, anybody that knows anything about him knows at least this one thing. He likes being front and center and having attention very much on his terms. And they are allowing it again. And I think it makes them look
So is Tomlin really
desperate.
that stupid then? Because he sounds like he's very comfortable with the situation, and it comes off as, and we'll play the audio, it comes off as, I know more than you know. Like, yeah, of course, to the outside
I'm privy
world.
to things that would change your mind if you knew them.
Exactly. Well, I mean,
I don't think you ever can feel that way with Rodgers, though. I just don't think that there should be an expectation that you really know what's going on in this guy's head. That's the whole point. 5 people or 4 people might know what he's thinking at a given time. The guy who's paying him 7 figures to go on his radio show or his YouTube show, his ESPN show, isn't even one of them, it sounds like. He's got his very close circle of random confidants. And I doubt Tomlin has been allowed into the circle. Tomlin's just the guy who winked at him when he called the timeout.
Well, then that just speaks to how little they thought of everybody else who was available that they've allowed for this to happen then. That he really did not have much respect for Justin Fields' game at all. He was fed up with Russell Wilson. In his defense, I was too. The other free agent crops of quarterback didn't tickle his fancy whatsoever. And the idea of giving up considerable assets and making it worth Rams while to trade Matthew Stafford never really interested him enough to do that. Even Geno Smith. You could add Geno Smith for a 3rd-round pick. I'll tell you right now, you put Geno Smith on this team, he's a top 15 quarterback. He either led the league in passing yards last year or was very close, and we know he can get the ball to DK Metcalf.
And he's used to playing behind spotty offensive lines, and he makes it work anyway.
And he wouldn't have broken the bank in terms of how much you had to pay him.
Exciting guy to watch.
And you're not locked in long-term with him because of the way the contract is structured. I mean, there's a lot of good there. But no, they'd rather wait for Aaron Rodgers to give them the thumbs up here. He probably is saying the things that they want to hear. Or maybe, actually, I can't even say that. Maybe he is saying, yeah, like, this is all good, but I need time, and I'm still going to investigate and do my research on you as an organization. But that's the best. That's the most I can say or the most I can do right now.
Mike's got SOS. He's got shiny object syndrome. Aaron Rodgers is a shiny object still at 41 years old. He's a name. He's a baseball card, and he still has a great arm. He does. I will not denigrate him and say he's completely washed or anything. The arm still plays. The brain still plays when he's like looking at a defense. But Mike's attracted to the name, the shiny object, the fact that it's Aaron Rodgers. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame. He's been there, done that. Mike Love's been there, done that. But you talked about how he got fooled. They got fooled twice in a row with Ayuk and now Rodgers. Like as far as just they're being played like this. Didn't Mike say a lot of the same things that you would imagine he'd probably say are positives about Rodgers when he was courting Russell Wilson and getting Russell Wilson? He's got experience that you can't teach. He's been to the top of the mountain. He's played in the big games. That's all the stuff that I value as a coach, and he's a guy that can impart that wisdom and shared experience onto our guys. How did that turn out? So poorly that you rightly didn't want him back. I'll even defend him. You and I both, even though I said I would rather have Fields just because it'd be sort of interesting to see how it progressed, neither of us thinks Justin Fields is on the verge of some breakout.
No, I don't think so.
But it's just the fact that you are allowing this to drag on the way that it's dragging on that I think from an optics perspective looks pretty ridiculous.
So I'm just detecting from the way you're talking about this that you do not put 2 and 2 together and think that the Metcalf throwing session means that Rodgers is going to sign here.
I still think it's more likely than not that he does. I don't think it makes it like a guarantee. I don't think it's a smoking gun.
How about you, Don? When you saw that, where you're like, well, I know he's dragging this thing on, but this is more proof that Aaron Rodgers is going to be the Steelers' starting quarterback?
It does seem like the road leads to Rodgers being the quarterback next season. But like you guys said, you can't put a for sure thing on this guy. It's like the saying that Sting always had in wrestling.
What's that?
With this guy, the only thing for sure is that nothing's for sure.
That's right. Have you guys ever seen one of those pictures of a long road in the desert where it looks like it goes down and then back up and it's way off in the distances as far as you can see? It's miles away. It feels like that endpoint miles away is Rodgers to Steelers, and we're still sitting at the beginning of the picture, and we got to go through all of this at 30 miles an hour.
The other thing about all the steps that Rodgers is taking now, if he ends up saying, you know what, I'm good, I don't want to play for you guys, I do think it makes the Steelers, not just because they got strung along, but I also think it's going to make them look bad because it's going to show
they're not close.
That someone who has seen a lot of football and played a lot of football took some copious measures in time to look into them.
He
and just
audited the franchise and didn't like what he saw.
Yeah. I'm better off without you guys.
You know what it's like? It's like an investor deciding, do I want to buy this particular stock or somebody? Is this a good fund?
Yeah,
they get under the hood. They do all their diligence, right? And then they give it a bad, what would it be, a bad rating, I guess, a bad credit rating, and then it's suddenly, oh, crap, you're in trouble. They've taken a look. There must be something fundamentally wrong. That would be the biggest thing. As much as we give Rodgers a little bit of a hard time for being all about himself and wanting to stay in the headlines, I do think he's smart enough to know what, the bones of a good football team look like and the bones of a good offense and a good situation look like.
Okay, but by that logic, then he won't come here. Because
unless he is badly enough wants to play for the money that they are going to pay him that he just says,
But Chris, if he was desperate and he did badly want to do it, he probably would have signed by now. Right?
Well, I mean, desperate in the sense that he finds out that nobody else has an injured quarterback who hurts his knee hurts his knee doing off-season drills by themselves. He's still, I think, waiting for what he would consider a better situation to open up via injury.
Rodgers plays catch, works out with DK Metcalf. Do you think this is happening? 412-928-9370. Put your prediction hat on right now. Do you think this all ends with Aaron Rodgers coming to the Steelers? 412-928-9370. And how has this process made you feel about Aaron Rodgers? 412-928-9370. And the Steelers, 412-928-9370. Edgar Steiner and Associates fan text line. You can get in touch with us there where there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pens beat the Sens 1-0 yesterday. Sidney Crosby, the game winner in overtime. Tristan Jarry, 31 saves in the shutout. Pens visit the Blues on Thursday. Puck drop in St. Louis set for 8. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thanks so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Loaded sports calendar right now. We've got 4 teams left, the national semifinals in college basketball. We've got hockey down the home stretch. We've got baseball. Series number 2 starts tonight in Tampa with the Bucks and Rays, and you can bet on that. Carmen Majinski's first start. If you're not a believer yet in these Buccos, you can bet the other way, or you can look at it like, hey, it's only been 4 games, and it's not like the Rays are great shakes, and make a bet there. Also, all kinds of player props, starting pitcher props, all there on America's #1 sportsbook. So maybe a fresh start as the Bucks go to the other side of Florida here. And right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fast, fun, and easy. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln, Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Before Janai Broom's fairly miraculous return from that nasty right elbow injury yesterday, the best thing I saw in men's March Madness over the weekend was Duke holding Alabama to just 65 points on Saturday. The Tide had just been basically perfect on offense against BYU. Houston, then Auburn or Florida could be tougher tests for Duke, but I'm putting nothing past them now. I'm Andrew Bogish.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
The Lindy Group is the paving industry leader in high-quality asphalt, concrete, paving, and utility services. Active in Pennsylvania, Ohio, and West Virginia, Lindy employs diverse teams of people in all trades and operations positions. Put your skills to work in an environment where smart thinking, high-quality craftsmanship, and attention to detail are recognized and rewarded. Build better with Lindy and learn more about us at www.thelindygroup.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rate supplies. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, and sometimes it's like
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh, yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. With the in-game event, receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Get off the couch and get moving. Two Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.twomen.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
This was not a coincidence. This was not like, Matthew Stafford running into Brady at Yellowstone. This was a planned throwing session. Sounds like it went very well, from my understanding. It was lengthy. Rodgers has his process. I think it's probably not as fast as many people would like. This is what he needs. It might be his last stop, probably is his last stop. He needs to make sure it's right. If that includes throwing with the newly acquired star receiver for the team, part of the process for Rodgers to say, all right, maybe this is my eventual destination. And it seems to me, unless the Vikings do a complete about-face from what they've said publicly, that would be his only spot. Feels like a matter of time, but as you probably know, getting in the head of Aaron Rodgers and trying to figure out what he's up to is difficult. So I will sort of wait till it gets firm and final, but that's just my general feel on it.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The return of Donnie's Tomlin tidbit. Biggest takeaway from Mike Tomlin's half-hour sit-down with reporters today coming up at 3:30. Ian Rappaport on Pat McAfee's show talking about that DK Metcalf, Aaron Rodgers throwing session that got reported this morning. Said it went very well and that it was lengthy. Same two things we heard about Rodgers coming here. It went great. He loved everybody, and it went on for a long time. All these things are being described in a positive way, but nothing's being done.
Because only one side knows what they're going to do. And I think anybody with the Steelers that claims some special knowledge of what Aaron Rodgers intends to do is lying to you. I don't even think the head coach and the owner know.
I mean, it does feel from the outside like there's cold feet going on. The guy has cold feet about it.
The Vikings are obviously his A1 team. You asked me earlier if he was so desperate, if he would only sign here and play when he was desperate, or if it wasn't that, he would have already signed here. If they were his number one choice, he would be on the Steelers roster right now. The Vikings were his number one choice. Would you agree that if they had shown real interest in him, he'd already be an official member of the Vikings? I do. I think that's how it would have gone. He would take.
If they called him and said, "Hey, we want you to be our starting quarterback," he's already done a press conference with the Vikings.
Yeah,
I agree.
Exactly. If it happened today, there'd be a press conference by tomorrow
And I don't think we're getting Aaron Rodgers likes to take his time on things, and Aaron Rodgers has a different way of figuring things out. And Aaron Rodgers' thought process is different.
He's either trying to talk himself into the Steelers, even though he really does not want to play for them, or he just is completely undecided. I guess you could also make the argument that he's going through the whole offseason kind of program of, I'm still going to stay loose, I'm still going to throw, I'm still going to do my thing, get to the end of it or get near the draft and go, do I really want to do this for another year? And
so what's next? He has to find George Pickens and have a throwing session with him?
What did Pickens have? Is he going to put a balaclava on to go meet Pickens and have a goofy stance in front of a TV?
You need to explain to people what that is, because it's a weird word.
No, everybody knows.
Everyone knows what balaclava is.
Donnie, do you know that when I say that and I'm talking about a TV, that everybody knows it's the Pickens draft picture, the meme of him standing goofily in front of his television?
Well, now that you describe that picture, everybody knows.
No one just knows
when's balaclava hour on your show this week?
We'll do that Wednesday at 7:30.
You just casually say balaclava, like everyone's like, yes, I know what balaclava is.
Balaclava. Yeah, they probably think it's the lyrics to a song. I don't know. It's just a ski mask.
Yeah, it's the weird thing that he wears around his head when he plays football that almost no other wide receiver wears.
Actually, a bunch of them do.
Like who?
They're just not in cold weather, a lot of those guys wear them.
Yes, he wears them for every game, Chris.
Maybe his head gets cold easily.
Here is Newt in Aspinwall. Hello, Newt.
Hello. Hey, thanks. I'd like to go back to the Pirates if I could for just a minute.
So it's going to be, I guess it's going to be one of those days where just everyone is pissed about the Pirates and nobody cares about, I don't know, the most polarizing player in football right now playing for the team here that more people care about. That's where we're at, I guess. Okay, that's fine. Go ahead.
Well, no, I don't want Rodgers here for the record.
Okay, but for the record, do you think he'll end up here?
Yes.
Okay, you do. So you think all of this song and dance and rigmarole is actually going to end up
how
with
do you
him
spell
playing
your
here?
first name?
It's a nickname, Knute.
Okay, I thought you were going to be the only other Newt besides Newt Gingrich I had ever heard of in my entire life. Anyway.
No, it was named after my older brother from Green Acres and one of those Nick shows where there was a Newt guy.
Okay.
But to finish up on Rodgers, I'm hoping that it comes here and blows up and finally gets Tomlin out of here, but that's an aside.
Well, what do you think would make him get blown out of here faster? Like this Rodgers thing doesn't come to fruition, or Rodgers comes here and it rocks the boat and then it gets him fired?
The latter.
Well, then you probably should root for Rodgers to sign with the Steelers then.
Only if you believe it actually would go belly up.
Fair point. Maybe I should be rooting for him. You're right.
Pony, do you?
Go ahead,
no. Take
your pirate point.
Yeah.
Well, with the Pirates, I just wanted to say that first game, when they got the leadoff triple, just to show how Shelton doesn't know how to manage, he walked the next batter to put runners on first and third with no outs, but that does nothing. He should have walked the next batter as well to load the bases, bring the infield in, hope for a ground ball, and you get a force out at home. So now the bases would be low. You'd have one out, bases still loaded. Now you could take the infield back and hope for a double play. You might even get a double play on that first ground ball going home to first, right? So you'd have second and third.
Walk another batter and then probably put the force out at any base, or just try to get it out. Yes.
Correct.
Got it, Newt. Thank you. I'm still hung up on Aaron Rodgers might have done something that makes his arrival in Pittsburgh more likely. And the level of anger with the Pirates is so much that people are like, hey, can we not talk about Aaron Rodgers and get back into the Pirates, please?
To be fair, you started the show with Pirates, so you kind of had the same vibe about you.
Here's John in Mount Washington. Hello, John.
Hey, hi, guys. How you doing?
Hi, John.
What's up?
What do you want to talk about?
It's the Pirates. Now, hear me out.
Again, same thing. Aaron Rodgers doesn't move the meter. The guy's like...
I'm tired of hearing about him.
Okay.
You know, if he comes, fine, but the Pirates is the main thing because how bad they are. Now, if Shelton gets fired, and I heard you guys talking about that earlier, then Ben Sherrington has to go too.
Agreed.
Yeah, I would agree with
I don't think it'll happen on the same day, but
I think that would essentially be a package deal.
Hey, Sherrington hired Shelton about a week after he was hired in November 2009. So in year 6, Shelton's career winning percentage now is .413. He passed in Tracy's .417, and it rivals two other Pirate managers, Fred Haney of the Rinky Dinks is .353, Billy Myers 4.12.
So wait a minute. Is Shelton's win percentage right now, is it worse than John Russell yet? Have we reached that?
So didn't Russell have – hold on, I'm going to look Russell up right now. John Russell. He managed 3 years. Oh, God. Why is Baseball Reference
8, 9, and 10.
Yeah, 20. Yeah, okay, here we go. 384 winning percentage for Russell.
Yeah, Shelton's isn't that bad. I don't think.
No, he's a 76 and 86 merchant anymore. Right. John Russell would have killed for 76 and 86. Again, that would have been they'd have hung a banner for that under John Russell.
Aaron Rodgers did something else that makes it seem like the guy could actually be here. First caller. Can we get back to some strategic moment from the Pirates game? Sure.
John in Mount Washington, what do you want to talk about? It's all about the Pirates.
From yesterday? No, I want to go all the way back to Thursday, please. Okay. Donnie has the Tomlin tidbit coming up. Is Mike Tomlin falling back in love with Mason Rudolph? Let me start that over. Is Mike Tomlin falling in love with Mason Rudolph for the first time? I
was going to say, thank you for the correction.
You're welcome. Hear that and more coming up, but first the Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
3 walk-off losses for the Pirates in their opening weekend. The Pirates losing 3-2 yesterday to cap off the 4-game set in Miami. A series with the Tampa Bay Rays begins tonight, 7:05 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage begins at 6, and that is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Pirate season is off and running. Our Pirates are here.
Swing and a miss, he struck him out. 100 miles an hour, 11 strikeouts for Skeets.
Catch our Pirates live all season long here. Our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John Maggie and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
As you know, it's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
The Post-Gazette Sports Experience brings you closer than ever before to your favorite Pittsburgh teams. Join their award-winning team of professional beat writers and columnists as they dive deeper into the stories, news, and exclusive analysis that matters most to you. Get insider takes on the Steelers, Pirates, Penguins, and Panthers, plus coverage of Whitfield High School sports, Duquesne, Penn State, and so much more. Visit postgazette.com/sports.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook Born in Vegas. Plus, you can turn $10 into $150 if you win your first bet at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on any sport, including your favorite college basketball team in the big tournament. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets if you win. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Download the app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Do you love hauling 20,000-pound coils? So do my friends at PGT Trucking. Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. They have local Pittsburgh runs for experienced flatbed truck drivers. Get home every day with PGT's Pittsburgh Local. Positions are available for company drivers, lease purchase, and owner-operators. Must have experience with steel coils. Join PGT Pittsburgh Local and become one of the proud professionals. Apply today at pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof and massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Apparently we have the same appetite for candy, me and DK. You hear about that?
No, I didn't.
Apparently he eats 4 or 5 candy bars a day.
Really?
That's what he said on a podcast.
He wears it a little differently than you, man.
Donnie's Tomlin Tidbit is back. Staple during Tomlin Tuesdays on our show. Donnie pulls something for Mike Tomlin's powwow with the media, and today at the owners' meetings, it was this viral clip about Mark Kabali sharing that DK Metcalf and Kaboom have the same eating habits. They both have gigantic sweet tooths. But I think Kabali's come on our show and said he's not a candy person.
4 to 5 candy
Which
bars
goes back to our whole point here.
This is all a calculated
Donnie,
bit by
this is,
him.
again, just for...
It's all a work.
Yeah, he's working the audience here. Man, and then Tomlin laughed at his own joke long enough. If I ever did that when I was a kid, my dad would just kind of go like tickle yourself a little bit there, eh? Like, you're not supposed to laugh at your own jokes that much.
He was like Rick Harrison in an episode of Pawn Stars.
Oh, man, he was just giggling
but
left and right.
I do credit Tomlin.
It's a good
it was
line.
a great one.
Yeah, it's a
it was
good
a
line.
great one.
Well, Mark wasn't lying about DK Metcalf and candy. In 2023, Metcalf went on Kevin Garnett's podcast. And Garnett asked a leading question. He said, talk about nutrition, man. Nutrition is huge. Metcalf said back, I'm probably the worst person to ask that. I'm a candy guy. I eat 1 meal a day, have 1 coffee, and then I eat 3 full bags of candy.
Just bags of candy. How big are these bags?
That's what Kevin Garnett wanted to know. He said, man, define bags of candy. Are we talking jelly beans? And he said, no, I'm more of a gummy type, so I've got a whole bag of gummy Lifesavers that I eat each day.
Okay.
And he said, I'm going to talk you right through it. I wake up, I work out, come home, shower, I'm hungry. I run to Starbucks, get a quick coffee. That's going to hold me till 4 or 5 o'clock.
When is he waking up, I need to know. So 1 coffee is just holding him all day? Is it one of those coffees that's just all sugar?
Then around noon, he eats an entire bag of Skittles gummies. Then after that, he eats a bag of Lifesaver Creations. Then he said he'll make a combo bag where he'll put half Skittles gummies and half Lifesaver Creations.
Every single day.
And then he eats dinner around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock.
I would have the Beatus quickly.
And 8 or 9 p.m. dinner.
Yeah, what does he live in, Spain? They eat dinner late there, for the record. But, like, my stomach just hurts thinking about that. Even if I was his age, I feel like my stomach would hurt on that kind of diet. I'm sure his workouts are burning an insane amount of calories. It's stuff average people can't even comprehend that he's doing, weights that he's lifting, etc., intensity.
I'm looking up how many calories are in Skittles
A bag of Skittles gummies. So like a personal-sized bag, right? Like not like a jumbo bag. You're probably looking at 400 calories at least.
This one says 270.
Okay, so 540.
And one bag has over 100% of your daily sugar intake.
Of course it does. So he's eating roughly, if the coffee is not like just black coffee, which I doubt it is given his candy preferences. It's probably like a mocha, frappo, whatever, which looks like a milkshake. He's probably eating like 600% of the daily allowance of sugar every single day.
He's eating ballpark 150 grams of sugar a day.
Oh, more than that.
That's what this. That's
how much
just
is
based on the Skittle
How much
bag.
is in a bag of the Skittles?
18 grams are in a serving size. There's 3, so that would be 54. Yep.
Lifesavers gummy.
Lifesaver
candies.
Creations is what he's eating.
I put it in there. Collisions maybe. I see Lifesavers Collisions. Let's try that because it's a word. It's close enough. See the details. Yes, I'd love to. 7-ounce bag. Sugars, 18 grams. Calories per serving, 90. Servings per container, about 7.
Oh, my God.
That's 630 calories. That is, what's 18 times 7? 126, I think.
And the guy's got muscles I didn't even know existed, and he's eating all this candy.
That is disgusting, actually. And not like, oh, wow, disgusting that he stays in good shape. It's just making me sick thinking about it. And I have a sweet tooth. I'll bum a piece of candy from out there. Donnie, you go there too occasionally.
Yeah.
We do this like normal people. He needs to have an intervention.
We do sometimes.
No, he doesn't. Look at how he's built, Chris.
Yeah. But we do sometimes see that after the playing days, we see some of those skill players, they blow up and look like offensive linemen, and the offensive linemen look like skill players.
Some people just have unreal metabolisms. Like Robert Sir, used to work here and is now a weatherman somewhere else.
I think Louisville now.
Used to just crush whole pizzas.
And he's a small individual.
Get McDonald's and eat like 3 Big Macs and like a large fry.
And Rob Sir is about, what, 5'7", 140?
Yeah, he weighs less than Crowley.
Which is a neat feat.
And then you got some people that just look at a slice of pizza and they gain a pound.
Well, eventually the metabolism slows down for everyone. Like, if he doesn't stop this, Donnie, he's going to hit like 45. He's going to look like Fat Bastard or something.
Bro, his dentist has got to be like, what's going on here, man? How does he not just have a mouthful of cavities?
So, here's a question.
He probably just bought fakes or something.
No, here's a serious question.
Bought fakes.
Veneers. Serious question. If you, let's say he eats as much sugar as it appears he does eat. If he brushed his teeth 2-3 times a day pretty religiously and did like it was on top of it 3 times a day, let's say.
All right.
Would that counteract all the sugar if he was pretty diligent about it? If he's got a good brush, floss, mouthwash routine.
I'm sure we got a lot of, Pitt pumps out dentists. I could always send a message to...
We've got a lot of tooth lovers out there.
I could always send a message to Britt Baker and ask her that question. Is she still wrestling or is she on hiatus, Don? Is she still MIA?
I don't know if she's MIA. She's still with AEW.
But she's not wrestling?
Being,
okay.
But I don't watch their program weekly.
More of a Raw, man.
Which is happening right now. These international Raws are killer. They're all just taking place while we're working.
How's Kabali able to multitask? Maybe all these early morning wrestling matches are why he's so tired.
Asleep.
Exactly.
Kabali submits something to WWE.com. Very interesting bit with Seth Rollins. Just hits the Z button. Kabali in that picture too.
I like that the art
sports
guy made something out
of it.
Are
you aware that the art but sports guy literally is that good and does not use AI or like image search to try to comp it to something? The guy is just that much of an art savant. Yeah, dude. Absolutely wild.
Kabali's defense here for why he looks so tired is that he's just heard the same thing from Mike Tomlin over and over again.
Again, Mark is engagement farming here because he has the blue check. The more views he gets in racks, yes, he gets paid. This is all calculated effort by Kabali.
Well, that's not exactly...
Pony, you could probably quit working on the air if you just monetized your tweets. My God.
It's not exactly the journalism they teach you at journalism school.
Where'd he go? Is he a Clarion guy?
KLU.
So, in the Penn West family. Harvard on the Mon.
All right, that was Donnie's Tomlin tidbit.
What would be, if you were eating quickly here, the DK Metcalf candy life, what would be your bags of candy you'd be?
Peanut M&Ms.
Good choice. Do you know what they discontinued that I was a huge fan? Do you remember when they had what was called, like, they had it for Kit Kats and all that stuff, Reese's Bites? It was just little peanut butter balls. It was the exact thing of a Reese's cup, but just in, like...
How about Reese's Pieces?
I'm not a fan. Like,
really?
These were the actual... Yeah.
What's wrong with Reese's Pieces?
M&M's has cornered the candy-coated market, and I think Reese's Pieces tried to nudge their way in there.
Peanut butter M&Ms?
Way better than Reese's Pieces. Apparently, they got peanut butter and jelly M&Ms now.
Yeah, I'm not
Golick's kid tries all that stuff, Mike Golick Jr., and said they're great.
I'm into jelly beans right now. Maybe it's the Easter spirit that's come over me.
You know, there's two companies that get down with that. One
Ceres has a great jelly bean, and I don't even know if they advertise, so maybe I shouldn't have mentioned them.
I think they're tops, and then what's the other one? Is it Anderson?
Yeah. Well, they're trying to nudge in on
right.
Ceres
I mean, they're making the same product, and they're just trying to put it in a different wrapper.
But if Ceres wanted to, I don't know, give me a bunch of jelly beans, I would not be opposed to that. I'm a Washington County guy. I don't live that far away from where they're.
Who were you, Ron Cook? I'd love it if my friends down at the candy factory could make a delivery for the Easter Bunny this year.
All right, coming up next. What Mike Tomlin said today about Mason Rudolph. Is Tomlin finally coming around on Rudolph? Or is he blowing more smoke up Rudolph's ass? 412-928-9370. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mostly cloudy and cooling off tonight, lows down into the mid to lower 30s. Tuesday, gradual sunshine and clearing in the afternoon with highs in the lower to mid 50s. On Wednesday, warmer showers and a few afternoon storms, highs back into the upper 60s. In the KDKA First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Kristen Emery.
We're coming for the crown. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. There's another college hoops tournament that is probably flying under your radar this week. A 16-team tourney with daily action called The Crown starts in Vegas today. Let's go with Nebraska -5 against Arizona State. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com. Spell backwards or forwards. It spells the same, Zero Res.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. And we know FanDuel is the place to bet on sports, people, and it has been for so long, America's #1 sportsbook. Sports calendar is chock full of big-time things going on right now. Check out FanDuel and some of the great promotions they have going on. When you open an account, you are going to find things that make you say, oh, wow, that is... Ooh, I got to jump on that. Can't wait for this weekend. The Yankees coming to town to take on the Pirates. Great betting options there. Going to be a lot of home runs. Their nickname isn't the Bombers for nothing. And you got that short right field porch for some of the great power hitters in baseball, a chance to put in some home run prop bets. New customers can get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet, but you got to get on to FanDuel right now to make every moment more. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira-joyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at Walmart.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Have you been suffering with foot, ankle, knee, or low back pain? Many customers talk about getting painful shots in their heel that didn't provide lasting relief. And you've probably already tried ibuprofen and more comfortable shoes. You might even be considering surgery next.
I had really tried everything, but I quickly lost hope with all of the things that we had tried. I was basically heading towards a sedentary lifestyle, and that's what led me to the Good Feet store. And when I found the Good Feet system, it really just changed everything. It brought me back to life. I have my active lifestyle back.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Good Feet. No shots, no surgery, no pills. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Look, there's feelings and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the outbound Parkway West, traffic slow from the Fort Pitt Bridge back to the county jail. Also seeing slowdowns on the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. With AAA traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
Free for life. Just by saying that, you already know I'm referring to Awaken 180. They're the only company providing it. Fast, proven weight loss, and then keep it off thanks to free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates start second series tonight in Tampa, hoping for better results than down in Miami. First pitch around 7:05. Carmen Majinski makes his first start of the year. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Malsey got sent a belated 40th birthday message that will be airing later in the show. Someone heard Malsey on Tuesday and said, I need to send Chris a message now that I know he's 40. Joey Taylor did that once upon a time.
Yes,
Clint Hurdle also got in on the fun.
I thought there was a chance that for my 40th birthday, I would get a message naming me an honorary Cracker of the Day by Antonio Brown.
Maybe it'll be a belated Cracker of the Day shout out.
Malsey, Clint Hurdle. Listen to Donnie laughing with glee. Malsey, Clint Hurdle.
Still can't get over the pop. That was something else I told my dad over the weekend. The pop that Clint Hurdle got at the Fan 15. It was bigger than Bill Cowher.
Much bigger. Not even close.
Like, you saw Clint Hurdle's face. His eyes were wide open.
He looked like he was about
like
2
alarming
inches from the camera. His face filled up the entire screen.
And the place went nuts.
Right.
You know the scene at the end of Who Framed Roger Rabbit when, like, the bad guy, like, is taking that helium in and, like, it's making his eyes shoot out of his head when they kill him off? Yes, no, maybe.
I can picture that, but I've never seen the movie.
Christopher Lloyd's character. He's the bad guy. And that's what Clint Hurdle's eyes looked like.
Was that a live action Roger Rabbit?
Parts of it were. It was half live action, half cartoon. That's what made it so cool.
Was the Jessica Rabbit real?
In my dreams. She was hot for a cartoon. There were some hot cartoons. All right, we've been over this. It's weird that like animals or cartoon characters get labeled hot, but it's true. You know, Jessica Rabbit.
Oh, she's the queen of this. Who else? I mean, she was the one designed though to be hot. Like she was drawn to be.
I don't know. I feel like I watched like the Rescuers as a kid, like the Rescuers Down Under.
No,
or maybe
Rescue
it's
Rangers.
Rescue Rangers. And I feel like there was a hot Rescue Ranger.
She was a mouse.
I know. She was a hot mouse, man.
And then you've got, I mean, moving closer to real things, you've got hot mascot, Mrs. Met.
Yep. Well, how about the chick from Tomb Raider?
Lara Croft.
She was a smoke show as a cartoon. And then they made it into a movie, right?
Yes, they did with Angelina Jolie.
There you go. Good choice.
God, you want to talk about just basically a bunch of horny guys in their basements, like essentially willing a movie to be made. That's it.
Donnie, have you seen Jessica Rabbit?
I know who you're talking about. I'm familiar.
Anyways. So
I'm familiar with her work.
We do have a belated birthday shout out for Malsey. Tomorrow, also, the first round of the PM Team Best Caller Tournament starts.
I like that you've got it dovetailed nicely right up against the Final Four. You didn't rush this. People have been pining for it.
Yeah. Daryl in Houston called on Friday and was very unhappy with the selection committee's work. And he had a right to be pissed off. I told him.
Oh, God. The YouTube comments, predictably, the minute we bring up hot animated characters, absolute disgraceful behavior from people like Auto Art who are just lusting after Velma and Daphne. They're inventing acronyms that I cannot even say on the air. It was very bad.
Everybody thought, well, the pro Velma people say if she kind of
let her hair down, right?
Yeah, and the nerd vibe was hot. I never looked at her that way.
You couldn't look at that cartoon as an object of your lust.
What do they call that? Cosplay?
Yes, that's become very popular to cosplay as Velma.
Have you and Alex ever done any cosplaying?
No.
Donnie, you guys get into cosplay?
No, we haven't done that yet.
Pony, you get into cosplay?
Yeah, right. Are you kidding me?
Cosplay like two tired people going to bed?
Yeah, that's never happening. All right, let's get to some of these hurdle comments on our hurdle. I got hurdle on the brain again.
Play the Malsey clip one more time.
I already moved away from it. It's gone.
Okay.
We got Tomlin here talking about Mason Rudolph at the coaches' breakfast at the owners' meetings. Fans want Mason Rudolph. A lot of them do. A lot of them want to see him get a shot. Here is Tomlin now pretending like he's a Mason guy.
I just think anytime you experience something with somebody, there's growth and acknowledge in that regard. And certainly, the way he smiled in the face of adversity and delivered for us was significant. Not that I was shocked by it or didn't think it was within, his framework of capabilities. And so we're excited about having him back, not only in terms of his talents, but the guy that he is. He's a really good teammate. He's a really good football guy.
He was shocked by it. He's lying because that's why it took so long for him to go to Mason Rudolph in that season, not to relitigate 2023 all over again, but he let Mitch Trubisky start an extra game that he had no business playing against the Colts because he thought so little of Mason Rudolph. So that's complete hogwash, as we've come to expect from Tomlin. And
what's he going to say? Oh, yeah, I screwed that one up big time. That guy was balling out.
Right, and then free agency came, and before they even knew they could get Russell Wilson or Justin Fields, they couldn't wait to show the guy the door. So
correct.
It's just funny that they've had to circle back to him. Here is a question about what would happen if Aaron Rodgers left them high and dry and Mason Rudolph had to be the guy.
Mike, how comfortable or uncomfortable would you be with Mason taking QB1 reps when you guys get out on the field?
That's why we brought him back. I'm comfortable with that, man. We've been there before. He's a very capable guy.
My prediction is they'll go absolutely out of their way to make sure that doesn't happen. And if that means Aaron Rodgers does decide that he wants to retire or wait on another team, I still think they'll do something. Maybe even it's not on our radar right now to ensure that that doesn't happen.
What would even be out there as like a potential? You have to even come up with something.
I think Adam Schefter said that the break glass in case of emergency option for the Steelers is them begging the Falcons for Kirk Cousins.
I was just going to say he's the only other name that's out there.
Well, Flacco's still out there too. But I think they'd explore both of those. I think Tomlin's getting Mason Rudolph back here in large part because the owner is a fan, and the owner wants the starter and the backup to have similar qualities, like the same traits as a player. So if Aaron Rodgers is more of a pocket quarterback, he wants the backup to be a pocket quarterback. If the starter were more of a running quarterback or dual threat guy, he'd want the backup to be a dual threat guy too. That way, even though their talents are different and abilities are different, the playbook wouldn't change that much. The playbook built around a mobile quarterback or an immobile one. And we know Mason's strong suit is not moving. It's standing tall in the pocket and making throws.
It's just hard to get past. I don't think Mason's like any great shakes long term. It's just hard to fathom how Tomlin could watch the way he played and just still be like in denial that there was anything at least worth like trying to keep around or putting some faith in that.
I mean, he's back on the team, but they're paying him like a backup, and I think that's the way Tomlin will treat him. I mean, even if, I think if, let's say, this wonky world plays out and they get Jackson Dart with the 21st pick, I don't think Tomlin would make the same mistake he made with Kenny. I think that
Dart would be the
guy from the very beginning, the same way that Bo Nix was in Denver, the same way that Jaden Daniels was in Washington. I think that would be one adjustment, unless he felt like he had a guy that was like a legit starter on his roster, and they hoodwinked themselves into thinking that Trubisky, who had started a lot of games in Chicago and had a winning record on a better team, could be a better quarterback, and they were wrong. But I think Tomlin's pretty much made up his mind on Mason Rudolph. I don't think he's done some huge 180 now that Mason Rudolph's back. He's had an awakening on the player, and he actually respects him now and likes him. I think they needed a warm body, and Rudolph was affordable, and Rudolph has come in a pinch and helped them out before.
And Rudolph. So the one thing is, Rudolph clearly had no other realistic prospects, which does speak to probably where his level is at overall. We can all say, how does Tomlin not recognize that he gave him some great games? But everybody else around the league would have had a chance to sign Mason Rudolph and said, thanks.
Right, but what I'm talking more about here is, because I'm guilty of this too, I have said, and I because I believe this, I've said things like, just roll with Mason this year. Just roll with Rudolph. And I see, even with only Skylar Thompson as the only other quarterback on the roster, I still see I don't see a pathway for him to be their week 1 starting quarterback. I think they'll move heaven and earth to get someone better than him here. And I think Rudolph at this point too, the Steelers have mind-effed him and played games with him enough. I bet he even expects that. I don't even think he has like delusions of grandeur about it.
Well, if he expects it, isn't that the healthiest place to be mentally? Hey, I know they're going to screw me over no matter what they say publicly.
I don't think he signed back here because he actually thought he could be the Steelers quarterback. I think he signed back here because he, like the rest of the world, thinks Aaron Rodgers is going to be the starting quarterback. And probably
not bad work to get paid $8 million or at least the first year of this deal to sit around.
Well, I was going to say he's probably betting on the fact that the guy's 41 and who knows if he can make it through 17 games. He got hurt 5 plays into his first year with the Jets, and last year he made it through the entire year. But, I mean, what are the odds of someone that age playing two completely clean, seasons back-to-back years?
Do you know
Probably not very high.
I had here on that front? I don't root for injuries, and this would be an awful thing for Rodgers. Another way that this whole offseason drama could play out is, what if he's doing whatever his ramp-up work is, and he just takes a wrong step again, and there goes an Achilles or something else because he's 41 years old, no matter what I know he's an elite athlete and all that stuff. Then what?
Well, I got to be honest with you. Other than like showing up to work with DK Metcalf just to see if there's anything there, I don't think Rodgers is doing a lot of that stuff. I think that's part of the problem. I don't think Aaron Rodgers has the Tom Brady offseason program. I think Aaron Rodgers wants to live his life, and I think that's part of the problem here. I think that's why
it takes a certain level of insanity to be a really great quarterback in your 40s, and he really does not.
Yeah, I don't think he's wired like Sidney Crosby or Tom Brady, and I think that's why his longevity isn't quite the same as those guys or what it will be with Sid. I think he likes football. I don't think he loves it to the degree that those guys did. Like I think if he really was all about ball and wanted to be great, he would have already signed with the team because he would have wanted to already start the process of,
I'm going to have a huge revenge FU year. I'm going to show it was the Jets.
Let me get in the system.
Me.
Let me learn the terminology. Let me get the plays down.
I'll be close to an MVP again. You're going to see that it was all New York's fault. They didn't know how to handle me.
I just don't think he's driven that way. Like, I think Aaron Rodgers knows he can still play better than a lot of other quarterbacks, and knows he can still catch another $20 to $25 million, maybe more doing this. I think, didn't Rich Eisen throw a number out today that was still like, I think he said the number begins with a 4 for how much he thinks Rodgers is going to get paid this year? And if that's true,
$40.
If that's true, like, hey, the Steelers and Rodgers have already exchanged numbers and they're comfortable with both, and Eisen's hearing that it begins with a 4, and Eisen's close with Tomlin, then, I mean, that would again drive me nuts that they would be okay
chasing a
with
reputation.
Committing that amount of money.
They're just chasing a name and a reputation. They're not chasing the actual player. They're chasing the ghost of Aaron Rodgers.
Like they chased the ghost with Russell Wilson, but the difference is Russell Wilson was making league minimum here.
Mike Tomlin is pursuing ghosts. He's obsessed with it. He is, I think, very gun-shy about having to break in a new quarterback because he probably realizes on some level he hasn't done a remotely acceptable job in that department when he's tried to do it already with Kenny Pickett. And so he's continuing to go for these, like, these I don't even want to say cheap fixes. They're not these quick fixes. I don't even know, like, what would the analogy be if you were, like, a nervous car buyer? I'll buy this really old Mercedes because they have a reputation for reliability, even though this one's from 25 years ago. It'll still run. I'm not going to buy this new car that might break down if I don't handle it correctly. I'll buy this old diesel gasoline Mercedes that doesn't have a top speed anymore, but it could do okay for me.
Donnie, are you firmly in the camp of if your two options are Mason Rudolph or Aaron Rodgers, you'd rather have it be Mason Rudolph?
I keep saying that I feel if they bring in Aaron Rodgers, that tells me they actually think they're close to winning something significant.
Okay.
Now, maybe that is just a playoff game since we haven't seen that in nearly a decade, which they could maybe do. Maybe. I'm still not very confident in that. But I think they have like a ceiling of, 11-6 and maybe a playoff win with Aaron Rodgers, they're not winning a Super Bowl. I do not think that's happening. They're not going to win an AFC championship. But the floor with Rodgers, I know how ugly it was in New York, but we know with the Steelers, it's pretty much programmed to be 9-8. I think that's what the floor would be, just same old, same old. With Rudolph, there's at least a chance that on the cheap, they can have a truly bad year and be like a 6 or maybe 7-win team. They'd still probably go 9-8. Don't get me wrong. That's what I'm going to predict.
So you're not rooting for Rudolph because you think there's something from what we saw 2 years ago. You're rooting for Rudolph because you think it means that it's actually a rebuilding year for the Steelers.
Yeah, and that would actually tell me that they are admitting, yeah, we're not quite there, and we're going to go at it again in 2026.
We're going to wave the white flag on 2025.
We'll take our chance. We got comp picks galore in the 26 draft, and we're going to see what happens there.
We're going to play the long game.
That's why I think there's no chance of that happening. That's why I think Tomlin would work like hell to try to pry Kirk Cousins loose from Atlanta.
And it'll be the same thing.
Just such a scared, nearsighted way to run a football team and to prioritize and to goal set. Just scared and kind of pathetic. It's way more about this legacy of we're always going to be sort of in the mix than we are going to ever be bad even once. God, I bet it was just so distasteful to them to even have to go 6-10 and end up getting Roethlisberger. And 6-10 by NFL standards is not like truly.
No, you haven't sunk to the absolute bottom.
It's low-end mediocre.
Yep.
And the wild part about that is that they will never admit how important the 2003 season actually was in their history. If that never happens, they don't get Roethlisberger. And then what? How do the next 20 years go?
Maybe they get J.P. Lossman. That was a good pick.
That's true of the Penguins, too. I mean, 2 of our franchises were built on the idea that they had something horrible had to happen.
At least to the Penguins.
You had to go through pain and suffering for the gain of winning championships.
At least to the Penguins' credit, in the 80s, they leaned hard into it. They put a guy named Vincent Tremblay in goal, and he was basically it was like putting air back there. It might as well have had an empty net. They all but admitted that they did it with like a wink and a nod because they knew they wanted to stack the deck in their favor. Because the other guy, if it wasn't Lemieux, was Kirk Muller. Nice player, not Mario Lemieux.
Any relation?
No, M-U-L-L-E-R.
Tomlin here on the 2025 draft class. So, of the quarterback class. So, Donnie is saying, hey, maybe they'll come to their senses and they'll start Rudolph because it's all about finding a quarterback in 2026. Well, this answer from Tomlin might concern you about where they go with their early picks in this year's draft.
I don't worry how others judge guys. We're just trying to get to know the pool ourselves. Last week was a big week for us. We went to Texas, Ohio State, Notre Dame, for example. It's just part of our process, man, getting the complete totality of the process, getting exposure to these guys in as many places as we can. Started in Mobile for me. We had a chance to visit with a significant number of them in Indy, and now we're on the pro day circuit, and so we're going through our normal process. It doesn't appear to be devoid of talent. I like a lot of the guys that I've met, not only their tangible qualities, but their intangible qualities, and so I'm feeling really good about the trajectory of the group and how we're going to place them on the board.
That feels a lot to me like the things Kevin Colbert said about the Kenny Pickett draft class. You guys on the outside think that these quarterbacks aren't any good, but guess what? There's going to be multiple starting quarterbacks from this draft class.
You guys think this is a very weak crop, particularly after the first guy off the board. We don't, because we're desperate.
This is not devoid of talent. He's talking up the 2025 quarterback draft class there.
Yeah, that's foreboding, if that's how he actually feels.
I have a question on that I've never asked you. What would tick you off more as a Steelers fan? If they sign Rodgers or they use the 21st pick on Dart?
I don't know if you're going to, like you almost always do, guess the correct answer here in your own brain before I say it. It would tick me off exponentially more, believe it or not, if they drafted Dart.
I had a feeling you were going to say that.
It would. It would make me very, very, very,
because
very
if they're
mad.
wrong about Dart, that's a bigger setback than if they're wrong about Rodgers.
If you're wrong about Rodgers, you spent money that's off the books next year, presumably, the way they would set the deal up. Okay, whatever. You bought into the soap opera. He came here. It didn't work. It probably would be so ugly with him if it really went south that you'd get that 5-12 season Donnie just was craving. He just had one for the Jets, who, dysfunctional or not, had like a decent defense and some good talent around him. It can absolutely happen. Then you draft your quarterback. You draft Jackson Dart, man. You are making the Kenny Pickett mistake all over again. You don't have to read too far to find out where a lot of these people say everybody but Cam Ward would have ranked in, say, last year's class. I think like they have Jackson Dart as like QB 7 in that class, QB 8 behind. You know what I mean? Like, got a ton of people that got picked last year that would have been the number one guy in this year's crop. Bo Nix probably would have been the top guy this year.
Yeah. All right, it's interesting stuff there. Tomlin sucking up to Mason Rudolph now after the fact. Do you want Mason Rudolph over Aaron Rodgers? 412-928-9370. Do you think Tomlin will actually give Mason Rudolph a fair shake this time? 412-928-9370. And then to that last point, Tomlin talking up this quarterback class. Malsey just said he'd rather have Aaron Rodgers for a year than Jackson Dart or a quarterback in the first round. Do you agree with that? 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner & Associates fan text line, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Quick timeout, and we're right back on The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
3 walk-off losses for the Pirates in their opening series. The first time that has happened since 1924, which also happened to the Pirates. A 3-2 loss yesterday. Pirates start a series with the Tampa Bay Rays tonight, 7:05 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 6. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, Mike's Beer Bar. That's one of my favorite hangouts. We were down there for the Friday of the tournament, and it was jammed, and it was fun, and there was beer flowing everywhere, 80 rotating taps at the best local craft breweries. The breweries you might know and the ones you haven't tried yet that you're going to love. Mike makes a point of seeking them out and finding them. Hundreds of beers from around the world, all in one place. Mike's Beer Bar. Meet me at Mike's today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Beyond Lincoln. Join the family. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Memphis Grizzlies' decision to fire Taylor Jenkins with just a handful of games remaining in the regular season, and with Memphis poised, perhaps if John Moran is healthy, to make a deep postseason run, is either the best or worst decision that Memphis front office has ever made. Jenkins is a great coach and widely respected, and only when we get to mid-April, a few weeks from now, and the playoffs begin, will we find out if they made the right call. I'm Bill Ryder.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
You're invited to the Dick's House of Sport 1-year anniversary celebration at Ross Park Mall from Saturday to Sunday, April 5th to the 6th. Have a chance to meet Pittsburgh cornerback Joey Porter Jr. on Saturday, April 5th from noon to 1:30 p.m. Plus, check out special giveaways and more. And while you're there, climb the rock wall, swing in our golf simulators, test your skills on the field, and score spring's hottest new arrivals. A weekend of fun awaits. Visit Dix.com/House of Sport for details.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Attorney advertisement. Local counsel, Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It's not if it's gonna happen, it's when it happens. What you gonna do? I'm talking about an accident. When it happens, what you gonna do? Do you have a plan? If you had to be out of work for the next 6 months right now, do you have a plan? What's your plan? If the doctor told you on bed rest right now, you can't wash yourself. You can't do nothing for yourself. Do you have a plan? This is real life. I have a plan. I'm calling Top Dog. He gotta go bite him. Whoever put me in this situation, he gotta go bite him. I want top dollar for this. The pain, top dollar. The loss, top dollar. Everything I lost, I want it back plus more. Top Dog Law.
Cloudy with showers tonight, the low 30.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the Parkway West, traffic slow from the Fort Pitt Bridge back to the county jail. Also seeing slowdowns on the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. On the Parkway East, traffic slow outbound from the Squirrel Hill tunnels back to Bates Street. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Spring is here. Let 2 Men and a Junk Truck help you clean out that garage. Use code FAN25 and save $25 off your clean out. Same day or next day. 2 Men and a junktruck.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I'm really comfortable with being unsettled this time of year, to be quite honest with you. It's about talent acquisition. We got two main means of acquiring talent, free agency and the draft. We multitask. We do both. Those needs that we fulfill in free agency, we do so there, and when we don't, we fulfill it in the draft. And so I just learned over the years that this time of year, although, day to day it can be somewhat uncomfortable, it is a process.
Yeah, it's all great. Doesn't care that his quarterback depth chart is a mess, Mike Tomlin talking today. He loves when things are uncomfortable. He just thrives in those situations.
That's actually why he tells his teams in the playoffs, I want you to get down by 2 or 3 touchdowns, and then I can play.
He actually said, and this is with local reporters, so we don't have the audio because I don't think any was allowed when he met with them last night. I think he said, or maybe it was Omar Khan, one of the two said, yeah, it's not ideal to completely change your quarterback depth chart over from one year to the next. But we don't view it as a problem yet. Get back to us next year. And if it's happened 3 years in a row, then it's officially a problem. Well, if Aaron Rodgers is your quarterback and Mason Rudolph is your backup, and who knows who your number 3 is, you might not have an entirely new quarterback room in 2026, but you're probably going to have a different starting quarterback to start the season.
And you're going to have you probably have 2/3 of a new quarterback room.
Right, and we're already on, Donnie's done the research on this. This is already the longest run of different Steelers week 1 starting quarterbacks year to year in team history. And if it's Rodgers, what would he need to do?
Win the Super Bowl. No, if he did that, he'd retire on top.
No, you think? Come on.
True. If he won the Super Bowl and played like a quasi
He'd say, I want $70 million for next year, and the Steelers would probably give it to him. But why are we entertaining something that win a Super Bowl? How about
what would he
be in the game at halftime in a playoff
If
game?
he won a playoff game and felt like he was playing his best ball at the end of the season, I could see maybe.
Oh, if they won a playoff game with him, I think he's back in 2026 if he wants to keep playing football.
The smart thing, if they made it to the division round with him, I try to keep this in perspective. If they made it to the division round with him, he was like a big reason why he wasn't just along for the ride on like a shocking defensive performance or something. The smart thing to do would be to say, okay, you can come back on like a shorter term deal, but we're drafting your replacement this year.
418, time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. Here's Dave in Delmont. Hello, Dave.
Gentlemen, thanks for taking my call.
Hi, Dave. Dave got snubbed by the committee for best caller, Malzy.
Thank you very much. I don't know how that happened. I think it's because you guys have a bias towards Westmoreland County, but I'm not going to bring that up. Even though I just did. Yeah.
Well, I was shocked. Like, how does a Johnny the Barber make it in over you? Like, what was the committee thinking with that decision?
Exactly. I can call in and irritate you guys just like him if I wanted to. But I don't do that. I've literally called in a few times, probably 4 or 5, and actually changed the subject after I got you guys have changed the subject after I
And that's the mark of a great versatile caller.
Right, which means
you
should have been in there. Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah.
And no worse
thanks for
than
bringing
a
that
6
up.
seed.
He's more like the Mike Wallace of callers, a one-trick pony. OHIO. Yeah. It's a very good trick, don't get me wrong. We find it very humorous, but yeah, you're right. Very versatile calls from Dave and Delmont.
What do you got,
have?
Dave?
Thank you very much. First of all, if I was Tomlin, I would want to go through somebody else's process of figuring out a good quarterback, because when they chose Pickett, they thought there were going to be 3 or 4 quarterbacks gone in the first round, and they were the only team that thought they were good enough. I think the other quarterbacks went in the 3rd round, Willis and
Desmond Ritter.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure they actually believe that a bunch of guys would go in the first. I think saying that either before, during, or after the fact just makes them look like better, I guess. Oh, we're surprised that these guys slid. We thought we had a lot of grades.
You do it so many times, you do that, you just look like an idiot.
Well, yeah, they look terrible
and secondly, since I called in about coaches, does anybody want to say to Shelton that 4 days or 4 games into the season, they got to clean up the mistakes? Well, I'd say, Shelton, how about the last 5 years? You guys haven't cleaned up the mistakes.
Well, right,
Isn't that what spring training's about?
Not only that, but that's why I said they don't get the 4-game pass from me. They don't get it's only 4 games. It's been unforgivable sloppiness.
It was game
in undisciplined
163,
baseball.
164, 165, and 166.
And I heard that Dan said that, and then did you give him credit for that, Donnie, or did you put the tweet out there and not originally give him any love for it? What happened with that?
I said it on air while crediting Dan. I put the tweet out there, though, and then had to respond giving credit to Dan. I also didn't know for fact if he said those exact words.
Okay.
Like, I wasn't listening live when Dan said that.
You just got it secondhand that Dan said it, and then you tweeted it out, and it went viral, and then you felt bad because it was like you were getting credit for it and then wanted to give him some props for it. Okay. You got that, Malzy?
It was a little convoluted, but I think we got there.
Tony in Greensburg is next. Hello, Tony.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'd rather have Rodgers. I'm with Mully's. I do not want to draft a quarterback at 21. Definitely not Dart. Definitely not Shador Sanders. I don't want any of these guys.
Shador might not last past the 2nd pick now suddenly.
Browns are back in. Okay. Kenny and Sanders. Remember FanDuel said they were the same quarterback, Mulzy. That'd be perfect.
But I got some inside news on the Rodgers front.
Oh, we love scuttlebutt. So
Hold on here,
Tony. We're turning off our mics here in a second, and we are opening our ears.
Hold on here before you start. I got to make sure I have what
we
I
like
want
scuttles, we like butts, and we like when they combine to make scuttlebutt.
I thought I had something.
Come on,
perfect
Pony.
for you
I'm
here.
vamping here for you, pal.
No, I know. Maybe do I have it? Come on. All right, go ahead, Tone.
Okay, so one of my best friends from college, his dad, they still live in Pittsburgh. One of his best friends, Aaron Rodgers, put in a bid on his house in Pittsburgh.
On your friend's house? Your buddy's?
My buddy's dad's friend, his house in Pittsburgh.
Well, your buddy's,
he has a house in Pittsburgh.
Your
he lives
buddy,
out of state.
your buddy's dad's
friend has a house in Pittsburgh.
Congratulations on all his success.
He lives
with
out
Aaron
of
Rodgers.
state, so he just has obviously a very nice house. I can't imagine Rodgers is buying a random.
You don't have to give the
split level
street
in
address,
Verona.
but do we have an idea of what neighborhood we're talking about here, Tone?
General direction of the city.
So if he lives in the same area as where my buddy grew up, it would be out by the airport. He went to West Allegheny High School.
We know a man on this station who starred at West Allegheny High School.
So you are convinced that the bid is in and that Aaron Rodgers is basically signed, sealed, and delivered to the Steelers now, Tony, based on this?
Yeah, I mean, with a bid in on a house, that would be a next step for sure.
Unless he's just bidding on the house to throw people off the scent.
That
would be a lot of money. You're right.
Thank you, Tony. Or maybe he thinks it's a great investment opportunity here. I don't know.
Well, that would put Rodgers kind of in my neck of the woods because I live about 15 minutes from the airport, not even.
It's time for another episode of As the Aaron Rodgers Turns.
Wait, why is there like a computer sound?
I don't know. I didn't make it.
It sounds like R2-D2 introing this.
Well, I thought we were getting a big enough bombshell where I could give this bad boy a spin.
I think my favorite soap opera fact is still that Stephen A. Smith might still actually be doing this. It's just like a recurring regular on General Hospital. Chewing scenery over there.
There needs to be an episode of that where it just sparks a LeBron-Jordan debate.
What if they got LeBron to guest star on the show, and he just walks in the door, and there's LeBron James
He's
busting in.
the menace. He's the nemesis to Stephen A.
The bid is in, says Tony in Greensburg. How do you like them apples? Is that like the one guy that had the Larry Fitzgerald hair who was at the Hertz, and people always say this guy's at the airport?
Yeah, people say it, whether it was Kyler Murray one day. I think people have used it's Aaron Rodgers for that guy.
That definitely got used for Ayuk.
Yeah, it got used for Ayuk.
You know the one I'm talking about?
Oh, I know the picture. I know the meme.
Do you think that guy knows he's a meme?
Do you think the guy from Popeyes who was like tired and worn out from a hard day's work?
From Popeyes.
The tired Popeyes worker.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorites.
I mean, sometimes that's how I feel when Pony's out there tweeting in these streets. You read another one, you just go, I can't.
According to Tony in Greensburg.
My buddy's friend's dad. So is that technically?
A friend of a friend's dad is how I interpret that.
It's 3 degrees of separation right there.
It's a lot of degrees of separation.
You know who I really miss here in this situation? I think we brought this guy up. Where's our guy who used to work like out at the airport? We thought he was like a limo driver, Smythe or whatever. And he would just always have the tea.
Pitt Smythe.
Yeah, he had the tea in some incredible ways on certain stories. And then he kind of got gun shy or got fired from whatever job that was.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by Southfield Ski at Peters Township. Visit them, southfieldski.net. Donnie's football segment, the Donnie Football Debrief is next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sidney Crosby, the hero last night, the game winner in overtime. Penguins beat the Senators 1-0. Tristan Jarry, 31 saves in the effort. Pens head to St. Louis. Puck drop against the Blues on Thursday, set for 8 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 6 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, Sutter Ridge Golf Course, and Shannapin Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
Warmer weather means that all the brick and block issues that you've been putting off and have been haunting you are going to really start to creep up. So may I suggest precision pointing and restoration. Serving the greater Pittsburgh area for nearly 25 years. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, and a whole lot more. Free estimates. No money down, so you don't have to worry about somebody running away with your deposit. No, not at Precision Pointing. Plus, a guarantee on all of their work. I'm really glad that I use them for my home project. So visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
Adam, ever since we got our Guardian Protection video doorbells, I feel like a security expert.
Same here. Plus, with package detection, I finally know just how many boxes my wife has delivered every day, and let's just say it's a lot.
Right? No more mystery boxes showing up out of nowhere.
And now Guardian's giving away free Video Doorbell Pro when you get their Essential Security Package.
Just call 1-800-PROTECT today. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Time for the Donnie Football Debrief. Donnie's biggest football story of the day, brought to you by Boyd and Blair Vodka, proud sponsor of the Fans. 15 years on air. Don?
The debrief, March 31, 2025. I'm questioning today if the NFL international slate is getting a bit too out of hand. And not of what we already have scheduled. And by all means, I love the idea of growing the game across the globe.
Do you? Why do you care about that? Why do you care if people in India or China watch the NFL? You don't. I don't know why you said that.
No, I'm not going to be somebody that openly hates it, though.
Okay.
I'll openly hate it. I think it's stupid. They don't need to put the game in every country on earth. Is India just coming over here saying you've got to have cricket test matches at every open field?
But yeah,
is Pakistan saying, courtesy of Karachi, here's our best cricket team?
Or the official sport of Afghanistan, which I can't say on the air because it got one of our
Are they doing rugby?
Are
they doing rugby sevens in every park in the country because New Zealand wants to spread the game?
But I think I'm getting closer to the point where I might hate it.
Okay.
So this came down today. NFL executive Peter O'Reilly saying that the league is exploring the possibility of a regular season game in the United Arab Emirates.
Donnie, where is the United Arab Emirates?
Hell if I know.
Okay, if you had to guess like an area of the world, it doesn't have to be a continent, broadly speaking.
The middle.
Middle what?
The middle of the world. I don't know, Malsey. Where the hell is it?
It's in the Middle East.
Oh, see, I was close. I just needed to add a word.
I know. I kind of thought you were going to get there. Not even in the biggest city in the middle, in UAE, which is Dubai. Mm-hmm. They apparently want to put it in Abu Dhabi.
That's a controversial call, man. The people in Dubai got to be livid that they're getting.
The only thing I remember.
We think they got a stadium there ready to go?
The only thing I know about Abu Dhabi is when you would watch old episodes of Garfield, the cartoon. Donnie, this is before your time. That's where he'd always want to ship the other cat, Nirmal. He'd send her to Abu Dhabi. That's all I remember that from.
You have an extensive knowledge of Garfield?
I was a big I would read the Garfield books as a kid. And I would read Calvin and Hobbes, too. Big fan. Yeah, Abu Dhabi.
We went to the pet store yesterday because it was raining and we needed an activity to get everybody out of the house, and the dogs needed their nails cut, so we went to one. And I'm so allergic to cats, I'm discovering this now, that even when we're in a big open space place like a pet store, being close to the pet cages, my eyes feel like they're on fire.
I'm similar with cats.
And that happened to me yesterday. Like, Stella wants to meet these cats, and we had the dogs with them too, and they're kind of interacting with the cats. And I'm like, I need to stand far away from these cages. Yeah. And my wife thinks it's just an elaborate scheme by me to not ever get a cat. She's like, oh, we can have the cat eat things that make them less allergic, or you can start taking medicine for it every day. And I'm like, the hell I am.
Can't wait to take medicine for 15 years so that this intruder can live peacefully. I knew for a while, like I was pretty sure I could have a dog that didn't shed, even though shed dogs would eventually make me sick to some small extent. I knew also, similarly, I could never have a cat.
Donnie, did you ever have a cat growing up?
No.
Sarah, cat person?
No.
That's good.
My mom is allergic to most animals, so that's why we didn't
We've got
have a cat. Plus, I don't know. I just think cats are weird. I mean, they're easy.
They're very
very easy.
Very true.
Like, you can just leave them.
I think they hate you at all times.
If they're
I
outdoor
don't secretly want to murder you.
Yeah, if they're outdoor cats. I mean, I think I told you guys the story. I was watching my neighbor's cat when I was 12. It was an indoor-outdoor cat. It didn't come home one morning. I thought, like, that's no big deal. It had gotten hit by a car twice on the...
What?
Hold on. It has a happy ending, believe it or not.
It does. Got twice hit by a car and it has a happy ending?
It's the last day of 7th grade. The cat's name was Willie, okay? And I'm like telling hold on. We're all like, it's the last day, so we're all hanging out before like school starts, and I'm like, yeah, it's weird, guys. Like, I'm watching my neighbor's cat never came back. Very strange. My buddy Mike looks dead at me. He goes, "What's the cat look like?" And I said, I don't know. He's like a mostly black cat with like little white paws and like a little white spot here or there. He goes, I'm pretty sure my mom and I were driving to school and saw the cat get hit once by a car, then get clipped again. Then the woman got out because it was a cat lover. The second car, there was, I kid you not, there was a veterinary hospital less than an eighth, like a 5-second drive. It happened down the street from a major veterinary hospital that actually did surgery on animals. So they do surgery. Long story short, they do surgery on the cat. Cat actually like beats it's probably like a 1 in 20 chance the cat's going to survive the night. It does, and then lives for like 8 more years. My neighbors get a voicemail that I have, like an old answering machine thing, right? Because I go back after this and I'm like petrified, right? They somehow get in touch with my neighbor's voicemail, or they're checking their answering machine. It's the veterinary hospital. Hello, this is so-and-so. We have your cat, Willie. We did emergency surgery on him, but he doesn't have much of a chance to make it. We'll let you know. And then the next night, magic. Like, the cat had a miracle.
So who paid for it?
I mean, I think, like, they ended up having to pay for it.
I'd be sending that bill to
I didn't
the
do
residents
anything.
of C. Muller. That's where I'd be
do
sending
anything.
it.
I mean, it's my own.
Yeah, what do you mean? It was your responsibility to watch it. You did.
I didn't hit the cat.
You're right. You didn't do anything. You didn't friggin' watch it, which was your
I don't know.
job.
No, the cat was an indoor-outdoor cat. They told me it's not unusual if the cat's out all night. That cat likes to hang out.
Those boys really do got 9 lives.
But it was either that or maybe the woman who hit the cat the second time was such an animal lover. She, I think, might have chipped in. But, like, man, I was white as a sheet. And I thought, oh, I'll never watch that cat again. My neighbors, the Pfeiffers, if they're out there listening, totally chill about it.
Why can't the NFL just come out and say that the Steelers and Packers game is going to be week 4 in Ireland? They did this silly thing today with like, hey, guess what? Ireland is now a country that the Packers are affiliated with. They're now the official NFC team of Ireland. By the way, imagine where that game falls on the NFL schedule in terms of like time of day if it's Rodgers against his old team. Because Jets-Packers never happened. So it would be his first and only time playing against Green Bay. Well, they ain't going to play that thing 9:30 in the morning with Rich Eisen and Kurt Warner calling that game.
So world time, so Abu Dhabi time.
Why are you looking up Abu Dhabi time right now? I'm talking about Steelers and Packers in Ireland.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm still on Abu Dhabi.
There was
so what is Dublin's, 6 hours or 5 hours? 5 hours.
There was somebody that writes for the Packers website who, I guess in like one of their mailbags or whatever they would call it, somebody suggested that And they said, no, it would have to be more of a prime time slot. But it would have to be like the 4:25 A game. Because you can't do a Sunday night football game out there. It would be like, what, 12:30
It's
at night?
9:37 p.m. right now, so they're 5 hours ahead of us.
Yeah, so you can't
Dublin.
do Sunday night football.
You could
1:30.
Dude, that would be badass. Just play a game at 1:30 in the morning, Dublin time.
Yeah, they'd play that at 4:25. They'd make that a 9:30 kickoff, and Ireland wouldn't think twice about it.
Who would get that game TV-wise?
Either Fox or CBS.
Nance and Romo. I had some Guinness, Jim. It does taste different here. I split the G.
Romo would probably miss kickoff by a half hour because he tried to sneak in 36 holes somewhere in Ireland before the game.
And Nance wouldn't?
How about Nance? They showed him. He's just now a diehard Houston basketball fan. He's gone to every single one of their tournament games. Did you see that on the game yesterday?
Was he with Mama Coog, you think?
Well,
they were sitting by each other?
He lettered there, I think, in golf.
Well, sure. There's all kinds of alums from schools, but they don't start traveling with the team everywhere they go.
Can you imagine me if Penn State was making a tournament run being there rooting against them? Famous Penn State alum Chris Muller.
You have a shirt for every team they're playing.
I'm wearing the other team's colors. Pony, were you on with us? I don't think you were. When we discovered Nance's plan to when he's going to hang him up at Augusta in 2036 at the 100th Masters.
Pop told me that was...
he made an 11-year retirement
announcement. Here's the thing.
Pop told me about that 2 years ago, that was his plan.
So here's the thing.
I've known about that forever.
It's the 50th on CBS. It's the 100th overall. I said this to Donnie, and I don't mean...
Pretty presumptuous on his part?
That he's going to be... he's 65, so God willing, he'll live well past 76. But, are you... At 65, do you want to be making those promises publicly? That feels like you're tempting fate a little bit.
Coming up, what Mike Tomlin said today about Aaron Rodgers on a deadline and how close they are to getting a deal done in the video that's now going viral of Aaron Rodgers from today. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment coming up. It's the PM Team.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Select a level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Attention parents, get your kids in the game with Pittsburgh NFL League, the #1 flag football league in Western PA. Fast-paced, non-contact football for boys and girls 4 to 17. Get NFL-style jerseys and top-notch coaching. Register now at PittsburghNFLLeague.com. Season starts in April.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hard hit ball to short, scooped up and tossed to second. Quick turnaround, it's going to be close. Throws it to first, and he's out. Double play.
A Pirates double play is a well-oiled machine, just like Valvoline Instant Oil Change. We'll change your oil in about 15 minutes while you stay in your car. The only thing that'll be out here is your old oil. Drive into your neighborhood Pittsburgh location today. No appointment needed. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is a proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Hey, you! Yeah, you! Now's the perfect time to get even stronger at Planet Fitness. Save $28 or more when you join today for just $1 down, $15 a month. Mix up your routine or create a customized workout plan with free fitness training. That's right, certified trainers, unlimited sessions with best-in-class equipment. Plus, there's over 2,700 convenient locations to choose from, with most open 24 hours. Save $28 or more today when you join Planet Fitness for just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends April 11th. See Home Club for details.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hi, I'm John Henney.
And I'm Dara Henney.
And we're here to invite you to the best event of the year at Henney Jewelers, Wedding Band Weekend on April 10, 11, and 12.
Shop hundreds of wedding bands and enjoy incredible event-only pricing.
We'll have an exclusive evening event on Thursday, April 10th from 5 to 7 p.m. with giveaways, music, food, and more.
We can't wait to see all of our Henney couples and add new customers to the Henney family. For information and appointments, visit HenneyJewelers.com.
See you soon for Wedding Band Weekend, April 10th through 12th. Henney Jewelers, your jewelers for life.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store. I've got my freedom and I'm standing tall. Nothing's gonna stop me, nothing at all. I feel relief standing on my own 2 feet. Nothing's gonna stop me, nothing at all. I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store. Do what you want to do. Be who you want to be. Go where you want to go. Now I can live free. Today I'm free, free to be me. Nothing's gonna stop me, nothing at all. I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No lines, no hassle, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They've been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGJets.com. That's AMGJets.com.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Taxes was taxing. Now taxes is relaxing when you file for free.
I can file for free? TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition and get your maximum refund. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and student loan interest. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Traffic on the Parkway West still slow from the Fort Pitt Bridge back to the county jail. With AAA traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. Visit Giant Eagle to see how easy it is to save.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates start a new series in Tampa at the Yankees spring training complex against the Rays, playing there because of the hurricane damage done to Tropicana Field. Carmen Majinski makes his debut for the 1-3 Bucks. Paul Rasmussen goes for the Rays. Tampa 2-1, 7:05 here on The Fan. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
I hadn't thought a lot about it. There is no drop dead date specifically in my mind, no.
Are you able to say, is it your impression whether he actually intends to play?
I'm certainly not going to put words in his mouth or speak for him. He's a free agent. He came to visit last Friday. We had a really productive day. He's been in this thing a long time. I've been in this thing a long time. But it's no substitute for intimacy and spending time together and getting to know one another in a non-competitive environment. So that was really good. But I don't have any new updates in terms of where the process is. We'll see where it leads us.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Mike Tomlin spoke for the first time since the Steelers season ended, and he promised change at every level. Not sure Tomlin was asked about that today, which I was surprised by, because he talked a big game and then did almost nothing. Ton of questions on the pursuit of Aaron Rodgers. You just heard that. The emphasis, again, being made by the organization to not pressure Rodgers and not put a deadline on it or a timetable. And Mike wouldn't even give a straight answer on whether or not Aaron Rodgers is committed to playing football, period, this year. We do have pictures and video now out of the Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf throwing session from over the weekend. And Nick Farabaugh and his man bun, the Steelers insider who works for PennLive.com, is connecting dots. He thinks the smattering of highlights, the clips he's seen, proof that Rodgers is coming here. He's been able to detect or discern from just watching highlights of Aaron Rodgers throwing against air in shorts and a T-shirt to DK Metcalf that they are using Arthur Smith passing concepts.
Play action, under center, dig route, deep dig route. He said A.J. Brown used
a calling card
under those routes.
We also have Tony in Greensburg, a big listener to the show, also a guy that got snubbed by the selection committee. There are a lot of tough calls.
He seems like the kind of guy who would have taken it in stride, cracked open a beer, and been fine.
In our best caller, PM Team Best Caller tournament.
When's that start?
Tomorrow. The brackets will be able to be voted on. The first round matchups. Is
Crowley still alive in that media bracket, by the way? How did Labriola, really quick
Did he beat Joe?
I don't know. Labriola came back to beat you, and man, did that piss me off.
Oh, that was a
drag-out battle.
Oh,
it had to be
You lost to Labriola?
I think I actually
he was a 3.
Yeah, I did him wrong, I think. Donnie, that is. I said go Donnie go when he was winning like 53% to 47 and Labriola mounted tables.
Everyone
like
went
the
against
political
you.
endorsement you don't want. But yeah, Crowley had to play Starkey, and Starkey, the way he approached that, he'll be very. I didn't even see who won.
Do we have an update on that? What is that, a Sweet 16 matchup, Donnie?
I believe so.
But anyways, Tony in Greensburg said he heard from a friend of a friend that Aaron Rodgers put a bid in on a house in Pittsburgh in the last few days. When we pressed him and said, where is that house? He said, out near the airport. Now, my handle on Pittsburgh real estate is probably not as good as yours, Chris. But where are the giant houses out near the airport? Is there actually a neighborhood or an area?
If it's out in Robinson, which I would say qualifies as by the airport, there are absolutely some very large houses in Robinson.
So near Chartiers golf course or golf club? Like kind of in that area?
Kennedy is closer. So like 79 runs up through. I live in Kennedy, which is on like I guess you would call it, I'm trying to think, the east side of 79. Robinson is west of it. I would tell you as a Montour parent that Montour, which is fed by those two districts, Robinson's the more wealthy side, and Kennedy is the more blue-collar, your kind of people.
So are there $3 to $5 million houses out that way?
Yeah, there would be at least a handful of those. Yeah, there are some big-ass houses out that way. And if it's West A now, which is the school district actually that Tony said it is, yeah, you know what it would be, though? It's 3 to 5. I bet you there's like some $3, $4, $5 million properties, but it's probably places that aren't in like neighborhoods proper. And they just have a lot of land. So that, and I would imagine Rodgers strikes me as the guy who's like wants something more secluded, I guess, or where he doesn't have his neighbors going, "Hey, Aaron, great job yesterday." It didn't strike me as that kind of guy.
Isn't every like massive mansion-style house, like even in Sewickley, isn't that how it is? Like your neighbor's not right up against your ass.
Yeah, like old Sewickley is one house every like minute and a half, 2 minutes of driving or whatever. But there's parts of Sewickley, like where I think Lemieux's first house was, that was like actually on like a street where there were neighbors close by. It's just everyone's rich.
But this guy's made over $100 million. He's buying a huge house that's surrounded by a fence that's on tons of acres. And so I was just curious, not really knowing that area well enough, if it checks out, if people heard that call and said, you know what, that's plausible. I could see Aaron Rodgers making himself a West A resident.
I mean, there's just enough area out there where there's probably houses I don't even know